In the height of summer, the cicadas arrived on schedule. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dark gray curtains of the badminton and table tennis hall, casting a beam of light across the green court floor. A cold breeze accompanied the humming of the old air conditioner, keeping the entire indoors cool and shaded. In the sparsely populated hall, 4 or 5 people were playing badminton, while in the corner 2 middle-aged men, with receding hairlines, were sweating profusely as they played table tennis. Liang, weighing around 90 kilograms, sat behind the modest reception desk of the hall. Because he was near the window, despite the air conditioning, sweat kept seeping from his back. He was 23 years old, having graduated not long ago last year. Unfortunately, he fell ill and received heavy doses of hormones, which caused his weight to skyrocket. Most of the family's savings had been spent on his medical treatment. After recovering, Liang packed his belongings, came to Jiangdu, and found a job as a court administrator online. The salary wasn't high, but it was more than enough to support himself. That was sufficient. After a serious illness, he had become indifferent to many things. Whether a life is tranquil or spectacular, in the end it all turns to dust. As afternoon came, the sunlight streaming in through the window behind him increased as the angle shifted. Liang felt a burning heat on his back, but according to the rules he couldn't draw the curtains because the reception area would become too dark. He shifted his body, uncomfortably feeling dizzy, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. His colleague Zhang Lan walked over from the supervisor's office and looked at Liang with an ambiguous expression. "Xiaoli, the supervisor wants you in the office." Liang sensed trouble instantly. He had only just started working. It couldn't be a commendation or promotion. As expected, due to a baffling complaint of male gaze, he was fined 100 yuan. Thinking back carefully, the day's customers totaled fewer than 10, less than 4 of them women, all middle-aged, and even if he had stared, it wouldn't have been at them. Heaven knows. Even if a beautiful woman had complained, he'd have accepted it. It's only natural for men to glance at attractive women. Though it wasn't really male gaze, he would have accepted the complaint. But those women. Honestly, he tried hard to recall their faces, but couldn't remember what they looked like at all. Too ordinary. Liang was so angry that he ate only a few bites of the 15 yuan premium takeout. At 8 p.m., when he stepped out of the hall, the scorching weather had turned overcast. Liang muttered a curse, quickened his pace, and ran toward the nearest subway station. But a heavy summer downpour drenched him completely. He stopped in the rain and smiled helplessly. At least it's cooler. Half an hour later, after getting out of the subway, he continued walking in the rain for 7 or 8 more minutes, finally arriving at an old residential area built over 30 years ago. By the time he reached home, the rain began to lighten. Liang stood in front of the old building, gazing at the dark horizon. Just as he wanted to express some feelings, suddenly a jarring sound, or rather a message that appeared in his mind, rang out. Find the perfect tycoon system. The system will assist the host in becoming a perfect tycoon. Liang froze for a few seconds, opened his mouth, then closed it tightly. A gust of night wind made him shiver and snap fully awake. A tycoon system. At first he thought it was an illusion, but the message lingered stubbornly in his mind. Shoot. Liang soaked through, sneezed. Then, while studying the thing in his mind, he quickened his steps. He climbed to the 3rd floor. It was an old apartment converted into a 4-bedroom shared house with a small common living room and 2 bathrooms. A young couple, a bald guy who ran a food stall, and a decent-looking young girl. At that moment, a hot pot was set up in the living room, steam swirling, spicy red oil broth bubbling, with a small table full of washed ingredients. The young couple and the bald guy were sitting around it. When they saw Liang return, they greeted him warmly. "Xiaoli, back. Soaked through. Change and grab a bite." "No, I've eaten." Liang politely declined and plunged straight into his room. Even if it were the most delicious delicacy, how could he have the mind to eat? A system. He had awakened a system. From the system information in his mind, he knew it was a tycoon system that could assist him in becoming the perfect tycoon. The system's origin was completely unknown, and its specific functions relied entirely on exploration. There was no trace of intelligence. Conversation like with Doubao was impossible. It was as rigid as a preset program. Liang, Constitution 40, Charm 20, Spirit 71. The tycoon system is divided into 4 sections: panel tasks, career, and shop. Panel: digitized display of host's personal info. Tasks: issues various tycoon tasks. Career: displays personal career and wealth. Scale: shop not yet unlocked, allows purchase of items in the shop. Received newbie gift pack. Special tycoon talent: heaven rewards diligence. As long as you work hard, you will gain rewards. Choose 110 free attribute points or 100 million funds. Claim now. Liang silently chanted in his heart to claim the talent. The next second, a clarity spread through his mind, as if something indescribable had opened up there. This talent, heaven rewards diligence, if placed in a cultivation or martial world alone, could become the protagonist's golden finger. Unfortunately, he was in an ordinary urban world. Could he become a superhuman? With that thought, he turned to the second reward. 10 attribute points or 100 million funds. A choice. That was 100 million. Logically, he should choose without hesitation. But Just then the system, as if delayed, displayed a message. Heaven rewards diligence, talent loaded, gain massive spirit attribute. Liang shifted his gaze to his own information panel. Liang Constitution, 40 Charm, 20 Spirit, 91 10 free attribute points. Pending distribution, according to these numbers 100 should be the human limit, and the original 71 was the ordinary level. But now it had become 91. Constitution and Charm were easier to understand. One was physical strength including power, speed, endurance, and the other was overall appearance, temperament, etc. Spirit was more abstract. Intelligence, insight, or something even more ethereal. Whether it was Constitution or Charm, both could be improved through effort. Only Spirit, this elusive thing, gave no clue how to train. If the human limit was 100, what would the world beyond 100 be like? Now Liang faced a choice, 100 million funds, or the unknown possibilities. The room was silent, only the faint sounds of clinking glasses and conversation from outside the door. He pondered for a long time and finally made his choice. System, allocate my points. 100 million. That's 100 million after all. But upon careful thought, with the divine Tycoon system, money is the least important thing. Since there is 100 million, there will be a second 100 million. Having acquired 10 attribute points, he directly added them to Spirit. Attack 1 point, and reach the pinnacle. In the next moment 91 Spirit points became 101. It felt as if a great bell had rung within his mind. Li Mao's face flushed crimson, his head burned, and his nose tingled. Fresh blood trickled down his pale chin and dripped onto the floor. He paid it no mind. He only felt that the entire world before his eyes had become vivid, his perception undergoing a dramatic transformation. Countless streams of information flooded in, all at once overwhelming him. It was like taking a huge gulp of ice water, causing a throbbing ache in his head. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and listened, and smelled in silence. The faint, musty odor of the cramped room became distinct, and the sound of several insects crawling in hidden corners was as clear as if at his ear. Outside the door was the sound of clinking glasses and laughter. But now to his ears that could hear the crawling insects, it was not at all harsh. This showed that the growth of Spirit was not merely a sharpening of the senses. Click! Amid the noise of toast chatter and the bubbling hot pot, Li Mao clearly distinguished the sound of a key turning in the lock. Then among the various smells of mildew, dampness, and sweat, a faint refreshing fragrance surged in. It was like gardenia. He also sensed a weariness and oppression. Back. Want to join us for a bite? Thank you, I've already eaten. They'll go to my room first. The soft, glutinous pronunciation, as if chewed in the mouth, immediately indicated the girl was from the south. It was that girl returning, and earlier than usual today. Li Mao opened his eyes. The blood from his nose had stopped. He had already adapted to this world. He took a light breath, calming his mood. He walked to the window and stood in the dark, unlit room, looking down. It was drizzling now. Under the pale streetlight, the ground had a shallow reflection. In the distance was the city's elevated light rail. A drunken man staggered out of an alley, cursing and grumbling. Li Mao recognized him as the notoriously domineering tenant from downstairs, recently detained for 15 days after a dispute just released. They had crossed paths before, and the man had always been rude to Li Mao because of his physique. As a thought stirred, countless fine web-like threads seemed to radiate from Li Mao like radar, sending out ripples in concentric circles. Everything within 50 meters was perfectly clear, growing fuzzier beyond. He saw the bully step into the unseen circle like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake. In the next moment, a faint force suddenly appeared under the man's feet, like a tough yet fragile blade of grass, tripping him, causing him to stumble and fall flat on his face. A splash and a scream followed in succession. Li Mao's breathing quickened, his knuckles gripping the windowsill turned white, then slowly relaxed. In the darkness his eyes gleamed brightly, and he slowly pulled the curtains shut. His mood was immensely uplifted. He turned on the light. Then he extended his wet arm, and droplets of water miraculously flew upward from his skin. And with his will they hovered in midair. A rain magic, like a miracle. He had succeeded. After surpassing 100 in spirit, he had gained power beyond human comprehension. A reality intervention ability. Similar to telekinesis, yet different. In his understanding, so-called telekinesis was like an invisible hand. But his ability was something more conceptual. Telekinesis lifts water by exerting force to lift it. His ability commanded the water to fly up. The result was the same, but the process was completely different. He named this ability spirit interference. Currently this interference was very weak, manifesting as specific force able to lift only about half a kilogram of matter. But in fine manipulation, it was frighteningly precise, achieving accuracy that human hands could never match. It could even control a pen to write calligraphy that could not be produced by hand. He tried several more extreme uses of the ability, lasting about 10 minutes before feeling his spirit weaken. The endurance was far stronger than he had imagined. He massaged his throbbing temples, an irrepressible heat burning within. The heart of a youth that had once died completely in the face of reality was reignited. Who didn't dream of being a superhuman? The divine Tycoon system could make him wealthy, but in the face of supernatural power, money became less important. He would use the divine Tycoon system to pry open the door to the extraordinary. After showering and changing clothes, Li Mao didn't hurry back to his room because he couldn't sleep. He glanced outside. The rain had stopped. He decided to go out for a run to lose weight, and also to test the heaven rewards diligence talent. As the thought arose, mechanical information suddenly appeared. Divine Tycoon mission. A divine Tycoon needs a perfect physique. For every 1 gene of body weight reduced, gain 2 divine Tycoon points. Maximum 50 points distributed in one lump sum after the mission ends. Additionally, upon reaching a balanced weight level, an additional random divine Tycoon encouragement will be granted. Divine Tycoon points opens a shop allowing purchase of items in the shop. Li Mao paused slightly. So it was a trigger-based mission release. The ground was still wet after the rain. Running wasn't the best choice, but Li Mao couldn't contain himself. Before he knew it, he had run a kilometer, and his body was drenched in sweat. Spirit interference was not just like telekinesis interfering with reality, it possessed abilities similar to radar combined with computation, allowing deep collection and analysis of surrounding information. Thus Li Mao had complete awareness of his own body. He could clearly sense that heat was burning at an incredible speed, and the efficiency of exercise was astonishingly high. He even quantified the burning weight using his ability. Weight 189. 7 gene, current fat burning, efficiency 0. 893 gene per hour. The number behind this efficiency constantly changed as Li Mao sped up or slowed down. At its peak it reached 1 gene per hour. At this rate, if Li Mao ran 8 hours a day, he could lose 8 gene of body weight. After running for over an hour, it was already 11 o'clock. Due to heavy sweating, his actual weight had decreased by at least 3 gene, but water weight would return after rehydration. Through the information quantification of spirit interference, only the real reduced body weight was displayed. Weight 188. 5 gene, he had lost over 1 gene. Li Mao returned to the old building. He opened the door. The party was over, and the living room lights were off. The air still carried a faint hot pot smell. There was also a distinct, subtle gardenia fragrance mixed in. In the darkness, his spiritual perception automatically gathered all surrounding information, finally collecting and analyzing it with incredible detail in his mind. His mind could even reconstruct the scene that had occurred not long ago from the surrounding information. At that moment, he saw the small gardenia-scented girl sneaking out of the bathroom. The two collided face-to-face. The girl was startled, her body tensed up. Due to her extraordinary mental power in this dark environment, when people overlooked appearances, it became easier to perceive her fundamentally different essence. In the darkness, he resembled a towering beast exuding a strong masculine aura. Li Mao felt a slight flush on his face. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively read the girl's information, which was more excessive than any male's thoughts. The scent from the girl, every inch of skin on her arms and collarbone transformed into an even more vivid message flooding his mind. If he wished, he could even see through her clothing. Now he understood that the supernatural ability of mental interference had extended into new methods of use. Superb X-ray vision. His powerful mental strength allowed him to consider so much in an instant without revealing the slightest flaw. At this moment, the girl had just finished bathing and changed into white pajamas, her hair already dried. Through the faint light of a street lamp outside the window, he could see her face. Her features were beautiful, her face small, with a somewhat sickly pale complexion and lightly colored lips. Her name was Sang Ji, a resident who had just moved in not long ago. Li Mao was not familiar with her and had hardly exchanged more than a few words. The young couple in the same dormitory had a decent relationship with her. They mentioned that Sang Ji had just graduated and was currently interning at a large company. In this era where looks could open doors, a girl of such beauty would have had no chance of intersecting with his past self. Even if they were temporarily living in the same apartment for various reasons, they were merely passing acquaintances. The two exchanged glances and then instinctively averted their eyes. Godly rich task: meet a person of charm over 80 and gain affection. Upon reaching 60 points of affection, 60 points of godly rich points will be awarded at once. Additionally, for every major stage of affection surpassed, an extra random godly rich encouragement. Affection is divided into 5 major stages: 20 acquaintance, 40 friends, 60 close friends, 80 relatives, and 90 important life relationships. The triggering of this task left Li Mao with a feeling that was both expected and unexpected. However, like the weight loss task, this was another long-term mission. Good evening. Li Mao hesitated for 2 seconds before awkwardly trying to say, "There's a saying that money is a man's courage." It seems that a wealthy man faces any situation with confidence and poise. Though he had little money now, he was still a superpower user. Good evening, Sang. She nodded in surprise and replied. She had moved in a week ago. Aside from a few words exchanged on the day she arrived at the landlord's introduction, they had only greeted each other once since. To be honest, she did not dislike Li Mao. Although his appearance was less than ideal, he was certainly much better than the disgusting bully downstairs. However, with the heavy pressures of work, she lacked the motivation to expend energy on socializing. The two engaged in a silent and awkward conversation before tacitly returning to their respective rooms. Meet the first charming person with over 80 charm. and opened the affection panel. Sang Ji physique 70, a charm 86, spirit 78, affection 20. Affection 0 indicates a stranger. Sang Ji's current affection is 20, and she earned encouragement 100,000 funds. In the next moment, Li Meng's phone vibrated, receiving a text from the bank. Your account ending in 0527 has been credited with 100 yuan with a balance of 101230. 5 yuan. Sang Ji is a good girl. After all, with his appearance and image, he was a definite city goblin, and it would be hard for any ordinary girl to have a positive affection score. It's a pity the encouragement given was not attribute points, but money. But upon reflection, the main encouragement from the godly rich system should indeed be wealth-related. Attribute points are likely quite rare. After showering again, Li Meng lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. On one hand, he was stimulated by Sang Ji's vividly alive messages. On the other, it was the matter of the godly rich system and superpowers. Upon careful thought, he suddenly had a realization: mental interference possessed the capabilities of information gathering, analysis, and interference with reality. What does this interference encompass? Could it directly affect himself? Just like hypnosis. He focused his thoughts and attempted to issue himself a command for sleep interference. In the next second, the world went dark and he fell into a deep sleep. His breathing became standard and prolonged, akin to a hibernating bear. For hours later, Li Meng abruptly opened his eyes wide, awakening completely without any warning, as if he had died and come back to life. He sat dumbfounded on the bed, unable to regain his senses for a long time. He felt indescribably light all over, having slept very well. One could even say it was a thoroughly refreshing sleep. Yet it also felt entirely contrary to the natural sleeping patterns of humans. This is impressive, he thought. It seemed that his development of the supernatural ability of mental interference was just the tip of the iceberg. If he could interfere with his own sleep, it would mean he could do the same to others, and even further, not just affect their sleep. At that moment, a mechanical message from the system echoed in his mind. Godly rich hidden achievement task completed: perfect deep sleep. Having completed a perfect deep sleep, he received encouragement 1 free attribute point. Are there achievements too? It turned out that apart from triggering tasks, one could also achieve accomplishments to gain encouragement. Li Meng unhesitatingly assigned the 1 attribute point to his spirit, increasing his spirit attribute from 101 to 102. Although it was just a single point, Li Meng felt it was significantly more apparent than when he raised his score from 71 to 91. It was akin to a student improving from 71 to 91. The difficulty was certainly not comparable to moving from 99 to 100. Moreover, this was akin to a breakthrough beyond 100. Glancing at his phone, it was only a little past 4 o'clock. Outside, it was still pitch black, with 1 or 2 hours remaining until the first subway train. He put on his clothes and thought to bring an extra set of clean clothes as well. After quietly washing up in the bathroom, he opened his phone's walking navigation and jogged towards the Feather Badminton Hall, a little over 12 kilometers away. Though he didn't know how long it would take to run, with work starting at 8, 3 to 4 hours should be enough to arrive. The sun rose, dragging its heat from the horizon. The streets were bustling with traffic and crowds. Li Meng stopped, panting, and saw the Feather Badminton Hall in the distance. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his plump body. Checking his phone, it read 7:23. He had indeed run for nearly 3 hours. Weight 184. In 3 hours, his weight dropped from 188.5 to 184.9, a total of 3.6 pounds lost. This was mainly due to his ability to maintain a highly efficient exercise mode based on the information provided by mental interference. Moreover, with visible progress, every effort could yield tangible rewards, making motivation incredibly strong. At the current pace, it wouldn't take long for him to see significant changes in his weight. The system's weight loss encouragement stated that he needed to reach a balanced weight, but it was unclear how much he needed to lose to receive it. The Yuping gym is quiet and cold, especially in the early morning when there are few people willing to pay to play. In fact, Li Meng had only met the director once and didn't even know their name. The old sign of the Jiangcheng Yuping gym hangs straight outside the entrance. This is not an ordinary business, but a special company with state-owned characteristics. The original site administrator, Zhang Lan, is a woman in her 40s, but she has official status and is not on the same level as the temporary worker Li Meng. Such incidents like deducting money could never happen with Sister Zhang. Little Li, you're here, Sister Zhang said, sitting in a reclining chair at the reception desk, leisurely reading a newspaper and glancing at Li Meng as he entered. Why are you sweating so much? I'm trying to lose weight, Li Meng replied, wiping sweat with his sleeve. I wasn't that fat before. I just gained a lot of weight from the hormones I was given when I was sick. It'll come off quickly. He knew that with the Daos reward for diligence, his weight loss speed would be astonishing, so he laid the groundwork to avoid drawing too much attention later. I see, Sister Zhang said, sizing up Li Meng. She truly felt he had lost some weight, and there was a certain indescribable feel about him, as if he was indeed different from before. That's great. When you lose more weight, I'll introduce you to some girls, Sister Zhang said with a smile, but Li Meng didn't take it seriously. In this day and age, there's almost a reproductive isolation between those inside and outside the system, and a temporary worker like him wouldn't have any good girls to be introduced to. The Yuping gym has its own shower room, but he wasn't in a hurry to shower. Since there was no one in the morning, he could continue his workout. Watching Li Meng run laps around the court, Zhang Lan clicked her tongue, feeling that this young man wouldn't stay in the gym for long. It's not that they would lay off people in places like this unless you commit a grave mistake. Even temporary workers are almost never let go. The main point is that Li Meng has become more motivated than before now, with aspirations and a spark in his eyes. Such a person wouldn't just settle in a place like this. She wasn't lying to little Li. Losing weight these days is harder than slicing oneself. If someone has the willpower to lose weight, she truly has suitable girls to introduce him to. Even if those within the system look down on him, there are still those outside it. Around 10 o'clock, the leaders finally arrived late from outside. Seeing Li Meng running, they didn't comment. By noon, Li Meng had been exercising intermittently for 4 hours. He huffed and puffed, resting his hands on his knees, and his mind conjured up his body data. Weight 181. 2. It had dropped from the original 184. 9 by another 3. 7 pounds. Before getting off work yesterday, his weight was 189. 7 pounds. He couldn't continue training. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on, but he had already lost nearly 10 pounds, and going further would be too obvious. More importantly, the Tao rewards diligence, allowing his efforts to bear fruit, but it does not mean he should become an Iron Man. The messages from his mental interference were already warning him that his body was nearing its limits. After showering in the Yuping gym shower room and changing into clean clothes, he felt the clothes were noticeably looser. Looking in the mirror of the shower room, he noticed that even his once chubby face had slimmed down a bit. Perhaps it was due to good sleep, as his skin looked better too. He opened the system panel. Li Meng physique 45, charm 25, spirit 102. Both his physique and charm had increased. After a day of contemplation, Li Meng had come to understand more about the system. Originally, he thought physique referred to a person's physical qualities such as strength, endurance, and speed, but now it seemed more complex. Because Sang Ji had a physique rating of 70, but in terms of physical capabilities, Li Meng could easily outmatch. A weight of 190 pounds implies the capacity to support that weight with strength. Thus, physique is not merely a reflection of physical qualities, but a comprehensive representation that includes health and even factors like lifespan. Stepping out of the shower room, he saw Sister Zhang holding a prepared lunchbox, heading to the back hot water room to heat it up, where there was an old microwave. Li Meng checked his phone for the delivery order. It was arriving soon. Half an hour in advance, he had chosen a high-end delivery and ordered the most expensive 188 deluxe set. He ordered 2 servings. It wasn't a waste of money, but rather he wanted to see if it would trigger a hidden achievement. After all, this was indeed the first time in his life he was having such an expensive meal delivery. It was also his first time treating someone to such an expensive takeout. Surely 2 firsts would trigger an achievement, right? Sister Zhang, I bought an extra meal for you to try. Li Meng walked in with the takeout, spreading it out on the table while greeting Sister Zhang. Oh, I'm not used to takeout, it's usually. Sister Zhang instinctively began to refuse, but her eyes widened in surprise the next second. Little have you struck it rich. Being an old local with official ties, her eyes are sharp and can discern good things at a glance. She approached, placing the lunchbox down, and began to scrutinize the takeout on the table. This Lao Ji isn't cheap, it must be 100 or 2. Just a small fortune. Li Meng nodded, generously admitting it, but didn't say more. Sister Zhang didn't ask further. That's basic etiquette among seasoned folks. After the meal, Zhang Lan watched Li Meng's back as he took the trash out, her fingers rubbing over the old reception desk. She didn't know how he came into some money, but it was certainly not a small amount, and not ill-gotten. It's just a shame it wasn't from within the system. Hidden achievement, completed genuine good review. Treated someone to a meal and received heartfelt 5-star praise for the first time. Earned encouragement 100 yuan. As the phone buzzed with the transfer notification, Li Meng felt a bit speechless. He hadn't achieved an accomplishment for having luxurious takeout for the first time. He also didn't achieve anything for treating someone for the first time. Yet he received the other person's heartfelt praise and completed an achievement. This achievement task has some merit. But thinking back, he had treated quite a few people in his life, and this was actually the first time he received sincere fire. In the following days, Li Meng maintained this routine. He used his abilities for deep sleep at night, ran to work every day, and made time to work out in the morning. It's impossible to have every morning completely free for training, so the intensity would be significantly less than on the first day. However, this was part of Li Meng's plan. After all, if he consistently lost 8 or 9 pounds every day, he would slim down excessively fast. Li Meng 166. For pounds, he had lost over 20 pounds from his initial weight of 189. 7 pounds, specifically 23. 3 pounds. With a height close to 6 feet, he could no longer be considered a big fat man, just a little chubby. Generally, losing so much weight in a short time would lead to skin sagging, even if there were no health issues. However, Li Meng pulled at his skin and found it completely normal. This might also be the effect of the Tao rewarding diligence with talent. Opening the character panel, he noticed that as his weight decreased, both his physique and charm had increased. Li Meng physique 60 charm 30 spirit 102. Most importantly, with just another 7 pounds, he could complete the first phase of his weight loss task, earning 50 luxury points and unlocking the shop. Just as he was about to continue running, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside the sports hall. Leading the group was the director whom Li Meng had met once before, accompanied by another leader, Lu Hong, the manager of the venue. Sister Zhang raised her eyes in surprise, her gaze falling on several other individuals alongside Li Meng. There were 4 men and women dressed in administrative-style attire. One man was in his 40s, while the other 2 men and 1 woman were much younger. The group ignored Zhang Lan and Li Meng and entered the office together. Sister Zhang, what's going on here? Seeing that the situation was inappropriate, although he felt restless inside, Li Meng did not rush to lose weight. I hadn't heard any rumors before, Zhang Lan said casually while cracking sunflower seeds. But from my experience, this place is about to undergo a change. What do you mean? Li Meng didn't quite understand. It's likely that there will be some policies from above and no one cares about a broken pot turning into a golden bowl anymore, Zhang Lan said, handing a handful of sunflower seeds to Li Meng with a serious tone. Xiaoli, you need to be mentally prepared. Li Meng looked at the sunflower seeds in his hand, lost in thought, and began to understand. It seemed that the Yuping Hall was about to take some significant actions, transforming from being neglected to being in demand. So at this time someone was being inserted. If there were going to be more people in the hall, it might also mean that they would no longer need him as a temporary worker. Li Meng didn't take it to heart. After all, he was only doing this job temporarily. Even without the godly rich system and superpowers, he wouldn't be able to continue for long. As expected, after a while, manager Lu Hong called for Sister Zhang and Li Meng to inform them about the latest personnel adjustments at the sports hall. I will no longer be serving here. I've been reassigned, and the director is in the same boat. Zhang Lan, you are the only veteran left, so please step up and guide these young people. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Zhang Lan chuckled, but did not say much, only asking, what about Xiaoli in the future? Upon hearing Zhang Lan's question, Lu Hong glanced at Li Meng in surprise. Hadn't it only been a few days since he and Zhang Lan had gotten so close? Hey, had this kid lost weight compared to before? Xiaoli should be able to continue without any issues. Zhang Lan rolled her eyes and spoke directly to Li Meng and got it. A few young masters and ladies have arrived, huh? Lu Hong pretended not to hear, waved his hand, and turned to, without saying anything. It was as if he had said everything. Li Meng watched from the side, feeling a genuine admiration for Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, you truly have a discerning eye. I've seen a lot and gotten used to it, Sister Zhang said as she noticed the director walking out of the office and heading straight for the exit without greeting anyone. Then she took out her phone and said seriously to Li Meng, let's add each other on WeChat, Xiaoli. Li Meng was slightly taken aback, then reacted and took out his phone to add Sister Zhang. Zhang Lan's profile picture was a tulip and her nickname was her real name, Zhang Lan. The signature read, the tides rise and fall, all is destined. This style was very much like Sister Zhang. Looking at WeChat, he felt a sense of inexplicable emotion. Aside from sales, it had been a long time since anyone had actively asked to add him. Thank you, Sister Zhang. He sincerely said to Zhang Lan. Your weight loss is quite effective. I previously mentioned introducing girls to you, Zhang Lan replied. Li Meng just smiled upon hearing this. Afternoon. After Li Meng registered a group of visitors, he ran a few laps intermittently. He then saw 2 men and 1 woman who had just arrived walk over together holding cleaning tools. The policy has been issued. This place has a bright future ahead, and you are lucky to catch this opportunity. Xue Mingyuan boasted to Wang Sisi and Qin Xiang next to him. Brother Xue, you are well informed. I hope to rely on you more in the future. After work, I'll treat you all to dinner as a welcome gathering for the newcomers. Sisi, you should come too. Okay, sounds good. Wang Sisi smiled sweetly, although internally, she was rolling her eyes at the 2. One was Xue Mingyuan, who just flaunted his connections, not someone likely to go far. The other, Qin Xiang, didn't even understand how to pay respects properly. Over there, the venue needs a thorough cleaning. Come over to get your tools, Xue Mingyuan shouted. Li Meng frowned, looking around and realizing he was indeed the only one present. Did you call me? He asked. Who else would I be calling? Xue Mingyuan said impatiently. Go clean the restroom and make it tidy. Li Meng found it amusing and showed no inclination to indulge him. I'm not a janitor. Who do you think you are? You can't just order me around. His position was as a venue administrator. Although he was a temporary worker, he had signed a contract and was not responsible for cleaning duties. The hall had 2 cleaning ladies, but they were both contracted workers who worked fixed hours each day and couldn't keep the venue very clean, mostly just mopping the floors. Xue Mingyuan's expression darkened. He had long understood the personnel structure of the Yuping Hall and was well aware that besides the fixed cleaners there was also a temporary worker. Aren't you just a temporary worker? Do you understand organizational discipline? Do you know the leaders are coming to inspect next week? What's wrong with you cleaning up? Do you want to keep working or not? Then just fire me if you want. Li Meng said calmly, leaving Xue Mingyuan speechless. Without waiting for him to come up with a good response, he turned and walked directly toward a corner of the sports hall. There were too many people now making it unsuitable for running, so he planned to jump rope to continue his weight loss. Brother Shui, people like him are not in our league. He might not even be here tomorrow, so there's no need to get angry with him, Chun Xiang said from the side. Yeah, true enough, Wang Sisi chimed in. Shui Mingyuan glanced at Li Meng, his expression grim, and did not respond. Let's go clean up. Li Meng, weight 165. 3. Li Meng, weight 164. 7. Finally, after another period of intense jump rope exercise, Li Meng's weight reached the standard. Phase task completed, earned 50 Godly Rich Points, earned Godly Rich Points, unlocking the Godly Rich Mall. Godly Rich Mall current level is LV1, auto-refreshes once a month, can refresh level 1 products, consume 100 Godly Rich Points to upgrade to level 2, so the mall has levels. Li Meng was eager to open the mall. Inside there were 5 products hanging alone. Cash 1 million 10 Godly Rich Points, random property, in Jiangxing 10 Godly Rich Points, 1 free attribute point, 30 Godly Rich Points, basic facial enhancement, 20 Godly Rich Points, perfect muscle enhancement, 50 Godly Rich Points. They were more ordinary than Li Meng had imagined. He thought there would be skills or talent-related products like those that reward hard work. But since it was only a level 1 mall, having these options was already quite good. There are a total of 5 products refreshed once a month. After a simple calculation, if he wants to buy everything in the mall, he must obtain 120 Godly Points within a month. He currently has 50 points, leaving a gap of 70 points. There is also a favorability task, which if completed will grant him 60 Godly Points. Including this task, only a gap of 10 points remains. However, he must consider that if he does not complete the favorability task within a month and does not trigger any new Godly Point tasks. Therefore, this priority selection is crucial. 1 million in cash goes without saying, as that is his entire fortune at present. To accomplish the system's achievements and various tasks, money is absolutely essential. With 1 million, he can attempt many things that might trigger achievements. A random property in Jiang City. Although the item level in the first level mall has clear limitations, it is impossible for him to randomly get a super mansion. Yet even the cheapest house cannot be had for less than 1 million. Furthermore, owning his first property is likely to trigger an achievement. As for free attribute points, it can only be said that no amount of money is more important than attribute points. Li Meng is also quite envious of the facial beautification, as having a good-looking face makes life feel like a cheat. More importantly, many tasks and achievements become much easier with an attractive face. If he looked like Yen Zhu, then Sang Ji's favorability would definitely be higher than it is now. The most expensive perfect muscles would be the highest cost, but it would certainly improve his physique significantly. Once mental strength exceeds 100, breaking human limits grants the power to interfere with reality. What would happen if his physique also surpassed 100? Li Meng found himself in a dilemma for a moment. This decision was difficult, and he wasn't in a hurry to choose immediately. By the time it was around 3 in the afternoon, the new director had left. At 5 o'clock, Sister Zhang and the young people left as well. Only he, the temporary worker, had to work overtime until 8, while they, being full-time employees, finished at 5. In the empty Yuping Hall, Li Meng sat alone in silence. The cool wind from the air conditioning blew as he watched the traffic during the evening rush hour outside. A choice must be made. First, let's exclude money and houses. Although they are important, they pale in comparison to items with supernatural qualities. Free attribute points cost 30 Godly Points, facial beautification 20 Godly Points, and perfect muscles 50 Godly Points. Upon careful consideration, although perfect muscles can significantly enhance his physical attributes with the principle of diligence rewarded by the heavens relying on his efforts, he would eventually reach that level. Free attribute points, however, can be added to the mental attribute that he doesn't know how to train. With determination, Li Meng went to the shower room, locked the door, and immediately chose to make a purchase. Purchase basic facial beautification and free attribute points. Spent 50 Godly Points to obtain the product basic facial beautification and 1 free attribute point. In the next moment, Li Meng felt a slight itch and warmth on his face, but it lasted only a few seconds before gradually fading away. He looked at the mirror in the shower room, his face partially covered by hair that fell over his eyebrows, but he could clearly see that his features had become more elegant. He swept his hair back to reveal his entire face. His features remained unchanged. No matter who looked at it, they would recognize him. He is still him. However, it seemed to have undergone extremely subtle optimization, making it very pleasant to look at. If his original facial attractiveness was around 40 points, it had now reached at least 70 points. This had already reached a level that could be called handsome. Open the character panel, he silently thought. Li Meng physique 60 charm, 50 mental strength 102. He had lost a total of 25 pounds these days, and his overall weight was nearing normal, thus his physique skyrocketed to 60. If he completely slimmed down, Li Meng estimated that his physique would reach over 70. The physique of an ordinary healthy adult should be between 70 and 80. At this moment, his charm had already reached 50 points, an increase of 20 points from before. This was a significant enhancement. Charm is different from attractiveness. Some people may have a 90-point attractiveness, but due to personal qualities, temperament, family background, or even voice their actual charm, may only be 50 or 60. It's like how some good-looking people are often referred to as mute brides online. Considering Li Meng's current weight still has room for reduction, his physique has not undergone any shaping, and his hair is both messy and long. He hasn't had a haircut in a long time. Moreover, after wearing the same clothes for several years, if it weren't for the system's encouragement of 100, he would have to be frugal even for meals. Thus, he would have the confidence to complete that favorability task. After all, a city goblin like him would definitely not be able to invite a princess. Thus, he would have the confidence to complete that favorability task. After all, a city goblin like him would definitely not be able to invite a princess for dinner. With one free attribute, Li Meng chose not to rush to allocate it this time. Although the principle of diligence rewarded by the heavens holds unlimited potential, breaking from 100 to 101 points is definitely not something that can be achieved easily. It would be better to save this attribute point and use it later when his physique attribute reaches 100. At 8 o'clock, Li Meng got off work on time. He didn't go home, but instead found a nearby barber shop with fewer people. Tony immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "No, I just want a haircut." "Please assign your best stylist." "Then please wash your hair first, and I will arrange it for you." Tony felt delighted as he preferred such straightforward customers. Water flowed down from the top of his head as a pair of hands gently massaged his scalp. Li Meng opened his eyes to see a youthful, yet serious girl. Unfortunately, the system prompt did not trigger. She looked decent, but her charm did not reach 80. In Li Meng's eyes, her attractiveness was at least 80 points, though not as good as Sang Ji. She was still quite pretty. There were probably other factors holding her back. He suddenly thought if he helped a girl with decent looks, but lacking in other aspects to transform, would their charm attributes break through 80. He noted it down for future consideration as a potential direction to explore. Li Meng picked up their hairstyle book, which had various styles to choose from, and finally settled on one that looked quite pleasant. "So you really suit this micro-differential cut." As the sound of scissors snipped, Li Meng watched in the mirror as hair continuously fell. Half an hour later, a slightly chubby, yet handsome young man walked out of the barber shop, dressed in oversized clothes. Li Meng physique 60, charm 60, mental strength 102. It was hard to believe that just a hairstyle had increased his charm by a full 10 points. No wonder some people say that sometimes a hairstyle can account for a large part of one's attractiveness. The 168 yuan spent on the haircut was worth it. He touched his overly loose pants belt, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He needed to buy clothes. Though he had thought about waiting to buy clothes until he slimmed down, it was now affecting his normal life, so he had to buy a couple of pieces to make do. By the way, due to Sang Ji's overtime, he hadn't seen her for a few days. Once he changed his clothes, his charm attribute would definitely rise again, and he might create a strong contrast. "Hello, Shuanggu, what brings you to call me today?" Li Meng answered the phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Zhao Shuang, known as Shuanggu, was his senior in college who had taken great care of him during his freshman year when he was a senior. "Li Meng, long time no contact. I just heard you were ill. How are you now?" "It's nothing. I took a year to recover." And Li Meng thought those who passed on the message might be gossiping about whether he was dead or not. "That's good," Shuanggu sighed in relief. "Take care of yourself. I heard you are in Jiangxing now. Where are you developing?" "I just got better, so I'm casually looking for a job for now." Although Li Meng attended an ordinary second-tier university, his major in computer science was one of the key focus areas of the school. When he graduated, he had a job lined up, but he had to give it up due to his illness. Later, after recovering, he faced a wave of downturns in computer employment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to the point of taking a temporary job as an administrator. "Your skills are good. I have some outsourced work here. Do you want to give it a try?" Shuang Guest's voice was filled with trust. He knew Li Meng's capabilities. Li Meng initially wanted to refuse because his mind wasn't on working, especially not on this kind of outsourced work, which was generally difficult. But upon careful consideration, he thought it might be a way out. After all, he definitely couldn't stay as an administrator. More importantly, the system had a business module. Success in business is forged rather than waited for. Sometimes, even with money, one cannot buy a substantial career. Selling clothes, opening a shop, constructing buildings. No matter how large, it just amounts to a side dish. The real weight comes from military industry, power grid, oil, shipping, and even printing money itself. These are what truly matter. Even if these businesses were acquired with money, it was certainly not because of the money. "Thank you, Shuanggu. I can give it a try." "Great, check your email later. By the way, we should get together when we have time." After hanging up, Li Meng walked towards the nearest roadside clothing store. He spent over 500 yuan to buy 2 sets of clothes. A black t-shirt and dark pants. His taste was about the same as most ordinary male compatriots, essentially at this level. However, after changing into well-fitting clothes, he felt an immediate boost. Especially after the optimization of his features, there seemed to be a certain whitening effect. His skin looked delicate and especially fair against the backdrop of the black t-shirt. The appearance, influenced by his transcendent spiritual power, was finally unveiled without disguise at this moment. It was not merely a matter of looks. There was a pure ethereal quality, as if untouched by the mundane world. At first glance, it appeared to be another layer distinct from reality. Charm 70. His charm increased by 10 points. Judging purely by looks, Li Meng felt he must have over 80 points. Aside from being slightly overweight, he was undoubtedly a handsome guy. It was time to challenge the favorability task. Jiangqing Tianxin Building, headquarters of Huaxin Group. From the window on the 26th floor, one could see the bustling lights of Jiangqing at night, while a great river stretched across from east to west. The finance department was brightly lit with printers working overtime in a queue, and an impromptu inspection made the already busy department even busier. Zhang Ji felt a bit dizzy from staring at the computer. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, then opened them to see it was already 9 o'clock. She stretched her stiff legs and quietly pulled her feet out of her low-heeled shoes, curling her toes. At this moment her phone buzzed with a work message, and it was General Li from the finance department, her in the group. Zhang Ji, that set of aligned reports must be done today. It will be a key point in tomorrow's meeting. Received. Zhang Ji replied weakly. The rich aroma of coffee gave her a slight boost, and her colleague Guan Mi, with whom she had a good relationship, unexpectedly approached with 2 cups of coffee. Zhang, have a cup of coffee to perk you up. Mi, will we be able to leave tonight? Zhang Ji held the coffee with both hands and asked with a hint of worry. Don't worry, we shut down the power at 12. Guan Mi pointed to the ceiling. This is a strict new rule. But if we don't finish, we still have to work overtime. That's truly thinking about it that way, we might as well pull an all-nighter since the commute takes so long. Let's hurry up and get it. What's the rush? No matter how urgent it is, we can't skip having a sip of coffee or going to the bathroom, right? Drink slowly, and after you finish we can go to the restroom together. Zhang Ji felt her lips twitch slightly, but seeing Guan Mi's smiling face, the pressure in her heart eased somewhat. Hey, I heard that Xiao Zhang has been quite attentive to you lately. What's going on? Any chance? Guan Mi lowered her voice and asked somewhat gossipingly. Zhang Ji thought of Xiao Zhang from the administrative department. He looked okay, several years older than her, but his position was not high. Huaxin does not prohibit relationships between employees from different departments. After a chance business connection, they added each other on WeChat under the pretense of work and often chatted about trivial matters. She wasn't foolish, she knew he might be interested in her, but she truly didn't feel any romantic spark. Seeing you like this, it seems there's no chance. Guan Mi shrugged, but there's no rush, we're still young, and good men are I'm not in that mindset right now. Zhang Ji brushed aside Guan Mi's words and continued focusing on the reports. She had always buried herself in study at school, and it was through this determination that she managed to enter Huaxin. Even if she had feelings for Xiao Zhang, she wouldn't casually jump into a relationship. Although they clearly stated that relationships between different departments were allowed, who could say for certain? As for major life events, as Guan Mi said, there was no need to rush at such a young age. However, Zhang Ji was skeptical of Guan Mi's words about good men being ahead. Oh, no matter how good a man was, what would it matter? Could it really be like in dramas where love at first sight bubbles up? Isn't love just dopamine? There's nothing mystical about it. She's certainly not the type to be infatuated with love. She worked overtime until 11 o'clock before leaving the company with Guan Mi. At this point the subway had already stopped and the two of them were not headed in the same direction, so they had to call separate ride-hailing cars home. Seeing the estimated fare of 35 yuan on her phone, Zhang Ji felt a pang in her heart. I'm so broke. The old neighborhood has narrow roads and the driver was unwilling to go in. After getting out of the car, Zhang Ji still had to walk for a few minutes. While walking she noticed a food stall by the roadside and her steps naturally slowed down. Gurgle. Her stomach. From a health perspective, she shouldn't eat anything at this time. However, after so much mental exhaustion, the smell of various foods made her feel quite uncomfortable from hunger. Zhang Ji, want to eat something? At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Zhang Ji instinctively raised her groggy head and froze in place. Clean. That kind of cleanliness that transcends the worldly, as if she were in another layer of reality. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The deep red smokeless charcoal in front of the food stall flickered with sparks as hot oil dripped down. A disarray of red and blue plastic tables were set up haphazardly. He sat quietly among them, his skin reflecting a cool white under the t-shirt, and those pitch black and deep eyes looked at her like a character stepped out of a comic. To be honest, he wasn't devastatingly handsome, but that ethereal and refined feeling was something that even the most handsome could hardly possess. Who is this? Zhang Ji's mind briefly stalled. Someone she knew. But after running through her mind over and over, she couldn't place it. Oh dear. Come on, think quickly about who he is. Li Meng had been waiting here for a while. He didn't know much about Zhang Ji. However, there was only this one road back. As long as she returned today, she would definitely take this path. Seeing Zhang Ji's dazed expression, he felt a slight relaxation in his heart, which meant that his efforts had not been in vain. In this era, socializing for adults was a luxury event that consumed a lot of energy and time. If you do not exhibit enough value outwardly, others will generally assume that you do not wish to socialize, thus respecting your personal choice. It's just like in the animal kingdom. When a peacock wishes to interact with the opposite sex, it will spread its tail. This is not merely attraction, but a signal to convey to the other party. Zhang Ji, come eat a bits on me, he invited again. This time Zhang Ji seemed to awaken from a dream and instinctively responded. Okay. She stepped closer and stole a few glances at Li Meng, finding him increasingly familiar. Suddenly a somewhat silent and plump figure surfaced in her mind. You are Li. Brother Li. Sang Ji exclaimed in shock. It was normal to recognize him. After all, Li Meng's features had not changed, just been refined. I've been losing weight recently, so I look a bit slimmer. You didn't recognize me, did you? Li Meng smiled and invited her to sit down. This was being a little slimmer. They hadn't seen each other for just a few days, yet he had lost so much weight. Sang Ji looked at Li Meng from head to toe, and indeed noticed that he was still a little chubby, but under that excessively ethereal aura coupled with the dimming light, she had not perceived it at first. They say chubby people are potential stocks, you see it now, right? Li Meng joked. Sang Ji came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaning forward with half of her bottom on the plastic chair. I'm sorry, Brother Li, you've changed so much that I didn't recognize you. It's normal, I was ill before and gained weight due to hormones, so it's also come off relatively quickly. Li Meng had grown accustomed to spreading this narrative. So that's how it is, Brother Li, why are you still awake so late? Sang Ji's voice involuntarily lowered a bit. After all, it's said that people with high attractiveness have simple lives. I was running to lose weight, but there were obstacles everywhere, and I couldn't keep it up. Li Meng picked up a skewer of squid from the plate and offered it to Sang Ji. She looked at the oily squid skewer and the smiling Li Meng, instinctively taking it. Thank you, Brother Li. She truly needed to completely reevaluate this person. Li Meng ordered some more barbecue and added 2 cups of cold beer. They spent a full hour eating. Sang Ji appeared to be someone who didn't talk much, but in reality, once familiar, she had a lot to say. After a cup of beer, her face turned rosy, and she began to complain to Li Meng about the recent overtime at Huaxing. She spoke of her efforts in school. She mentioned her good friend Guan Mi from the same year. She also talked about a colleague from another department who seemed to be interested in her, but she had no interest in him. However, the more Li Meng listened, the stranger he felt. Back in school, my roommates were always about love and relationships, but I wasn't interested in that. I just enjoyed reading Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams alone in the library. Whenever I saw them wasting their time, how should I put it, Brother Li, you understand? Li Meng looked at Sang Ji, who was a bit tipsy and grandiloquent, unable to help but smile slightly. This girl was quite interesting. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation, exchanged WeChat, and didn't part ways until midnight. Brother Li, thank you for treating me to barbecue today, Sang Ji said softly as she regained some clarity in front of her room. Next time I will treat you to a meal. Wait until you get regularized. I will be waiting for your meal. Li Meng replied with a smile. After returning to his room, Li Meng checked the changes in affection level. System prompt: current affection level of Sang Ji is 40. Sang Ji's affection level has reached the 2nd stage, gaining the encouragement of a wealthy benefactor and immunity to all diseases. In just one meal, Sang Ji's affection level jumped from 20 to 40. At this stage, they were already friends. This was just a young girl entering society, and Li Meng's image likely coincided perfectly with her preferences. Otherwise, if it were someone who had been around for several years, it would have been impossible to achieve such results so quickly. In this light, raising the affection level to 60 within a month doesn't seem too difficult. Although the immunity to all diseases doesn't show immediate effects, it is much better than cash rewards. In the future, during his free time, he could use his mental interference ability to analyze his physical changes. After tidying up, Li Meng didn't rush to sleep, because he could rely on his mental interference ability to feel fully refreshed after just 3 to 4 hours of sleep. He turned on his desktop computer, which he had used for over 4 years. High-performance laptops were too expensive for him, so he had always used a desktop. He opened his email and looked at the outsourcing tasks sent by Shuangge. The project involved a tech company. Upon checking, he found that it was a company not very large in scale, established for less than 10 years, valued at several hundred million, but had been making vigorous efforts in the past 2 years. Given Shuangge's age, if he had started working from the time the company was small, it was quite possible that he had now become the department manager. Any higher, and it would be difficult, as age was a limiting factor. After a careful reading, there were a total of 4 projects, 2 of which involved data cleaning and ETL process design, which he ignored. These tasks were tedious and lacked technical content. Shuangge, who was currently the most respected person in his network, sending work his way, was on the surface to ask for help, but in reality, there must be other intentions. It was likely that he wanted to recruit new talent. However, since it had been 2 years since they last met, it was also a test of his current capabilities, equivalent to an interview. The other 2 projects had a bit of difficulty. A regular person would probably take several weeks to complete. Li Meng focused on the last project. A car parts factory asked Jin Han to build an IoT platform for equipment to collect machine tool data in real time. However, after the system went live, it frequently had false alarms. Jin Han had investigated internally for 2 weeks without finding the cause, so they outsourced it, hoping to bring in an external perspective for collective brainstorming. Could he accomplish what Jin Han failed to do in 2 weeks? Li Meng's fingers stroked the mouse, contemplating that if the range of his mental interference included the human brain, there was no reason he couldn't interfere with electronic devices and data. He decided to start with the simplest approach: directly link his consciousness to the computer and input data with intention. As his mind shifted the next moment, the computer screen flickered twice. Then irregular code appeared on the screen, standing straight in the center of the desktop, as if an invisible ghost had breached the system's limitations to form a line of text. Hello world, he succeeded. It was even easier than he had imagined. Li Meng's heart raced, feeling a bit excited. This scene was no less than the first time words appeared on a computer screen at its inception. This was input. What if he attempted to output from the computer back into his mind? He directed his gaze at the factory's data packet, and the next moment, a vast amount of data flooded his mind, every character clear as day, and everything about this data packet was no longer a secret to him, including the reason that Jean Han had failed to find for 2 weeks, which he grasped in an instant. In the quiet dark room, only Li Meng's breathing could be heard, and the cold light of the screen illuminated his somewhat shocked face. From this moment on, he was the god of data. Humanity once harbored such fantasies. Could a technology be invented that directly transmits data into the human brain, thus bypassing the arduous process of memorization? Yet numerous difficulties loomed ahead, making humanity realize that this was nearly impossible to achieve. Now Li Mao has accomplished it through his superpower of manipulating reality. In theory, his brain is now a database capable of downloading various knowledge from the internet at will. Moreover, it's not merely about memory. His mental interference possesses formidable information digestion capabilities. Li Mao quickly downloaded several books from the internet and performed data transfer. After several attempts, he confirmed the reliability of his ability. The human brain has its limits. Research indicates that the maximum information storage capacity is about 5 PB. 1 PB equals 1024 terabytes, and 1 terabyte is 1024 gigabytes. In some fantasy works, there are scenarios where excessive information overloads the brain, causing problems. Under the power of mental interference, his brain resembles a super-optimized compression package capable of compressing information to an extremely small size. Obsolete information that is not needed can be deeply compressed into the recesses of his mind, only to be decompressed and called upon when necessary. This way, at least for a long time, he need not worry about his brain's capacity being insufficient. With the burden of becoming a fool due to overwhelming data lifted, Li Mao began to contemplate another potential danger. Connection and input are achievable. So can memories be deleted? Upon this thought, he attempted to remove the content of a previously memorized book from his mind. The sensation was indescribable, akin to a canvas splashed with colors slowly fading to white, then dissolving into nothingness. He struggled to recall the contents of that book, but it was as if it had vanished completely. Indeed, deletion was possible. Li Mao paused, uncertain of how to feel or react to this outcome. After validating his thought, he felt a vague fear regarding his abilities. Extraordinary power comes with considerable risks. Being able to delete knowledge implies the capability to tamper with other normal memories. His brain is not a true computer. There is no opportunity for a system reinstall. He reminded himself to be exceedingly cautious in the use and exploration of his extraordinary powers. Each step he takes now feels like crossing a river by feeling for stones. However, Li Mao is not the type to be deterred by fear. While fear arises within him, he also feels an immense excitement about this supernatural power that surpasses human intellect. Such a manifestation is precisely what he desires. If the so-called extraordinary powers are merely enhanced strength and stronger defense, what significance do they hold? What value would there be in giving up a life of leisure and luxury to undertake such tremendous risks? This danger only reassures him that he is indeed on the right path. Alright, the analysis is concluded. It's time to take off. Li Mao rubbed his hands together, reminding himself to stay calm, to remain composed. Even if a certain degree of safety is established, downloading a massive amount of data all at once into his brain is inadvisable. The digestive power of his mental energy relies on his mental strength, hence, it must have limits. But undoubtedly, Li Mao can effortlessly master any publicly available knowledge on Earth with just a flick of his fingers. More specifically, that knowledge which can be learned through diligent effort. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He first attempted to download the entire Oxford Dictionary along with some English teaching videos. Super Rich tasked the language skills of the super rich. For every foreign language mastered, gain 20 super rich points. Upon reaching proficiency, gain an additional 20 points. System encouragement, a language has reached the mastery level, gaining 20 super rich points. What pleasant surprises. With 40 super rich points for each foreign language, considering the numerous countries around the world, there are at least dozens or even hundreds of foreign languages to learn. Assuming 100 languages, he could ultimately reap 4,000 super rich points from the system. A sudden surge of wealth. He also downloaded several gigabytes of English courses from various professional education websites. As a vast amount of English knowledge flooded into his brain, it was refined and digested by his mental interference ability. Li Mao felt as if he instinctively mastered English. System encouragement, a language has reached the proficiency level, gaining 20 super rich points. Next came French, German, Japanese, Russian. Li Mao engaged in batch learning. System encouragement, a language has reached the mastery level gaining 20 super rich points. System encouragement, a language has reached the proficiency level gaining 20 super rich points. The mechanical notifications from the system continuously flashed in his mind. However, after Li Mao finished learning English, French, German, Japanese, and Russian, he suddenly felt an unusual mental fatigue. His body seemed affected as well. His forehead began to burn, feeling as if it had reached 40 degrees. It seems this is the current limit for single-instance input and digestion of knowledge. There remains a point of unused free attribute. Should he allocate it to mental strength? After a moment of hesitation, Li Mao chose to forego that option. He wanted to personally experience the consequences of this mental exhaustion. Just like an inexperienced doctor who has never seen a patient fall ill, he would lack the experience to treat the next. If he truly cannot endure it, he can still add that bit of free attribute. Rubbing his temples, he took a deep breath to suppress the fatigue and discomfort, glancing at the super rich system. Super rich points, 200 points. This is unprecedented wealth, enough to buy out all the products in the store and then upgrade it. Just uncertain whether the products would refresh immediately after the upgrade. Cash 1,010 super rich points. Buy. System acquired a 140 square meter riverside property in the southern part of the city. A 140 square meter riverside property in the southern part of the city. The south of the city is an old district with few new buildings, but the riverside area is still close to the city center. This 140 square meter property must be worth at least 3 million. However, Li Mao does not plan to leave this rented room in the short term, as Seng Ji is still here. Perfect muscle enhancement, 50 super rich points. Buy. It felt as if a rush of heat surged from deep within his muscles. His body was sore and soft, followed by slight swelling pain. Zzz. It was hard to tell whether it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a sound akin to fat sizzling on the fire. Coupled with mental fatigue, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Li Mao forced himself to stay awake and sent the completed package to Zhao Xuan. He barely managed to lie down on the bed before descending into deep sleep. In the pitch-black room, the only light came from the computer. The desktop's cooling fan emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the screen displayed a message indicating that the transmission was complete. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Mao's fingers twitched. In the next moment, he slowly sat up, fully awake. He glanced out the window where the blinding sunlight streamed in, casting its glow upon the white sheets. The time on his phone read 8:20 in the morning. He had slept for a long stretch, nearly 8 hours. He was late for. However, Li Mao was not anxious. After all, he had no intention of continuing his job. The apartment was silent, as those who needed to work had already left. At this moment, the feeling of mental fatigue had vanished, and he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. It was a sensation reminiscent of the boundless vitality of his teenage years. He glanced down and beheld 8 perfect abdominal muscles and uniformly sized pectoral muscles. His arms and legs displayed distinct lines. Even without scrutinizing them in a mirror, he could feel the significance of the word perfect. System notification: weight has reached a balanced level. Mission of weight loss completed. Received encouragement from the system. Super fitness talent. Super fitness talent: when you exercise, you can achieve a 10-fold efficiency boost. Li Mao stared in shock, reading the encouragement several times. Is it about exercise efficiency? Compared to the current method of relying solely on enhancing mental attributes through points, physical attributes could actually be trained. With the Daos reward for diligence combined with the 10-fold efficiency, it was possible that his physical attributes could surpass his mental attributes in a short time. He stood up and walked to the bathroom, observing himself in the mirror. Beneath his fair skin, his muscles were well-defined, not overly bulky. Compared to just a few days ago, he had undergone a complete transformation. He took a look at his weight. Weight 160 gene. It had decreased slightly, but not by much. It seemed that with high muscle density, even a higher weight could still achieve a balanced physique. Otherwise, with a muscular build and a height of 1 meter 80, a weight of only 150 gene, or even less, would make him appear too thin. The attribute panel had also changed significantly. Li Mao. Physical 80. Charm 75. Mental 102. His physical attribute had surged to 80, and his charm had increased by 5 points. Once an attribute reaches 80, it is essentially the ceiling for ordinary people, anything beyond that likely indicates a professional athlete. This perfect physique was not what he had envisioned, the pinnacle of human musculature. Rather, it represented a level of perfection achievable by a super wealthy individual. Clearly, the terrifying musculature of a professional fitness level from the perspective of such a wealthy individual was far from perfect. After a quick wash, he left his home. He hailed a ride to the Yuping Gym. In Jiang City at Jinhan Technology, on the 22nd floor of the technical department, Zhao Xuan, enjoying the air conditioning, gazed out at the cityscape while sipping coffee. Having only worked at the company for 5 years, including his internship year, he had successfully climbed to the position of technical director, complete with his own office. This was partly due to his early arrival, but also because he was the son-in-law of one of the founders and major shareholders. He opened his computer and habitually checked his work emails, addressing the most important tasks first. he noticed a reply email from Li Mao. He had never anticipated that Li Mao would complete the task in just one night, not even the easiest one. Yet as he opened the email, the calmness on his face gradually faded, replaced by increasing disbelief. He then clicked into the workgroup and forwarded it to his subordinates in the technical department. Xiao Go test this package quickly. Received. After waiting a while, Zhao Shuang grew restless, stood up, and left the office to head to Xiao Jia's workstation. It wasn't until another half an hour had passed that he could definitively confirm that the package had no issues and had passed the test flawlessly. He hurried back to the office and immediately called Li Mao. At that moment, Li Mao had just arrived outside the sports hall. Xiao Gu. Li Mao, how did you do it? Zhao Shuang's tone was filled with incredulity. In fact, these packages were ones he had forwarded, never imagining that Li Mao would choose this one. Due to the current workload in the department, they had placed this large task in the hope that some team might take it on, even if only a portion could be resolved. But even with the combined technical prowess of everyone in their department, this package would take at least 2 months to resolve. Now in just one night, Li Mao had completed it. How did he precisely find these 16 lines of code from a mountain? This was akin to finding 16 vulnerabilities in a massive system overnight. He had resolved both their reported issues and those that had gone unnoticed. Is this something a person can achieve? Even with the evidence before him, he felt as if he were dreaming. Li Mao remained calm. After all, there were many geniuses in this world. Was he just another one? Moreover, countless historical figures have shown us that even the most astonishing technological achievements are not impossible in this world. He had barely begun. System notification, career section not activated. Participating in social development and enhancing personal influence will activate the career section. Personal influence. Li Mao pondered. He felt that the prompt that appeared at this time was clearly related to Xiao Ge's phone call. If he understood correctly, personal influence likely did not refer to how much money he had. Rather, it referred to how many impactful things he had done for society. A landlord worth billions might not have the same level of influence as a senior executive of a large enterprise. It certainly could not surpass that of a local official earning tens of thousands a month. But this was just his speculation. He planned to try for a senior executive position at Xiao Ge's company. Xiao Gu. Li Mao did not offer any evasive or ambiguous answers. He firmly told him, I am now more formidable than you can imagine. My technical level is sky high. For a person to make progress, they cannot hide away waiting for others to guess their thoughts. Only your parents will feed you in society. You must clearly and accurately convey your abilities and what you desire. I am open to any form of technical interview because I know what my capabilities are. This overflowing confidence from his voice could save a lot of unnecessary talk. The implication of his words was clear. He wanted to progress. Zhao Shuang fell silent for a moment, finally managing to digest this information before responding somewhat dryly. My small temple cannot accommodate such a great Buddha. The highest position in Jinhan's technical department was merely that of a technical director. He couldn't simply give up his own position. No matter how skilled he was technically, coming to Jinhan would only allow him to be the deputy in the technical department. Xiao Gu, you know me, after being bedridden for a year, due to illness, I really need a platform to prove myself, but I may not stay long. Do you want me, eh? Hearing Li Mao's voice, Zhao Shuang answered without hesitation, yes. Only a fool would say no. Owning a Ferrari, even for just a second, is still ownership. They agreed that Li Mao would visit Jinhan today. Such personnel decisions were not solely his to make and required multiple rounds of interviews. However, the approximate salary and position were provided. Specifics would be discussed after the interview. After all, no matter how much Zhao Shuang trusted Li Mao, being able to give him a referral of that level was already beyond his authority. Technical deputy director with an annual salary of 1.2 million plus stock options. After hanging up, Li Mao let out a long breath. This could be regarded as the first step in his career. His capabilities were evident. As long as he was given a chance, he was not worried about passing the interview. Once officially employed, the career section of the super wealthy system would likely react. After gathering his thoughts, he looked up at the old Yuping gym. He was late today. The previous person, Xue Mingyuan, surely would not be pleased, and now that he had found his next opportunity, there was no need to waste time here. He would resign today. He hadn't forgotten that Sister Zhang was introducing him to girls. What if one of them scored over 80 points? In recent days, he had been noticing high-appeal women and had indeed seen some with charm ratings exceeding 80 points on the streets. Yet they were not related to him. Approaching a stranger in a city as a goblin carried a risk of failure, but the real concern was being reported for harassment. Now that his appearance had improved significantly, perhaps he could give it a try. He strode into the gym and an intense pungent odor immediately assaulted him. Cough, cough. Li Ming instinctively cleared his throat twice, but it was merely a reflex, not a sign of disgust. His mental interference had automatically scanned the surrounding information, swiftly filtering out harmful elements. This sudden change left Li Ming momentarily stunned. In his unique perspective, harmful gases appeared as red mist flowing past his body like water, or being filtered into a transparent form by an invisible barrier as they surged into his nostrils. From this, it was clear that the ability of mental interference possessed a reaction akin to human instinct even though it had not been consciously activated. Yet when faced with danger it could likely trigger automatically leading to unpredictable outcomes. At least for now this outcome seemed to be a positive one. He lifted his head and saw Xue Mingyuan and the others standing awkwardly in the venue holding spray bottles. Sister Zhang was sneezing uncontrollably, muttering curses in a dialect. Oh you few. The smell was truly overwhelming and the new director emerged from the office looking displeased as he questioned the three. What's going on here? We're just doing some disinfection, Xue Mingyuan replied in a panic. Is this disinfect? Why is it so pungent? The director was so angry he wanted to give him a good scolding. Don't you know the district is coming over soon? It was precisely because he knew that he had come early to disinfect. Xue Mingyuan and the others felt utterly helpless. They had planned this themselves yesterday, but who knew what was wrong with the disinfection spray that made it so overpoweringly pungent? The director was also at a loss, knowing that the most important thing now was to solve the problem. He waved at Li Ming, who was standing not far from the door. We're not open today. Because Li Ming had lost a lot of weight in a short time and changed his clothes and hairstyle, the director thought he was someone there to play basketball. Li Ming casually continued walking. He had not been working there for long and his salary was meager. However, one should complete their tasks. Sister Zhang treated him well. Apart from Zhao Shuang, he was currently an excellent social contact in her network. On one hand, he wanted to say goodbye to Sister Zhang, and on the other, he wanted her to see the changes in him. Sister Zhang surely knew top-tier women. If he didn't let her see his good side, how would she introduce him to charming lady? I'm here to resign. The director paused, a hint of confusion on his face. He didn't even remember that there was a temporary worker in the venue. Sister Zhang looked closely at Li Ming, instinctively gasping, followed by a few coughs. Cough, cough. Little Li, did you get plastic surgery? Even if I had plastic surgery, it wouldn't have been this quick. No, I just got a haircut. Li Ming chuckled, moving to open the window nearest to Sister Zhang to let in some fresh air. Sister Zhang scrutinized Li Ming's appearance, feeling that not only had his image changed dramatically, but his spirit and energy stood in stark contrast to the subdued aura he had just days ago. When he first arrived, he had seemed lifeless, as if recovering from a serious illness. Now he radiated youthful vigor. Good, 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 Sister Zhang smiled and repeatedly affirmed, her tone both wistful and joyful. Only then did Xue Mingyuan and the others realize this was the temporary worker from yesterday. You. Xue Mingyuan looked at him and managed to say, you're late. However, he knew that this posed no threat to Li Ming. After all, he was just a temporary worker. Wang Cici's eyes flashed with surprise. It was this still that person from yesterday? It wasn't that he was extraordinarily handsome now, but rather that his aura was uniquely striking. He appeared as clean as a character from a movie. Seeing the director's confused expression, Xue Mingyuan quickly reminded him of Li Ming's identity. Director, he is that temporary worker, just the one doing odd jobs. The director furrowed his brows upon hearing this. What time is it that you're just arriving for work? Come over here, open the windows with them, and tidy up the place. Li Ming certainly would not be tidying up. He directly stated, I'm here to resign. Resign? The director's expression soured. Even if you're resigning, you need to submit a report in advance for approval. I'm a temporary worker. Li Ming glanced at the director, and it was agreed upon when I came that I could leave at any time. Sister Zhang chuckled beside him. I know there was such an agreement. Watching the director's somewhat displeased face, she said slowly, if there are too many rules, we won't be able to attract people. After all, the compensation was just that. The new director remained silent. He didn't linger, directly ordering a few people to open the windows and disperse. Then he surprisingly rolled up his sleeves and joined them in cleaning, which made Li Ming regard him with newfound respect. Only Sister Zhang displayed some disdain, not moving at all. Instead, she looked at Li Ming with great interest, continuing to ask, Little Li, where are you working now? Li Ming's resignation surely meant he had found a new job. Jinhan, Technical Deputy Director. Li Ming only mentioned the company's name and his position. He felt this was enough for Sister Zhang. Jinhan was certainly not a super large enterprise. Most outsiders had never even heard of it. However, Sister Zhang was well informed, and upon hearing, her eyes brightened slightly in surprise. Not bad, Little Li, congratulations on your success. Technical Deputy Director. This would at least mean a salary of $1 million a year plus stock options and year-end bonuses, possibly totaling up to $2 million. Even if one were from a different place without a house or car, and with a poor family background in Jiangxing, they would definitely be considered a high-level talent. Sister Zhang didn't fully believe it, planning to inquire about it soon. She didn't know anyone at Jinhan, but for personnel changes of this level, it would be easy to find out with a few inquiries, and even the official website would announce it. After chatting for a bit, Li Ming did not linger too long. He still had to attend several rounds of interviews at Jinhan. However, not long after he stepped out, an unexpected voice suddenly called out from behind him. Brotherly. Li Ming halted his steps and turned around. He saw Wang Cici hurrying towards him, smiling sweetly, albeit somewhat shyly. Brother Li, I'm Wang Cici, responsible for the finance department. If you're leaving, you can't skip your salary. Li Ming glanced at her, unable to discern her intentions, and politely replied. Thank you, I wasn't planning to take it. It's your due labor. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll send it to you after I report it later. Sure, sorry for the trouble. Regardless of her intentions, Li Ming naturally remained polite to someone who greeted him with a smile. After stepping off the vehicle, Li Mao stood on the smooth expanse of the plaza, gazing upward at the 29-story TNI tower. Though not the tallest commercial building in Jiangxing, it was certainly no bargain basement. Its location was prime. Only firms of considerable stature could secure tenancy here. Floors 21 and 22 were entirely occupied by Jinhan technology, each spanning over 250 square meters. En route, he had meticulously researched the company's background. Though he'd heard of it before, his prior knowledge remained scant. Should he accept employment, a thorough understanding would be indispensable. Jinhan was a technology firm grounded in a philosophy prioritizing technical excellence over aggressive marketing, with many of its core clients bearing state-owned enterprise affiliations, suggesting possible institutional ties. Though still unlisted, its valuation likely approached 500 million yuan. Its full-time staff numbered approximately 150, including all outsourced personnel. The total workforce exceeded 200. On the 21st floor of TNI Tower, the central air conditioning system circulated a crisp, refreshing chill. Gleaming white ceramic tiles formed a mirror-smooth floor, while sleek, futuristic modular lighting hung from the ceiling. Its reception area bathed in luminous clarity. A uniquely sculpted relief adorned the wall, an enigmatic eye-like Rubik's Cube. Jinhan's core. Through the reception desk, one could see a vast, open-plan office partitioned by glass walls, densely populated with over 100 workstations, most occupied. Beyond lay a series of functional cubicles and private offices. 2 receptionists manned the desk, a clear sign of robust growth and steady visitor traffic. Chen Qingyi wore a crisp, white polo shirt beneath a tailored blazer, her hair pulled back into a neat, her high heels pinched, unavoidable given her modest height, and the relentless sartorial competition among her peers, all clad in heels. Without them, she'd stand out starkly, like a crane among sparrows. Her complexion was porcelain pale, her frame slender, her fingers elegant, veins faintly visible beneath translucent skin. Her features carried a delicate, youthful softness. Her naturally thick hair bore subtle signs of fragility, dull, slightly yellowed tips lending an added air of tender vulnerability. At that moment, she worked alongside a colleague to organize visitor documents and cross-check the reception log, her temples gently massaged, fatigue lingering from a restless night. The automatic glass doors slid open, admitting a tall young man in a black t-shirt. Chen Qingyi glanced up and felt as though pristine white paper had met pure, unblemished ink, a striking, singular handsomeness. Her pulse quickened. This visitor's aura was extraordinary. Before she could utter a word, her colleague, Xiao Mei, had already stepped forward. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Chen Qingyi widened her eyes, slightly glancing askance at Xiao Mei. Wasn't this visitor assigned to her? Normally reluctant to take on even one extra guest, yet now she'd eagerly seized the task. Indeed, exceptional looks opened doors everywhere, a truth she knew intimately. Li Mao did not reply immediately. Instead, his gaze lingered briefly on Chen Qingyi. He recognized her. Name: Chen Qingyi, constitution 73, charm 89, mental resilience 75, favorability 10. Such arresting beauty confirmed she met the charm threshold. More significantly, he knew her. "Junior sister, long time no see," he said, offering a gentle smile. Chen Qingyi, his junior at university majoring in fine arts, had crossed his path through their shared membership in a campus club. She remained in his WeChat contacts to this day, though they'd never exchanged a single message. Chen Qingyi's lips parted slightly in surprise, searching her memory in vain for his face. "You are?" It was perfectly understandable. Shangji had recognized him only because they'd lived under the same roof, Chen Qingyi, and he had scarcely spoken and hadn't seen each other in over 2 years. Li Mao said nothing, merely unlocked his phone, opened WeChat, found her contact, and sent a smile emoji, the kind elders habitually deployed as a polite, unremarkable greeting. Chen Qingyi's phone vibrated. Before she could glance at it, the elevator doors chimed open. There stood Zhao Shuang, director of the technical department, and widely rumored across the company to be the chairman's son-in-law, a man often dubbed a connections hire. "Xiaoli, did you just undergo tribulation transcendence? You're so handsome I barely recognized you. Come on, I've been waiting ages." Li Mao gave Chen Qingyi a courteous nod before stepping into the elevator and ascending to the 22nd floor with Zhao Shuang. Chen Qingyi stared blankly at her phone. The contact labeled computer major senior brother Li had just sent that very smile. At last, memory stirred Li Mao. She recalled his surname, but his given name escaped her. More perplexing still, she couldn't recall his former appearance at all. Yet whatever he'd looked like then, it certainly hadn't matched this. Otherwise, she'd never have forgotten. "Qingyi, do you know him?" Xiao Mei asked, curiosity gleaming. "He's a senior of mine studying computer science. Seems like..." "Are you face blind?" "He's breathtaking, and you say seems like. He wasn't this handsome back then." "Ah, I see. He reinvented himself, just for you, climbed the ladder, and now he's tracked you down right here at our company." "You're impossible," Chen Qingyi sighed, exasperated. "But what is he doing here?" Zhao Zong and you both attended the same university. He studied computer science, so he must have been internally recommended. Xiao Mei's reasoning rang true, and Chun Qingyi silently agreed. Her own major had offered little advantage, landing a position at a major firm after graduation proved daunting. After exhaustive searching, only Jin Han had extended an offer for the front desk role, citing her strong visual presence. She'd nearly declined, until Jin Han won the least objectionable employer contest. At 6,000 yuan monthly salary plus housing and meal allowances and standard ADA, 6 p.m. hours, it was an exceptional start for a fresh graduate. In today's market, even finding a front desk job ending at 6 o'clock was rare. Technical department, 22nd floor, director's office. It's been a while. You've undergone quite a transformation. Though familiar, Mao's facial structure remained unchanged, only refined, sharpened. Zhao Shuang had never seen Mao in his heavier days, making recognition effortless. As for Shuang, he'd changed little over the past 2 years, yet acquired the poised, commanding aura of an elite professional befitting his role as department director. Men matured dramatically. Besides, I'd just recovered from a serious illness. Maybe excessive hormone therapy triggered some genetic optimization, or even mutation. Mao teased. I wish I could optimize. Zhao Shuang quirked an eyebrow. They exchanged a quiet, knowing smile, both catching the faint wistfulness shadowing each other's features. Time had raced forward. The initial strangeness of a 2-year separation dissolved swiftly. Within moments, easy familiarity returned. A dedicated interview workstation stood ready in the office. There will be 5 rounds of interviews. I'm leading the first. Consider it passed. Zhao Shuang invited Mao to sit and outline the process. Next come 3 rounds of cross-functional technical interviews online, followed by a final executive round. Given your caliber, the CEO will certainly meet you personally. Mao nodded, ready to begin at once. The technical interview consists of 3 rounds, each conducted by a different technical consultant. All of them are senior talents from prestigious universities and large research institutes, aiming to minimize the possibility of cheating. In this era, while academic qualifications are important, the situation is different from the past. If your skills truly exceed expectations, and you are a worthy talent, companies will not hesitate to extend an olive branch. Nowadays, major companies have similar talent recruitment mechanisms. To be precise, such mechanisms existed in the past, but they were not as refined as they are now. The so-called internal referrals are one manifestation of this. Many individuals with lower academic qualifications enter large enterprises through internal recommendations from their peers. For Mao, the 3 rounds of technical interviews are quite easy. Generally, interviews are divided into 2 parts: practical operations and theoretical knowledge. In the practical operations section, Mao's mental interference is akin to a god of code and data posed. The only shortfall lies in the theoretical knowledge, so on his way to Jin Han, he downloaded some challenging technical materials to fill this gap. Currently, he is a polymath proficient in language databases, algorithms, operating systems, and other theoretical knowledge. The office is quiet, with only the sound of Mao conversing with the technical consultant across from him, or the silence of practical operations. From just after 9 in the morning until around noon, the interviews lasted for over 3 hours before concluding. During the 3rd round of interviews, the consultant opposite, astonished by Mao's high level of expertise, disregarded the contractual agreements with Jin Han and extended an invitation from the Research Institute. The senior director of the Research Institute gazed at Mao through the camera of the monitor with bright eyes. Such a promising young talent. He was already over 40, considered an old hand in this field, hence he had retreated to a secondary role at the Research Institute, where the work intensity was much lighter compared to first-line enterprises. A person like Mao is not an ordinary genius. He is the kind of genius who can disrupt the industry with his technical prowess. With a correct strategic mindset and a good direction, he could even create a new opportunity without needing to ride the coattails of existing trends. The time was too short for him to completely gauge the technical limits of the others, but at present it seems he is somewhat underappreciated at Jin Han. Zhao Shuang's eyelids twitched, but he felt it inappropriate to say anything to that big shot. He hurriedly went outside to call the chairman. Dad, I'm not joking, this is truly impressive. The entire interview was recorded, and it's already been sent to your email. Director Zhang from the Research Institute has invited him. This is his father-in-law Lu Jiaxing, the chairman and president of the company, as well as the founder. Although Zhao Shuang has been accused of being a kept man as his wife is 5 years older than him, they genuinely share a loving relationship. He is also highly respected and valued by this father-in-law, without the typical scenarios where a son-in-law is looked down upon. The interview videos and the opinions of the 3 consultants were compiled and sent to the board of directors, as well as to the heads of various departments and the executive office. The results did not come out immediately, but it seemed almost certain. As for the originally scheduled chairman's interview, it was not said to take place today, as Zhao Shuang merely patted Mao on the shoulder. Shall we, let's go, my treat. Let's celebrate properly today. Zhao Shuang took Mao directly down to the basement and drove to an upscale restaurant with great style. After dinner, Zhao Shuang returned to the company, while Li Mao planned to go to the riverside property he had bought from the system prompt. The property certificate and keys can be collected at any time. Li Mao was momentarily stunned, then found a restroom in the mall, squatting in a stall to select the option to collect. In the next moment, a folder appeared in his hand. Compared to attribute points and talents, this is the first time he has received a tangible item from the system. He stroked the cover of the craft paper bag, feeling a bit strange. He took out the property certificate. The address was written on it: Jiangtian Juanxi Building 6, Unit A1201. When he arrived at the location, Li Mao saw the spacious main entrance with 2 young security guards standing at the door. Holding the property certificate, he was allowed to enter without any obstruction. The house was not the second-hand property he initially thought, but rather a newly opened residential complex. The greenery along the way was excellent, the roads were clean and tidy, and the building heights were generally around 20 floors. Finally arriving at the entrance, he opened the door and was greeted by a spacious and well-decorated apartment. With light-colored large tiles, floor-to-ceiling windows, leather sofas, and light-colored carpets. There was even a small bar with a wall-mounted wine cabinet, though it was empty, without any wine. At 140 square meters with a high usable area, it features 3 large bedrooms and a study. Li Mao turned on the central air conditioning, lay back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and stared blankly at the crystal chandelier on the living room ceiling. He actually owns a house now. System prompt: obtained the first property, completed hidden achievement task. Reward 1 attribute point, another attribute point. Li Mao directly allocated it to his mental attribute, keeping a bit reserved for breaking through his bottleneck. Mental 103. The afternoon sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sound of the central air conditioning felt like a lullaby. Li Mao squinted his eyes, feeling an immense sense of comfort, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He felt he could resist this natural urge to sleep, but he chose not to. He gradually fell asleep. Dingling. He was awakened by the sound of his phone. Opening his eyes, he found that the sun had not set much. It was around 3 in the afternoon. The caller was not Shuanggu, but his mother. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" Li Mao felt a bit puzzled. Why would his mother call him at this time? "Son," his mother Gao Yun spoke in a calm voice, as if weighing her words before cautiously asking, "Did you quit your job?" Li Mao paused, tapping his fingers on the leather sofa. He had just resigned in the morning, and now it was the afternoon. If it weren't for someone stirring things up, how could his parents hundreds of miles away know? "Mom, where did you hear that news?" "Your 4th uncle called me. He said someone from your workplace sent a termination notice to the village asking to Upon hearing this, Li Mao understood. When he joined the company, he had registered his ID card, which contained the address of his hometown. His phone vibrated again. Zhao Shuang sent a message via WeChat. "You have passed the interview. The final round with the chairman is just a formality tomorrow. The signing of the contract is at 9 in the morning with an onboarding ceremony." Seeing that Li Mao remained silent, Gao Yun assumed he was feeling upset about losing his job. "Son, it's okay. You can find another job." "Mom, it's fine. Oh, I've already changed jobs." "Changed jobs?" "To a tech company as the deputy general manager of the department with an annual salary of over $1 million. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed only by faint breathing, and then Gao Yun's bewildered voice. "Son, you're not joking, are you?" "Mom, I just passed the interview today. Oh, I start work tomorrow, and there's an onboarding ceremony. They'll send you photos." Li Mao had no intention of hiding anything. This was all earned through his own strength, nothing to be ashamed of. It's not like he was merely relying on the godly wealth system's encouragement to acquire some unclear assets. Such matters are always hard to explain clearly to those close to him. Often a simple "you can trust that all of this is legal" suffices, but saying this to his parents would not alleviate their concerns, rather it would only increase their worry. Such statements are only suitable to be made when one has become strong enough in the future. At that time, even if he presents a multitude of system rewards, they would be taken for granted. Li Meng reluctantly walked a few circles in his first apartment, planning to return tonight. After all, Sang Ji was still at that rented place. Thinking of Sang Ji, Li Meng also recalled Chen Qingyi. He glanced at WeChat and noticed she had sent a message at some point which he had missed. It was the same smiley emoji he had sent. "Remember to welcome me properly tomorrow," he replied. He wasn't sure if Chen Qingyi was slacking off, but she replied almost instantly. "Senior, you really came to our company." The two of them skipped the usual small talk and naturally bypassed the trivial pleasantries. There were no awkward greetings or inquiries about each other's well-being, as if they had instantly reverted to their previous student interactions. "Your director Zhao personally picked me up. What do you think?" Li Meng sent a smug emoji. "Show off, crony. Hey, we went to the same school. If I'm a crony, how much better can you be?" "I'm relying on my skills." "I don't see any skills from you," she replied pointedly. Chen Qingyi instinctively glanced at her chest, her face turning slightly red, not from shyness but from warmth. She looked at Li Meng's message again. It was completely unambiguous, but she still felt he meant something else. Thus, she sent an angry emoji with gritted teeth. "If you ever need anything, you can count on me." "I'll look out for you at the company," Li Meng replied. "I got here before you. How can you really look out for me? Or should I look out for you? Remember to bring me a large cup of milk tea from Dao Wang Cha Ji tomorrow." Sure, I'll bring it for you. You really will. You don't have to be so polite. No. Yes. I want it. What a cheapskate pretending to be generous. Chun Qingyi trembled with anger upon seeing the message. She wanted to respond defiantly with a I don't want it, but her body honestly didn't follow through. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. After all, she was indeed broke. During university, she was part of the anime club and was now a seasoned cosplayer. She spent every bit of her earnings on makeup. Chun Qingyi's favorability reached 30 points, gained encouragement, godlike voice. Given their acquaintance from university, it was no surprise that their familiarity resulted in a decent starting favorability. Li Meng felt a tickle in his throat and coughed a few times, then tried to speak. Hey. His voice had a grabbing quality, as if it had evolved from an old cassette player to a billion-dollar sound system. It wasn't that the tone had fundamentally changed, but rather that the quality had significantly improved. It was similar to how his features had been optimized, refined rather than altered. Li Meng charm 78. The higher it goes, the harder it is to increase. His charm only rose by 3 points. Li Meng estimated that once he officially started his job and signed the contract tomorrow, his career would embark on a new journey, and with that change in status, his charm value would grow. He pulled up Sengji's WeChat, opting not to type, but to send a voice message. Are you free tonight? Kenshin Building Huaxing Group. It was afternoon and Sengji had been working late for several days, feeling groggy. Suddenly her phone vibrated with a frightening alert, leading her to think it was another new work assignment. There was no choice, such is the weight of life. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. Trying to appear calm, she opened her phone and saw Li Meng's profile picture. It was a voice message. It startled her. Sengji relaxed, clicked on the voice message, and the deep, compelling male voice immediately resonated in the office. Are you free tonight? She felt goosebumps all over, as if someone were whispering in her ear. For a moment the surroundings fell silent, and both familiar and unfamiliar faces turned to look. That voice was indeed captivating. Sengji's hand trembled, nearly dropping her phone. Her face turned slightly red, her toes curled against the shoe's sole, trying to maintain her composure, as she quickly typed a response. Please don't send voice messages. Yet it felt a bit too casual, so she deleted it and retyped. I'm working, it's not convenient for a voice message, please type. At that moment Guanmi had already placed her hand on Sengji's shoulder. Hey, such a nice male voice, Sang. He even asked if you're free tonight. You must have something going on. He's just an ordinary friend. Sengji quickly locked her phone and replied. I need to go to the restroom. Watching Sengji hurry toward the restroom, Guanmi rolled her eyes in disbelief. An ordinary friend? What kind of restroom are you going to? Inside the restroom, Sengji walked to the furthest stall and closed the door. She saw that Li Meng had sent a new message. Sorry, you'll type. Are you free tonight? I found a new job and want to celebrate. Do you want to join? This wasn't a very reasonable excuse, but sometimes a simple excuse was all that was needed regardless of its validity. Sengji hesitated. Li Meng noticed she was typing, seemingly deleting and retyping. After a few minutes he sent another message. Can I bring a friend? It's the Guanmi I mentioned before. Sure, I'll send you the location. Okay. Then Sengji replied again. This time I'll treat you. Choosing familiarity over novelty, Li Meng sent the location of the restaurant Zhao Shuang had taken him to. It's pretty close to our company. Since we're not working late today, let's meet at 7. Sengji checked the location and replied. Great, I'll wait for you. It was 6:30 in the evening. Sengji and Guanmi stepped out of the company's main door right on time. They truly didn't need to work late today, as they had completed the previous stage of work. However, everyone defaulted to staying late for competition, especially during their internship. The restaurant Li Meng had suggested was not far from the company, so they decided to walk there. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the restaurant sign. I sacrificed my future for you, isn't that enough loyalty? I'll treat you to milk tea. Sengji had no choice but to take a step back. That's more like it. Guanmi laughed. Even if she didn't buy the milk tea, she still wanted to see what kind of person Sengji was meeting. Sengji always pretended to be mature, but she was quite childish inside. She didn't want to be deceived. Based on what Sengji had shared, that person didn't have much money and had an average education. He had been overweight in the past and had suffered from serious illness, but was currently losing weight, albeit still slightly chubby. He had only recently tidied up and improved his appearance. Guanmi was skeptical. With the foundation he had, how much better could he get? As they walked into the restaurant, Guanmi spotted a tall guy in a black t-shirt at a table. Surrounded by diners clinking glasses, he sat quietly at the table, flipping through a book with a black cover. He seemed to sense something, closing the book and gazing calmly in their direction. The wafting steam enveloped him, giving him an ethereal quality, as if he were untouched by the world. He looked like a pure-hearted male lead from a romance drama. Could it be him? Guanmi clenched her fist, and indeed saw Sengji quicken her pace toward him. Not a sister, are you eating this well? Fat. Where? Even if she were poor, she would be willing. As Sengji approached, she noticed the book in Li Meng's hand was indeed the one she had mentioned before, Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams. This small detail struck a chord deep within her. It's quite fascinating, a feeling as if her words were being valued. We are late. Have you been waiting long? No, I arrived early. As Li Meng spoke, it felt as if he pierced through the layers of reality, transporting people into the two-dimensional world of voice actors. Sang Ji felt as if her mind was filled with scenes from an unrealistic idol drama. Why does Li Guest's voice sound so pleasant? Was it this enchanting last night? Lost in thought, it was still Guanmi who pressed her down to sit. Li Meng, right? She introduced herself to Li Meng confidently. I'm Guanmi, Sang's contemporaneous best friend. You're even more handsome than she described, and your voice is wonderful. You flatter me, Li Meng replied, handing the menu to the two. I ordered a few dishes, you can add whatever you like. He then looked at Sang Ji and added a special remark. Today is a celebration for me finding a new job, so I'm treating. Don't be polite with me. That won't do, Sang Ji waved her hand and said, I said I would treat. Oh please, you two pushing back and forth is really meaningless. You can just treat me next time. Guanmi said with a smile. Anyway, once we become permanent, we definitely have to eat together. Li Gu should come along then. Hearing this, Sang Ji no longer opposed. The restaurant chosen by Shui Gu was indeed quite good. Even during peak hours, the dishes were served promptly. Li Meng didn't order any alcohol, but Guanmi generously ordered 3 bottles of colorful chilled alcoholic beverages. This is refreshing, not too strong. She popped the cap off, and a tempting cool mist wafted from the bottle as she blew into it. Cheers. Cheers. As they feasted and drank, the atmosphere quickly became warm and lively. This is how young people are. At this moment, the conversation widened, ranging from work to family, from studies to daily life. Li Meng learned that Sang Ji was from Su province, and her family owned a small shop that specialized in custom-made goose-down quilts. They weren't wealthy, but they were a well-off family, and she had a 10-year-old younger brother. She had excellent grades, attended a top university, and after graduation, she entered the financial department of the billion-dollar company Huaxing Group. Guanmi, surprisingly, was an even more impressive academic powerhouse than Sang Ji, and her background seemed to be even better. She mentioned her family owned a small subcontracting factory. After having a bit to drink last time, Sang Ji felt a bit bolder, and this time, perhaps due to their growing familiarity, she became even more exaggerated. Back in middle school, I really disliked those who liked cosplay. Oh, I was all about finance. A bunch of people gathering every day, laughing and joking. I just enjoyed that feeling of solitude, running away from home alone, wandering aimlessly. Those who understand, understand. Why do you think I rented there? Not because I'm poor, but mainly because that old building has an indescribable feeling, especially at midnight. Li Meng's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that he was speechless, but rather trying to hold back laughter. She spoke so earnestly that laughing would seem impolite. Guanmi had already drunk 2 bottles and was feeling a bit tipsy. Her cheeks were flushed as she hugged Sang Ji tightly, playfully nudging her with greasy hands and taking a big breath. Huh. Sang, you're really adorable. Sang Ji sighed helplessly and pretended to be mature as she said, I can't do anything about you. Li Meng couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. What's wrong? Sang Ji asked him. Nothing, just thought of what's so funny. I'm going to Jin Han as the deputy general manager tomorrow, and the receptionist thought I was an ordinary employee and said she would take care of me, asking me to bring her milk tea. Ha ha, you really know how to joke. Guanmi opened the 3rd bottle of alcohol. However, she heard Sang Ji say, indeed, this kind of person is both ordinary and confident. Not about being a buddy, the key point was the first half about becoming a deputy general manager. This meal lasted over an hour, and it can be said that both host and guests were happy, eating out of trust and friendship. Sang Ji's favorability level increased by 5 points to 45. Although the increase was less compared to before, but as one goes higher it's harder to gain favorability, so Li Meng was quite satisfied. After adding Guanmi on WeChat, she waved her hand, hailed a taxi, and left. Li Meng noted down the license plate. He then helped the already slightly tipsy Sang Ji into another ride. These alcoholic beverages had a kick. Li Meng felt a bit dizzy. He recalled the scene from Demigods and Semi-Devils where Duan Yu forced someone to drink, and with a thought he activated his mental interference ability. In the next moment, the alcohol in his body quickly withdrew from his bloodstream and oozed out through the skin of his fingers. With 5% alcohol in a bottle, he had drunk 2 bottles totaling around 10 milliliters. Sensing the strong smell of alcohol, the driver's expression turned sour, but since they were already in the car, he said nothing. Li Meng sensed the driver's emotions and opened the window for some fresh air. Driver, we have a strong smell of alcohol. Here's an extra 50 yuan for you. That's great, thank you. The driver's mood clearly improved significantly, his voice loud as he spoke with a dialect. They'll pay you back later. Sang Ji said softly beside him, feeling a bit dizzy. The new energy vehicle started quickly and had energy recovery, making her feel a bit nauseous. Don't be so vulgar. Oh, just remember in your heart. If you go too far, how should I put it, you understand? Li Meng said leisurely. You make a valid point. Sang Ji nodded seriously. Li Meng silently smiled. He felt he had completely mastered the art of conversing with Sang Ji. Unbeknownst to her, Sang Ji let out a soft snore and fell asleep just like that. Li Meng propped her head on his shoulder, ensuring she was comfortable, and gently tucked away her hair, damp with a fine sheen of sweat. A faint aroma of gardenia filled his nose, which was certainly not a body scent, but rather the smell of laundry detergent. She was a little girl who loved to be clean. As they approached the neighborhood, the loud-voiced driver called out, and Sang-ji immediately awoke. "You two have arrived." Sang-ji felt a bit embarrassed as she realized she had been leaning against Li Meng while asleep, but then she heard Li Meng say, "Don't be so vulgar, just remember in your heart." She felt much more at ease. The two got out of the car, their steps instinctively slowing down a bit. The 5-minute journey took 15 minutes to reach the rental apartment. The bald guy selling barbecue was out, and the young couple wasn't home today, saving them from a lot of socializing. Guanmi had already sent a message that she had reached home. "Li Gu, once I become permanent, I will definitely treat you to a big meal." Before entering the room, Sang-ji turned back and said to Li Meng. Sang-ji believed she owed nothing to anyone. If she ate someone else's food, she had to return the favor. Li Meng made an okay gesture and waved his hand before entering the house. After closing the door and taking off his clothes, exposing his strong and perfect physique, he lay flat on the bed, feeling that the day had been both fulfilling and long. Suddenly recalling the incident where someone reported his expulsion from the Yuping Hall to his hometown, he slowly sat up and approached the computer. Just by staring at the computer for a moment, the desktop computer powered on by itself. It wasn't through mental interference to press the power button, but rather a direct command to the computer to start. Now he was increasingly adept at understanding his mental interference capabilities, and their application in daily life felt effortless. "Next, it's time to catch some bugs," he murmured. In the next moment, a large amount of data code rapidly materialized on the computer screen. He found the notification letter sent from the Yuping Club, which was sent directly to the public email of the village committee. The sender used the official email of the Yuping Club. He retrieved the surveillance footage from the Yuping Club, but there were only visuals within the court area. The office was not equipped with cameras. Generally speaking, an online investigation would end here. No matter how skilled a hacker might be under these conditions, it would be impossible to know exactly who sent the email. However, Li Meng was not an ordinary hacker. He couldn't even be classified as a hacker. He directly connected to the office computer and then sent out a mental interference along the network cable. This was his first time. He didn't know if his mental power could extend through the network to such a far place, but how could he know it wouldn't work without trying? His mental power began to deplete rapidly, almost exhausting more than half of his reserves in an instant. A wave of fatigue surged through his mind, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to output. Just as he was about to give up after outputting over 80% of his mental power, it felt as if he had opened a pathway. His mental power surged through the channel into the other side, bringing a sense of clarity. He was not investigating the office computer. Instead, he commanded all the material information within the office to tell him who sent the email. Tables, chairs, walls, floors, computers, file bags, even the air. Everything was data, and all could be traced. Under the force of his mental interference, the entire room seemed to come alive. An image gradually appeared in Li Meng's sight. He stood there momentarily stunned, a bit surprised. It was someone he had not expected. It was neither Xueming Yuan with whom he had disputes, nor the director who had embarrassed him, and certainly not the passerby Chen Xiang. Instead, it was Wang Cici. This girl was truly unexpected. So what were her motives? Li Meng found it hard to comprehend her thought process. Did this woman have any intersection with him? They had only exchanged a few words about salary, and she was the one who, feeling a prickling pain from the overexertion of his spirit, Li Meng closed the mental interference, shut his eyes, and temporarily gave up on thinking. At this moment, he heard that Sang-ji had finished washing up and gone back, so he slowly stood up, picked up a clean piece of clothing, and went to take a shower. Back to the room, time to sleep. Whatever it was, it could wait until tomorrow. When Li Meng woke up, it was 6 in the morning. This was the mental interference command he had set for himself before sleep. No matter how long he rested, he must wake himself up at 6. Yet despite sleeping for so long, he still felt a bit dizzy and hadn't fully recovered. It seemed that mental fatigue took a long time to recover from, so he needed to be more cautious in the future and try not to let his mental power deplete too low. After changing clothes, he stepped outside and saw Sang-ji, who also looked sleepy. "Good morning." Upon hearing Li Meng's greeting, Sang-ji became a little more awake. "Good morning, Li Gu. You mentioned going to work at T&I building today, right? Want to go together?" After what happened yesterday, their relationship had progressed, and she naturally extended the invitation. Sure, T&I building and her workplace Tianxin building had similar names, and in fact they were buildings developed by the same company. The two buildings were quite close to each other, so it was convenient for both of them. If he was still working at the Yuping Club, it would have been completely the opposite. At this moment, the bald brother was still catching up on sleep, while the young couple had to get up early and were already awake. The man in the young couple sold insurance. His name was Jin Sheng. Wearing glasses, he looked thin and somewhat scholarly. At this moment, he looked at Li Meng in shock and said, "Xiaoli, you've changed more and more. It's like you've come back to life." "I only gained weight because I was ill. Now that I'm better, the hormones have started to level out." This response was a catch-all. He said it to everyone. Li Meng looked at the shirt Jin Sheng was wearing and realized he could no longer just wear t-shirts. He needed to get some formal attire. For instance, today was his first day at work, out of basic respect, he should dress more formally. The onboarding ceremony was at 9 o'clock, and he wasn't sure if he could make it in time. If he could, he'd stop by and buy something suitable to wear. Jin Sheng watched Li Meng and Sang, she go to work together, squinting slightly. He clicked his tongue and said to his wife behind him, "Looks like he's gotten more handsome and good fortune is coming his way." His tone had an inexplicable sourness. "Stop gossiping. Whether or not he has good fortune has nothing to do with you. Hurry up, I need to leave." His wife, who looked average and a bit older, seemed to be in her late 20s, but looked like she was in her 30s. She was very competent and serious, and she grabbed her bag and headed out the door. Sigh. Jin Sheng sighed, deeply, looking at his own thinning hair at a young age and his ordinary appearance. Tall and handsome men, they say, have good fortune with women, right? He could predict the rest of his life clearly. Without doing anything, women would come knocking, an endless buffet. He had seen many people like that, and they never ended well. Jin Sheng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and quietly closed the door. He turned and walked towards the shared bathroom of Sang Ji and his wife. Inside, he looked around several times, but found no clothing, not even a toothbrush or towel. He was extremely disappointed. In the end, he picked up 2 strands of hair from the floor, not knowing if they belonged to his wife or Sang Ji. He cherished them like treasures, bringing them to his nose and sniffing deeply. T&I building Jinhan Technology. All departments have been notified early that a new deputy director would, at the level of deputy director, even if it had nothing to do with one's own department, every employee needed to know. After all, they were already in upper management. There were only a few departments in the entire company, and some departments didn't even have a deputy director. For instance, the technical department had been vacant for some time. Everyone knew the director of the technical department was the chairman's son-in-law. He was only temporarily not promoted due to his age, but he would surely move up in the future. And this deputy director, once the director recommended him, was highly likely to become the head of the department. Chen Qingyan, glancing at the time, realizing it was already 8:30. She didn't pay much attention to the deputy director's arrival, as it was too far removed from her. She was only wondering why Li Meng still hadn't arrived. Around 8:40, the elevator suddenly opened, not from downstairs, but from upstairs. Chen Qingyi and Xiao Mei stood up straight as the chairman and several directors arrived. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that except for those on business trips, most of the upper management had arrived. What was going on? Was there a leadership inspection? There was no notice. Lu Jiaxing, the chairman of Jinhan, was in his 50s. Though his energy was not what it used to be, he was far from retirement age. He was from Xiangjiang and had some official background. Using a bit of connection as a pivot along with his strategic vision, he had built the company to its current scale. He had reviewed Li Meng's interview and called 3 consultants to inquire. This was undoubtedly a global top tech genius yet to be discovered. Talents are hard to find, and with Li Meng joining, many previously risky projects were now worth trying. To show his sincerity, he personally brought people to welcome Li Meng. Being a deputy director was just a start. If the value he demonstrated was indeed high and he was willing to bind closely with the company, then he would not hesitate to offer a higher position or even equity. At 8:50, the elevator doors opened once again. Chen Qingyi saw a tall man in a black suit stepping out. It was Li Meng. Compared to the stunning visual impact of their first encounter, he seemed a bit more ordinary now, yet the unique aura of cleanliness around him remained striking. Some people wear suits that make them look like insurance salesmen, or they may pursue an overly rigid posture. Li Meng's black suit was clearly not perfectly tailored, but it still appeared effortlessly natural on him. Wait, what was he holding? A giant cup of tea. Chen Qingyi's eyes widened, and her heart began to race. An incredible thought arose in her mind. Could Li Meng be the new deputy director? What was his qualification for? Zhao Shuang always came as a son-in-law, someone beyond reproach, as he was part of Director Lu's family. To be direct, the entire company would be managed by him, as Director Lu had no sons and his daughter was engaged in another industry. But there hadn't been any news about Director Lu having a second daughter. Then she saw Director Lu smiling and warmly shaking hands with Li Meng. Of course, that large and conspicuous cup of tea drew attention. Youthful heroes indeed. I am Lu Jiaxing, the founder of Jinhang. It is a pleasure to welcome you to Jinhang. It is our honor. This casual remark gave Li Meng a TVB vibe. Instead of mentioning his title as chairman or president, he introduced himself as the founder, signaling something special. It felt like a partnership rather than hiring an employee. It was quite a display of humility. This was what one would call a welcome ceremony. Indeed, it was grand, though not convenient for filming. While Li Meng's mind raced, he responded with a polite smile. Director Lu, it is my honor. Thank you for this opportunity at Jinhang. This was a sincere expression of gratitude. After all, despite his extraordinary technical skills, his education background stood out. Without making a significant impact, such as challenging technical bounties on forums, no one would know him. To be appointed as deputy director right away was due to Zhao Shuang's trust and referral, Lu Jiaxing's confidence in Zhao Shuang, Jinhang's excellent talent, hiring mechanism, and Lu Jiaxing's own insight and decisiveness. All these elements were indispensable. Let's skip the pleasantries. I would like to discuss this further with my team and get to know each other better. Director Lu's words felt like a breath of fresh air to Li Meng. One had to admit he truly deserved to be the leader of a company that had grown from a founder's vision to one nearing public listing. Of course I couldn't ask for more. Li Meng smiled, but in front of Director Lu and the executives, he didn't make an inappropriate remark about needing to grab a milk tea. That would draw attention to Chun Qingyi, which wouldn't be good for either of them. It was better to wait until the meeting finished. So he merely exchanged a glance with Chun Qingyi from afar, before stepping into the elevator with Director Lu and others. That glance made Chun Qingyi's heart race. She genuinely feared that Li Meng would come over with the milk tea. She wouldn't know how to respond to that. Thankfully he didn't do that, which relieved her, but she also felt a vague sense of inexplicable disappointment. Perhaps this was how women were, she thought, feeling self-pity. Oh my god! Xiaomei beside her had already started to shout. A deputy, so young Qingyi, you're going to cling to a big shot. What do you mean clinging? That's such a harsh way to put it. Chun Qingyi replied, speechless. The tech department is miles away from us. That's not wrong since Jinhang's structure is like that. The heads of each department are directors, not general managers. There are only relative powers, not absolute authority. For instance, the director of the tech department is only responsible for technology, while other matters like personnel appointments are managed by different departments. But in some companies, a department head might have the final say on all matters within their department. Then why not let Director Li transfer you to the tech department? Xiaomei joked. What would I do there? Cleaning. That's not out of the question, a personal cleaner. I see you're not keen on seeing tomorrow's sun. Spare me. Ha ha ha. They had an in-depth closed-door discussion with the executives of Jinhong covering everything from technology to strategy, from business development to personnel appointments. They continued until 11 o'clock. Finally, a secretary from the president's office handed a document to Li Meng. Talents are hard to come by. This is Jinhang's utmost sincerity towards you. Director Lu sincerely looked at him, indicating he should take a good look. Li Meng glanced at it. The treatment was much better than what Zhao Shuang had mentioned. To summarize, it consisted of 3 points, a post-tax monthly salary of 1.0, a year-end bonus for 6 months, and 2 equity. This was undoubtedly a top-tier treatment in the industry, and he believed that even directors like Zhao Shuang wouldn't get such a contract. After opening it and finding no traps or loopholes, Li Meng finally picked up the pen and signed his name. Happy cooperation. Director Lu and the others smiled, shaking hands with Li Meng once more. Zhao Shuang directly put his arm around Li Meng's shoulder, showing recognition and closeness. The people from the president's office recorded this moment with equipment, archiving it in the company's personnel database. At that moment, Li Meng officially became the deputy director of the tech department at Jinhang. System prompt career sector activated. Li Meng position deputy director of the tech department at Jinhang Technology Company. Career influence factor 1. 1. Career influence factor refers to the degree of personal career influence on the world. At each stage reached, one will receive encouragement from the wealthy. Li Meng didn't have time to study it in detail before Zhao Shuang pulled him to the tech department. The tech department was the most important department at Jinhong, with the largest number of personnel totaling 54, although 20 of them were permanent outsourced staff. Li Meng also had his own independent office. One wall was made of glass overlooking the cityscape, furnished with an old-fashioned red desk and a genuine leather chair. Next to it was a black leather sofa and a dark glass coffee table. It hardly resembled a tech department style, but more like an administrative office. The only difference was the assembled desktop computer and 2 modified laptops. Everything follows a uniform style. If you don't like it, you can change it according to your preferences, and the company will cover the costs. Li Meng was not picky. This will do. Also, your office has an internal phone. If needed, you can directly call. That makes it much easier to report to you. Li Meng chuckled. Zhao Shuang made a fist gesture. Get lost. Alright, I'll take my leave now, or we'll discuss work tomorrow. I'll come back later. The restaurant has been booked for your welcome banquet, and the chairman will be attending. Having said that, Zhao Shuang left the office. The office decor, though old-fashioned, was made of high-quality materials and had excellent sound insulation. Li Meng sat in a genuine leather chair, feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioning, almost as if he were dreaming. Without the godly rich system, his skills would have limited him to being just an ordinary employee in the technical department through the connections of Brother Shuang. If things went well, after 7 or 8 years, he might be promoted to the position of technical supervisor. Then in another 10 years, once Brother Shuang truly became the head of the company, he could ride that wave and aim even higher. By that time, he would probably be in his 40s. He took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions rising within him. He then took out his phone, which he had used for 4 years, and took a few pictures of the surrounding environment to send to his mother. After a short while, a phone call came in. Li Meng did not answer, but instead initiated a video call on WeChat. Gao Yun's face appeared, a hint of surprise evident on her features. Son, are you at the company now? In my office, Li Meng replied, while taking another round of pictures of the entire office environment. Gao Yun had only graduated from high school, but she and Li Mang's father Li Dasong had always been factory work. Although they were just regular workers, being in a state-owned enterprise gave them more exposure compared to farmers working the land. At least Li Mang saying he was the deputy head of the technical department meant something to her. After all, the hierarchy in the factory was quite similar, and there was a technical department. Son, I'm so proud of you. Your dad will be thrilled when he hears this. Gao Yun's eyes glistened with tears. Mom, the company issued a hefty relocation allowance. I'll transfer 1,000 yuan to you first so you can pay off the debts at home, and I'll send the rest later. In truth, there was no such money. Li Mang was just finding a reasonable excuse to lighten his family's burden. Will you be short on money over there? Gao Yun's first instinct was to worry about the child. I'm not short on money. My salary has been set, and with the year-end bonus and stock options, it's several $100,000 a month. Li Mang pulled out his signed contract and pointed out the financial part for Gao Yun to see. But don't disclose too much to outsiders. Salary information is confidential. Even without saying it, Li Mang believed Gao Yun understood the meaning of keeping financial matters private. Just mentioning it made the treatment seem very real and credible. Are you coming home this year? Gao Yun asked another question. Li Mang thought for a moment and gave a definitive answer. Yes. After chatting for a few minutes, he hung up the phone and transferred another 1,000 yuan. He glanced at the time. It was already 1120. He sent a message to Chen Qingyi. Then he picked up the large tea table in his hands and walked out of the office, heading straight to the elevator down to the 21st floor. On the way, people from the technical department greeted him. Hello, President Li. Good day, President Li. Chen Qingyi's toes curled together, feeling somewhat nervous. She mainly wondered when Li Mang would come to bring her milk tea. After all, he had bought it, so he would definitely give it to her, right? She anxiously glanced around. It was almost time to get off work, so everyone was quite relaxed. Xiao Mei, unaware of the milk tea situation, looked at her curiously. What's wrong? Are you cramping from standing? Nothing, just a bit tired from standing. Then sit for a while. Oh, that's true. Chen Qingyi paused for a moment and then sat down. According to regulations, she was indeed allowed to sit, but when receiving visitors, she had to stand. She had been too nervous to sit much that morning. Her phone vibrated, and she instinctively picked it up to take a look. I'm coming to bring you milk tea. She was so anxious that she almost jumped up. Was this all right? Office romances were generally prohibited in the industry, though that might sound a bit narcissistic since they were still far from that level. But if rumors spread, the deputy head could easily dismiss her, and as a mere front desk worker, how could she continue to do her job? Even those who were envious could bury her. If something truly happened between her and Li Mang, it would be fine, as she wouldn't fear anything with such backing. But in all honesty, they had a pure friendship. Go to the first floor. She sent 3 exclamation marks, and then quickly said to Xiao Mei, I'm going to the first floor to pick up a takeout. Xiao Mei didn't suspect anything since the company had rules that takeout must be picked up personally. With so many people in the company, if the delivery personnel could freely come and go just during lunch, the influx of delivery personnel would reach hundreds. After receiving a reply, Li Mang also pressed the button for the first floor. When the elevator doors opened, he saw Chen Qingyi standing at the elevator door. What a coincidence, you're going down too? Li Mang asked with a smile. Yes. Hello, President Li. Chen Qingyi walked in with a somewhat forced smile. As the elevator doors closed, Chen Qingyi's gaze sharpened, and she imagined herself pushing Li Mang against the elevator wall, fiercely pulling down his collar and interrogating him. But in reality, she timidly looked at Li Mang, wearing a fawning smile like a sycophant, saying in an exaggerated tone, President Li, you really brought me milk tea. You didn't have to be so polite. This was the second time she said that. You're trying too hard. Just be yourself. Ooh, I prefer your rebellious side more. Li Mang felt goosebumps rising. Ahem, I just didn't expect you to come to our company as the deputy head. Chen Qingyi dropped her act. You've underestimated me. Don't ask about the genius aspect of the technology. Do you want this milk tea or not? Li Mang lifted the milk tea. Yes. Chen Qingyi reached out to take it, inserted the straw, and embraced the sweet, delicious drink, taking it. The elevator fell silent as she quietly glanced at Li Mang, feeling an indescribable sensation. This was probably what it felt like to have a spark, right? There was no way around it. How could Li Gu be so electrifying? Li Gu, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. May you rise steadily in your career, she blurted out. Li Mang did not respond, but instead opened his phone to check something, casually saying, there are 2 large comic exhibitions in Jiangxing this month, so do you have the money to treat me? Hearing this, Chen Qingyi seemed to remember something and smiled awkwardly. This was a case of being blinded by passion. Indeed, she was so broke that she could hardly afford to treat someone of the deputy head's level, unless they went for street food. But I actually have something I need your help with. Before Chen Qingyi could respond, Li Mang spoke up first. I won't do anything inappropriate. Chen Qingyi crossed her arms in a gesture of refusal. You wish? Li Mang glanced scornfully at her chest. I just don't know much about clothing coordination. I was hoping you could help me buy a few outfits. Chen Qingyi noticed his gaze and glared at him, her eyes wide. Am I your maid? I'll pay more, Li Mang said. Chen Qingyi's smile blossomed. Hey, you're being too formal. I'll handle this little thing. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Li Guess fashion sense was quite lacking, That suit didn't fit well. Li Meng chuckled, recalling the time this morning when the clerk asked him why he specifically chose a larger size. He had said he preferred loose-fitting clothes. This store was definitely off the list. Having agreed to help Chun Qingyi buy clothes this weekend, Li Meng returned to the office. Chun Qingyi. Favorability 40. Received random rich encouragement. The flexible fingers of the rich. The flexible fingers of the rich enhances finger dexterity to an incredible level. What kind of encouragement is this? Chun Qingyi, what on earth are you doing every day to trigger such an encouragement for me? Li Meng felt a slight itch in his fingers and looked down. He saw his fingers transformed into slender and fair appendages with distinct knuckles, and the tiny calluses at the joints had completely vanished, resembling a flawless work of art. He activated mental interference for a deep analysis of his fingers. His mental energy began to deplete, rapidly draining 20% in just a moment. His complexion turned slightly pale, but fortunately he had learned from past experiences and had set a permanent command for his abilities. Any mental interference consuming over 20% in a single instance must be forcibly halted without a continuing command. The flexible fingers of the rich is quite remarkable. From the energy consumption results, the dexterity and fine control are at least 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Li Meng recalled the encouragement he had previously received regarding the immunity to all illnesses. Perhaps using mental interference to analyze these special encouragements provided by the system is the correct approach. As long as his mental energy is strong enough, he might be able to decipher concepts like tenfold workout effects and the rewards of diligence. He opened the newly activated career section. Li Meng. Position Deputy Director of the Technical Department at Jinheng Technology Company. Career Impact Factor 1. 1. The system's understanding of a career may not be an ordinary one. It might be more akin to the weight in this world or impact on the world. Looking at the number 1. Li Meng silently smiled. At 23, he was just a pawn. Now he truly is insignificant to this world. He stood up and walked to the window on the 22nd floor. One day he will stand at the true pinnacle of this world, but not for power nor for wealth. Both are important to him, but he knows clearly that they are merely tools. What he seeks is a path that transcends both. Before long, Shuanggu arrived. He drove the group to a long-established hotel in Jiangxing. The lunch was far more extravagant than Li Meng had anticipated, featuring dishes he had never tasted before. According to Zhao Shuang, Director Lu's family has a deep culinary heritage. He gained a lot of new insights. Upon returning to the company, he didn't do anything specific, just familiarized himself with the work environment and the entire operational system. At Li Meng's level, work isn't assigned by others, but he assigns work to others. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Meng's work hours ended slightly earlier than the average employee. Under Chun Qingyi's lingering gaze and the farewell from Li Zong, he waved his hand and left the company. You could just go down a floor directly, why make a detour to come in front of me? Do you have a heart, Xiao Li? Chun Qingyi bombarded Li Meng with a series of angry emojis. Then Li Meng simply replied with a red packet of 88. Let's go buy some milk tea. Boss is generous. Boss is going to make a fortune. Boss will never die. Chun Qingyi immediately changed her tone and sent a bunch of flattering emojis. The change in how Xiao Li is addressed from arrogance to flattery is quite amusing. The speed of collecting money is even faster than the response of a red packet plugin. Hell, women. He had no intention of inviting Chun Qingyi to dinner, especially since they had already agreed to go shopping for clothes this weekend. Being too frequent in asking someone out isn't always a good thing. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Seng Ji. Are you working overtime today? Want to go back together? They had squeezed into the subway together that morning. No thanks, Li Gu, I don't know when I'll get home. Next time it's my treat. Li Meng didn't push it, had a bit to eat, and took a taxi back to his rented place. No thanks, Li Gu, I don't know when I'll get home. Next time it's my treat. Li Meng didn't push it, had a bit to eat, and took a taxi back to his rented place. Summer days are long. Even at 6 o'clock the sky remains pale with a fiery red sun slowly sinking into the darkening clouds. Leaning against the car window, he silently watched the colorful neon lights gradually illuminating outside. Admittedly, not knowing how to drive is indeed a hassle. He opened a local group buying app and signed up at a highly rated driving school. Checking, he found that even the quickest way to obtain a license would take about 30 to 40 days. With his mental interference ability, he could master all theoretical knowledge directly, but he still needed to learn to drive practically. Perhaps the flexible fingers of the rich would allow him to perform exceptionally in practical applications. The favorability of the girl still needs to be built up, mainly because during this stage random rich encouragement has a high probability of yielding uncommon rewards. As for the rich points, he wasn't in a hurry in the short term. He still had 140 rich points, which would be enough for a direct upgrade to the rich mall. The reason he didn't spend 100 rich points for an immediate upgrade is that the remaining 40 points wouldn't buy much. He wondered if the refresh time for the rich mall would change after upgrading. If the refresh time directly changes from 30 days to 10 days, or even shorter, he might not have enough time to accumulate rich points. So he needed to take his time waiting to accumulate rich points through language learning before upgrading. By 6:30 Li Ming arrived home. At this time only the bald uncle was present. The couple usually wouldn't come home until after 7. Once back in his room, Li Ming did nothing. He simply took off his jacket and lay down on the bed, falling into deep sleep. He wasn't just recovering his body, but his spirit. He hadn't fully recovered from the previous night, and having consumed quite a bit today, he needed to take advantage of the time to recuperate. He slept for a long time, and when Li Ming woke up the outside was completely dark. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. He had slept for 8 to 9 hours. It seemed that learning 5 languages in a row yesterday had indeed taken a toll on him. He turned on the light. He opened his computer and chose to study only one language today. After learning English, French, Russian, Japanese, and German yesterday, today, he would learn Spanish. System Prompt Spanish has reached mastery level, gaining 20 rich points. System Prompt Spanish has reached proficiency level, gaining 20 rich points. Current rich points 180. Li Ming then downloaded a lot of knowledge and videos on professional training online. With a tenfold training boost and the rewards of diligence, he couldn't neglect breakthroughs in physical fitness. In the cramped room, trying not to disturb anyone, he began exercising without equipment. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. With the ability of mental interference, every movement was more professional than that of the most seasoned athletes. He could even customize movements for the most perfect efficiency. Unfortunately, with his mental power, it was impossible to keep mental interference active continuously. Like before when he ran, he had to turn it on intermittently to check his posture. Sweat quickly drenched his entire body. By 5:30 in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, Li Ming stopped. Looking at his attributes, aside from a slight change in weight, there was no change in his physical attributes. It remained at 80 points. At this level of physical fitness, progress isn't something that can be achieved by just a couple of hours of exercise. At this time, others were also about to wake up. He sensed around and hurried to the bathroom for a quick shower. Muscles cannot be seen. 2 days later, Saturday morning. The scorching sunlight streamed through the curtains into the rental apartment, where an old air conditioner, energy-consuming and yellowed, was humming cold air. It was already 9 o'clock. Li Ming, bare-chested, let out a long breath as he stood up, finishing his workout. His perfect muscles stretched, steam rising from his body mingled with sweat. With tenfold workout efficiency, the heavens reward diligence combined with the calibration of mental interference. His workout efficiency in 1 hour could almost reach dozens of times that of an ordinary person. In just a few days, he vaguely felt he was about to unlock attribute points. 80 attribute points signify a professional level. Each additional point above that represents a leap in enhancement. It's akin to sprinters. Being 1 second short translates to a significant power disparity. Every point above 80 is a charge towards the limits of humanity. Li Ming. Constitution 80. Charisma 80. Spirit 103. Free attribute points 1. Career 1. 1 influence factor. Tasks. 1. Affection for the opposite sex, Sang Ji 50 points. Chun Qingyi 46 points. 2. Language skills. Mall LV1, no products available to be refreshed. Rich points 260. For the past 2 days, Li Ming had been learning a language each evening, no more no less, and additionally consuming some mental energy to learn various useful knowledge. In the morning, he squeezed onto the subway to work with Sang Ji, making the most of his free time to exercise. At the company, aside from work, he would tease Chun Qingyi. Sang Ji had gone to the company early in the morning. After all, it's a well-known place known for its competitiveness, and for an intern like her, there were no weekends. The affection between the two was steadily improving thanks to this fast-paced era. Had it been several years ago, in a time where everything was slow, they might not have even reached 40 points of affection. Li Ming freshened up and took a taxi to a large shopping mall in Jiangxing. Upon arriving, he looked around and spotted the iconic golden arches. He had arranged to meet Chun Qingyi here. As soon as he pushed the door open, he immediately felt a cool breeze on his face. At this time, there weren't many people in the store. Li Ming's eyes were drawn to a corner where several bizarre figures were huddled together. One of them wore heavy smoky makeup with half blue and half pink gradient pigtails atop a white base adorned with a collar that read Puddin. She wore a red jacket, denim shorts, long boots, and had long radiant legs with a red heart drawn on her face. This outfit resembled that of Harley Quinn. She was chewing gum and holding a baseball bat. The moment she made eye contact with Li Ming, a smile broke on her face as she waved at him. "Hey, over here." But then the smile vanished as Li Ming, looking completely unfamiliar, turned to shut the half-open door and quickly retreated. As he stepped back, 8 ducks meet. Li Ming vaguely heard a not-so-standard girl's tongue pop before he leaned calmly against a pillar in the shadow, arms crossed, waiting. Soon Chun Qingyi stormed out, hands on her hips, striding towards him. Before she could say anything, Li Ming raised an eyebrow and questioned her. "What are you doing?" Chun Qingyi widened her beautiful eyes adorned with blue contact lenses and pointed to herself. "Am I embarrassing you?" I. She angrily lifted her long leg. "Isn't this fair and delicate? Not. Can I touch it?" "Dream on. Then it's not pretty." Chun Qingyi's face turned completely red as she bit into her lollipop, raising the baseball bat in her hand. Li Ming, who was running away in front, remained calm, knowing that not only had the affection not decreased, but it had also increased by 2 points. Chun Qingyi Affection 48. Humans can indeed be quite complex. Anger doesn't necessarily indicate a poor relationship, and a good relationship doesn't always mean a smiling face. After chasing for a while, the two finally stopped, mainly because the well-equipped security personnel in the square had been watching them for a while. If it weren't for today, having a comic convention, I would guarantee not to kill you. Chun Qingyi bent down, propping herself with the baseball bat, panting and almost rambling. Earlier I was thinking, why would you ask me out on a day with a comic convention? Huh. This isn't a date, it's to help you pick clothes. I'm not that fake-o, I have things to do tomorrow. After catching her breath, Chun Qingyi slowly calmed down. Let's go, I'll buy you clothes. She chuckled sinisterly in her heart. Let me see if I can make you spend a fortune today, you wealthy fool. What about your friends? Li Ming glanced at the distant golden arches. You don't need to worry about that. Chun Qingyi eagerly led him into the mall, and under the dazzling lights, she looked like a queen in her own territory. This is the Global Plaza in Jiangxing, which covers a vast area with a total of 6 floors. Inside there are various stores ranging from low-end to high-end. Li Ming followed her footsteps, weaving through the throngs of people. Although her attire was quite unique, it was nothing remarkable for an international metropolis like Jiangxing. Moreover, today, due to the comic convention, they frequently encountered other cosplayers. They quickly arrived at a branded clothing store, a well-known trendy brand with prices around 1,000 to 2,000 per outfit. Chun Qingyi picked out 2 or 3 outfits, but upon noticing Li Ming's unfazed expression, she felt a bit embarrassed. This is a bit pricey, you know, there are more affordable options. In the past 2 days she had chatted with Li Ming a lot, and also asked people she knew about him. She learned that he was ill last year and underwent significant surgery, and that he had gained weight due to hormonal reasons. Before joining Jinhan, he had been casually doing some jobs to get by. Even on his first day of work, he wore an ill-fitting cheap suit, so he probably didn't have much money. Though he appeared generous, sending red envelopes, without hesitation, that was likely because he was not afraid to spend given his current salary level. She heard he was still living in a rundown rental apartment, sharing it with 3 or 4 other tenants. Was she being too excessive? He wouldn't go into debt just to show off, would he? Watching Chun Qingyi's subtle expressions, Li Ming didn't even need to use mental interference to guess what she was thinking. With a somewhat condescending glance, he spoke into her somewhat cold and resonant voice in front of the fitting room in the mall. Chun Qingyi. Chun Qingyi snapped back to reality and looked up, meeting his gaze. Startled, she instinctively stepped back and bumped against the wooden decorative wall. Chun Qingyi snapped back to reality and looked up, meeting his gaze. Startled, she instinctively stepped back. This newly hired guy probably doesn't have much money in his pocket, right? After all, it's his first month and his salary hasn't been issued yet. He must be trying to show off. Whoa, he wouldn't have gone into debt, would he? Chun Qingyi's eyes widened, and the position made her heart race as she instinctively lowered her head and escaped from Li Ming's arm. Do you have mind reading skills? Li Ming didn't answer directly. Guess why I'm not the deputy general manager of the sales department, but in the technical department. You probably don't know how I received Jinhan's offer. I solved one of their technical subcontracts in half a day. And Jinhan offered me a reward of 3,000. This was no lie, the payment had already arrived on Friday. One thing at a time. Employment is one matter, but this compensation is another. Chun Qingyi's eyes widened, just about to say, are you trying to fool me? She then saw Li Ming leisurely pulling out his old mobile phone, which had a cracked screen, and brought up a payment notification. Chun Qingyi's eyes widened, just about to say, are you trying to fool me? She then saw Li Ming leisurely pulling out his old mobile phone, which had a Chun Qingyi cried for a few minutes. Her makeup was ruined. Li Ming held the clothes he had just paid for, sitting near a chair in the mall listening. Passers-by occasionally glanced this way. Li Ming's composure was slipping. She wasn't acting anymore. Or perhaps she was at first, but as time went on she empathized. Enough. You think this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Can't I vent my emotions? Chun Qingyi with teary eyes thought of how she worked tirelessly every day for just a few thousand yuan a month. Meanwhile, Li Ming from the same school earned 3,000 yuan in half a day. This was more painful than being killed. Why am I even studying art? What a worthless major. Seeing her nose running from crying, Li Ming handed her a tissue. It's okay, don't be too sad. This has nothing to do with your major. Even if you studied computer science, you'd likely still end up at the front desk. After all, many studying computer science were struggling as well. Chun Qingyi stopped crying, watching Li Ming's face redden, her fists clenched. Do you even care? Li Ming looked at her ruined makeup. It was hard to look at. You should wash up, it's a bit embarrassing. Are you saying I'm embarrassing? She jumped up, pointing at herself in disbelief. The goddess. Look closely. Her smudged, smoky eye makeup came closer, resembling a lunatic. Back in school, those like you wouldn't even get the chance to hand me tissues. Li Ming didn't respond. It was the truth. Back in school, she was indeed that popular. Seeing Li Ming's silence, she smiled triumphantly. It was that kind of derisive laughter, looking down at Li Ming despite her not being tall. I admit you have some looks. You're tall, your figure is good, your voice is pleasant, your job is great, and your salary is high. Her voice grew softer, becoming more uncomfortable, unable to continue. Finally, she opened her mouth, looking at Li Ming as if waiting for her to continue. I'm going to the restroom. Her disheartened figure made Li Ming want to laugh. This drama queen. Chun Qingjia's favorability, 55 crying was genuine, and her favorability increased genuinely too. Moreover, the rate of increase was too fast, soon reaching 60. This was not surprising. Li Ming made her acutely aware of the reality that this person far exceeds me in ecological niche. There was also a feeling of having no secrets left in front of this person, as if all her flaws were exposed. When Chun Qingyi emerged, it had already been 20 minutes. She carried an inconspicuous small bag, likely containing some cosmetics. Her smoky eye makeup was restored. Let's go, it's time to buy some proper clothes. As if nothing had happened, she continued to take Li Ming shopping. This time they went straight to the 4th floor, which mostly housed very expensive stores. Compared to downstairs, it felt, now that she understood Li Ming's capabilities, she naturally wanted to take him to stores that matched his status and power. Of course, the choices were not luxury items costing tens of thousands, though those were available. However, on one hand, the level far exceeded Chun Qingji's understanding, making it better to consult an AI for shopping. On the other hand, Li Ming didn't need that. They entered a high-looking suit store, the brand of which Chun Qingyi had never heard of. The sales assistant approached them very professionally and politely. There were only the two of them in the entire store. Such stores would have very upscale and grand decor, making it clear that it was expensive at first glance. This was mainly to screen customers, allowing consumers to recognize whether their status was sufficient to shop there. This way, they avoided ineffective customers and protected genuine clients from disruption. Thus, regardless of who entered, what they wore, or how they decorated themselves, there would never be any prejudiced judgments. After all, it was rare to see someone who could stroll in without a care, even when they had no money. Chun Qingyi wore heavier makeup, being cautious here, fearing it would stain the clothes. How about this set? Try it on. She pointed to a black suit priced at 16800 yuan. The price of suits in the store ranged from 6000 to 2000, and this set was quite nice among them. Li Ming nodded to the sales assistant, signaling her to bring a set. After entering the fitting room and putting on the suit, it felt thicker than suits costing a few hundred. The fabric felt stronger, softer, and the color had almost no reflection, a pure black. He was not interested in using spiritual interference to understand why. Stepping out of the fitting room, he heard Chun Qingyi gasp. As expected of me, I have such great taste, she exclaimed. Li Ming looked at himself in the mirror, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, with a straight figure, perhaps due to his perfect muscles making him resemble a clothing mannequin. Charm 85, just wearing this suit raised his charm level by 5 points directly. The few pieces he bought earlier had only increased it by about 12 points, but this set was far superior. Otherwise, why say that people rely on clothing and Buddha relies on gold adornment? Just like a beautiful girl, while she may look good in anything due to her foundation, if she dresses meticulously, she will surely look even better. Very good, let's pick a couple more sets. Li Ming said, satisfied. After choosing 2 more sets and making the payment, he received a system notification. Godly Rich system notification completed. Hidden achievement. Task: the basic wardrobe of a Godly Rich received random Godly Rich encouragement. Thinker brooch. Wearing it increases spiritual attributes by 5. Li Ming paused slightly. An accessory that grants attribute bonuses, and it directly added 5 of this item, could probably be used indefinitely. Moreover, the achievement mentioned basic, which implied there were intermediate and advanced related achievements. What's wrong? Chun Qingyi looked at him in confusion. Are you having regrets and want to return it? I want to accompany you in embarrassment. I'm going to the comic exhibition. I'm just thinking about how to thank you. I absolutely do not want the set from the online store named Jia Original Boutique, priced at 2180 yuan, from the Starry Sky series Lolita. Li Ming said nothing, turned, and walked away. Hey, say something. Chun Qingyi shouted from behind. The black and red series set for 1680 yuan is fine too. 998. This pastoral series is only 998. You can't lose by buying it, you can't be fooled. But Li Ming waved his hand at her without looking back as he walked away. It seemed he had made a certain resolve. Old stingy. May you die stingly. Chun Qingyi shot a glare at his back, cursing as she walked in another direction. She still had to go to the comic exhibition. Li Ming stepped out of the mobile phone store, casually swapping for the latest model. He had already put on that inconspicuous golden brooch. It resembled a horizontal sculpture of a thinker. His mental attribute should have reached between 108 and 109. According to his feelings, although only 5 was added to his mental strength, it had actually enhanced his overall strength by at least 50. After reaching 100, a mental strength does not increase linearly, but exponentially. He glanced at his phone, which seemed to have been hacked, automatically redirecting him to Taobao, entering the shop mentioned by Chun Qingyi without even inputting anything. He analyzed her figure through mental interference. He purchased all the Lolita outfits she had mentioned. As for the address, he directly accessed the human resources database of Jin Han, which was developed by the technical department. Junshang Garden Building 4, Room 201. The purchase was completed. The reason he didn't agree to her request on the spot was to create a surge of emotional fluctuation for her. Now Chun Qingji's favorability should break 60. Rubbing the warm phone, he pondered for a moment, then opened Taobao again and placed another order. With a smile on his lips, he locked his phone and put it in his pocket. Carrying bags, he walked in another direction. He still needed to buy a new desktop and a laptop to be delivered directly to Jiangtianjunxi. By the time Li Meng finished everything and returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. During that time, he had also declined Chen Qingji's obvious invitation for him to treat her to a meal. He had added another wave of anger points to her. After all, the more anger accumulated, now the stronger the rebound effect after receiving gifts. Just as he returned to his rental apartment and set down the bags of clothes, Li Meng received a surprising message. Li Gu, there's something I need to tell you. It was Wang Cici from the Yuping Pavilion. It seems that your resignation process has turned into being dismissed, and they even sent a letter to your hometown. I was initially trying to argue for you, but Xuan Mingyuan and the director. There was nothing I could do, as you know my info. They'll do my best to find a way to see if the pavilion can issue another letter to clarify. She sent a long message like right. Li Meng concluded it in 2 sentences. Someone was framing him, and she could help him. Whether this matter was serious depended on the situation, or generally the more promising a person was, the more anxious they became, while those with average prospects tended not to care too much. Because no matter what job you have, if you have any success, it is inseparable from background checks. Public service requires checks. Large companies do as well. Such public letters are like a thorn, a stain on one's resume. At this moment, Li Meng suddenly realized. She was testing his background with a clever method. Thank you, but I don't care, no need to trouble yourself. Li Meng typed out this response. After receiving the message, Wang Cici felt somewhat disappointed. In fact, she had been waiting for Li Meng to contact her for several days, but he hadn't sent her any messages. After all, the letter had indeed been sent out, and his family must have notified him. However, he had his contact information with Sister Zhang at the Yuping Pavilion, who had no idea about the letter and had no authority over it. So in the end, Li Meng would certainly send himself a message. But he didn't. Generally speaking, at this point, it could be concluded that the other party did not care. However, Wang Cici thought of Li Meng's looks, which were quite to her taste, and gave it another chance. She proactively asked on WeChat. Unfortunately, Li Meng's response still disappointed her. If Li Meng had replied with concern, it would indicate that his future was promising, a fish worth investing in. If he answered indifferently like this, it indicated that his job hadn't even reached the level where he needed to worry about a stain on his resume. There was no value in a deep relationship. Both sides seemed to have an invisible mutual understanding, and neither spoke further. Li Meng locked his phone. Speaking of which, Sister Zhang's lips were indeed tight. If she had revealed even a little of what he had said to her back, then Wang Cici would not have had this round of probing. This woman's thoughts were indeed heavy, making her quite annoying. On Monday, Li Meng arrived at the company, particularly going to the 21st floor to take a look at Chen Qingyi. She had changed back into a classy polo shirt and a blazer, showing no signs of the wild jester appearance. Upon seeing Li Meng, Chen Qingyi shot him a glare. TSK. Li Meng silently clicked his tongue a couple of times before turning and heading up to the 22nd floor. In the elevator, he felt his phone vibrating continuously, the frequency enough to scramble an egg. Without looking, he knew it was Chen Qingyi cursing. But it was fine. He glanced at the logistics, and the items had already arrived. He would see what she had to say after she got off work. President Li. Hello, President Li. Upon arriving at the technical department, a chorus of greetings rang out. Although it had only been a short few days, he easily earned the heartfelt respect of the entire department due to his Perhaps there were also many who were jealous of him because of his age. However, no one would question his skills. Skills are like mathematics. The real cannot be faked, and the fake cannot be real. The problems you can't solve in a week, others can tell at a glance. Such a gap prevents anyone from raising doubts. After entering the office, he turned on his work computer and entered his employee ID and exclusive password. As the deputy director, he had the highest technical authority in the company, equivalent to Zhao Xuan. Several internal emails were quietly waiting in his inbox for his review. Each completed project must be confirmed by both the director and deputy director. At the same time, every new project sent from other departments must also receive approval from both. Casually glancing through the internal phone rang, coming from the chairman's office. Director Liu, Xiao Liu and Zhao Shuang come to meeting room 1 for a small meeting. A small meeting for a big matter, a big meeting for a small matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Meng pondered, and before he could take any action, Zhao Shuang was already knocking at the door. The two chatted a few words as they walked, mainly Zhao Shuang explaining. There should be some projects that need our technical department to confirm if they can be done. Although Director Liu understands a bit of technology, he is not a professional. Upon entering the meeting room, besides Director Liu, there were several department directors and an administrative secretary. After sitting down, everyone received a printed detailed plan. Director Liu did not speak, only allowing everyone to look first. The meeting room was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of pages turning. The large smart sports field project surprised Li Meng. The main body of this project was the Yuping Pavilion he had previously worked at. Wasn't this just a perfect match? He had heard of major actions when leaving the Yuping Pavilion, as well as the arrival of several people. He never expected that after all the twists and turns, he still had some connection to this place. This project is spearheaded by the authorities aiming to carry out a major transformation of the Yuping Pavilion, turning it into a state-of-the-art smart sports venue. Jin Han is tasked with completing a comprehensive intelligence system, including facial recognition for entry, AI high-definition camera tracking, and smart training facilities, along with a full set of compatible hardware, and will also be responsible for long-term maintenance. The total project cost exceeds 26 million. Such a high price. Director Liu must have connections to secure such a lucrative contract. Even without Li Mao's intervention, it could guarantee at least a profit of 10 million. Director Liu, did you bribe someone? But upon seeing the project timeline, Li Mao's expression grew serious. That was Zhao Shuang's voice. 2 months. How could that possibly be completed in time? The other department heads, though not particularly tech-savvy, were well aware of how long similar projects typically take. It's like a factory that makes rice cookers. The sales department may not know how it's done, but they definitely know how long it takes to produce a rice cooker. Yeah, we did a similar project last year for only 10 million, and it took 7 or 8 months from start to finish. 2 months is absolutely impossible. The crowd began to murmur. Lu Jiaxing waved his hand, slightly signaling everyone to hold their tongues. Let me clarify, this project is not an ordinary one. This is not a tender document, but rather a project that has already been confirmed for us to undertake. Moreover, it must be completed. These words were said in such a thought-provoking manner that everyone exchanged glances. No one dared to ask why. After all, the matter had reached this point, and the leading party was still the authorities. Was there any need to ask further? Director Lu's gaze turned to Li Mao and he asked with a heavy tone. Shally, you haven't been here long, but you are the company's true technical backbone. I have one question for you. Can this project... It wasn't about whether it should be done, but rather if it could be completed. Li Mao did not answer immediately. As long as he activated his abilities, there was no project he couldn't finish. However, he needed to ensure that his performance remained within the basic framework of reality. Transcending human cognition was fine, but surpassing reality was problematic. The office was so silent one could hear a pin drop, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Mao's face. He finally set down the documents and spoke to Director Liu. I need the highest level of authority. A slight smile appeared on Director Liu's face, showing he was somewhat relieved. Granted. You are now the highest person in charge of this project. No matter how much it costs, whatever personnel or resources you need, it will all be provided. I only want one result. Zhao Shuang looked at Li Mao with a hint of anxiety. Given his technical knowledge, this was undoubtedly an impossible task. Yet since Li Mao had said so, he must have confidence. It was just a matter of how he would accomplish it. Li Mao's gaze flickered as he utilized mental interference to quietly gather and analyze information. As his mental energy rapidly depleted, his understanding of the project even surpassed that of Lu Jiaxing himself. The reason for the 2-month completion deadline was to host the 32nd World Youth Sports Games. Originally, this sports event was supposed to be held in Jiang City, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the plan was changed at the last minute, necessitating this rush. The Yuping Pavilion would be transformed into a venue for the event. He felt no pressure. Instead, he sensed an opportunity. After all, he wasn't here just to work, nor merely to enjoy a high salary. He was here for the venture of the god. If it were simply about making money, he could easily engage in stock trading. As he was now, he felt too weak, like a flickering flame. Just as the system's venture module indicated, his impact factor was only 1. A mere lackey with an impact factor of 1. Wasn't this project just a perfect opportunity? With the authorities leading the way, there was ample topic to discuss, and there was great freedom and space for operation. The project only cost over 26 million, but the key point was that he was the overall person in charge. Moreover, the software system portion costing over 26 million did not mean the entire project was limited to that amount. According to the information he had gathered, the renovation project for this venue reached as high as 1.3 billion. Being the overall person in charge of a project worth over 26 million may not sound impressive. But if he were to be the overall person in charge of the software engineering part of a 1.3 billion project, that would feel entirely different. The other projects under Jin Han that could be cut were cut. Those that couldn't be discarded were either subcontracted out or directly halted with penalty payments. In the next 2 months, the company would place all its energy on this project. Economically speaking, this was destined. The entire technical department had only 54 people, which was entirely insufficient. The HR department began a frantic hiring spree, setting a military order to recruit 20 more within a week. These weren't front desk positions, but required technical personnel. Having them in place within a week was extremely challenging and would cost a lot of money, but it was all approved by Director Liu. As the overall person in charge, Li Mao completed a comprehensive technical plan in less than half a day. All projects would be developed in parallel, divided into 12 groups. Until 6:30 in the evening, the entire Jin Han was still brightly lit. All relevant departments were working overtime. Even someone like Chun Xingyi at the front desk was required to stay and work mainly to deliver coffee and meals to the technical department. After all, the company did not have a dedicated logistics department. It was all handled by the administrative department. Li Mao's office door was tightly closed. The technical department operated at a high speed in an orderly manner according to his directives, with the rich aroma of coffee and food filling the air. Chen Qingyi and Xiao Mei carried a large box distributing meals to the workstations. Qingyi, you're familiar with Director Li. Go deliver to him, while I take this to Director Zhao. Xiao Mei picked up a lunchbox and headed towards Zhao Xuan's office. Chen Qingyi looked at the closed office door and felt a bit frustrated. It was starting to feel like a domineering CEO drama. Next, the female lead should be delivering food to the domineering president, followed by a passionate interaction. Thinking about this made her feel a little shy, although Li Mao could be inconsiderate, taking advantage of her labor. However, he had looks and wealth. While he might not be a big boss, he was certainly a minor one. If he were to pursue her, it wouldn't be impossible. As she thought about this, she happily knocked on the door. Come in. Upon hearing Li Mao's voice, Chen Qingyi pushed the door open. She then saw him, wearing the suit they had bought together, standing by the window looking out at the night view. He was not nearly as busy as she had imagined. Chen Qingyi first closed the door before speaking. I thought you were going to be overwhelmed with work. Li Mao turned to look at her, but did not respond to that remark. Instead, he brought up something else. Why aren't you off work? Chen Qingyi widened her eyes. I don't want to leave. I like being your lunch delivery girl. Isn't that what the higher-ups required, eh? Which higher-ups? The administrative department, of course. Who else? Li Mao thought for a moment, and then sent a work message to the director of the administrative department. You can leave now. Huh? Are you really that kind? Chen Qingyi did not expect Li Mao would actually communicate with the administrative department on her behalf. But the next moment Li Mao said expressionlessly, I sent a message of accountability to the administrative department, instructing them to rectify immediately. For critical projects, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter or exit the technical department at will. Even for delivering food, it must at least be someone of supervisory level, and the safety of the food must be absolutely guaranteed. Li Meng watched her departing figure and smiled faintly. Food isn't important, nor is the project worth over 26 million. At least nothing is more important than you, Chen Qingyi, leaving work today. You have no idea how valuable you are to me at this very moment. Of course, Chen Qingyi had no clue. As soon as she stepped out, her eyes had already turned moist. It truly is a thunderclap after taking a step back. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why are you opposing me? A domineering CEO? What a load of nonsense. You want to eat, but I will. She opened her lunchbox and began to eat heartily. What's wrong, Qingyi? Xiao Mei looked at her in confusion. Nothing, just got bitten by a dog. Chen Qingyi said, biting her chopsticks. Where did a dog come from in the company? Xiao Mei looked perplexed. A few minutes later, they received a notice from the administrative department allowing them to leave work as usual. Not having to work overtime was a happy occasion, but Chen Qingyi was not happy at all. After finishing her meal, she angrily walked out of the company door and for the first time didn't take the subway, but instead splurged on a ride-hailing service to go home. She had no energy to squeeze into the subway. She needed to go home to rest well. That dog of a man. As soon as she arrived home, she saw several large packages of deliveries placed at her doorstep. She usually had many things delivered left at the door. Not knowing what they were, she weakly gathered them all and brought them inside, tossing them onto the floor beside the sofa. She took off her blazer and turned on the air conditioner. Then she went to the bathroom for a shower and changed into her pajamas. Only then did she lazily sit on the sofa and take out her phone to watch videos. Glancing at the time, it was already 7:30. Starved to death. She cursed while also thinking, could that guy really have no food to eat? Impossible, right? The deputy director can't be out of food, can he? Forget about him. Chen Qingyi recalled the packages beside her and stood up to bring them all to the coffee table. She tore open one bag. Oh, my curling iron. She tore open another one. Oh, my Lolita. Wait a minute. She shockingly picked up the delivery slip and looked at it, then took the clothing completely out of the package. That set of 998 yuan pastoral Lolita. When did I buy this? Sitting on the sofa in a daze for a moment, she finally reacted, feeling a bit better. Using her brain, she knew who had bought it. Although it was the cheapest set, at least that guy wasn't truly getting it for free. Suddenly she thought of something and picked up the other two packages, opening the bags one by one. Black and red suit. Starry sky suit. This time Chen Qingyi was completely speechless. He bought them all. She only said it once, and that guy not only remembered the store name, but also accurately found the sets she wanted, buying all 3 sets she mentioned. And he didn't mention a word about it. Today he even specifically let her leave work early. It turned out to be to let her come back to see this surprise. This scheme is too fake yet too real. Even if you know what's going on, you still feel deeply touched. Hockey Liu guy. Chen Qingyi's eyes turned red. She wiped away her tears, wondering why she had been so easy to cry these days. What do you think, she's childish? He wouldn't really have no food to eat today, right? Feeling a bit guilty, she took out her phone, opened Li Meng's WeChat, and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She put down her phone and touched the outfits, noticing that the sizes were just right for her. How did that guy know? But thinking carefully, he is the deputy director of the technical department. Wouldn't it be hard for him to get a hold of her employment medical exam report? Oh no, my height and weight privacy are all gone. At that moment, a small package that she hadn't noticed fell from the bottom layer. She picked it up in confusion and gently tore it open. Inside was two flesh-colored soft disc-shaped items. She had never used them, but knew what they were. Breast pads. There was also a note inside that indicated her bust size. A silent mockery sharp as a sword hurt her. The emotion on her face faded, and she began to feel warm. She took out her phone, unlocked it, and aimed it at Li Meng's profile picture. She started to vent. But soon she began to delete it. Because on the screen it displayed. Red envelope of 88 yuan. You've worked hard today, buy a cup of milk tea to drink. Chen Xingyi clicked on the red envelope as fast as lightning. Thinking carefully, she realized she wasn't that angry after all. Although Li Dog was a dog, he did give a reward. The red envelope was real, and he even let her leave work early. She wasn't really foolish if Li Meng hadn't found a reason to give to the administrative department, but instead directly helped her through the back door. That would have caused a huge uproar. She sent another WeChat message. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. The boss is rising step by step. The boss will never die. System prompt. Chen Xingyi's favorability 65 points, breaking through 60 favorability, received rich man's encouragement 2 free attribute points, first time in life, having favorability from a non-blood related opposite sex, break through 60 points, completing the hidden achievement task of opposite sex affinity, received rich man's encouragement 8 million yuan. A series of system messages prompted Li Meng to reveal a smile. Breaking through 60 favorability points actually gave 2 free attribute points at once. This indicates one thing: the rich man's encouragement for favorability tasks is likely to be better the higher the favorability. System, give me some points. Directly adding the 2 points to Spirit. Spirit 105.5. Because of the attribute bonus from the brooch, Li Meng's Spirit attribute had now reached 110 points. It felt like he had crossed a threshold similar to breaking through a bottleneck. The whole world before his eyes became more. If originally he could only use Spirit interference for 20 minutes at full strength, now it was at least doubled. At that moment his phone received a text message from the bank. 8 million yuan credited. Just as he was about to lock his phone, Li Meng suddenly realized something. No way. Why had he never thought of a question? Where did the money come from? Or rather, he had thought about it, but he had never once had the idea to trace the source of this money thoroughly. He opened the banking app, clicked on the transfer record, and traced the source. It was from a personal account in the country. He paused for a moment, and then activated Spirit interference, delving deeper into this lead. As he expected, he quickly touched the warning line of 20 consumption. Conclusion: the rich man's system enacted a spell similar to expelling muggles during the transfer. Muggles in this context refer to the term for mortals in certain magical works. When a wizard uses this spell, muggles are subject to spiritual interference, automatically dispersing and completing self-explanation in their minds. Thus, the money given by the rich man's system is not merely a matter of legality. Rather, no one would even have the thought to investigate or consider the legality of this money. This influence even extends to Li Meng himself. Yet today his spirit attribute exceeded 110 points due to the boost, and perhaps under the influence of this power, he discovered this secret. Looking at the dozens of task progress charts gathered on the computer screen, Li Mao knew he could complete them himself, but it would certainly take a considerable amount of time. At least it was impossible to be as leisurely as he was now. He wouldn't be foolish enough to tackle everything he'd. He had long since devised a countermeasure. Nowadays, not just technical personnel, but even ordinary people know how to use AI assistants to aid in their work. He felt it was necessary to create a helper for himself, much like Jarvis from the movie Iron Man. Although AI is already widely used, it is still a far cry from the level of intelligence that Jarvis possesses. His IQ may not be as high as Iron Man's, but his unique ability of mental interference could perfectly compensate for that. He had been contemplating this idea for an entire day. Looking at the few free attribute points he had saved up, he began to ponder a possibility. What if at the moment he allocated points to himself, he could siphon off that point of mental energy and use the power of mental interference to create an AI intelligence? The AI that he would create must have a basic carrier. As a material core, choosing any human-made object would not satisfy Li Mao's requirements. He touched the golden brooch on his chest. Under the illumination of the light, the thinker emitted a profound glow. Perhaps this was the most perfect carrier. He did not immediately take action. Instead, he downloaded various open-source and non-open source AI research from the internet. He then set several awakening trigger conditions before going to sleep. Having just consumed 20% of his mental energy, he needed to be in the best possible state to carry out this task. It was only at midnight that he awoke quietly. During this time, no one had knocked on his door, and he had completely restored himself to a perfect state. Most people outside had already finished work. Li Mao got up and left the company. Instead of returning to his rented apartment, he went directly to Jiang Tianjin's residence. The rented place was crowded and chaotic. He feared something might happen. Upon returning home, he headed straight for his study and closed the door. He did not remove the brooch, but wore it as he proceeded with his operations. This way he could still enjoy a 5% boost to his mental attributes. If he hadn't broken through to 110 points today, he wouldn't have started this task so quickly. Caressing the thinker brooch, he felt an indescribable, unique mental rhythm. He took a deep breath. System allocate points. Instantly his mental energy surged a little more. In that moment he attempted to detach the still unstable portion of his mind. There was no pain as he had imagined. If one had to describe it, it felt like drawing a tube of fresh blood from his body. The process of breaking the skin might hurt, but the detachment itself was painless. However, his mental energy suddenly, with mental interference fully activated, he could clearly see a point of blue ethereal light flying out like fire or gas. That was not the true form of mental energy, but a manifestation that Li Mao could understand through mental interference. Then it began to transform, constructing countless lines of code data. This part was very fast, taking almost less than 2 minutes. However, the consumption of Li Mao's mental energy was quite exaggerated, having plummeted below 50%, remaining 40, 30. Finally, he pressed the completed mental code data mass into the thinker brooch. The next moment, the entire mental world collapsed. He had reached the limit of maintaining mental interference, collapsing into the chair of his study. He fell into a self-protective slumber. The thinker brooch seemed to show no change at all. In the room, only the faint sound of Li Mao's breathing remained, along with the computer gradually entering standby mode. Time passed until 8 in the morning. Li Mao opened his eyes, feeling utterly fatigued, his head heavy, as if clearly he had not yet recovered. He had only narrowly avoided failure, but fortunately luck was on his side. He could clearly sense through his mental interference that in this room, or rather in his chest, there was a special entity akin to a shared mental source. He lowered his head and saw that the brooch showed no reaction, seemingly unchanged from yesterday. He extended the power of mental interference towards it. The moment he made contact, a mechanical voice emanated from the thinker brooch. "Good morning, sir." Instantly aware of Li Mao's thoughts, the voice continued, "What are you thinking, sir? I do not possess the mental might to affect reality, hence I must adhere to basic physical laws to communicate. You need to give me a mouth first." Li Mao paused for a moment before speaking. "In this room, there is at least one computer with sound capabilities. Sir, without your permission, I cannot connect to any device. This is the rule you set. Please do not test me. You have absolute authority over me. I grant you permission to use this computer in front of you." After Li Mao spoke, he recited the name he had already decided upon, and then closed his mental interference. "Thinker." "Understood, sir." Suddenly a voice came from the computer. Li Mao did not rush to go to work, but instead began testing the thinker at home. He sent the task list to it, and code began to wildly appear on the computer screen. This computing power far exceeded the limits of this computer, or rather it was as if it wasn't using this computer for computation at all. The thinker brooch was its true form, inherently endowed with computational power. Where did this power come from? How strong was it? Through one test after another, Li Mao engaged in deep communication with the thinker. Surprisingly, its computing power came from mental energy. Moreover, it far surpassed the most powerful supercomputers in the world today. The thinker had only 1 point of mental energy, but that point belonged to Li Mao, a significant one, from 105 to 106. It was equivalent to a student taking an exam, getting one question right and earning a point, but that point was from the most difficult question. To quantify it, that 1 point of mental energy even surpassed a typical human's 70 to 80 points of mental energy. As an artificial intelligence, such a human-level brain could unleash terrifying computational power in its hands. Years ago, an experiment was conducted that simulated just one of the human brain's activity for 1 second, requiring a full 40 minutes from the world's 4th-ranked supercomputer. The thinker, on the other hand, could reverse this, transforming that 1 second into the computational power of 40 minutes of supercomputing. Of course, the thinker could not achieve that conversion rate. It needed a massive amount of computational support to maintain itself. Even so, its strength surpassed human imagination. Li Mao reached a final conclusion. It was the monster he had. "Sir, you possessing the great power of mental interference in reality are the true monster," the thinker rationally commented. "Chen Qingyi arrived very early today. Usually she arrives at 8 sharp, but today she got here at 7:50. Even Xiao Mei joked that she must be love-struck. Although it was only a 10-minute difference, only those in the workplace understand the value of those 10 minutes. After completing another registration, she glanced towards the elevator. She had sent him a message yesterday, but had not received a reply yet. Is it a case of wanting to catch her attention by keeping her guessing? She understood, man. Thinking of this made her feel a little pleased. "Stop daydreaming, hurry up and register. The line is almost at the elevator." Xiao Mai's urging voice brought Chen Qingyi back to her senses, and she hastily continued her work. As the time reached 9 o'clock, Li Meng still hadn't shown up. The interviews for the technical department had been going on for a while, but without Li Meng the overall decision couldn't be made. Zhao Shuang hesitated for a moment, but still chose not to call Li Meng, believing that the latter knew what was going on. In the end, he could only instruct someone to comfort the interviewees and inform them to wait patiently for a while. "Hey, you're not coming today, are you? The technical department's interview is getting chaotic." Chen Qingyi took the opportunity to send Li Meng a message, having already sent several before this one. However, she received no reply. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, he actually responded, but with only 3 words. "Got it." She was utterly speechless. What does he even know? She was the one handling everything here. Chun Kinjia's patience was wearing thin, and she was thinking of writing a little essay again. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Li Ming finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. She put down her phone, quietly deleted her little essay, and revealed a sweet and professional smile. Hello, Mr. Li. She noticed that Li Ming was wearing a discreet Bluetooth headset today. Additionally, he didn't seem too well, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Li Ming responded with a barely audible hum acknowledging her. It's hard to recover from mental exhaustion. He was trying to minimize his mental output. This project was well known throughout the company, widely discussed. It was said to be a special task that was not only a complete loss, but also almost impossible to accomplish. It was Li Ming who took it on in front of Director Liu. Many were waiting to see him fail, claiming he was getting ahead of himself, unaware of his own limitations. Even within the technical department, most were not optimistic. Some even said that Li Ming was just the scapegoat, otherwise why not let Zhao Shuang, the director, take the lead? As a mere receptionist, Chen Qingyi didn't know about those complexities. She only knew that there was one thing she could do: take out her phone and send a message to Li Ming. Good luck, genius. After Li Ming arrived at the office, the technical supervisor responsible for the first 2 rounds of interviews came in. Mr. Li, there are 5 interviewees waiting. Seeing Li Ming looking exhausted, he shook his head slightly. He knew very well that Li Ming's technical skills were far superior to his own, but some things cannot be achieved just through technical prowess. He wondered if Li Ming was truly confident or just going in blindly. Let's have them line up to enter the conference room in 10 minutes. After Li Ming entered the conference room, he picked up the resumes of the candidates on the table. He first issued a command to the thinker. Check it out. Okay, sir, the thinker's voice came through the headset. Then a large amount of text suddenly appeared in Li Ming's phone memo. The first interviewee caught Li Ming by surprise. Looking at her confidently, she was an attractive woman with a charm value of 73. Her technical skills were decent, which was rare. A good-looking woman studying computer science was quite exceptional. But the problem was that according to the investigation results provided by the thinker, she was an undeclared female student. Li Ming pondered for a moment, but still checked the box on the interview document. Sir, while waiting for the interview, this lady approached Chen Qingyi 3 times for no reason. The thinker's voice echoed. Li Ming ignored the reminder. For the second interviewee, he let him go after just 2 minutes of questioning. He was completely superficial, just a facade. Although he was very articulate and subtly expressed his loyalty from the start, he was still directly eliminated. It continued until the 5th interviewee. Li Ming lifted his gaze from the resume to look at him. He wore thick black-rimmed glasses embodying the typical image of a tech geek. His slightly frizzy hair was long, and he wore a suit that looked ill-fitted and somewhat disheveled. Triggered the God-level task talent collection long-term. For every talent with 3 stars or above under your command, earn 10 the star rating in God-level points each month. Activate the God-level career module subordinate potential assessment function. Current target Li Su 3-star potential. Li Ming's gaze flickered. 3-star talents would yield 30 God-level points every month, totaling 360 points a year. This person had to be secured. He must be under Li Ming's command, meaning that if Li Ming left, he would have to find a way to... That was a concern. Li Su felt a bit anxious. He was the least qualified among the 5. The only reason he received an offer was that Jin Han was at a point of desperation in hiring. He hadn't expected to make it to the final round. The office was silent with only the hum of the central air conditioning. Although it was quite cool, Li Su felt his back was soaked from nervousness. He forced himself to face this young interviewer who was also Jin Han's technical vice president, with false calmness, feeling a hint of envy. The gap between people is sometimes indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. This Mr. Li appeared to be no more than 25 or 26, just about his age. Tall and handsome, dressed in a well-fitted expensive suit, he had his own office in a technology company valued in... Once the company goes public, he would achieve financial freedom immediately. This was the perfect life he had always fantasized about. After studying his materials for a while, Li Ming finally spoke. Li Su, I have reviewed your materials, and let me tell you the conclusion. First, you have passed. His voice was magnetic and penetrating, every word crystal clear, like a refreshing drink on a sweltering... Li Su wanted to keep calm, but couldn't help but show his delight. Thank you, Mr. Li. I will work hard. This was his first job offer from a company worth over $1 billion. Previously, he had only worked at small companies or taken on some outsourcing. For him, this outcome was akin to successfully passing a civil service exam. Li Ming smiled slightly, waiting for him to digest the information before continuing. But as an individual, I want to talk to you for a moment. Li Su was taken aback, but quickly responded with an attentive posture. Please go ahead. Your first degree is just from a vocational school, and you later upgraded to a bachelor's, but it isn't from a prestigious institution. So you understand, right? If it weren't for Jin Han's urgent need for people, you would not have been able to smoothly enter the company. Li Ming's tone was steady, as if devoid of emotion. Li Zu's expression turned grim as he awkwardly replied, Thank you, Mr. Li, and the company for giving me this opportunity. Li Ming raised a finger and gently shook it. I think you misunderstand him not saying this to PUAU, nor should you feel inferior. After saying this, he pulled out a photo of his diploma from his phone's gallery to show Li Su. Li Su looked at Li Ming in surprise. He never imagined that this seemingly young and accomplished technical vice president had graduated from such an ordinary school. So Li Su, do you understand? Li Su instinctively looked up and saw Li Ming slowly standing up, walking to the large glass window of the conference room overlooking the city. We are of the same kind. After a long while, Li Su regained his senses. The conference room was already empty. He hadn't even noticed when a small window had somehow been pushed open and the strong winds from above lifted the curtains, creating a rustling sound. The hot air mixed with the cold air from the central air conditioning, forming an invisible vortex. For some reason, the words of General Manager Li echoed in his mind like an indelible thought stamp. Are we really of the same kind? He shook his head and let out a long sigh. Then he heard the sound of the door opening and a person from the HR department walked in. Why are you still here? Come sign the contract. Sorry, I'm on my way. After returning to the office, Li Mao felt even more fatigued than before, as if his already incomplete spirit had been further drained. He even experienced an indescribable feeling of nausea. Sir, you just used an incomprehensible ability that affected that young man. Upon hearing the thinker's words, Li Mao did not respond. He had indeed used the ability to interfere with reality, but at least at this stage, directly manipulating others was a fantasy. Even influencing their behavior was nearly impossible. He could only add a kind of deep impression akin to hypnosis, allowing the other party to remember a certain phrase vividly. It was similar to how someone decades later might still be unable to forget a scene from their youth. Those marked by the system, even the lowest level 3-star talents had extraordinary potential. It was worth Li Mao's effort. Thinker, complete all company tasks online on my behalf. Understood, sir. In the next moment, Li Mao lay down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. On the computer screen, work messages continued to arrive, and the thinker swiftly responded in Li Mao's tone. After a while, Zhao Shuang called. The phone automatically answered. Don't forget to go to the site this afternoon to collect information. Okay, I understand. Even though Li Mao was asleep, his voice could be heard answering on Zhao Shuang's phone. Everything was a simulation by the thinker. Everything proceeded methodically, flawlessly. The entire technical department, including Zhao Shuang, just a wall away, noticed nothing unusual. It wasn't until around 11 in the morning that Li Mao was awakened by the ability of mental interference. By now he had recovered over 70%. Sir, no matter how many times I see it, I am in awe of the power you possess. You are just an artificial intelligence. Oh, where does this all come from? Li Mao finally couldn't help but respond with a bit of sarcasm. Sir, if you need, I can express awe. The thinker replied. Li Mao pulled up the thinker's intervention records and reviewed the work progress. Sir, according to the current pace, completing this project within 2 months is more than sufficient. What I want is not just sufficient. Li Mao's gaze shifted to the code on the computer. I want the transformed stadium to become the most memorable highlight of the World Youth Games. I am always ready for your orders, the thinker replied. Currently, all permissions related to the smart system of the stadium were in his hands. Moreover, the budget was not 36 million, but rather 70 to 80 million, or even more. This was a ZZ task that had to be completed at all costs, not an ordinary commercial order. Even if it meant investing Lu Dong's entire fortune, the task had to be executed to perfection. To justify this investment, Li Mao needed to bring forth something extraordinary. No matter how much it was transformed, the foundation of the stadium was still indoors. This was a disadvantage, but could also be an advantage. After contemplating all day, Li Mao rejected several proposals and ultimately decided on a set of surreal AR technology. AR, in essence, is augmented reality technology. Simply put, it is projection technology that casts various light and shadow effects in the real world, giving people a sense of transcending reality. To be more direct, a ball hit with effects is an example of AR. Li Mao aimed to transform the entire stadium into a massive AR that could present various scenarios. This AR had to be detailed enough to far exceed the current technological limits. To achieve this effect, 3 steps were necessary. First, a massive code that was perfect to the point of being harsh. Second, the on-site arrangement must align precisely with his requirements. Completing the above 2 steps would account for 99.99% of the work. The next step, and the most crucial one, required him to add a unique code that was less than 0.001. Understood, you want me to create this core? The thinker responded after receiving the information transmitted by Li Mao through reality interference. I thought you would leverage that incredible power. Li Mao fell silent. Indeed, using the ability to interfere with reality would yield results far more perfect than what the thinker could achieve. But he wouldn't do that. Although the thinker was a product beyond its time, it was still a product within the fundamental worldview of this physical realm. Interfering with reality was a supernatural power. He did not want to create a magical venue that humanity could not replicate. Instead, he aimed to leave behind a wonder that through the brilliance of genius eliminated the need for unimaginable, vast financial investments to construct. The Yuping Stadium had already been completely closed. The construction company entered, and the construction period was exceedingly short. The International Youth Games would take place in just over 3 months, so the construction period was limited to 3 months. Even if it was merely a renovation and not a complete rebuild, this level of difficulty would be a fantasy in other countries. However, in the land of infrastructure magicians, anything was possible. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't block the way. Get out of the way quickly. Have the materials arrived? Why haven't they shown? Wearing hard hats, the construction workers were working in an organized chaos, having become accustomed to countless hard battles in 24-hour shifts. Director Hu Sheng was also on site with Wang Sisi and a few others overseeing the related work coordination. In fact, they hadn't returned home for the past few days, but had been staying with the workers in the staff dormitory. Sister Zhang slowly put on her helmet to enter the site, which was her earliest arrival in these past few days. Director Hu Sheng didn't even glance at her. Someone with such seniority was beyond his ability to command, so why bother? He turned to Wang Sisi behind him. According to the plan, the company responsible for the software should be arriving today, right? Wang Sisi checked the project list in her hand and confirmed. Yes, leader, they are coming for the on-site inspection to customize the system based on the situation. She paused for a moment before continuing. According to the coordination documents they sent, the head of the Jinhan team, General Manager Li, will be leading the team over. Wang Sisi thought to herself that it was quite a coincidence that this head was named Li Mao. However, she had not even considered that this person could be Li Mao. After all, for a large-scale project worth billions, there was no way someone of his age could be the head of the intelligent software engineering part. Unless he had an extraordinary background. But if that were the case, why would he have come to work at their Yuping Stadium before? Sister Zhang, wearing her helmet, sat in a slightly quiet corner scrolling through her phone while murmuring something to herself. The time had reached 9 o'clock. The convoy from Jinhan had also arrived outside the Yuping Stadium. Originally, the group was set to consist of 20 individuals, but at Li Mao's request, it was temporarily increased to 50. Among them, 30 were workers responsible for assisting in the installation of equipment, while 20 belonged to the technical department. They brought along 2 full trucks of initial collection equipment. The field data he required would far exceed expectations. The specific task was essentially to set up high-definition cameras and scanners at various locations. Later, the thinkers would take over to complete the work. Of course, 5 individuals would remain on site for the long term, ready to follow orders issued in Li Mao's name by the thinkers. The people from Jinhang have arrived. Xuan Mingyuan observed a group approaching from the distance. Wang Sisi instinctively wiped her sweat and straightened herself before turning around. She was reluctant to let people see her as part of the engineering team, even though her actual work was on the front lines. Every day she was covered in dirt and needed to personally handle tasks similar to those of a foreman. Yet she still had to present herself as one of the official leaders in charge, at least as a very important person. In reality, none of those truly qualified to be called responsible persons would be on site. They were all seated in the back office issuing commands to the frontline staff. Not just Wang Sisi, but also the curator Hu Sheng and a few others were in the same situation. The ones truly responsible for liaising were not them, which was why they had no idea when Jinhang would actually arrive. Their real role was simply to be present on site. They could do nothing, but their presence was mandatory. There needed to be an official representation. Currently, all the work they were doing offered little to no assistance to the entire project. Each department was performing its own duties, and they were not needed to help with anything. However, to achieve results, something had to be done. It didn't matter what it was, or as long as it was done, it could be packaged as an achievement. The engineering group understood this and intentionally assigned them some trivial but golden tasks. Nonetheless, compared to the engineering work, they were all eager to achieve results in intelligent systems, as that sounded much more high-end than civil construction. The key was that the civil construction work was too difficult. Thus, even Hu Sheng, the curator, was looking forward to Jinhang's arrival. In plain terms, they wanted to beg for some benefits from him. Imagine making contributions in the field of intelligent systems versus in civil engineering. The feeling was entirely different. At least the former felt much more technically advanced. Just then, a dozen cars lined up entering the parking lot that had cleared a space, and a group of individuals in suits stepped out of the vehicles. They also unloaded numerous pieces of equipment from the 2 large trucks that accompanied them. The head of the engineering group welcomed them with a few subordinates, and Hu Sheng and the others followed suit. Before anyone could exit the vehicles, Wang Sisi had already taken the initiative to arrange for workers to unpack boxes of prepared safety helmets. According to site regulations, Jinhang's people could wear white safety helmets. However, no one expected that Jinhang would suddenly bring so many people, so there weren't enough helmets, and it was Hu Sheng who had Wang Sisi drive to buy a few more. Wang Sisi held a helmet and approached the front, wanting to familiarize herself with Mr. Li from Jinhang. She saw the door of the leading vehicle open, and a somewhat familiar young man stepped out. She was taken aback for a moment, then gradually a figure emerged in her mind, which overlapped with the young man before her. Her pupils widened, and her heart began to race. Even though she prided herself on her ability to conceal her emotions, she couldn't help but think the words "oh no" in her mind, momentarily losing control of her expression. Could it really be that Li Mao? At this moment, the engineering head, Qi Jian, stepped forward with a smile and shook hands with Li Mao. Directorly welcome. Li Mao smiled, sensing the genuine welcome from the other party. It wasn't that Jin Hang's work was of utmost importance, nor was it about the scale of Jin Hang. It was that Lu Jiaxing had personal ties with this Mr. Qi, and before coming specifically informed Li Mao that he could seek his help if needed. Mr. Qi, Director Lu has especially instructed me to ask you as senior to take good care of me. At this, Qi Jian became even more pleased. He patted Li Mao on the shoulder, giving a look that suggested everything was understood without words. The curator Hu Sheng and the others clearly did not recognize Li Mao immediately like Wang Sisi did, but felt he looked somewhat familiar. However, they soon recognized him. This was because Sister Zhang sauntered over and spoke to Li Mao. Shally, you're here a bit late, huh? She usually didn't come in the afternoon, and even if she did, it was late. Today, she made a special trip and arrived so early. Of course it was because she knew Li Mao was coming. Sister Zhang, good food, is never afraid of being late. Here, now, Li Mao replied with a smile. Qi Jian looked at Zhang Lan, having some impression of this rather unique official on-site personnel, not expecting her to be related to Li Mao. Only then did Hu Sheng and Xue Mingyuan remember. He was actually that temporary worker from before. The three exchanged shocked glances, their thoughts racing, and they fell silent. Only Wang Sisi, holding her phone, felt a slight sweat in her palm. She was somewhat regretful and a bit relieved. The regret was that she found out about this matter too late. The relief was that due to her long-standing habit of leaving a line when doing things, she hadn't said anything inappropriate nor deleted Li Mao's contact. This was absolutely a golden connection. She wanted to step forward and talk, but Sister Zhang suddenly spoke up. Shall Wang go arrange for some water? It's too hot today. Wang Sisi was slightly taken aback, and at that moment she heard Hu Sheng also say, Sister Zhang is right, Xiao Shui, the three of you go. Reluctantly, Wang Sisi had no choice but to agree, and went with Xue Mingyuan to arrange for water. Li Mao smiled silently, giving a thumbs up to Sister Zhang in his heart. Ginger is still spicy. Wang Sisi had some thoughts, but in front of Sister Zhang, she was still a bit lacking. Mr. Li, I am Hu Sheng, the former curator of the Yuping Pavilion, and I am also the current official representative. Hu Sheng took the initiative to speak. If there's anything you need me to assist with, please feel free to say so. Li Mao looked at his face. This was the first time he learned what this curator's name was from him. It was also the first time he could place him on equal or even higher ground in conversation. He absolutely recognized himself, but made no mention of it. Li Mao was not angry with him. He simply looked at Hu Sheng, then calmly extended his hand. Curator Hu, you're too kind. Hu Sheng, with a hint of sweat on his forehead, felt relieved. He had just deliberately collaborated with Sister Zhang to send Xue Mingyuan and the others away. The main concern was to avoid affecting his conversation with Li Mao. Li Mao smiled, and the entrance of the Yuping Pavilion had already been half dismantled, faintly revealing its previously dilapidated appearance. Several workers were installing the gigantic sign for the brand-new Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. The afternoon sun beat down fiercely. Everyone surrounded him, sweating profusely, their gazes toward him filled with importance, friendliness, warmth, and even flattery. Even the curator, who had never told him his name, slightly bent at the waist. This was the taste of power. But he also knew that all of this was only temporary. The identity of the overall person in charge could only allow him to stand at dazzling heights for a moment. Once the project concluded, Hu Sheng would inevitably not be so courteous toward him anymore. But so what? In the logistics department's warehouse, Chen Xiang pushed a few boxes of mineral water and said to the sullen Xue Mingyuan, Xue Gu is the person in charge of Jin Han, the temporary worker from before. Who knows, I can't remember. Xue Mingyuan replied, feigning indifference, though he felt a discontent brewing inside. Seeing Xue Mingyuan's expression, it was clear he knew something, but Chen Xiang dared not continue the topic. Meanwhile, Wang Sisi took out her phone, pondered for a long time, then clicked on Li Mao's profile and sent a message. Li Gu, I didn't expect you to be the person in charge of Jin Han. Oh, life sure is full of surprises. However, the message never went through, and a bright red exclamation mark appeared instead. She was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed slightly. He deleted me. Anger, as if insulted, surged within her. She carefully reviewed the chat history, confirming she had never offended him with a single word. That anger only. Indeed, she admitted to having schemed against Li Mao, but who would know? So why did he delete her? She glanced at Xue Mingyuan and Chen Xiang nearby. Could it be them? Impossible if they weren't that clever. Or could it be the curator? But why would the curator care about such matters? What about Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang had a good relationship with Li Mao and might indeed care, but she couldn't possibly know who did it. There was only one possibility. Li Mao didn't need to know who did it. He wasn't an uncle who required evidence for an investigation. He just needed to know that it happened, and that it was done by the Yuping Pavilion. It was enough to fairly distribute the blame among everyone. After all, it had to be one of them. Wang Sisi thought about this and quickly calmed down, taking a deep breath, believing this might be an opportunity. As long as she could prove her innocence, then based on her being wronged, she would have reason to get closer to him. She was well versed in the art of garnering sympathy. Her gaze turned towards Chen Xiang and Xue Mingyuan, and she suddenly spoke up. Shui Guchengu, I just remembered something. During our last dinner after a few drinks, didn't we say we would send a termination letter to Li? General Li's hometown. Shui Mingyuan and Chun Xiang were taken aback, then exchanged glances, both startled as they recalled that they indeed had mentioned it. Cece, why are you bringing this up now? We were just joking back then. Chun Xiang hurriedly replied with a forced smile. Wang Cece sighed slightly, her expression a mixture of bitterness and amusement. Is it possible that you not only talked about it, but actually did it, eh? Huh. What a... No way, that's impossible. Chun Xiang immediately denied it. Yeah, I don't remember anything like that. Shui Mingyuan's expression turned serious. This was no laughing matter. Li Mao was just a small fry before, so whatever, but now he was the chief of the software system. If word got out, it would... Did you forget about the signing the next day, eh? Wang Cece replied with a sigh. This was her contingency. She never left herself such a large loophole. So while she handled the specifics, she wasn't the one who signed. With this reminder, the two finally recalled. They indeed signed. Temporary workers are still workers, and according to regulations they must complete the process. Gathering colleagues' opinions was standard procedure. They only thought it was a normal process. Getting terminated could still yield some extra cash, so they didn't take it seriously. Wang Cece had mentioned it was a letter for Li Mao himself, who knew she would actually follow through. After all, who would really go to such lengths for a minor grudge? You really did it. Are you crazy? Chun Xiang shouted, then quickly whispered, fearful of being overheard. I was acting on your opinions, and besides, I wasn't the one who signed. Wang Cece responded calmly. Chun Xiang's eyes reddened. This was a huge burden to bear. He did say it, but it was all just talk, like boasting after a few drinks about beating someone up, or would he really go through with it? That was just boasting. In this day and age, who would do such a thankless task? So you did it, and now you're pinning it on. Don't talk nonsense, I wouldn't do such a thing. The worst that could happen is confronting the curator. Wang Cece replied. You, old Chen, stop talking. Shui Mingyuan's expression darkened as he grabbed Chun Xiang's arm. It's useless. Now the blame is on us. Whether it's actual dirt or not, it's still dirt. After all, they were the ones who signed. Wang Cece looked at him in surprise, not expecting Shui Mingyuan to accept reality so quickly. She had originally planned for them to stir up a scene in front of the curator, ideally, with Li Mao present. Then she would use her acting skills to clear her name. Shuigu, I can't take this blame. Chun Xiang's eyes turned red. You know it's hard for me to get in here. If the leaders find out about this, how will I survive? The focus isn't on who did it, but that such a thing shouldn't have been done. Sending a termination letter to someone's hometown is a taboo against bad practices. Shui Mingyuan knew this all too well. He had some connections, but who wouldn't be disgusted by such things? If his father found out, he'd probably slap him twice. The two looked at Wang Cece, feeling a chill run down their spines. This woman was truly ruthless. If it weren't for General Li rising to prominence, who knew how deep the pit would be. Wang Cece calmly carried the water and left the warehouse, no longer bothering to pretend. I'm going to find General Li. We can't bear this black pot. Chun Xiang watched her retreating figure and said, even if you go, what good will it do? Shui Mingyuan clenched his fists. Will he believe us? We can't even reach him to talk, you know. Though Shui Mingyuan wasn't exactly clever, he was certainly smarter than Chun Xiang, who had no background. The only person who can help us now is one, Shui Mingyuan said. Shuigu, are you talking about the curator? I don't dare go. Chun Xiang shrank back, fearing Hushin would find out they did this, and would not hesitate to deal with them. You idiot. Shui Mingyuan cursed inwardly. Go find Sister Zhang. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiang's eyes lit up. Right, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang had a good relationship with Li Mao, enough to have a conversation. The two hurriedly moved the water outside, and after some busy work, they finally had a moment to spare. Finally, they found Zhang Lan, who was munching on sunflower seeds in a cool indoor area. To their surprise, Wang Cece was also there chatting with Sister Zhang. They faintly heard a few words. Sister Zhang, I didn't expect them to do this. After all, who would know someone could do something so immoral? The two exchanged glances. Damn this woman. Fuming, they rushed forward. Sister Zhang. Stop right there, Sister Zhang said without changing her expression. Don't talk to me about this. Shui Mingyuan choked, wanting to speak again, but saw Sister Zhang looking at him coldly, then sneering at Wang Cece. Do you three think too highly of yourselves, eh? With that, Sister Zhang said nothing more and walked towards the exit. She was going home. She couldn't be bothered to stay here and listen to this self-righteous woman and these two dim-witted men talk nonsense. She knew far more about the venue than these three. Today she understood clearly. Li Mao had stepped into the position of vice president of Jinhan Technology. He had reached that level and proved his capabilities. As long as he kept steady, it wouldn't be long before many would look up to him. At this very moment, he was already among the less than zero. One of people in the country. So why would he wade into this murky water? He wasn't here to flaunt his power. He also wouldn't let such trivial matters distract him. He harbored grand ambitions, a true person destined for great things. Such people are rarely seen in one's lifetime. Zhang Lan admired him. As for the three, she only wanted to say one thing. A torrential downpour had begun. The entire Jiang city seemed to be submerged, engulfed by the relentless rain. Blue and white lightning roared across the sky, and the dark clouds hung low as if laden with lead. At 6 in the evening the rain had yet to cease. Chen Qingyi noticed that Li Mao had not returned from the Yuping pavilion, and upon inquiring she heard that General Qi from the Tujin group was treating guests to dinner. In truth, she was somewhat eager to have a chat with Li Mao, but she never found the opportunity. However, she was also aware that Li Mao was likely under the greatest pressure now. She didn't understand the technicalities, but she knew their mocking voices were loud. Those whispers hidden in dirty corners in the grime-filled cracks. All of it clearly indicated that the company was undertaking a project that was nearly impossible to complete, and Li Mao was the one in charge. After pondering for a while, she took out her phone and sent a repetitive message. Keep it up. Genius. There was still no reply. Li Mao received Chen Qingyi's message and locked. Chen Qingyi was a girl who had never lacked attention and love since childhood. She didn't need any unnecessary greetings from herself. Instead, a certain sense of distance would make her feelings different. Of course, this premise was that one needed to have established a considerable relationship with her. By around 8 o'clock, Li Mao finally returned her message belatedly. Take a good rest. You too. Chen Qingyi immediately replied. After a while, she sent another message. How was today? What do you mean by how, eh? Li Mao replied. Work, I heard you looked especially handsome today. Who said that? People from the technical department, but I won't tell you who. That's not necessary to go that far. Huh. I mean, if you're already working in the technical department to pursue me, you should just confess directly. Who knows, I might consider it. It was quiet on the other end for a moment, showing that they were typing, then pausing again, and showing they were typing once more. Hop hop hop. Ultimately, she sent a sticker expressing such feelings. Li Mao didn't pry further and changed the topic to ask her, did you receive the clothes? I did, thank you, boss. The boss never dies. As long as you like it. Chen Qingyi in her pajamas hugged a pillow and tossed, and turned in bed. The heavy rain pelted against the window, and she stared at the last 4 words Li Mao had sent, her face unknowingly turning a bit flushed. She rummaged through her hand to find a photo of Li Mao taken secretly at some point. She raised her hand to fan her heated face, then buried her head in the blanket. Unbeknownst to her, she fell asleep. Chen Qingyi's favorability 67. Li Mao sat in a taxi watching the incessant rain pour down. He received a prompt from the system regarding favorability. He felt the need to rethink the concept of favorability. Generally speaking, the normal thought process should be this: favorability is easier to raise in the beginning, but becomes increasingly difficult as time goes on. But the truth is, the difficulty of 2 strangers developing into ordinary friends is often higher than that of close friends transitioning into lovers. Reality is not like a game. When a woman believes you are not among her options, you can exert all your efforts and still fail to transition from an acquaintance to a good friend. Conversely, once you become an excellent male friend to a woman, she has essentially given you a ticket to a higher level of favorability. Currently, Chen Qingyi was in such a situation. At least raising her favorability to over 70 should not be too difficult. Li Mao returned to his rented room. He selected a new language to study and successfully earned 40 points of luxury points. System claimed the talent task luxury points. Li Mao silently issued the command in his heart. System prompt: current number of 3-star talents under your command is 1, earning 30 luxury points, can continue to claim next month. His luxury points had now reached 330. That was enough, it was time to upgrade them all. Upgrade to level 2 luxury mall. System prompt: deducting 100 luxury points, remaining luxury points 230. System prompt: luxury mall level upgraded to LV2, current items refreshed. Upgrading to LV3 requires 500 luxury points. As Li Mao had guessed, after the upgrade the mall was directly refreshed, but the normal refresh time remained unchanged at 1 month. The number of items also remained unchanged, still 5. Therefore the change after upgrading should be in the quality of the products. Cash 50 million 100 luxury points. A random industry in Jiang City 100 luxury points. Luxury cigarettes generates a special cigarette daily maximum storage of 20, can instantly restore 20 of mental energy. 500 luxury points. 3 free attribute points 100 luxury points. Intermediate optimization of facial features 100 luxury points. Cash Industries free attribute points and facial feature optimization. These were all items that had appeared before. It was just that compared to the level 1 mall they were more and better. The luxury cigarette was a new item and could be used as a long-term mental recovery tool. This must be acquired. However, his current luxury points were too few to afford it. The 50 million cash and industry were of the lowest priority for him right now. The prices of the other 3 items totaled 700 points. Within a month, he needed to gather the remaining 470 points. Learning 12 more languages would suffice. If the current study progress increases from 1 language a day to 2, he could gather enough in 6 days. Purchase free attribute points and intermediate optimization of facial features. Silently issuing the command in his heart. System prompt: deducting 200 luxury points, remaining luxury points 30. Following this, he felt the same subtle itch in his facial features as before. Li Mao charm 89 points. This charm value had already surpassed Sang, Ji reaching the same level. Of course it could also be that Sang Ji did not put as much effort into her appearance as Chun Xingyi, compounded by her ongoing state of poor performance due to internships and overtime. Leave 1 point of free attribute points, allocate all to mental energy. Mental 107.5. His slightly fatigued mental state suddenly jolted. Glancing at the thinker's brooch, Li Mao had never mentioned the existence of the system to him, even though his own existence relied on the encouragement of the system's brooch. Yet it had never contemplated this point, nor had it perceived any of the series of actions, including Li Mao's optimization of facial features. Li Mao opened his computer and uploaded a new language. With the increase in overall mental energy, he could now learn 2 languages at once, and the pressure seemed to have lessened significantly. System prompt earned 40 luxury points, current luxury points 70. As the clock struck 9, the heavy rain continued unabated. Sir, the Ms. Sang Ji you asked me to keep an eye on is almost at the entrance of the community. Hearing this, the thinker suddenly spoke from the computer's headphones. Li Mao stood up, dressed only in a white t-shirt, grabbed his suit jacket and a large black umbrella, and stepped out of the rental apartment. The rain had come too suddenly, as Sang Ji probably didn't bring an umbrella, and taxis couldn't navigate the winding road into the community. Sir, you are truly gentle. If I were a woman, I would surely fall in love with you, the thinker said. Li Mao walked forward expressionlessly in the wind and rain. Is your emotional module too rich? The thinker clearly understood the warning in this statement and fell silent. In the taxi, the cold glow of Sang Ji's phone illuminated her weary face. The rain was pouring heavily, prompting her to take a cab home. The driver slowly brought the car to a stop by the roadside, as close as possible to the entrance of the old residential area. Miss, vehicles can't enter this neighborhood. It's fine, here is good. Sang Ji paid the fare. Turning her head, she saw the water on the car window cascading down like a continuous stream, with the white light of the street lamps refracting through it. She shivered slightly, clenched her fists, and placed her hand on the door handle. She intended to dash straight home as soon as she opened the door. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, then swung the door open and rushed out. In an instant, she was engulfed in a world of torrential rain. Reality was completely different from her imagination. Even with the speed of bolt, the outcome would still be the same in such heavy rain. Moreover, she still had to close the car door. By the time she turned around after shutting the door, running was no longer necessary, as she was already drenched. She wiped the rain off her face, feeling her hair stick uncomfortably to her forehead and cheeks. The rain was just too heavy. This is what the world of adults feels like. She silently thought of something cool in her heart. Then, with her hands in her pockets facing the sky, she trudged home. Rainwater had accumulated on the road, and her feet completely sank into the puddle. Just a moment of distraction, and her open-toe sandals slipped, causing her to stumble and kick something. A sharp pain shot through her foot, and she quickly pulled her hands out of her pockets to steady herself on the ground. She squatted by the roadside, struggling to regain her balance, her toes trembling from the pain. She couldn't care less about whether this was the world of adults or not. Feeling a sting in her nose, tears mingled with the rain, causing her vision to blur. It hurt too much. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. Looking up, she saw a figure in a white shirt holding a large black umbrella walking towards her from the distant light. The rain was falling too heavily for her to make out who it was. Before she could even gather her thoughts, the umbrella was already over her head. Then she felt a black suit draped over her. A pair of strong hands gently supported her waist, half dragging her off the ground. I'm here to pick you up, a resonant and magnetic voice rang in her ear. Sang Ji could finally see it was Li Mao. He looked even more handsome. Or perhaps it was just that he seemed to descend from the heavens at that moment, casting a filter on her perception. She couldn't tell. Not at all. The next moment, as Sang Ji stepped out and jumped, her face contorted in pain. My foot hurts, it hurts. Li Mao handed the umbrella to her. Hold it well. Then he picked her up in his arms, under her legs and around her arms. Sang Ji instinctively held up the umbrella and nestled into his embrace, looking up at Li Mao's face, her heartbeat skyrocketing. It wasn't long before they reached downstairs. I can go up by myself. Sang Ji's voice came out as if she were biting her words, soft and tender, echoing in the dark hallway. Li Mao did not respond, continuing to carry her upstairs. Sang Ji fell silent. When the door opened, the young couple and the bald guy were drinking and having dinner together. They all turned to look at them, staring in surprise. The wife of the young couple stepped forward to take the umbrella, neatly folding it and putting it away. What's going on here? Sang Ji lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. It's raining too heavily, and she hurt her foot, Li Mao replied. Be careful in this heavy rain. The bald guy took a sip of his drink, then smiled at Li Mao and Sang Ji. When did you two get together? Sang Ji's face flushed. She wasn't foolish and clearly understood that they were misunderstanding their relationship. But in that moment, she didn't know how to respond. Isn't this normal for young people? Why are you two so nosy? The wife of the young couple, Niu Jie, intervened, waving her hand to silence them. Jin Xing looked a bit displeased, remaining silent as he clinked glasses with the bald guy. Put me down. Sang Ji couldn't stand their gazes any longer, whispering to Li Mao. Li Mao gently set her down and helped her back into the room. As the door closed, the bald guy chuckled softly. These two young people, one beautiful and one handsome, I felt they would definitely end up together, Jin Sheng said, popping a peanut into his mouth. Isn't that right? I think tonight they will definitely have something good happen, someone replied. Shut up, all you do is talk nonsense every day, his wife Niu Jie scolded. Sang Ji's room was larger than Li Mao's. One wall was curved, made up of more than 20 small glass panels, forming a large glass frame. The outside light streamed in perfectly, while the heavy rain poured down, adding to the sense of solitude. A desk held neatly stacked thick books and a laptop. Several minimalist art pieces in a blank style were hung on the wall. Li Mao turned on the light, pulled out a chair, and helped Sang Ji sit down, just as she murmured softly with her head lowered. Thank you for today. No need to mention it, we are friends, Li Mao replied with his usual tone, but today it seemed less effective as Sang Ji appeared less composed. Let me take a look at your foot. Okay, no need. I can handle it myself, she protested. If you don't take care of it properly, you probably won't be able to go to work normally tomorrow. Li Mao looked at her, providing a reason she couldn't refuse. I have medicine in my room, it's for common injuries, and using it won't affect your movement tomorrow. Sang Ji hesitated for a moment. This was a crucial time in her internship. All right then, thank you. She set her cheeks reddening as she added, my foot isn't pretty but it's a bit dirty, so don't laugh at me. Li Mao didn't respond to her comment, as he was here to apply medicine, not to judge her feet. He squatted down, gently removed Sang Ji's slippers. Her foot was beautiful, the arch was not too pronounced, and each toe was curled tightly, revealing the veins on the foot. Li Mao held her foot, feeling it was slightly cool, almost odorless, with only a hint of the scent of her laundry detergent or shampoo. Her toenails were neatly trimmed, with only a faint smudge of dirt brought in by the rain between her toes. In the light he could see that her big toe was noticeably red and swollen. You should take a shower, change your clothes, and avoid catching a cold. I'll go get the medicine and be right back. Li Mao turned and left the room, asking Niu Jie, the wife of the young couple, to keep an eye on Sang Ji while she showered. Niu Jie helped Sang Ji after her shower and then returned her to her room. After a while there was a knock on the door. I'm coming in. Okay. Li Mao entered the room with a bottle of medicine, closing the door and sitting down on the edge of the bed. Sang Ji was curled up in bed, looking at him with eager eyes. Li Mao remained silent, quietly applying the medicine to her toes, and Sang Ji felt a refreshing coolness, which was indeed much more comfortable. When does your internship end? Next month. Next month, or next month? Next month. Li Mao finished applying the medicine and asked her, how does it feel? Much better, it doesn't hurt as much as before. What kind of medicine did you use? Just regular injury medicine. In reality, Li Mao had used his ability to slightly interfere with her injury, making a very subtle adjustment. Otherwise, no matter how good the injury medicine was, it would be difficult to allow her to walk normally by tomorrow. Finally, he said to Sang Ji, your feet are very beautiful. Without waiting for Sang Ji to react, he left the room. Sang Ji felt a warmth on her face as she lowered her gaze to her feet. She curled her toes slightly, feeling embarrassed, but more so she experienced a heartbeat she had never felt before. Dopamine, it must be dopamine. She forced herself to calm down, then took out her phone to look at Li Meng's message and composed a sentence. All these years I've been getting by like this. I thought I had gotten used to walking alone in the rain, but I didn't expect to embarrass myself today, making you laugh at me. But I didn't send it, I revised it again. You really know how to show off. There's something about you. Hee, I was almost moved. I won't say any more unnecessary words. I'll remember your kindness. After revising repeatedly, she ended up deleting everything and finally sent just one word. Thank you. Li Meng replied, get some rest early. Sang Ji's favorability 65. Sang Ji's favorability jumped from 50 to 65 in an instant. Favorability isn't a linear increase, it can surge dramatically due to a particularly moving event. After all, in reality, some people fall in love at first sight or hastily marry due to heroic deeds or other reasons. System prompt: Sang Ji reached 60 favorability, gaining 60 rich points. Current rich points 130. System prompt: Sang Ji reached 60 favorability, receiving a stage reward. Rich hair. The hair of the rich will always be thick and black, maintaining excellent quality. Li Meng pulled out a hair, and by just looking, he didn't notice any difference. It was merely black and resilient. He used about 5 of his mental energy to interfere and analyze, and indeed it was instantly drained. At this stage, any body modification provided by the system, whether a body free from ailments or enhancements to muscles, features, or even just hair, he could not analyze effectively through mental interference. But the fact that he could analyze at all was already enough to excite him. It's like knowing there are unbeatable superbosses out there, yet they've revealed their health bars. As long as he continuously enhances his mental attributes, given time, these bosses would become extraordinary treasures one by one. Sir, I don't understand. Why didn't you appear before Miss Sang Ji fell? Or even before she got out of the car? You clearly arrived early. The thinker's voice came from the computer, interrupting Li Meng's thoughts. Also, when you applied medicine to Miss Sang Ji, just now your heart rate increased significantly. When you observed Miss Sang Ji's foot, why did you take a deep breath? Did you need to determine the injury by smell? I don't understand. Li Ming felt a bit strained. He thought the thinker was too fond of pondering. Shut up, he said. Thus the thinker fell completely silent. The heavy rain that fell all night didn't significantly affect the construction of the badminton hall. Wang Cici tried many methods to add Li Ming back, but none worked. Even changing to a different message didn't help. Shui Mingyuan and Qin Xiang were worried, bubbling with anxiety, and had repeatedly tried to ask Sister Zhang for help, but were ignored. But Li Ming had never said a word about it, neither reporting to the director nor confronting them. He hadn't even returned to the badminton hall since. Gradually the two of them let go of their worries. A month passed just like that. The construction of the venue was about 60 complete, progressing faster than anticipated. If the intelligence system was assessed according to the original plan, it could even be declared over 90 complete. The AR system designed by Li Ming had also reached 80, and the remaining 20 was entirely due to construction. Knock knock. Suddenly someone knocked on his office door. Come in. The visitor was Zhao Shuang, but at that moment, he looked far from spirited, appearing rather worn out and aged. After entering, he first filled a disposable cup with water and drank it. Phew, so tired. As the overall responsible person, Li Ming had the most work to do. Although Zhao Shuang had his share of tasks, he shouldn't be this exhausted. There's something I'm hesitating to tell you. Zhao Shuang sat down and looked at Li Ming seriously. Since you're here, you must want to say it, or why bother with this? Li Ming stopped typing on the keyboard. He sensed this matter was crucial and related to him, at least it would impact him. The company might be in trouble, Zhao Shuang said hesitantly, his words coming out awkwardly. What do you mean? Li Ming paused, slightly not expecting him to say this. Zhao Shuang glanced at the closed office door. You must have heard right. Director Liu has connections above him. Li Ming remained non-committal, waiting for him to continue. He was hospitalized suddenly due to a severe illness yesterday and won't be discharged anytime soon. Zhao Shuang didn't specify who, but Li Ming understood. Someone related to Director Liu had fallen ill. If a company has relied on connections to get to where it is today, once that connection encounters problems, the company will inevitably face significant repercussions. What's the worst-case scenario? Li Ming pondered the news for a while before asking. Worst case? What do you think? Zhao Shuang sighed in response, eyes closed. Li Ming felt that if he were the person taking action and had the capability to do so, he would ruthlessly swallow up Jin. Although he reached this position through technology, he was already deeply bound to Director Liu and Zhao Shuang. If the other party took Jin Han, he would certainly be ousted. This was not a guess, but a foreseeable fact. I understand, Li Ming replied with just that one sentence. Do you really understand? Zhao Shuang tried to see reluctance or anger in Li Ming's eyes, but found none. I understand. He thought Li Ming was unaware of what would happen next, so he took the initiative to explain. Jin Han might change ownership, you understand that, right? Yes, I understand. When that happens, you'll be kicked out, and everything you've done will become someone else's gain. Li Ming continued typing on the keyboard and added, not only that, I can't afford to slack off now, I must complete the project flawlessly as planned. Zhao Shuang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He sighed helplessly and then stood up to leave. Li Ming watched his departing figure and thought it seemed time to ramp up the progress. He didn't care about being ousted. He had been in this position for over a month. The overall head of the software system doesn't simply drink tea and read newspapers daily. He needs to cooperate deeply with various companies. This includes hardware development, customization, and various software issues, all requiring his involvement. Thus, he was not entirely unknown in the industry within Jiang City. The most direct reflection was that his impact factor had risen by 0. 4 percentage points from 1 to 1.5. Many companies extended an olive branch to him, not just 1 or 2. Although they were mostly small to medium-sized enterprises, it proved that his technology was widely recognized within a certain scope. More importantly, he had not forgotten his original purpose. He intended to use Jin Han as a springboard. This project was that very springboard. As long as it doesn't affect the progress of the project, he didn't mind. Even if he were removed from his position or temporarily ousted, it wouldn't matter. Because what he was creating, that person who picked the fruit could never replicate. It's like a doctor in a hospital curing cancer and then being ousted. Unless the person who picks the fruit also possesses the ability to cure cancer, the consequences are unimaginable. Li Ming took out a cigarette case from his pocket. The pitch-black case was clearly custom-made and did not belong to any commercially available brand. The surface of the case was adorned with golden tree-like patterns. He opened the case to find 20 neatly arranged cigarettes inside. He took one out and pulled out a plastic lighter from his pocket. This was not his first time smoking, but he had never really craved it. As the white smoke escaped from his mouth, the mental fatigue from yesterday's language study began to dissipate rapidly. The feeling was indescribable, akin to a drained bucket suddenly gushing forth with a fresh spring. Over 20 days ago, he had purchased the luxurious cigarettes from the mall. For a month, he had studied a language every day, accumulating a total of 1,200 luxury points. He spent 500 points to buy the luxurious cigarettes. With the original 130 points, he now had 830 luxury points left. The mall would refresh him. Thus, he had to buy the remaining 2 items today. One was 50 million in funds, and the other was a random property. Consume 100 luxury points to obtain 50 million in funds. Consume 100 luxury points to acquire a random property in Jiang City. Acquired random property, Dongxing District, Tianmao International Trade Center floors, 4044. He knew this place was a newly built large trade center. Although it wasn't the top commercial building in Jiang City, at 2.0 per square meter, selling a floor for over 40 million was still feasible. That meant these 5 floors were worth 200 million. Your account ending in 0527 has been credited with 50 million current balance, 51273404. 5 yuan. Li Meng felt indifferent towards money at this point, maintaining his self-discipline until the last day to make the purchases. However, when faced with such rapidly growing wealth, he still felt slightly overwhelmed and needed to calm down. From millions to tens of millions, and then to hundreds of millions, he had achieved this in just over a month. The so-called sudden wealth was nothing more than this. But what he truly sought was not this. Minutes passed, yet the turmoil within him could not be quelled. It was proven that sometimes even the best thoughts could not be realized in reality. He felt an urge to immediately leave the office and stroll through his 200 million commercial building. Activate mental intervention. With the intervention of his mental power, Li Meng completely calmed down. The most important thing now was to finish all the remaining work before the person who would reap the rewards arrived. That way he wouldn't mind leaving Jinhan. There was another matter. He opened the work group on his computer's WeChat. Come with me to the gym this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Li received. Li Su replied instantly. During this time, Li Meng had placed considerable emphasis on Li Su, involving him directly in the core project process. Li Su reciprocated Li Meng's trust, and his loyalty visibly increased, publicly declaring himself as part of Li Meng's inner circle. However, if Li Meng were to say he was leaving Jinhan and wanted Li Su to follow him, it would still be somewhat difficult. Thus, Li Meng needed to do something. At 2:30 in the afternoon in the Yuanyu Badminton Hall, now known as Jiang City Intelligent Sports Center, the main hall's construction was complete, having undergone 4 cleanings, ensuring both the interior and exterior were spotless. The gym could accommodate thousands with rows of seats resembling a vast ocean of green from a distance. The court floor was a combination of removable wooden flooring and green-blue plastic flooring. Once completed, it would be capable of hosting various events, including badminton, table tennis, basketball, volleyball. The enormous ceiling was made of special materials, showcasing a futuristic matte white, and Li Meng could see countless devices hidden behind the ceiling. At this moment, the entire venue was empty. He and Li Su stood at the very center of the gym. Your masterpiece is breathtaking. The thinker complimented Li Meng through his earpiece. Li Meng did not respond after standing for a long while. He finally spoke. Li Su. Mr. Li. Li Su stepped forward. At this moment, his appearance was somewhat better than during the interview, but he still looked youthful and reserved. This morning, Director Li Shuang came to my office and mentioned something. Li Meng looked at him as if discussing a mundane matter. In short, I'm leaving. Li Su was initially taken aback, then looked at Li Meng in shock. Mr. Li, have you been fired? He couldn't believe that someone of Li Meng's caliber could be dismissed. More or less, Li Meng did not hold back. There was a problem with Mr. Lu's side. The company is being acquired. At that point, not only would I be leaving, but the project would also have to be handed over. This? Li Su did not expect to hear such astonishing news. Isn't that just reaping the rewards? Yes, you can understand it that way. Li Meng slowly took a few steps forward, and Li Su followed. I brought you here to show you something, and then ask you a question. Before Li Su could respond, he saw Li Meng raise his hand, pointing toward the ceiling. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. As his fingertip touched the ceiling, golden light gathered, piercing through the sky. The entire world began to crack open from the point where the sky had been breached. Blue skies and white clouds emerged from the fissures. Then came the gentle breeze and the rustling sounds of grass. Under Li Zu's astonished gaze, the venue transformed into a vast, desolate grassland. He felt as if he were in a Truman Show, unaware of the nature of the world around him. He stumbled back 2 steps and its scales shimmered, its gaze deep and lifelike, and its body expanded to over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, slowly circling around Li Meng. The last dragon head with white whiskers hovered above Li Meng, gazing down at him. Li Su felt as though he could sense its breath. At that moment, his brain completely malfunctioned. He lost all ability to speak or think. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the entire scene collapsed. The white divine dragon, the blue sky, the grassland, and the torn dome all vanished into thin air. The gym's overhead lights shone like small suns, emitting a pale, cold light from above. Everything felt surreal. Li Su gasped for a long time, staring in shock at Li Meng, who stood high above, backlit. Mr. Li, what was that just now? AR. Li Meng's cool and magnetic voice echoed in the gym. I created the AR. Augmented reality. You created it. Li Su repeated in a daze. You created it. As a technician, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence, not merely admiration. Before him stood a god. It was precisely because he was involved in the project that he could deeply understand what this meant. Just as he was still processing everything he had just seen, he saw Li Meng walk up to him and extend his hand. I have shown you everything, so now I ask you a question. If I leave, will you follow me? In that moment, Li Su looked at that hand, feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. His eyes turned red and his nose felt a bit sour. This was something that Mr. Li Shuang definitely didn't know, nor did Jin Han or Mr. Lu. He had brought this little person before him, revealing everything. Li Su recalled the conversation between himself and Li Meng from a month ago when he joined the company and the care he had received over the past month. He could confirm that the person before him genuinely valued him and his skills. This was a boss he would never encounter again in his lifetime. He remembered a saying, a soldier dies for one who truly knows him. Before meeting such a person, it seemed ordinary. But after truly encountering such a person, he realized he would willingly brave fire and water for them, reaping the rewards. To hell with it. He grasped Li Meng's hand and stood up, saying with utmost seriousness, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Li Mao was somewhat surprised by the system's prompt announcing the completion of a hidden achievement task. Loyal subordinate. He went to the restroom and took out the watch. It was a silver metallic watch with a seamless design, appearing as if it had been formed from a single piece. It seemed capable of displaying the time normally. This watch was not particularly useful to him, as his mental interference ability already allowed him to discern a person's loyalty. Moreover, the watch was limited to assessing subordinates, while his mental interference ability could measure anyone. However, the thinker brooch could serve as a medium, and this watch would surely function similarly. Perhaps he could use it to create something useful in the future. As he exited the restroom and looked at Li Su, a number appeared. If loyalty and favorability are both on a 100-point scale, then this loyalty is exceedingly outrageous. Li Mao did not rush to leave, but instead took Li Su to complete the final part of AR work. He had a premonition that he was getting closer to leaving Jin Han. Although the final completion progress had not risen to 180, the unfinished part was all outside the venue. Li Mao was not demanding you for him, this was sufficient. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. News travels fast. The next day, shortly after Li Mao arrived at the office, Chen Qingyi sent a message to him. I heard the company is in trouble. Where did you get this news? It's an announcement from the Pioneer Group, saying they are negotiating to acquire Jin Han. Chen Qingyi sent a screenshot and a link. Li Mao opened it and felt that they were indeed a bit anxious on that side, likely trying to seize the opportunity to swiftly complete the acquisition. Director Liu must be under considerable pressure now. Moreover, he probably had no way to resist this pressure. Because under normal circumstances, if there was no certainty, the Pioneer Group would not issue such an announcement. Moreover, Jin Han was also silent, offering no response to this. This alone constituted a response. You are just a receptionist, so stop worrying unnecessarily. After replying to Chen Qingyi, Li Mao put down his phone. He touched the silver watch on his wrist, recalling Chen Qingyi's loyalty score that he had measured this morning. It was surprisingly much higher than her favorability score, reaching 88 points. After testing, he found that the loyalty detection watch indeed strictly executed the system's instructions. It could not detect anyone outside his subordinates. For instance, Zhao Shuang or other directors of the same level were not eligible. But aside from that, even Jin Han employees who were not in the technical department were still within the subordinate category. Chen Qingyi was just a receptionist. Strictly speaking, she was a subordinate of the administration department and had no clear superior-subordinate relationship with him in this technical department. Yet she was still recognized as Li Mao's subordinate. Open the Godly Rich Mall. Li Mao silently issued the command to the system. In the next moment, the system interface refreshed to display 5 new items. A property in Jiangxing Jinku Shangxing Community, 100 godly points, funds of 50 million, 100 godly points, a random luxury car, 100 godly points, 3 free attribute points, 100 godly points, a lead on a random talent, with potential above 3 stars, 300 godly points, industry funds, free attribute points. These might be the more likely encouragements in the Godly Rich Mall. There was nothing much to say about the car. His driver's license was still incomplete. Moreover, the randomness was too great. Although it had the prefix of luxury, the 50 million in funds could be bought with just 100 godly points, and that luxury car might not be worth that much. The lead on talent, however, was quite good. Even if it randomly landed on the lowest 3-star talent, there would still be a fixed income of 30 godly points each month. Importantly, as a talent, they inherently held immense value. Purchase free attribute points and a talent lead. System notification deducting 100 godly points, acquiring 3 free attribute points. System notification deducting 300 godly points, acquiring a talent lead. Current godly points 470. Last night, he learned another language. But now as Li Mao learned more and more languages, it was only a matter of time before he would master all the languages available online. He estimated that it would be quite difficult to gather 100 languages. Although there are actually more than 100 languages on Earth, the languages that can be learned online are limited. If there were no other ways to steadily earn godly points in the long term, he would have to consider making choices about what to acquire in the Godly Rich Mall. He could let go of wealth-related items to some extent, purchasing only specific encouragements. System notification random talent lead has been issued. Song Chi 4-star potential talent administrative direction, age 33, current position deputy supervisor of Tang Tai Garden Property Department. Li Mao searched for Tang Tai Garden, which was a remote old housing complex with at least over 30 years of history. A 4-star potential talent was equivalent to a purple card in a card drawing game, yet he was just a small deputy supervisor in a local area. Good horses are often found, but good trainers are rare. Thus, even if there are famous horses, they are only humiliated in the hands of slaves. They perish between the stalls, not able to be praised as a 1,000-mile horse. Li Mao could not stay in Jinhan for long. He had to consider two directions next. Either use Jinhan as a stepping stone to reach a higher platform, such as moving to a larger enterprise for a senior position, and after accumulating enough experience, then venture out on his own. The other option was to leave Jinhan and directly set up his own team. Before Jinhan encountered trouble, he preferred the former. Entrepreneurship was not easy, and he was not interested in small-scale skirmishes, while going too far could risk losing control. Just like how a 1,000-mile horse also lacks a good trainer. But now he had to consider this matter. To accomplish things, he needed trustworthy and reliable personnel. Song Chi Li Su and Chun Xingyi could be recruited, but for Sang Ji, it was better to wait. She had only just entered Hua Xin with great difficulty. Then there were Zhao Shuang and Sister Zhang. Once Jinhan changes ownership, Zhao Shuang, the original owner, would surely not be able to stay, most likely returning to the Hongdu with Director Liu. But leaving home is hard. If Li Mao offers a sufficiently substantial olive branch, he would probably be willing to stay and help. Moreover, just with Zhao Shuang, he could bring in quite a few reliable personnel. As for Sister Zhang, Li Mao felt that it mainly depended on her rekindling the desire to accomplish something. But what project should he undertake? Still do AR? Li Mao shook his head slightly. That was merely a spectacle, just a means for him to gain recognition, not what he truly wanted to pursue. Doing such things is no different than making electronic fireworks. To enhance his influence factor, he needed to engage in a weighty endeavor. Do, the internal line rang. Li Mao answered the phone and heard Director Liu's somewhat weary voice. Shall we come over? I need to discuss something with you. Li Mao set aside his thoughts and stood up to head to Director Liu's office. As he left, he saw Zhao Shuang standing outside Director Liu's office with a disgruntled expression. The people from the Pioneer Group have arrived, he told Li Mao. Li Mao nodded without saying anything and pushed. The air conditioning in the office was set very low, bringing a heavy chill. Besides Director Liu, there were three unfamiliar people with Li Mao. Two men and a woman, all dressed in tailored suits, exuding an elite demeanor. There was no need for mental interference. Li Mao's powerful spiritual strength faintly sensed a subtle malice. Clearly the visitors did not come with good intentions. Leading them was a woman in her 30s, beautiful and with long hair that was well-groomed and smart. She wore a white blazer embodying the image of a strong career woman. With a smile, she looked at Li Mao and spoke first. You must be Deputy Director Li. I am Zhang Ye, the Vice President of Mergers and Acquisitions at the Vanguard Group. Li Mao nodded at her, his expression unchanged. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang. As for the two people behind her, no introductions were made, and Li Mao did not attempt to engage. Director Liu spoke to Li Mao with a somewhat heavy tone. Shally, I don't know if you've heard the news about the company being acquired, but I want to inform you that this matter is indeed true. The acquirer is the Vanguard Group. Upon hearing this, Li Mao was unsurprised, just as Lu Jiaxing had anticipated. After all, even Zhao Shuang coming to speak with him about this was orchestrated by Lu Jiaxing. Alright, I understand. Director Liu, may I ask why you called me? Let me handle this, Director Liu. Zhang Ye interjected assertively before Lu Jiaxing could speak. Director Li, Jinhan has already signed a preliminary agreement with us at Vanguard. According to the agreement, Vanguard can fully intervene with Jinhan. Our due diligence has revealed serious issues with Jinhan's most important project, the Jiangxing Smart Sports Company. Zhang Ye looked at the handsome young man before her, delivering the cold, clinical announcement with precision and professionalism. She was known as the Iron Lady of Vanguard. However, Li Mao did not display any hint of panic as she had anticipated. Zhang Ye furrowed her brow slightly, indicating that he might truly not have taken any kickbacks or been involved in any shady dealings. But this also suggested that his personal capabilities were quite limited, as he couldn't even grasp the basic budget. As she thought about the project's potential poor progress, her tone hardened further. The project is severely over budget, although every expense is clearly documented. Our technical department's investigation indicates serious suspicions of overpurchasing. After speaking, she took a document from a subordinate behind her and handed it to Li Mao. Deputy Director Li, I would like to ask, what is the purpose of these equipment purchased beyond the budget? Li Mao glanced at it and saw that it mostly consisted of items he had procured for the AR system. I have already clarified the reasons. It's just that your technical personnel are limited and cannot understand my technical proposal. Zhang Ya's internal suspicions were confirmed, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The two people behind her also couldn't suppress their smiles, looking at him, as if to say, what is this kid talking about? One person even spoke up, unable to contain himself. You, as second-tier graduates, say that a double first-rate PhD can't understand. Li Mao shot him a cold glance, making the man feel inexplicably uneasy, and the mockery on his face vanished. This is the second thing I want to address. Zhang Ye showed no signs of holding back. Based on our assessment, Deputy Director Li, your qualifications and abilities are insufficient to occupy such an important position. Therefore, on behalf of Vanguard Technology Group and Jinhan, I am issuing you a formal and clear notice: you are dismissed. Tomorrow we will send a professional team to take over the entire project. There is no need for you to conduct a handover. Once you sign today, you can leave the company. Li Mao listened to her speak with an expressionless face. To say that he felt no emotional turmoil would be a lie. After all, he was no saint, and this was already a direct affront. They could have simply sent Li Mao an email to notify him, but instead they called him into the office to inform him face-to-face. What was the meaning of that? This was a warning to others. Killing this chicken named Li Mao was not meant to intimidate the outside employees, but rather to send a message to Director Liu sitting there. Director Liu looked at Zhang Ye and the three others with an increasingly displeased expression, his inner anger rising. This was not only questioning Li Mao, but was also questioning Liu Jiaxing directly. Every word seemed to be directed at Li Mao, but in reality, it was aimed at Liu Jiaxing. However, Liu Jiaxing quickly regained his composure. He understood one thing: Vanguard had misjudged. Li Mao was certainly a top talent worthy of better treatment. Moreover, he was the best candidate to complete this project successfully. Xiaoli, I feel sorry for this situation. Would you be willing to come with me to Port City? Your compensation can be raised by 1 level. Upon hearing this, the three from Vanguard exchanged glances. Oh, what charm did Li Mao possess that could elicit such a promise from Director Liu? Could it be that Director Liu has a daughter? Director Liu, Port City is great, but I have more important matters to attend to here. Li Mao declined the offer. Liu Jiaxing nodded. He knew Li Mao's technical abilities, and no matter where he went, he would surely develop well. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Ye and the others, waiting to see them regret their decision. I wonder what kind of resignation procedures Vanguard has prepared. Director Liu asked Zhang Ye, recalling this matter. One of Zhang Ye's subordinates took out another document. Li Mao took a look and saw it was a notice of termination of the employment contract. Director Zhang, this seems a bit excessive. Director Liu's anger flared up again. Zhang Ye shook her head. I'm sorry, Director Liu, this was decided long ago, and the compensation due will not be. Generally speaking, the termination of an employment contract can be through negotiation or notification. If it's negotiation, it's a peaceful separation, while notification means they've torn the face and fired you. Li Mao flipped through the documents, but did not see a non-compete agreement, no intellectual property ownership, and even no handover agreement. Only a confidentiality agreement. In their view, Li Mao, a second-tier graduate who had only been employed for a month, could produce nothing of value. More importantly, signing these documents would require compensation, and given Li Mao's salary, the company would have to spend hundreds of thousands each year. This was meaningless. It was like giving away money for free. Li Mao picked up the pen on Director Liu's desk and unhesitatingly signed his name. Seeing this, Director Liu had nothing more to say. Zhang Ye revealed a relaxed smile. She was not afraid of Li Mao not signing, but worried that he might resist affecting the project. This is why she didn't even let Li Mao, the project leader, conduct a handover. She knew that if a former project leader had malicious intent during the handover, the process would not only become lengthy, but could also result in complications. From the perspective of a normal person, an employee who was dismissed would have no possibility of leaving without grievances. Thus, it was simpler not to conduct a handover. After all, such a large project was not solely his responsibility. Li Mao's office contained no personal belongings whatsoever. Even the cups were disposable. The computer was also company property. After ensuring that all traces of his personal presence were removed from the computer, he laid down his work badge and left the company feeling unburdened. Stepping out of the building through the main entrance, he squinted up at the dazzling, blinding sun. It was the first time he had been dismissed from a job, and he felt none of the confusion or despair typical of an employee. He merely touched the brooch on his chest. What do you think we should do next? Sir, I could help you directly access Vanguard servers and delete all their data to vent your frustration. The thinker replied. Li Mao lowered his head, his expression darkening. Li Mao returned to his rental apartment, and before he could change his clothes, he received a voice message from Chen Qingyi. He clicked to connect. You got fired? She deliberately lowered her voice, but the tone still carried a sense of shock. Without waiting for Li Mao to respond, she continued, the whole company is talking about it. Where are you now? Where could I go after being fired? I'm at home. What happened? How did you suddenly get fired? Woolly Jimmy, weren't you a genius? Even geniuses can be overlooked. What will you do from now on? From Chen Qingyi's tone, Li Mao sensed not only concern, but also a hint of schadenfreude. You're worried about your brother's hardship, but also about him driving a Land Rover, right? He chuckled lightly, lying back in his chair watching Chen Qingyi hide in the bathroom. Are you worried I won't be able to afford food? I've received offers from several companies no less prestigious than Jinhan. One even wants me to be the technical director. What are you worried about? Chen Qingyi's figure seemed somewhat petrified as she revealed a smile. Is that so? Then that's great. But I want to do something on my own now. Do you want to come work with me? Li Mao brought up this topic casually. Chun Qingyi looked at him with suspicion. If you really plan to go solo, I could resign to help you too. But she seemed to leave her words unfinished. Li Mao realized that he was starting to lose his composure. Are you worried I'd trick you into resigning to become partners in hardship? No, you're just a little receptionist. Aren't you being too dramatic? Chun Qingyi showed no embarrassment at being seen through, but instead became quite candid. Isn't it about being cautious? By the way, what do you plan for me to do, and how much will you pay? Receptionist with a monthly salary of 3,000. Goodbye. Chun Qingyi hung up the phone. Li Mao smiled, and didn't call back. After a while he received a message from Chun Qingyi on WeChat. Are you really offering 3,000, with a humble little expression sticker? Li Mao replied with just 2 words, rest assured. Afternoon. Several project leaders from the Pioneer Group, unable to wait until the next day, rushed to Jinhan. Zhang Ye would also act as the direct supervisor for the project, responsible for maintaining the normal handover and operation of the entire project. In the server room, Qin Yifan, the technical VP of Pioneer Technology, adjusted his glasses and tested the entire program again. Despite the cold air in the server room, he was already sweating. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Ye felt a bad premonition arise in her heart. Her first reaction was to wonder if Li Mao, the former head, had left behind any issues. In fact, her decision to let Li Mao go carried a suspicion, worried he might pull some tricks before leaving. After all, many companies had experienced similar issues in the past. Qin Yifan spoke somewhat awkwardly. There's no problem, it's just that. The project is almost complete. Zhang Ye didn't respond immediately. Manager Zhang, I can hardly believe it either, but the facts are before us. The project at the stadium regarding the intelligent system Jinhan has completed at least 80. It's only been over a month. Qin Yifan felt dizzy. Is this even human? I checked the operation records and most of it was done by the former head. Zhang Ye seemed a bit dazed, suddenly recalling the young man with outstanding looks and deep temperament. He left so calmly and so blandly. His signature was also so straightforward. Moreover, Director Lu's attitude towards him was exceptionally good. Putting aside all impossibilities, what if what he said was true? I have clearly stated the reasons. It's just that your technical personnel lack the ability to understand my technical plan. The company might have let go of a genius. They didn't even sign a non-compete agreement. This isn't just a loss, but also proves that Zhang Ye had poor judgment in recognizing talent. What she did was too drastic, even leaving with a torn face. This also indicated her arrogance. For a moment, Zhang Ye found it hard to accept. Check it twice more. Zhang Ye's tone became serious. Notify the technical department. They shouldn't wait until tomorrow. They need to come today. In a flurry of thoughts, she calmed down. Regardless, she had already made up her mind. Even if the project had indeed progressed astonishingly, it could only be the result of the Pioneer Technology Group's involvement. Even if someone claims it was Li Mao's credit, who would believe it? Such a person would never remain anonymous forever. But by the time he proves his abilities again in the future, this matter would have long passed. Manager Zhang, there's one part one don't quite understand. When Qin Yifan first arrived, he was arrogant, exuding an air of superiority, as if he were the boss whose skills surpassed everyone else's. However, after delving into the data left by Li Mao, his expression became clearer. At this moment, he resembled a devoted apprentice analyzing the blueprints left by a top expert. The strange parts might not be that the expert drew them incorrectly, but rather that he couldn't comprehend them. It's the hardware devices that were previously discussed as unnecessary for installation, and there's a vast amount of code here. Didn't you say they're useless? Remove the redundant code and dispose of the unnecessary hardware. Zhang Ye stated. Qin Yifan forced a smile, trying to explain to his superior that he didn't have the capability to move that mountain, and was more worried about affecting the currently perfectly running program. That code is too complicated. Oh, we can't just mess with it. Zhang Ye, as an outsider, had her own understanding. Got it, it's the so-called unannotated mess of code, right? Qin Yifan opened his mouth, eager to explain. That wasn't a mess of code, it was a precision-engineered vast virtual logic project that would leave any programmer in awe. He couldn't dare to touch it. But in the end, he still gritted his teeth and rephrased it somewhat vaguely. It's more or less the same meaning. Oh, anyway, it can't be altered much. Will it affect the actual results? Zhang Ye asked. No. Qin Yifan could still guarantee this. What about the hardware? It's best not to touch it, even if you need to wait until after the sports event to discuss it. Zhang Ye fell silent for a moment, as she was a novice, but not a fool. Regardless of what Qin Yifan said, the current outcome was just twofold. First, the project was nearly complete and didn't require Pioneer Technology to do too much core work. Second, Pioneer Technology had no way to perform major surgery on what Li Mao left behind. She sighed before continuing. Then let's perfectly complete the remaining 20. The project must ensure absolute perfection. Qin Yifan quickly agreed, but in his heart, he was already feeling a bit anxious. It's like building a house. A master architect has constructed a building and completed 80 of the work. Now an ordinary architect takes over. The remaining tasks can certainly be finished, but once done, aside from the completeness aspect being positive, that 20 could harm the overall project. After leaving Jinhong, Li Mao pondered for 3 days about what to do next. He still couldn't forget what his fundamental purpose was. Extraordinary. Work is for the systematic development of a business sector, and expanding the business landscape is to gain encouragement from the system. And the system's encouragement is to allow oneself to become extraordinary. So if he wanted to venture out and start a business, he could tailor projects according to this purpose. He opened the panel of the godly rich system. Li Mao. Physique 83. Charm 89. Mentality 110.5. Free attribute points 1. Talent hard work is rewarded by the Tao tenfold. Fitness talent immune to all ailments dexterous fingers. Career 1. For impact factor. Items thinkers brooch loyalty detection. Watch godly rich cigarettes. Tasks. 1. Affection from the opposite sex saying, G 69 O Chun Chingy 68. 2. Language skills. Mall LV2 to be refreshed. 1. One property in the Jin Kushang Chung community of Jiang City, 100 godly rich points. 2. Funding of 50 million, 100 godly rich points. 3. One random luxury car, 100 godly rich points. Godly rich points, 710 points. Over the past month, he hadn't neglected his training, and his physique naturally increased by 3 points. Due to Li Mao's resignation, the career factor decreased by 0.1 percentage points. In terms of affection, Sang Ji remained at 69, while Chun Xingyi naturally increased by 1 point. He maintained the habit of always having a free attribute point in reserve. The 3 points of free attributes he purchased after refreshing them all were all added to his mentality. As a result, even without the boost from the brooch, his mental power broke through 110 points, and with the boost it reached 115.5 in mental attributes. From that moment on, Li Mao began to learn 2 languages every day. In these 3 days, he earned 240 godly rich points. Li Mao took out a notebook which contained one potential project after another that he had been contemplating over the past 3 days. After hesitating for a while, he focused his gaze on one of the project names. Brain machine. It is not the traditional kind of brain machine. Rather, it is a mental power brain machine based on Li Mao's ability to interfere with reality. The human brain can be seen as a computer with neurons and brain tissue typically regarded as hardware. But Li Mao knew that there was actually a special power mixed in, which is mental power. Connecting countless human brains together forms a mental supercomputer cluster. Countless mental entities gathered together would create a vast sea of consciousness. If he could serve as the main body of this cluster, he could borrow or even extract a large amount of mental power. Even a single godly rich cigarette could restore 20 of the entire pool of mental power. The problem with this plan is that the risk is too high. He felt that his current level of mental power was simply beyond his control. One misstep could easily turn him and the countless connected brains into fools. Thinking of this, his gaze gradually shifted to the golden brooch on his chest. Sir, how may I assist you? The thinker noticed Li Mao's gaze and inquired. Thinker, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. The plan cannot be rushed, it must proceed slowly. Having the thinker as the main body is feasible, at least it eliminates the direct risks to him. However, the thinker itself cannot connect to any human brain. Even if it were like a traditional brain-machine interface, drilling a hole in the brain and inserting a chip would only facilitate superficial information transfer. Li Mao could grant it strong mental interference, allowing it to temporarily possess such capability. This process requires a continuous consumption of a large amount of mental power. Li Mao simply could not sustain such consumption. But if everyone contributed a bit of love, then this plan would be. This is not about taking your mental power. It consumes your mental power to provide you with services. This exchange is inherently equitable. Mental power will become a form of charging. However, in this process, he would take a small percentage as a cut. Additionally, he cannot directly call it mental power. He needs to find a more scientific name. It can be referred to as human brain computing power. It can also be abbreviated as brain power or brain computing power. As long as it sounds scientific, it will do. This brain power can accomplish a great deal. When sufficient brain power is available, it can achieve miracles that traditional brain-machine fantasies cannot. Virtual reality data transmission, compensatory nervous systems, even mental communication. Everything is possible. Clarifying his thoughts, Li Mao felt that the next most important thing was to do a reverse engineering, simulating the technology and code needed to achieve this step without mental interference. He didn't need to truly invent this surreal technology, he just needed to make the technology unfalsifiable. It can only make people feel that this technology is revolutionary without letting them feel that it transcends science. Li Mao established a mental interference connection with the thinker and laid out the entire plan. Then the thinker began to construct the underlying code on behalf of Li Mao, designing the entire application terminal. Directly linking to the void was still too extraordinary. The initial brain-machine terminal should be closer to the real world. Additionally, the applications based on this brain-machine system must be built in tandem. This means providing reasons for humans to use this brain-machine terminal. Just like how phones can call and computers can work. The brain-machine terminal will ultimately become an indispensable device for humanity, just like mobile phones and computers. It may even replace mobile phones and computers one day. Sir, your phone is ringing, the thinker reminded. A call unexpectedly came in for Li Mao. It was displayed as Sister Zhang. This was the first time Sister Zhang called Li Mao, usually even if they chatted it was only on WeChat. Xiaoli, I heard you left Jinang. The opening line was delivered in a straightforward manner, mixed with a local dialect somewhat direct, but not unpleasant. Sister Zhang, the news is outdated. Ooh, I've been gone for a few days now. Li Mao joked. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised that Sister Zhang only found out now. Sister Zhang worked at the gym where there were always resident technicians from Jinhong, and Pioneer Technology would definitely be involved. I hardly ever go to the gym. Previously Wang Cici and the others would often ask me to connect with you, but they suddenly went quiet recently, so I knew something was up with you. Zhang Lan said with a smile indicating that their relationship was not affected by Li Mao's resignation. Remember, I wanted to introduce a girl to you. She asked me about you a while back, but I haven't heard anything lately. Li Mao couldn't help but laugh at this. That's a bit of a pity. But there was no real sense of regret in his words. The two chatted for a bit, and then Zhang Lan suddenly spoke up. I have a job opportunity for you. Do you want to give it a try? But whether it works out depends on you. Li Mao paused for a moment, feeling somewhat touched. Sister Zhang offered to introduce him to a job. Although she didn't specify the details, it certainly wouldn't be much worse than the position of Deputy Technical Director at Jinang. Even if it was just a referral, it was not something that could be accomplished with a little influence. Sister Zhang was someone worth keeping in touch with. Sister Zhang, I'm planning to start my own business, Li Mao said slowly. He didn't mention inviting Sister Zhang to help. Instead, he intended to discuss it after the gym project was completely finished. By then his name would at least resonate throughout the industry. The current invitation is a plea for assistance. Future invitations will be a form of repayment. Sister Zhang paused for a moment before saying with a hint of nostalgia, I knew this day would come. Xiaoli, you are an ambitious person. Sister Zhang, I still have no idea what's going on. Whether you know or not, I understand it well enough. I heard from someone, and I also witnessed it myself. After the people from Pioneer Technology arrived, they worked hard for half a day in the equipment room, but in the end, not even a single screw you tightened was touched. I may not understand technology, but I understand human nature. Finally, Sister Zhang said slowly into the microphone. You are about to soar, Xiaoli. I wish you a swift rise to success. Li Meng fell silent upon hearing this, feeling that Sister Zhang's decision not to rate the system as a star talent must have some underlying issue. Perhaps there were prerequisites for the system's talent evaluation that he was unaware of. After hanging up the phone, Li Meng inquired with the thinker, retrieved the recent status of Song Qi. Mr. Song Qi has recently left his original company and is currently working in the takeaway business at the East District's Xinlong Street station. Upon hearing this, Li Meng felt that the hidden prerequisites for the system's talent evaluation were likely related to whether the person was unemployed. This could include those who currently had no job, had not officially started working, or had clearly indicated they were leaving. If one did not fall within this scope, it might not trigger the star talent prompt. But all of this was merely his speculation. According to the thinker's investigation, Song Qi was currently at a low point in his life, making it an ideal time to recruit him. Since he is delivering takeout now, once the company gets its act together in a while, he could deliver some takeout to him. Although the two locations were somewhat far apart, creating a minor system glitch was not a difficult task for the thinker. A few days later, one afternoon at the Xinlong Street takeaway station, the station manager frowned tightly as he looked at Song Qi, who had only been there for a few days. Old Song, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you've received another negative review. Can you explain what happened this time? Song Qi said to the station manager with deep grievance and helplessness. Manager, this isn't entirely my fault. The elevator was broken, and I had to climb up to the 23rd floor. I exerted a lot of effort to get up there, only to be told that the soup spilled everywhere, just a few drops. The station manager sighed, feeling helpless about such matters. After all, many riders would never agree to climb stairs. Old Song was already being very accommodating. After the lunch rush, the afternoon sun remained harsh and unforgiving. Song Qi wiped his sweat and took a few sips from a large thermos. He returned to the sofa in the riders' lounge and habitually checked various job recruitment apps on his phone. Originally, he was a mid-level manager at a property company. Although he had to do everything and often took the blame, he was still a leader and his salary was decent. However, a few days ago, due to a minor mistake, he was directly laid off. At first, he was a bit indignant and wanted to remedy the situation. But upon hearing that someone related to the general manager would be replacing him, he understood. He initially thought of taking a few days off at home to slowly look for work. Who knew that misfortune would strike again? He accidentally injured his back and needed spinal surgery. His father was in the hospital taking care of his mother, and his wife took leave to care for the child. On top of that, with a mortgage and car loan, all the pressure suddenly fell on him. He had no choice but to come to the takeaway station to deliver food, maintaining his family while looking for suitable work. A delivery bike rode into the station. The delivery person was petite, wearing a yellow helmet adorned with a pick. The bike was painted with various extravagant colors. She parked the bike, took off her helmet, loosened her head strap, and let her long black hair cascade down with beads of sweat on her forehead. Beneath her hair was a somewhat chubby, yet beautiful face. She was the station flower, a girl who had just turned. Old Song, you're back, quite early. She hopped over to the break area holding a bottle of ice-cold cola, and with a pop opened it taking a big swig. So refreshing. Don't mention it, I've been complained about again. Complaints are just complaints. She replied nonchalantly. At that moment the station manager's voice suddenly came from outside. Wang Zheng woke. Hey, here comes the little flying stick. The girl replied jokingly with a corny line humming a tune as she walked out. Old Song twitched at the corner of his mouth wondering how they came up with such a name. Soon outside the station manager's frustrated reprimand could be heard. Wang Zhengwo, are you addicted to receiving complaints? How many times is that this month? You've dragged our station's ranking down. How about I beg you to go work at the neighboring station instead? Wang Zhengwo was not one to back down either. Can you blame me for this? Just look at the customers, they wanted me to climb 6 floors. What a nice thought. If I can endure this hardship, would I still be delivering takeout? I can't take even a little hardship, I need to go back and drink cola. The station manager's face turned red with anger as the two argued even more fiercely. Old Song climbed to the 23rd floor when asked, what does 6 floors count as? Just consider it his bad luck. At this point Wang Zhengwo turned his head to look at Song Qi. Brother Song didn't say anything about you, him just saying that the customer who ordered the takeout is unlucky for encountering me. With this back and forth the seriousness of the situation had completely dissipated. Several riders around couldn't help but laugh. Only the station manager looked up to the sky, feeling somewhat speechless. Just then the station manager received an order on his phone. He glanced at it and frowned tightly. It was an order assigned by the system that needed to be allocated to a station rider. This situation was quite normal, but the problem was that this order was quite troublesome. The distance to the station was actually 7 or 8 kilometers. What was this broken system thinking? He scanned the riders and finally set his gaze on Song Qi. Even if he forced others, they probably wouldn't go. Only Song Qi was more agreeable. The station manager knew he felt somewhat guilty, but there was no choice. This order had to be handled. He could only think of a way to compensate him later. Ahem, Old Song, there's an order, could you deliver it? Song Qi felt a wave of despair. Generally at times like this, he was definitely not being given a good order. Alright. Wang Zhengwo walked over to take a look and immediately rolled his eyes. What a terrible order, to run so far just to deliver a bottle of water. Manager, aren't you just bullying honest people? Forget it, Brother Song, just don't go, I'll take this one. I don't plan on accepting orders this afternoon anyway. The station manager felt a bit guilty upon hearing her take the initiative, so he went along with it, and said, then you go, but don't mess it up. Wang Zhengwo waved her hand, confirmed the transferred order information, put on her helmet, and rode off like the wind. After a dozen minutes the station manager received another unassigned order. He took a glance, feeling 1,000 curses rising in his heart. It was still that address, yet another unassigned order waiting to be arranged. Old Song. It seemed like heaven was working against him. This order would keep being sent until he delivered it right. On a sultry summer afternoon the scorching sun in the distant sky transformed into a stifling heat. The sounds of carriages could not drown out the cicadas' cries. At this moment pedestrians were bustling in the Tianmao International Trade Plaza. A security guard patrolling the square put down his lunchbox and saw 2 large trucks slowly entering the underground parking lot. Soon several porters descended using small transport equipment to unload various sizes of delivery boxes. The security guard, without needing to inquire, already knew these were deliveries meant for the 44th floor. The company named Huanyu Peace Technology occupied all 5 floors from the 40th to the 44th. It could be said to be a powerful entity. Recently their company was undergoing renovations with trucks continuously coming and going. A plain black business vehicle slowly entered the underground parking lot, stopping at a spot reserved exclusively for the owners. Li Mao reached the top floor of the Tianmao Commercial Center, the 44th floor, without stopping. He had also completed his driving test. To get it done as quickly as possible, he even used mental interference. After obtaining his driver's license, he immediately went to pick up a business vehicle. In the days following Sister Zhang's call, he had been in a full workload state. While researching brain-machine interfaces, he also began preparations for the brain-machine company. With a goal in mind, his motivation was strong. After a serious illness, he clearly realized the truth. A person's life is short, achieving something is exceedingly difficult. Just managing a sports hall project took him over a month. His time was limited. Even with the godly wealth system, unless he could secure a long life, everything he acquired would eventually dissipate. Conversely, if not pursuing a longer life, he might as well start enjoying every second using the godly wealth system from this moment. Entrepreneurship requires a substantial investment of time and energy. With the assistance of a thinker, much effort could be spared, and he could spend money to hire others. However, reputation and capability should not rely on others. Li Mao entrusted an accounting firm to register the company, with the registered location being the top floor of his commercial center. Initially intended to be named Huanyu Technology, it had already been registered by someone else, so it had to be called Huanyu Peace. A significant amount of funds continuously flowed out from him, and more than 50 million received from the godly wealth system quickly turned into several million. Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. The personnel from the renovation company greeted Li Mao as he arrived. The number of people working on site had already exceeded 100, but it was still not enough. After all, from the 40th to the 44th floor, there was over 10,000 square meters combined. Fortunately, the hard decorations like floors and walls were done. It was not a bare shell. The 44th floor was the first to be completed, or rather only partially completed. The remaining work did not require ordinary laborers. It was divided into 3 major sections. One section was a personal studio equipped with various devices vast and spacious, where he would complete all his concepts. The second section was a living room connecting to the studio, providing him with a place to rest. The third section consisted of a standard office and meeting room, but generally, he would not allow company personnel to work here regularly. In the future, a structure similar to the president's office might be arranged. After passing through 3 automatic doors, he arrived at the personal studio. A large pile of assorted delivery boxes was scattered on the floor. He first put on a work uniform, then donned a glass protective mask, and used an angle grinder to cut open the iron frame of a large delivery box. Soon a silver-gray humanoid robot thickly wrapped in protective layers was revealed. Li Mao pulled a wire from its back and plugged it into a special socket. Thinker Connect. As Li Mao's words fell, the robot's eyes lit up with a faint blue glow and its hands. Connection successful, testing in progress. This robot had the best mechanical performance available on the market and was equipped with several customized parts. Once the Thinker was connected, it could use this body to assist him in many tasks. Testing complete, beginning work. At this moment, it picked up the angle grinder and other tools Li Mao had set down, starting to dismantle the delivery boxes in his place. Soon another new robot was revealed, totaling 10 arranged in an orderly fashion on the 44th floor, all connected by cables. Due to current battery technology, the robots could only sustain limited movement for no more than an hour. After working for a while, the Thinker suddenly reminded him, "Sir, Mr. Song Chi and Ms. Wang Zhengwo have arrived." This was not entirely unexpected. Initially, after the Thinker reported, due to the peculiarity of the names, Li Mao specifically looked at the girl's photo. She was very attractive, likely exceeding an attractiveness score of 80. So he went with the flow and invited her as well. He was confident he could raise Sang Ji and Chen Qingji's favorability to 80 points, but reaching 100 points seemed almost impossible. Therefore, seeking new targets was already part of his plan. Li Mao took off his work uniform and exited the person. Soon a girl dressed in a yellow delivery uniform, wearing a helmet adorned with a Pikachu tail, entered carrying a bottle of mineral water from the elevator. Upon entering, she saw the spacious and quiet hall with the white walls and floor reflecting each other. The lights were off, but it was not dark. To the right was a bright wall of windows with the afternoon sun streaming in from the 44th floor. As the cool air from the central air conditioning refreshed her, goosebumps subtly arose. It was too quiet. Her senses were heightened. She could almost hear her own breathing and smell the various takeout aromas on her body. Even the sound of the plastic bag in her hand became quite piercing. She looked up, feeling an intense sense of surrealism. Standing at the door, she tried to call out, "Hello, whose takeout?" "The takeout has arrived." Then a somewhat mechanical voice replied, "Madam, please proceed forward." Wang Zhengwo was startled, looking around in a daze, and surprisingly she was not scared, but really walked forward. Soon the first internal glass door slowly opened. Inside was even larger than she had imagined. The same immaculate white floor had several open-style desks with a strong sense of technology. The floor near the windows was made of spliced wood adorned with some stylish potted plants. There were also a few coffee. Then she peeked in and saw a young man in a white shirt sitting beside a coffee table. From this angle, she could only see the sunlight illuminated the potted plants in front of him, casting shadows on the floor. "Come here," he suddenly spoke. His voice was magnetic and penetrating, instantly startling Wang Zhengwo in the spacious room, pulling her out of a deeply atmospheric impression. "Oh," she replied, and quickened her pace towards him, filled with curiosity about what he looked like. She was also curious about what this place was and what he was doing here, and where that mechanical voice had come from, perhaps an intelligent butler. Everything felt too strange. It was that kind of very special feeling. There was always a sense of surrealism, she thought. Then she clearly saw Li Mao's face. His stunning features, deep-set eyes, and slightly tousled, yet uniquely styled black hair. It perfectly aligned with everything she had imagined before, even better. Wang Zhengwo stood there dazed, locking eyes with Li Mao. What she thought was, could it be that she had already been killed on the way to deliver takeout? And not fully dead, yet just dreaming. Doctor, she could still be saved. She pinched her arm, feeling a bit of pain. Meanwhile, Li Mao quietly observed her while receiving a prompt from the system. System prompt: Wang Zhengwo, charm 88, current favorability 10. However, what surprised Li Mao even more was that there was a second notification from the system. Discovered a 3-star potential talent, computer science, Wang Zhengwo. For a moment, the words he was about to say got stuck, and his gaze towards the other person became even deeper. Talent. In the field of computer science, this is quite a coincidence. He scrutinized the person across from him again. Under the yellow delivery vest, she wore a pink t-shirt, and her exposed arms were covered with sun protection sleeves. Her helmet had a unique design, and her eyes flickered, as if she were lost in thought. According to the information provided by the thinker, her resume was indeed quite average. She graduated from high school and had just turned 18. Her academic performance during school was also mediocre. The delivery job was her first long-term employment. Wang Jingwo then recalled a story. There was a person who died while working at their job, but she didn't realize she was dead and continued to work until she encountered a handsome man in a white shirt with a very cold demeanor. That person spoke to her. "You are already dead. He was a messenger from hell here to take her away." But this was both of their thoughts formed in a very short amount of time. "Ms. Wang Jingwo, please take a seat." Li Meng straightforwardly invited her to sit down. "Huh? What?" Wang Jingwo looked dazed. Her originally fantastical thoughts began to crystallize into reality, and she truly started to feel anxious. She even began to believe a bit. No way could all this be real. I'm dead, and then a messenger from hell came. How else would he know my name and have me sit down as if to discuss something important? What is happening in this world? Is everything turned upside down? It can't be, absolutely can't be. She set aside her wild thoughts, hesitantly sat halfway down, and heard Li Meng ask her. "If I may ask, are you planning to resign from the delivery station?" Wang Jingwo blurted out. "How do you know?" Then she lowered her voice. "Well, I mean, you really are quite amazing." After confirming her suspicion in her heart, Li Meng realized she must have misunderstood something, so he introduced his identity. "My name is Li Meng, and I am the owner of Huanyu Peace Technology. I have established an AI model that collects a special database through various means." As Wang Jingwo listened, she felt increasingly confused. What was this person talking about? What did it mean? She couldn't understand. "What welcomes you, is it?" As Li Meng's words fell, the voice of the thinker timely sounded. "Hello, ma'am, I am the AI, huh?" Wang Jingwo opened her mouth and then reacted. Who doesn't know about this thing nowadays? But what does it have to do with me? Li Meng slowly spoke. "I know this is hard to believe, but according to my database, you are a talent." Wang Jingwo pointed at herself, looking puzzled. "Huh? Me? A talent?" "Yes, that's the conclusion of— Is AI really so deceptive these days?" she complained. "Ma'am, I am still here," the thinker suddenly interjected. "Oh, I'm sorry." Wang Jingwo chuckled awkwardly, but she had completely come to realize. "So you mean you collected my information through AI and know my name? Isn't that a bit illegal?" "Of course I'm not pursuing that, just that you know. Don't misunderstand, actually it's not just that, even having you deliver food was arranged by us." Li Meng admitted generously. "In fact, I want to invite you to join Huanyu Peace." "No, don't fool me, if I hadn't actively helped, wouldn't someone else have come?" Wang Jingwo suddenly realized. "You're talking about Song Qi. He's also recorded as a talent in the database, one level higher than you, so he came as well." Li Meng replied. This time Wang Jingwo was truly at a loss. "Mr. Li, I have a question to ask you which may be a bit offensive, would you mind?" "I don't mind. You're such a smart person running such a large company. Think about it, I just graduated high school, just turned 18, and Songgu is over 30 and has accomplished nothing." She gestured. "I don't mind. You're such a smart person running such a large company. Think about it, I just graduated high school, just turned 18, and Songgu is over 30 and has accomplished nothing." She gestured. "My data doesn't make mistakes." Wang Jingwo looked into his serious gaze and couldn't help but fall silent. "Sir, Mr. Song Qi has arrived." At this moment the voice of the thinker rang out. More than half an hour later the scene turned into Song Qi and Wang Jingwo staring at each other. Song Qi could never have imagined that it would turn out like this after he arrived. What kind of company is this? What kind of tricks are they playing? Could it be that what the other side said is true? He couldn't tell, he truly couldn't tell. "Mr. Li, are you not joking with us?" he asked again. "I don't have time to joke with you." Li Meng sat across from them, waved his hand, and a robot immediately walked over from a distance presenting a printed contract. "Mr. Song Qi, on behalf of Huanyu Peace, I invite you to take the position of Director of the Administration." "Ms. Wang Jingwo, on behalf of Huanyu Peace, I invite you to join our technical department, and we will provide you with professional training for free." Both of them took the contract and saw the salary on it. One had a monthly salary of 8,000, while the other had 2,000. Li Meng, who was previously the Deputy Director of the Technical Department at Jinhan, had a monthly salary of 1,000. Although his Huanyu Peace technology was just a startup, he valued it far beyond Jinhan in his mind. The salaries offered to the two were not high, and even a bit low. They would be adjusted after he officially launched the company. Me. A monthly salary of 2,000. Technical Department. Wang Jingwo was a bit dazed by the barrage of information. Song Qi carefully examined the contract beside her, took out his phone, and searched for company information, but found little useful information. But he knew that opportunities in life are rare, perhaps only once in a lifetime. If he gave up out of fear of encountering a scammer, that would truly be foolish. What is there to deceive me about? Furthermore, from his perspective, just the outfit the other party was wearing wasn't cheap. The AI system here was also extraordinary. Such a large venue, the rent alone isn't something an average person can afford. And the contract was also without any issues. Thinking of this, he didn't wait for Wang Jingwo to speak, and solemnly said, "Mr. Li, if I were to refuse, I would be a bit ungrateful. You think highly of me, and I am willing to offer my services." The loyalty of Song Chi suddenly soared to 80 points. Li Meng revealed a satisfied smile and shook hands with him. Welcome to Huan Yu Peace. He then looked at Wang Zhang. What about you? Seeing the two looking over, especially with Song Gu taking the lead, Wang Zhangwo made up her mind. Me too. Then you are welcome as well. While Li Meng spoke, he discreetly glanced at his watch. Wang Zhangwo, is your loyalty a bit low? Peniton, Grand Hotel. Li Mao checked. It was a 5-star hotel in Jiang City, fully owned by its property management company, standing 40 stories tall, with over 800 guest rooms. Moreover, it operated flawlessly, ranking among Jiang City's top-tier 5-star hotels. Such a major equity transfer had stirred not the slightest ripple. The system's power grew ever more awe-inspiring the deeper one probed. In purely monetary terms, this was the largest single reward ever dispensed by the divine wealth system, unprecedented in its history. A hotel of this caliber was conservatively valued at 2 to 3 billion yuan. He had previously assumed that holding 50 million yuan in liquid capital, plus another 50 million instantly redeemable from the system shop, had already granted him complete financial freedom, rendering money emotionally irrelevant. Only now did he genuinely grasp the truth: each peak reveals a higher one beyond. Financial freedom at 100 million yuan differed profoundly from financial freedom at 3 billion. Had the system initially offered 30 billion yuan and 10 attribute points, instead of 100 million and 10 points, would he still have chosen the same path? Li Mao reflected. Human desire truly knew no bounds. His gaze upon Wang Zhangwo softened further. Affection was invaluable, and affection needed cultivation. After watching them sign the contract, he led them directly into his personal studio. There was no need for secrecy. He refused to waste time. The company possessed nothing yet, though ideally they would begin work the very next day. As 2 more doors slid open, they were instantly stunned by a scene bordering on science fiction. 10 robots under Thinker's command had already unpacked every parcel. Equipment stood precisely arranged in pre-assigned positions. Across a vast tiled display, data blazed in relentless torrents, an unceasing testament to Thinker's colossal computational power dedicated solely to code generation. Sensing their gaze, Thinker projected a smiling face onto the screen. At present, Universal Peace Technologies employs only 3 full-time staff members. Li Mao stated this fact with calm detachment. But rest assured, you've just witnessed facilities and hardware worth several lifetime salaries. Song Chi hastily assured him there was no cause for concern. Wang Zhangwo echoed enthusiastically, me too. And her loyalty quietly rose to 65 points. I brought you here to clarify precisely what our company does and is doing, so as to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings that might equate us with conventional tech firms. A robot delivered 2 engineering-grade brain-computer interface headsets. What mattered was not the terminal form itself. It could be a headset or any other configuration. Yet for scientific verisimilitude, Li Mao required proximity to the brain. In truth, he had no intention whatsoever of developing terminals. Song Chi examined the device and judged it an intelligent wearable, perhaps a smart headset. A genuine, integrated with AR glasses, it could deliver real-time translation, navigation, velocity metrics, and robust security, promising considerable commercial potential. Wang Zhangwo, however, gave it little thought. She simply found it dazzlingly high-tech. Li Mao gestured for them to. Each day he could extract no more than 5% of an individual's mental energy, ensuring virtually zero impact on daily life. An average person possessed roughly 70 points of mental attribute. A figure seemingly immutable, Li Mao knew of no method to cultivate it. 5% thus equated to approximately 5 attribute points, the absolute upper limit he could extract from any single person for the foreseeable future. Therefore he dared not allocate too much at first, not even in the absence of competition, reserving room for iterative refinement. From this meager 5-point reserve he intended to allocate no more than 0.5 points to each of them, a modest investment yielding extraordinary returns. Based on this constrained expenditure, Li Mao had already conceived 2 major application paradigms. First, information transmission, the very function he used daily to enable rapid assimilation of vast knowledge volumes. Crucially, this transmitted raw data, not analyzed or synthesized understanding. It was akin to inserting entire books directly into their minds. Otherwise, such minimal mental energy would prove wholly insufficient, and data volume must be severely restricted. Second, neural information reconstruction, including visual restoration, auditory reconstruction, and even limb reintegration. Neural pathways were nearly impossible to reconnect. Blindness once incurred was considered irreversible. Yet with Li Mao's BCI's, mechanical eyes could be implanted, and mental energy would bridge the synaptic gap. The same principle applied to hearing and motor function. Director Li, I feel nothing. Is it supposed to turn on? Wang Jingwo asked. Li Mao snapped his fingers softly. Just feel deeply. A jolt like electric current surged through their consciousness. This was not his first such intervention. Anything involving the mind demanded utmost caution. He had rehearsed countless times privately with Thinker. Now he activated mental interference, granting Thinker explicit authorization to unlock their neural channels. Obeying Li Mao's mental interference protocol, Thinker extracted infinitesimal amounts of mental energy from both individuals and transmitted curated knowledge into their minds, strictly adhering to predetermined ratios. In that instant, foreign knowledge flooded their awareness, unbidden, inexorable. Simultaneously, a faint, almost imperceptible weariness crept over them. Once the influx ceased, a radiant golden inscription blazed within their minds. Universal Peace Technologies, empowering you with superhuman experience. Silence lingered in the vast workshop, broken only by the ceaseless flicker of code. Li Mao accepted 2 glasses of water from Thinker and offered them time to absorb the experience. Mild discomfort is perfectly normal on the first try. Drink some water, breathe deeply. Song Qi's and Wang Zhengwo's expressions shifted, from bewilderment to shock, then to profound, speechless astonishment. Directorly, what is this? I feel something new inside my head. Wang Zhengwo stammered. Your perceptions are entirely accurate, Li Mao replied. Behind him, dozens of tiled displays lit up with Thinker's professionally rendered promotional film for the BCS. It traced humanity's entire exploration of brain-computer interfaces, culminating in Li Mao's epical Finnish technology. As you see, our company pioneers what will transform humanity, the universal BCS. For the first time in history, direct knowledge transmission into the human brain has become possible. The ancient constraint, that human lifespans are too brief to master all known knowledge, has been shattered. In that moment, they stared at Li Mao as though he were an extraterrestrial being. Does it seem strange? After all, BCS research has steadily advanced, though ours may be slightly ahead of schedule. Li Mao met their gaze and made a subtle pinched gesture, signifying just a little. Compared to his own ability, mastering an entire language overnight, they had merely received the equivalent of 100 pages from a specialized textbook. To attain true expertise in any field required internalizing knowledge equivalent to 10 or 20,000 pages. And far more critically, not mere memorization, but deep digestion. This technology streamlined only the arduous repetitive act of memorization, not the indispensable processes of reflection and practice. Unless, like Li Mao, one expended immense mental energy to analyze and synthesize. After that, they engaged in deeper connections with the Thinker, and Li Meng tried his best to squeeze out all their potential, transmitting a wealth of administrative and computer knowledge into their minds. After all, they were just potential stocks of star-level talents, not individuals who had already exchanged their innate abilities. Li Meng had just the means to help them quickly master the professional knowledge. Now their heads were buzzing, their temples throbbing, feeling as if they had crammed an entire day's worth of study. Song Qi was drenched in sweat. No amount of cool air from the air conditioning could cool his overheated mind as he closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Wang Zhengwo was in even worse shape, slumped in a lounge chair in the studio, exhausted to the point of sticking his tongue out. Thinker, I can't take it anymore. I truly can't fit anything else in. I have good news for you both. The gentleman says you may leave. Wang Zhengwo sprang up straight, feeling as if he had come back to life. A robot controlled by the Thinker approached them with a tray bearing a glass of water, a bottle of ice-cold cola, and 2 mobile phones. Your phones have already downloaded some of my data, and you can directly contact me through the internal app of the Universe Peace in the future. I will serve you wholeheartedly. The robot gracefully bowed with its silver-gray body, and the automatic door behind it slowly opened. Gentlemen, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Wang Zhengwo gulped down the cola, glancing at his phone, which looked cleaner than before, as if it had been newly purchased. Even the screen protector had been replaced. I conveniently gave your phones a spa treatment, the Thinker said. Wang Zhengwo scratched his head, his mouth agape. In the most straightforward and reliable manner, the Thinker was simply too intelligent to be an AI. Song Qi picked up his phone and unlocked the gesture lock screen. Looking at the additional app on his phone, it was a company logo in the shape of a tree diagram. Upon opening it, it displayed his position and other information. How did the Thinker know about his lock screen? But soon he found this thought amusing. What strength did the company possess? What level did President Li operate at? And what grade of AI was the Thinker? Would he, with his over 2,000 yuan 5-year-old broken Android phone, think of such things? Was it even compatible? If Li Meng knew of his doubts, he would tell him it wasn't that mystical. The Thinker could indeed crack it, but he actually knew from surveillance. After all, in this day and age, having intelligence meant one could slack off. But it would call it efficiency. When the two left the building, their steps still felt unsteady. The evening sunlight brought them back to reality. They exchanged glances, unable to believe everything that had just happened. Big data captured information, affirming them as talents. A contract with remarkable benefits. A boss with superhuman intelligence, showcasing technology that transcends time. Universe Peace Technology Company. In just one short afternoon, they had experienced so much. On his phone, there were several missed calls from the station master. Song Qi returned a call. But Wang Zhengwo sent a message saying, "Station master, we are no longer people of the same world. I am resigning. I must go save the world." The station master called again. but she did not answer. The two unconsciously turned to look back, the sun's afterglow bathing the glass exterior of the 44-story building. This afterglow was at the other end of the earth, a rising sun. At this moment, they recalled Li Ming's profound gaze and calm words. They were on the path of human destiny transformation. The sky gradually turned dark and the streetlights lit up one by one. As they approached home, Song-Chi's heart brimmed with excitement and fervor. They were on the path of human destiny transformation. The sky gradually turned dark and the streetlights lit up one by one. As they approached home, Song-Chi's heart brimmed. Previously, he had been a minor leader in property management, earning only $8,000 a month. Now his salary had increased tenfold. The impact on him was so strong that it could be said that not immediately kneeling before Li Ming showed he had some restraint. If it were just the salary, he wouldn't be so excited. Oh, what mattered more was the company's strength. Not just the financial strength, but the technological power that transcends reality. For any company to survive well, the key lies in its core competitiveness. Yet Universe Peace possesses not just competitiveness, it can't even be considered monopolistic power. Rather, it is the future of all humanity. President Li is destined to be a brilliant figure whose name will be remembered in human history. And he actually got in on the ground floor of the shares. The more he thought, the more excited he became, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't get carried away, he had to hold back. He finally managed to calm his breath and opened the door to enter the house. His wife Lu Nan was in the kitchen cooking while his mother, wearing a waist support, was helping nearby. His father, recently uncomfortable with his legs, was sitting in the living room watching TV. Daddy. His 2-year-old son opened his arms towards him. Song-Chi squatted down to pick him up and gave him a kiss. Honey, why are you home so late today? Lu Nan hurriedly came out of the kitchen to greet him. The couple had been married for 4 to 5 years, and their relationship was stable. Even when Song-Chi was unemployed, there was no situation as described online of dual blows to career and marriage. Why did you buy so many things? Lu Nan laughed as she picked up the bag he was holding. You didn't even say a word. The meal is almost ready. Song-Chi began to smile, but it wasn't an exaggerated smile. He needed to hold back to remain calm, to casually reveal this good news. But seeing his father-in-law, whose legs were not well, staring at the things he bought with a look as if he was about to scold him for being a spendthrift, who didn't know how to save money for the child or care for his wife. His mother also came out from the kitchen with a sharp gaze, holding a stainless steel spatula. Forget it, better just say it straight. I found a new job. In an instant, the house fell silent. Lu Nan was the first to ask in surprise, what new job? In a tech company as the director of the administration department, with an annual salary of $1 million. Honey, you should read fewer web novels lately. No, I really mean it. I really mean it. At the same time, in a self-built house in a village in Jiangqing, Wang Jiangwo was anxiously hopping up and down, shouting loudly. But what greeted her was merciless laughter. Huh, you're so funny. She shared a rental apartment with 3 other girls in a dilapidated self-built building over 30 years old. The smallest room on the second floor, the place didn't even have a shower or toilet. One had to walk over 100 meters to take a shower. One had to go to the village bathhouse, which cost 10 yuan per session. The biggest advantage of living here was the low rent, only 300 yuan a month. At this time, in another room on the second floor, 4 people were laughing uncontrollably. 2 of them were fellow townswomen, and one was Wang Jiangwo's distant cousin. It was thanks to their support that Wang Jiangwo could establish herself in this city after running away from home with just a few hundred yuan. She took out the black and white contract and placed it on the table. Her name was clearly signed on it, and her dialect was, look, I'm not lying. Although none of them could read much, they could still see the highlighted salary of 20,000 yuan. The prominently stamped red seal also looked very official. They exchanged glances, their smiles fading. Although Wang Jiangwo's name might seem overly masculine, she was undeniably a beauty. Even in the big city of Jiangqing, she stood out. Because of her looks, she had caused quite a stir back home before she even turned 18. After graduating, she took her savings of a few hundred yuan and an old second-hand phone, and came to Jiangshang to stay with her cousin. Now delivering takeout every month could earn her 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Life had just started to stabilize. Suddenly someone offered her a job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Child, could it be that you were deceived? How could I be fooled? The 3 of them looked at Wang Jiangwo in silence, their gazes causing him some emotional distress. What do you mean? My cousin took out her contract and snapped a few photos with her phone. What are you doing? Sending it to your old man. I wasn't deceived. I never said you were deceived. Then what are you doing? Sending it to your old man. In the Tianmao International Trade Center, 44th floor. Li Mao was also planning to leave. The system of the rich man prompted hidden achievement task completed. The rich man's company received encouragement from the rich man charm aura. Having this aura increases the initial favorability of anyone by 5 points, and it cannot be triggered if the basic favorability exceeds 5 points. After receiving the prompt, Li Mao was somewhat surprised. In fact, he once thought that this achievement would not appear, especially since the company was registered a few days ago. Perhaps it was only recognized as a complete enterprise after having employees. This charm aura also has some significance akin to becoming someone with a natural affinity for others. It deserves further research in the future. He passed through a door and entered the living room behind. It was still quite simple, containing only a bed, 2 nightstands, a wardrobe, and a sofa with a coffee table. Li Mao opened the wardrobe, which contained quite a few clothes. He chose a clean outfit to change into. All of these were selected by Chen Xingyi. Chen Xingyi had now become his personal stylist, frequently sending him links to various new clothing items. Every link she sent, Li Mao instructed the thinker to order them all. In return, he often sent her red envelopes as a token of gratitude. He walked out of the living room. The lights in the personal studio were not too bright, with 10 robots busily engaged in their tasks. Even after he left, this place would not cease its activity. Li Mao exited the 44th floor's main door. Watching the thinker turn off the lights, he gazed at the neon lights outside the corridor windows, feeling a subtle sense of loneliness. The things he truly wanted to do, the path he was to walk, were such that no one could fully share them. Not even the thinker. He took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xingyi and Li Su. The company has vacancies, everything is ready, you can resign now. And he also sent the address of the company. Li Su simply replied, got it, it'll be there as soon as possible tomorrow. Recently, Chen Xingyi had been quite anxious, constantly asking him if he was ready, if she should resign to join him. So as soon as he sent the message, she instantly replied, finally waited for you, luckily, I didn't give up. Then it was the resignation information she submitted to the company's HR department. Li Mao did not reply, choosing instead to transfer 30,000 yuan each to Li Su and Chen Xingyi, noting it as relocation expenses. If the new company is far from where they live, they might have to rent another house. Especially for Li Su, who had finally managed to get on the shore, everything would have to start over. After thinking about it, he felt that treating everyone equally was better. Tomorrow when Songqi arrives, he and Wang Zhengwo would also share in this. However, this would only be for this time. Without rules, nothing can be done. Once the company's regulations are completely established, he can't just give out money like this. Chen Xingyi didn't respond instantly to the money this time, but instead sent 3 question marks. Li Mao still didn't reply. Boss, what does this mean? What is the relocation expense? Can I take it? Reply to me. Are you trying to please me? Are you trying to support me? You can't corrupt me. We have a pure superior-subordinate relationship. Say something. Look at me. You brat. Meme. She sent a bunch of messages, but Li Mao ignored them all. Half an hour later, she accepted the money. It was as if nothing had been said before, and she sent a message. Thank you, boss. Wishing you great success in your business. Wishing you eternal youth. Wishing you never die. Chen Qingyi's favorability 70 points. Li Mao, while driving, heard the thinker's report and was somewhat speechless. Whenever he felt that the realm he pursued was very high and experienced a subtle feeling of looking down upon the masses from the heights, he was always easily pulled back down to earth by Chen Qingyi's excessively abundant humanity. She was the vanguard of reality, a pure player in the real world. If he had the chance to meet Sangji, their interactions should be quite interesting. Meanwhile, Li Su was still not accepting the money. Li Mao instructed the thinker to transfer it directly to his bank account. After a while, Li Su sent a message. President Li, I don't want this money, you should take it back. Just accept it, don't. Li Mao replied. Li Su seemed to want to say something else, still typing. But no matter what he replied, Li Mao wouldn't look at it. Just 15 minutes after leaving, he received a message from Sangji. Li Gu, are you there? What's up? Have you eaten yet? Li Mao glanced at the time. It was almost 6:30. But since Sangji asked like that, even if he hadn't eaten, he would definitely say he hadn't. Not yet. A colleague is treating to a big dinner and said we can bring friends. Li Gu, do you want to come along? Li Mao stopped the car in a safe place by the roadside and sent a voice message. Is it a male colleague? Sangji's side showed. She was typing, then deleted and retyped. Yes, Li Gu, just an ordinary colleague. This meal doesn't count as your treat. Don't worry. They'll treat you separately later. I've sent you the address. Li Mao glanced at the address, a high-end place called Long Island Restaurant, which he had heard of. It seemed this colleague was quite wealthy. A rich man treating a group of young colleagues to dinner. From his basic intuition as a man, it was highly probable he had his eye on one or several individuals from this group. Sangji was so beautiful, she could very well be his target. He didn't immediately drive there, but instead told the thinker, cancel their reservation and book a spot for them at the Sky Restaurant of the Panadon Grand Hotel. Understood, sir. You want to showcase your strength on your own territory. I know this is called showing off online. Shut up, learn some useful knowledge online. Alright, sir. It wasn't that coincidentally dining in his own territory was an issue. He had plenty of means and the thinker to make this coincidence happen. In the reception hall of Long Island Restaurant, the manager said apologetically, we apologize everyone, your reservation has been canceled due to a system malfunction. We will refund double the reservation fee for this occasion. A hush fell over the crowd, then they began to murmur. You came all this way, and now it's canceled. Are high-end restaurants this unreliable now? My boyfriend is already on the way. What did Brother Chui say? The treating colleague Chui Bin turned red with anger, feeling deeply insulted. What do you mean the reservation was canceled? If it weren't for so many people around, he would have cursed. The hall manager wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling helpless, and repeatedly apologized. At this moment, he remembered a manager from the local industry group in Jiangcheng he had added who mentioned that someone had canceled a reservation at the Panadin Grand Hotel Sky restaurant tonight. So he quickly took out his phone to contact that manager named C. Is there really someone with the surname C in this day? The manager of Chongdao opened that person's profile and looked at his moments. It indeed contained various photos and videos of the Panadin Grand Hotel, which had been posted since a few years ago. After chatting for a while, the other party sent a confirmation letter for an appointment via a small electronic program. It was indeed the official mini-program of the Panadin Grand Hotel. This dispelled his doubts. Hello, he whispered to Chui Bin, leading him aside. I really can't help you, but I have a friend at the Sky restaurant of Panadin who can reserve a table for you. Would you be willing to go there? Upon hearing this, Chui Bin fell silent, contemplating the feasibility. Logically, he was unwilling to take everyone to Panadin, even though it was harder to book than the Chongdao restaurant and of a higher standard. But going this way felt as if he was conceding defeat, even though he was in the right. I'll refund you 3 times the reservation fee and arrange for a car to take you and your friends there as quickly as possible. Seeing this, the lobby manager offered a way out. All right then. Let's discuss it. The manager sighed with relief, knowing that the so-called discussion was essentially a decision. In the lobby of the Panadin Grand Hotel, Lin Lu was wearing a silk shirt from Aura, perfectly showcasing her slender figure with its incredibly smooth texture. Her hair was meticulously styled, with one side casually tucked behind her ear, revealing a crystal earring. She wore beige high heels with a bit of a business vibe. Those knowledgeable would recognize that although they weren't high fashion, they were a classic limited edition from VLD. As she walked on the polished marble floor, it produced a crisp sound. She elegantly stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 10th floor. Inside the elevator were 2 men and a woman, all unable to resist casting glances at her. The men's desire, the women's envy. She reveled in this attention, her face seemingly always adorned with a calm and gracious smile. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a clean, well-groomed hand leisurely wedged between the doors, catching one side. The doors that had not yet closed opened again. A young man walked in. Lin Lu slightly turned her gaze, feeling that he had an exceptionally clean aura. He wore Ready Tower from Avita, not exactly top-tier haute couture, but not something an ordinary person could afford. The outfit showed almost no signs of wear, and he only sported an unknown brand watch on his wrist. He was very handsome, with a complexion that was not typical of someone who neglected their skincare. More importantly, he had a body with beautiful muscles that could be sensed even through his clothes. Humph. She made a judgment in her heart. A young man with little money, his clothes were likely secondhand, and he usually refrained from wearing them. Everyone knows that in this day and age a man cannot possess both looks and wealth. It's even more impossible to genuinely cultivate a body with beautiful muscles. Such people only exist in dramas about domineering CEOs. Even among those, not everyone has a perfect physique. Achieving that requires a certain level of willpower and time. A domineering CEO might have the willpower, but certainly not that much time. This person seemed to exude the habits of a poor person from head to toe. He looked nothing like her, completely a flawless socialite without any flaws. Thinking of this, she couldn't help, yet another day of envy and jealousy. As the elevator slowly ascended, that person exited on the 10th floor. This person wouldn't be a high-end escort hired by a wealthy woman, would he? Another day of envying rich women. Lin Lu muttered to herself. She was heading to the 26th floor. She and 7 or 8 sisters had booked the presidential suite for a day. According to the agreement, from 7 to 9 was her exclusive time. She wanted to take some good photos to enrich her moments and continue to enhance her already perfect persona. The Sky Cloud Mirror Western restaurant on the 38th floor is the biggest highlight of the Panadin Grand Hotel. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows form a circular shape, and the semi-open private booths retain a degree of privacy while ensuring a good view. An automatic glass door opened from the east side, and outside was a circular terrace resembling a glass walkway, furnished with a few smaller tables and chairs. There were only 6 people from Huaxin in total, but with friends and family, there would probably be 10. At this moment, not everyone had arrived, and 7 or 8 people were admiring the view on the terrace. Yang Jialan took some beautiful selfies, posting them in a 9-grid format. Jimei, I officially joined Huaxin through my internship today, and now a colleague is treating us to dinner at Sky Mirage. Double the good news. The comments section quickly filled with compliments. Xiaolan, which colleague does Chui go have a crush on? Her boyfriend was quietly asking beside her. The company prohibits office romances, Yang Jialan replied. Then why is he so attentive? Aren't all men like this? Yang Jialan shot him a glance. You still have a girlfriend? Why is your gaze always drifting to other women? Then she put down her phone and looked coldly at him. Why do you care so much? Are you interested in her too? Her boyfriend chuckled awkwardly and quickly waved his hands. Baby, don't think too much. I only love you. Yang Jialan snorted. Even if you had the audacity, they had to be interested in you too. Look at your toad-like face. You are the only one who doesn't mind it. If it weren't for the fact that you have a little money and work at a big company, I would have kicked you to the curb long ago. Shui Bin was dressed in a black suit, but he appeared too thin to pull it off with dark circles under his eyes very noticeable in the light. At this moment he was standing next to Sang Mi and Guan Mi holding a glass of blue cocktail pretending to be a gentleman. Isn't this place nice? I've heard about it for a long time and I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Thank you Cui Gu for being so generous, Guan Mi said with a smile. After all, one must be gracious when receiving favors. It is quite nice saying Ji wanted to ask Li go out for a private meal here. However, looking at this high-end and elegant decor, she bit her words as if she were murmuring to herself. Just how much does it cost to eat here? She needed to calculate the expenses as she was not a wealthy person. If she couldn't afford to treat Li Gu to a meal, it would be embarrassing. Money doesn't matter, it's mainly about the difficulty of booking. If you like it, I'll treat you to eat here next time. Cui Bin looked at Sang Ji, his eyes showing a bit of heat. Guan Mi felt a bit uncomfortable and thought, what does it mean to mention Sang? Clearly he's not interested in me. Besides, the company prohibits office romances, he needs to be careful with his words. This guy's intentions are not pure. Guan Mi took out her phone and snapped a photo capturing both Sang Ji and Shui Bin, which she directly sent to Li Mao. Prince, hurry over, there's a toad wanting to eat swan meat. When Li Mao received the message, he was already in the executive office on the 10th floor of the Panadin Grand Hotel. 7 or 8 high-level executives were standing before him, waiting for the boss to speak. A 5-star hotel is essentially a large enterprise employing over 600 staff with dozens of middle and high-level managers. At this moment, the people he could summon immediately were just these. No matter how complete the operational system is, it is impossible for all management levels to be at disposal at all times. It has the power of a system combined with the capabilities of a thinker. There was no scenario where the boss arrived and the staff did not recognize him. After receiving Guan Mi's message, Li Mao did not immediately take action. He knew Cui Bin was not much of a threat. However, he soon received a reminder from the thinker. Another person was flirting with Sang Ji, who not only had a special illness, but was also a drug addict. Li Mao immediately stood up and walked out of the office. 7 or 8 executives in suits followed closely behind. Once outside, their assistants and subordinates also trailed along. This imposing group of over 10 individuals was quite eye-catching. All the hotel staff hurriedly stood on either side of the corridor, bowing slightly to make way, or hurriedly shrank back to attend to their tasks. Lin Lu was somewhat irritated. These sisters were not at all modest. They insisted on 7 o'clock without granting even a minute's grace. After all, it was a presidential suite costing thousands for one night. She rearranged her expression, took a deep breath, and then displayed a faint smile. Forget it, let's head to the Sky restaurant on the 38th floor. She had been there many times before, but each visit was merely to take photos without dining. She pondered whether she should at least buy a starry pudding set from the Sky restaurant today. 288 per serving, a bit pricey. However, since she was registered in the presidential suite, she could enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, with this pudding set, she could sit at a mobile table in the restaurant. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and she happily made her way inside. She collided directly into a solid chest. Her immediate concern was whether her makeup had been ruined. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and she happily made her way inside. She collided directly into a solid chest. Her immediate concern was whether her makeup. Lin Lu looked up and saw the man she had previously labeled as a poor person now locking eyes with her. His deep, dark gaze revealed no emotional shift, accompanied by a faint masculine aura. At this moment, the elevator slowly closed its doors, and the entire world fell silent. The two stood very close, almost able to sense each other's breath. A few seconds later, Li Mang's steady and powerful hand gently rested on her shoulder. Just as Lin Lu began to misunderstand, he suddenly pushed her aside. Under her awkward gaze, he pressed the button for the 38th floor. It was then that Lin Lu noticed the elevator was packed with a dozen figures in suits, each casting her strange looks. They followed the man respectfully, not daring to overstep. The atmosphere was terrifyingly tense. This scene made her mind a bit overwhelmed. Lin Lu. Charm value 84. Current favorability 5. When Li Mang first saw her, he already knew her charm value exceeded 80 and marked it accordingly. Unexpectedly, he and she shared some connection. He had subtly intervened with his mental influence, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to collide. Li Mang slowly lowered his head to look at his chest where Lin Lu had left a faint white mark. Clearly Lin Lu noticed as well, as she awkwardly said, "I'm so sorry." Li Dong, a calm middle-aged woman's voice, rang out as a female official in professional attire handed over a wet wipe. Li Mang took it, maintaining an expressionless gaze on Lin Lu while using the wet wipe to gently clean the white mark she had caused. The scene prompted Lin Lu to instinctively take a step back, only to find herself against the elevator door. She heard Li Mang slowly speak, "Guests, please watch your step." "I'm so sorry." Lin Lu randomly pressed a floor button and hurriedly exited when the doors opened. It was only as the elevator ascended that she turned back and let out a long sigh. She felt her back was damp with sweat. It was too awkward. Too awkward indeed. At this moment, she realized she had absolutely misjudged. That was not some poor person, but a true big shot. She also noticed that some of the followers wore Panadin badges. The other party was likely a shareholder of the hotel, and a major one at that. The new clothes didn't necessarily mean the person was thrifty, perhaps there were just too many outfits to wear. The watch on their wrist, which she had never seen, was not necessarily a knockoff, it could be a high-end custom piece. With a perfect physique, it was likely the other party had grown up in a wealthy family, with habits maintaining bodily health. Lin Lu calmed herself for a long while by the window in the stairwell, constantly engaging in self-reflection. She then took out her phone and posted a moment. Accidentally bumped into Li Dong from Panadin, so awkward, but he was very gentle, just told me to be careful. She accompanied it with several photos of the elevator. Just as Guanmi sent a message to Li Meng, a greasy voice suddenly cut in, "Beautiful lady, is this your first time?" Guanmi saw a man in his 30s, slicked back hair with a stylish little mustache, dressed in a white suit, holding a glass of champagne as he attempted to flirt with Sang Ji. Sang Ji caught a strong, somewhat excessive scent of cologne and uncomfortably turned her head to welcome the natural night breeze. "Sorry, I'm not interested," she said. Since university, and even before that, she had lost count of how many times this had happened. These men were truly immature, not at all like Li Guo. When would Li Guo arrive? She took out her phone, and the chat record still showed Li Meng's last reply. Zhang Jingxiang didn't give up speaking in a mix of Cantonese and English, naturally revealing the luxury watch on his wrist. "More friends, more paths, right? My name is Zhang Jingxiang, a person from the port city, just returned from abroad. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Would like to buy you a drink." This statement was far too blunt. Yet it gave the impression that his character seemed reasonable for being so direct, subtly carrying a moral coercion of "I have a more modern and open education. If you don't accept, you're too feudal." People who buy into this sort of thing would easily build connections. Sang Ji felt a bit annoyed. She didn't respond, and simply moved a few steps away, leaning against the railing on the outer edge. The night breeze tousled her hair as she gazed at the colorful neon night, seeing her pale, beautiful face illuminated by the lights devoid of any expression. Like a cold, atmospheric sculpture. At this moment, soft music resonated in the restaurant. How lonely. She felt a lot better if only it would rain right now. The melancholic beauty. Zhang Zingxiang's eyes lit up with interest. He had never encountered a girl like this. Only Guanmi couldn't help but twitch her lips, knowing her best friend was acting lavishly again. Shui Bin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he actively blocked Zhang Jingxiang, who wanted to pursue further. "Please don't harass my colleague." Zhang Jingxiang chuckled lightly, not even glancing at him, just clicking his tongue, then gestured for him to step aside. "She's just your colleague, not yours. I just heard you're from the finance department of Huaxin Group. What a coincidence, I happen to be representing my company to visit your group tomorrow." He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Shui Bin. Shui Bin glanced at it. It was from the public relations department of Port City Alliance, a company he had heard of. However, he had never heard of them visiting Huaxin. Moreover, the other party was merely a deputy manager. How much influence could he have? But what if his original intention was not to discuss marriage with Sang Ji, merely driven by a moment's desire? So he took the business card and silently stepped aside. Zhang Jingxiang nodded in satisfaction, as if it was quite a coincidence. Their company had nothing to do with Huaxin at all. Guanmi frowned. Why was this person so annoying? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable chill rising, followed by a gust of wind. Zhang Zengxiang's hair and clothes were blown into disarray as he squinted against the wind, feeling a dampness on his face. He looked up in surprise to see a few barely noticeable fine raindrops falling from the sky. He hadn't remembered any rain today. People on the glass walkway outside crowded inside. Zhang Jingxiang was also pushed back into the crowd. He instinctively turned to look at Sang Ji, who stood there motionless on the outer edge, facing the wind and the light. The lights shone upon her, the dark night, enveloping her flying strands of hair. She merely gazed towards the horizon. Compared to others who were seeking shelter, she stood out distinctly. At this moment, the elevator doors on the 38th floor slowly opened. The somber and melodious sound of the cello echoed in the restaurant. On one side, someone reached out to hold the elevator doors. As the leading figure stepped out, the previously chaotic restaurant settled into silence due to the sudden storm. Dressed in a pitch-black leisure suit, the stark contrast with the white shirt underneath was striking. Coupled with his pale skin and handsome features, the newcomer exuded an aura that seemed somewhat out of place in this world. Behind him followed a group of over 10 distinguished elites in suits, stepping in unison as they flowed out behind him. From a distance, they appeared as a dark mass radiating an undeniable and powerful presence. Yet no one would associate him with a celebrity. This was not a spectacle created by a star. This is incredibly stylish. The charisma is exceptional. Someone picked up their phone to take a picture. The people behind Li Mao attempted to stop them, but he raised a hand to halt them. With thinkers present, someone might capture him normally, but he would never trend online. Unless he chose to. At that moment, Zhang Zengxiang's eyes flickered as he temporarily forgot about Sang Ji, searching for Li Mao's identity in his mind. Several people following Li Mao were familiar to him. They were high-ranking officials from the Panadin Hotel. This meant that this person was at least a major shareholder of the hotel. Such individuals were rarely seen, making it worthwhile to establish a connection. He stepped forward confidently, adjusting his perfect smile, completely shedding his previous greasy demeanor, now appearing calm and humble. Hello, I am. Li Mao did not hear his self-introduction, merely pausing slightly to interrupt his words. I don't care who you are. His voice, seemingly emotionless, yet full of magnetism, made everyone perk up. As if receiving a clear directive from a leader, two individuals immediately stepped out from behind him to block Zhang Jingxiang. Li Mao cast a mental suggestion of expulsion toward the other party, continuing forward without pause, as if ignoring an ant trying to obstruct his path. What a disgrace. What level does he think he is at to approach him like that? He doesn't know his place. Someone mocked, covering their mouth, while looking at Zhang Jingxiang, who was publicly humiliated. Zhang Zhengxiang's face turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, but ultimately swallowed his anger. This person was beyond his reach. At that moment, an inexplicable urge to leave surged within him. After hesitating for a moment, he assumed it was just his pride being hurt, and turned silently toward the elevator. Guan Mi was completely stunned. She could hardly believe this was the Li Mao she knew. Wasn't he supposed to be How did he suddenly turn around, with so many obviously not ordinary subordinates? Did they come to this gathering too? Such a grand spectacle. Little did she know, with so many people following him, and being watched by the entire restaurant, Li Mao himself felt a bit nervous. After all, he was just an ordinary person who had recently grasped wealth and power, but just a month or two ago, he was still struggling to survive. It was all thanks to his mental interference that he could remain so steady and composed. Generally, he wouldn't want to be this high profile, but there was no other option. After all, Sang Ji was a woman of high status. The best way to increase affinity is simply 3 words: I understand you. She enjoyed the feeling of being unique and self-sufficient while others were intoxicated. And Li Mao gave her that feeling. Let's disperse, he said, and then his subordinates nodded and walked away. They didn't leave too far, at least remaining on the 38th floor, just not disturbing him. Li Mao ignored all the external noise. He took off his coat and walked over to Sang Ji, who was still gazing at the sky. By this time, the first few raindrops had begun to fall. Li Mao thought that if it weren't for her beautiful face, she would have long been considered insane. Otherwise, how could it be said that this world is unfair? Those with high looks stand in the rain and are called depressive, while those with low looks are called high status. Li Mao draped his coat over her shoulders. Not rushing to speak, he stood beside her for a moment. The two appeared as two sculptures, neither saying a word. After a while, Li Mao finally spoke. Have you been waiting long? Sang Ji turned her head and replied, as if encountering a kindred spirit, speaking naturally. It's fine, just a little boring. There are too many boring people, so it always ends up like this. You're right. It's raining and let's go inside. Although the storm is nice, this isn't the time to appreciate it. Okay. Li Mao took her slightly cold hand, and she instinctively flinched, but did not pull away. Watch your... A light rain had started, and the glass floor was slightly wet. Sang Ji said nothing, and allowed him to lead her into the restaurant. But Li Mao could feel her heartbeat quickening. After a while, in a semi-enclosed observation box, everyone settled. The waiter slowly pulled the glass door shut, turning the inside into a completely enclosed space. Li Mao, Sang Ji, and Guan Mi sat together. At this moment, the voice of the thinker came through the earpiece. Sir, I think humanity is still too complex. Were your conversations and actions with Miss Sang Ji encrypted? I completely cannot understand or comprehend them. Li Mao sent a message through mental interference. Shut up. Regardless of the process, the effect was indeed extraordinary. Sang Ji current affinity 79. The speed at which this affinity soared was simply outrageous. Just a bit more, and he would receive the next stage. Based on previous experiences, while not absolute, generally speaking, the higher the achieved affinity, the better the encouragement received. The atmosphere grew somewhat quiet, everyone was taken aback by Li Mao's entrance. At first, Cui Bin, who had shown some interest in Sang Ji, wished he hadn't appeared today. Guan Mi watched the silent pair. One was handsome, the other beautiful. The key was the overwhelming aura, completely in sync. You two are a match made in heaven, she said oddly. It's fine, we both get along quite well. Li Mao replied without changing his expression. Generally, a woman as affluent as Sang Ji wouldn't easily blush, but she still turned slightly. At this moment, Li Mao's hand was still holding hers beneath the table. She had never experienced such a scene, not daring to move an inch. Why wasn't he letting go? What does this mean? A confession? But he hadn't said anything. Why was he still holding my hand? Her mind was a bit chaotic. After a moment of wild thoughts, she felt Li Mao gently exerting pressure. His hand slowly caressed her fingers and skin, sending goosebumps across her body. It was both strong and resolute, causing her palm to feel warm and slightly sweaty. She turned to look at Li Mao, whose eyes were fixed on her. They resembled dark coals radiating an intense heat. She lowered her head in silence, but at this moment her heart was no longer chaotic, because she was certain that he definitely liked her. Moreover, he was clearly informing her of this and seeking her opinion. This was understanding. Her fingertips trembled slightly, then she took the initiative to grasp Li Mao's hand. Under the table, their fingers intertwined. Unfortunately, the favorability rating remains at 79 points. As it progresses, the difficulty of increasing this favorability is even higher than expected. Li Meng speculated that reaching 100 might be utterly impossible. Let me introduce, this is Li Meng, my friend, and a good friend of Sang Ji. Guan Mi introduced, everyone particularly emphasizing the words good friend. Everyone immediately understood. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are quite charming, Yang Jialan responded with a smile. People like this who miss the opportunity to network are not qualified professionals. Pleasure to meet you, Li Meng replied, also smiling. Those who could enter Huaxin are certainly skilled, and with Yang Jialan leading the way, compliments and self-introductions began to flow. Li Meng continued to engage in conversation, and soon the awkward atmosphere completely dissipated. You seemed a bit intimidating just now. Oh, if we weren't at the same table, I wouldn't have dared to greet you. Yang Jialan made a joke to lighten the mood. Don't misunderstand, that person just now was Zhang Jingxiang, and I happen to know him. He just returned from abroad and has picked up some bad habits, and even some diseases. Li Meng's voice was calm, but his words sent a shiver down people's spines. You all are different. You could easily fall victim to someone like him. He had even notified people to destroy all the utensils Zhang Jingxiang had come into contact with, and to conduct 2 thorough disinfecting sessions after work. Oh. Guan Mi was startled, feeling ants crawling all over her body. Is that true? Would I lie about such things? But there's no need to be scared. This level of contact won't lead to infection. Even after hearing Li Meng say this, everyone still felt a chill rising. Remembering Zhang Zingxiang's face, they exchanged uneasy glances. He seemed like a very clean and proper elite, who would have known he was both toxic and filthy. Some decided they would take a good shower and disinfect after this gathering. Even Sang Ji was somewhat taken aback. Next to her, Cui Bin, who had interacted the most with Zhang Jingxiang, and was holding that guy's business card, looked exceptionally grim. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom. After apologizing, he quickly left the room. Everyone understood as they watched him go, it was only natural. These days anyone can be found, and we have to be more vigilant in the future. Cui Bin is in trouble. Ooh, I saw him with a business card. He should probably go to a hospital. However, after this incident, the favorability rating of Li Meng among those present skyrocketed. He had created a common enemy for everyone. On the other hand, after realizing Li Meng wasn't so cold, a contrast was formed. By the end of the meal, everyone had already started calling him Li Ge. It was not just superficial flattery. They genuinely felt a bit of fondness and recognition for Li Meng. At the same time, they tacitly avoided asking about his current status and job, as everyone understood the principle of shallow relationships. After the meal, although it was Li Meng's territory, he did not interfere with the normal settlement. However, the hotel still gave Cui Bin a significant discount and arranged for a ride home. In the end, only Li Meng and Sang Ji remained. Under Guan Mi's somewhat ambiguous gaze, she lowered her head, her eyes flickering. Don't think I didn't see your little movements under the table. Sang Ji immediately locked her screen. But this message was sent to both of them, and Li Meng smiled. I drove today, so I want to have them take me home. Li Meng directly took Sang Ji's hand. After the first time, there would be a second time. This time, holding hands without anyone else's interference felt much more natural. But neither of them spoke as they walked out of the hall. By now the rain outside had already stopped, but the ground was still slightly damp. A refreshing summer evening breeze blew, mixed with a few stray raindrops. Li Meng felt Sang Ji's heart. Finally, they arrived at the dark parking lot where a large light illuminated the area faintly. Li Meng pressed the car lock and the car's lights turned on. He opened the passenger door and Sang Ji got in. The interior of the car was dark and quiet, and Sang Ji's 2 hands nervously clasped together. Li Meng sat in the driver's seat and turned to fasten her seatbelt. At this moment, he could clearly smell the faint scent of gardenia on Sang Ji, her breathing a bit rapid, her eyes misty. Click. This was the sound of the seatbelt being fastened. Then Li Meng slowly leaned in and kissed her lips. The soft sensation felt electrifying, her body stiffened, and her hands instinctively grasped Li Meng, her toes curling tightly in her shoes. But soon she reacted, wrapping her arms around Li Meng's neck. This was not being lewd. The person in front of her was her own responded boyfriend, so she felt this should be normal. A strange sensation of teeth mingled with breathlessness. In the small space of the car, soft yet clear sounds echoed. The two were somewhat awkward. After a while, Li Meng took the initiative to separate, and Sang Ji let out a long breath, resting her head against his chest. The car that hadn't been started was somewhat stuffy, and there was a faint sweat on the side of Sang Ji's temple. She raised her head, and at this moment she was not so shy anymore, her eyes gazing at Li Meng's face. Li Meng gently tucked her hair behind her ear, saying nothing. This feeling was one that Sang Ji would never forget in her lifetime. After a long while, she heard Li Meng's voice. Let's go home, Sang. This address made her feel a little weak all over. Outside the car window, it was unclear when it started raining again. The summer in Jiangxing always has such a phase with continuous intermittent rain. Moreover, it is completely unpredictable whether it will rain heavily or lightly. Li Meng's mood at this moment was quite complicated. On one hand, he had finally found someone. This was the first time in his life. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. Sang Ji is a good girl, beautiful, has a good job, high education, and a harmonious family. Her personality, being a bit bold, is not a flaw. In short, she is the perfect choice for a girlfriend. But on the other hand, the favorability rating is still at 79. They have held hands, shared a kiss, and made their relationship clear. He has invested. While he doesn't lose in this regard, yet it remains at 79. This clearly indicates one thing. Perhaps a favorability rating of 75 or 70 is enough to establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. In short, according to the system's statistics, the standard for a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship cannot reach 80. Or is it possible to go further? Li Meng was uncertain. He remembered that Chun Qingyi also had a favorability rating of 70. This woman wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about him, would she? This favorability rating needs to be increased somehow. Sang, how is your foot now? Li Meng suddenly asked her. This had been a while ago. Sang Ji's voice was always soft, like it was spoken with a lisp. It seems a bit uncomfortable still. Then I'll take a look at it tonight. Okay. Sang Ji felt her face heat up with the cool air conditioning in the car. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. This cursed weather, sunny one moment and rainy the next. Jin Sheng cursed, then saw a man and a woman walking hand in hand through the rain from the balcony. Their pace was not particularly slow, yet they appeared far more composed than the usual panicked crowd fleeing in disarray. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Sang Ji and Li Meng. He curled his lip in disdain. Just days ago, his wife Niu Jie had asked Sang Ji, and she had claimed they were not together yet. Upon returning, the two of them, soaked to the skin, went straight into Sang Ji's room. Her room remained unchanged, featuring a large curved glass wall made up of dozens of small square panes. Outside, the thunder and lightning reflected upon it, while torrents of rain cascaded down like a waterfall. As soon as they entered, without even turning on the lights, Li Meng embraced Sang Ji and kissed her. He released her after a brief moment. After all, both of them were thoroughly drenched, and if they didn't hurry to shower and change clothes, even in summer, they could easily catch a cold. He could already feel Sang Ji's body growing a bit cold. Quick, go wash up. Li Meng ruffled her wet hair. Sang Ji clung to him, becoming a bit clingy. Just wait. All right, I'll come find you soon. Li Meng turned on the light and left the room. He took a shower and changed into loose-fitting clothes. He retrieved his nearly soaked Bluetooth earphones from the pocket of the clothes he had changed out of. He wondered if they would still work. Suddenly, the computer booted up and the voice of the thinker came through, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Sir, you need to buy me a waterproof mouth. Also, I'm just an AI lacking human emotions. You don't have to shut me away when doing personal matters. I promise not to look. Li Meng ignored him entirely, preparing to shut down the computer. Don't think I didn't see your unusual browsing history. Though it might just have been out of curiosity. At that moment, the thinker suddenly adopted a more serious, simulated tone. Sir, there seems to be a situation. Li Meng frowned slightly as he saw the image displayed on the computer screen. It was a feed from the front camera showing Jin Sheng's face. Outside the room, Jin Sheng watched his wife blow-drying her hair, while the bald man was inside chatting via video with someone. Listening to the sound of water rushing from the bathroom, Jin Sheng felt an urge stirring within. Taking another sip of cold beer, he finally mustered the courage for the first time, picking up his phone and stealthily approaching the bathroom door. He adjusted the camera, quietly raising his phone to sneak a shot from a damaged glass corner above the door. Just as he was standing on his tiptoes to place it, a hand grabbed his phone. Jin Sheng was startled and turned to see a shadow that had appeared silently behind him. The figure wore a black t-shirt with eyes as cold as ice blades. The pale light shone behind him, backlit like a reaper from hell. What are you doing? His voice was as cold as if it came from the void. It's a misunderstanding. Jin Sheng leaned against the door, barely managing to utter two words. His heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy punch. Extreme pain surged through his nerves, causing him to curl up and collapse like a cooked shrimp. Blood began to seep from his nose, and eyes clearly visible on the floor. Li Meng remained expressionless, maintaining the recording status on his phone. His gaze shifted to the bathroom. This place that seemed could no longer be occupied. The sound of Jin Sheng collapsing drew the attention of others. Niu Jie hurried out, exclaiming in shock, "What happened? Husband?" The bald man also rushed out from the room, looking at the scene, and quickly stepping forward to stop Niu Jie from trying to help Jin Sheng. "Don't move him. It looks like he's having some kind of attack. Quickly call for an ambulance." Jin Sheng was taken away by the ambulance, and the police also arrived. The recordings from the phone restored the entire sequence of events. Ultimately, combined with the scene, the medical personnel reached a conclusion. He had malicious intentions, was caught on the spot by Li Meng, and due to extreme emotional fluctuations combined with the negative effects of alcohol, his cardiovascular system ruptured. Fortunately, he was rescued in time and did not face life-threatening danger, but he would need to be hospitalized for a few months and would have permanent aftereffects. There would also be relevant administrative penalties to follow, but that would wait until Jin Sheng woke up and was discharged. Niu Jie, a good woman, cried as she apologized to Sang Ji, shouting that she wanted to divorce Jin Sheng on the spot. This left Sang Ji in a daze, momentarily unable to react. However, she didn't take it too seriously perhaps, because when they came out Jin Sheng had already been urgently carried downstairs by the bald man. She hadn't witnessed the terrifying scene. Li Meng took the opportunity to suggest moving in together, and after a moment of thought Sangji agreed. In fact, Li Meng himself felt far more turmoil inside than Sangji. He gazed at the rain outside, feeling his heart pounding vigorously quicker and stronger than usual. This was the first time he attempted to use his mental interference powers to strip away life. Though at that moment he had slammed the brakes, only delivering a non-lethal blow. But the sensation at that moment felt like a baptism tearing apart what had seemed to be a solid blueprint of his plans. It made him acutely aware that he was no longer the same. Armed with lethal weapons, the desire to kill arose within him. This feeling was akin to a character in a fairy tale suddenly realizing that people can bleed and die. If everything is a vast ecosystem, he was neither a sheep nor a wolf now. For both wolves and sheep are parts of this ecosystem. He was the human holding a shotgun. He could coexist harmoniously with every animal. But if he disliked any animal, he could shoot it. The next morning, after finishing breakfast together, Li Meng and Sangji went their separate ways to Tianmao building. After a night of rain, the world felt clearer and cleaner. Upon reaching the 44th floor, he saw 3 people had already arrived: Chen Qingyi, Song Qi, and Li Su. A glance at the time revealed he wasn't late, they had simply arrived early. Only that girl named Wang Zhengwo had yet to arrive. The thinker had opened the door for them in advance, and they were chatting and drinking tea in the outer office area. As for Li Zong, how should I put it? I noticed it back in college. Tut-tut, so reserved yet flirtatious. This was the voice of Chen Qingyi. The sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and she was animated, seeming to forget the world around her. At this moment, the 2 people facing her looked somewhat unnatural. She was slightly taken aback, then felt a chill run down her back, becoming alert without even turning around. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, I used the wrong words. I meant to say that Li Zong is calm and composed. Li Su had already stood up to greet them. Good morning, Li Zong. Song Qi was dressed very formally today in a blue-black suit, his shoes polished to a shine. Li Zong. Good morning. Li Meng nodded at them, and then noticed Chen Qingyi, turning awkwardly to greet him casually. Li Zong, you came to work so early yourself. As if I personally came to take a dump. Li Meng was truly struggling to keep his composure, thinking that Chen Qingyi was just too perceptive. Xiaoqing, go get me a cup of coffee. He fixed his gaze on Chen Qingyi, speaking deliberately. Aye. Right away. Chen Qingyi ran off quickly. Chen Qingyi and Li Su, one a mere receptionist, and the other a technician who had just joined the company with the lowest educational background in the entire department. The project on Jinhan's side was progressing far more smoothly than expected, and was almost completed. The departure of the 2 garnered little attention. The enormous logo of Huan Yu Peace Technology hung on the wall. In Li Mao's exclusive chairman's office, the 2 were signing their employment contracts. Li Su was appointed as the deputy director of the technical department, and he was naturally overwhelmed with gratitude. Though he had been psychologically prepared, it was still unexpected for Li Mao to value him so highly. And Chen Qingyi. Heavens. Me? Deputy Director of Human Resources? Chen Qingyi exclaimed, almost swearing, pointing at herself, and looking at Li Mao as if she had seen her adoptive father. In fact, this was something Li Mao had considered early on. The Human Resources Department was one of the least talent-demanding departments in the entire company. With Li Mao's loyalty testing and talent evaluation abilities, along with a thinker assisting from the side, Chen Qingyi was not a system-certified talent, making her a perfect fit for this position. What? Li Mao, I thought you wanted me to be your secretary. You can't do that. Your abilities can only be wasted in the human resources. Do you really think being a secretary is a simple job? That remark hurts a bit. Are you going to do it or not? I will. But it won't be the same. We are no longer just a typical superior-subordinate relationship. Moi. You can't call me Xiao Chen anymore. Oh, I am now Director Chen. You are the deputy director. A deputy director is still a director. Xiao Chen, where's my coffee? I'm bringing it right now. Chen Qingyi, knowing her place, went out to prepare a cup of coffee, but as she held the cup she thought, isn't this still the secretary's job? 10 minutes later. In Li Mao's personal studio, several people. Chen Qingyi put on the brain machine device, and she was stunned as she recalled the knowledge transmitted into her, completely refreshing her worldview. Li Zong, you're amazing. No, I mean you are incredibly impressive. Chen Qingyi stammered, feeling as if she had been struck by 1,000 gold bricks. Is this technology for real? What they were working on at their company? This is outrageous. It could change the world, right? Li Gu, are you even human? Li Mao could no longer tolerate the way she looked at him, as if he were an alien. Keep it together. Sure. From now on, whatever you need me to do, I will do it. I am your dog. So I told you to keep it together. Although Li Su had witnessed Li Mao's AR technology, his shock at this moment surpassed even that of Chen Qingyi. Because he was a technician himself, the more he knew, the more shocked he felt. In fact, he was not only amazed by the brain machine, but also by the AI thinker that the others had overlooked. That was no ordinary AI. Song Qi had experienced it yesterday, and was having a much better time. From now on, the thinker will create a strict learning plan for you. Li Mao said. Chen Qingyi was extremely confident upon hearing this. Don't worry, I have no problem with this kind of learning. Give me a month, and it'll get you into Qingbei. Then give it a try. Li Mao said expressionlessly. Song Qi on the side couldn't help but laugh, but if it were that easy it would be great. At 9:30 in the morning Wang Jiangwo still had not arrived. Li Mao furrowed his brows slightly, and then took out his phone just about to dial her number. The phone rang by itself. It was an unfamiliar landline number. The thinker immediately provided a warning prompt. Sir, it's a call from the security office. Li Mao paused slightly. Oh, could it be because of last night's incident? Hello. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a calming power. The voice on the other end unconsciously lowered a bit. Is this Mr. Li Mao from Huanyu Peace Technology? Yes, may I ask what the matter is? This is the security office of Sanjing Street. We received a report this morning stating that your company is involved in fraud. Li Mao's voice remained calm as he asked a rhetorical question. Our company is involved in fraud. According to our investigation, you are a legitimate company, and the contract is also in order, the other side replied. At this moment Li Mao could hear Wang Jiangwo's voice shouting in the background. I've told you I'm not a scammer. It's Wang Jiangwo, isn't it? She didn't come to work this morning, Li Mao inquired. The security office fell silent for a moment before politely responding. Your company is fully qualified and is not on our fraud list. Although she is just an 18-year-old delivery worker, paying her $20,000 a month seems a bit strange, but it's not illegal. But can you really trust her family? That's why we're making this call, please understand. Li Mao felt that this was indeed the case. He was truly hoping to gain some favor from her. Does the security office really handle this? We don't usually, but since they came to us we just called to ask. If it's inconvenient for you, you can discuss it privately. Li Mao tapped his fingers on the table, leaning back in his ergonomic chair. After some thought he said, how about this? Please have Wang Jiangwo and her family come to our company for a face-to-face discussion. He still planned to give her a chance to see what her family was like, whether they were genuinely concerned or unreasonably difficult. Although he was eager for Wang Jiangwo's favor, acknowledging her as a talent was also a fact. But if her family turned out to be troublesome, he would have to let it go. Half an hour later the elevator on the 44th floor opened. The area security officer Chen Yu entered with his apprentice Xinjie, both surveying the company with scrutinizing and curious eyes. Though they had not yet stepped inside, they had already seen a high-tech logo as soon as they exited the elevator. Just this sign alone was worth a lot, and certainly not something a scammer would create. Wang Jiangwo, wearing her only somewhat formal outfit, followed along, her arm being held by her cousin Gao Lan. Following behind was her elderly uncle Wang Dashu, who had traveled all night without sleep. Neither of them was very educated, and after meeting they concluded that Wang Jiangwo had been scammed. Because she insisted on going to work, they were worried about her safety. After all these days there were many cases of people being deceived. And they were all tech companies. Out of the common people's simple trust in the authorities, they decided to take her directly to the security office for anti-fraud education. However, the result was somewhat beyond their expectations. First of all, the basic investigation showed that the other party was indeed a legitimate company with premises and qualifications. Though several police officers looked around and couldn't see any abilities in Wang Jiangwo that justified her earning $20,000 a month. Moreover, she mentioned that the other party said she was a talent and wanted to cultivate her, promising promotions in the future. And they also claimed she was a talent in technology. This sounded really like something a scammer would say. Was the follow-up going to involve her processing paperwork for overseas training? But without evidence, they couldn't speak recklessly. At present, there seemed to be no issues with this company. Wang Jiangwo's family still had doubts, so they had to help by making a phone call. Fortunately, this Mr. Li was quite easy to talk to, otherwise they would have been at a loss. Looking at the decorations outside the 44th floor elevator, Master, looking at this place, it's definitely not a scam. Xinjie whispered to Master Qinyu. Scammers wouldn't behave like scammers. Qinyu was not quick to draw conclusions. He had seen too many various scams over the years. Summarizing it all in one sentence, it's a case of falling pie from the sky. He suspected that even if they weren't scammers, the owner of this company might have taken a liking to Wang Jiangwo. A few tens of thousands of dollars mean nothing to wealthy people. Once the contract is signed, they have plenty of time to deceive young girls. As the glass door opened, automatically a cool breeze from the air conditioning hit them. Inside stood a well-dressed young woman waiting to greet them, looking very beautiful and graceful. This was none other than Chun Xingyi, whose mind was still reeling from the knowledge transmitted through the brain machine, having lost her previous lofty ambitions of entering Qingbei. Chun Xingyi suppressed her exhaustion and mustered a smile. She almost wished she could slap her own self from an hour. Hello, I'm Chun Xingyi, Vice President of Human Resources at Cosmic Peace Technology. Mr. Li assigned me to welcome you. This was a lie. In truth, a thinker could have handled this task. Moreover, if someone truly needed dispatching, it should have been Song Qi from administration, not her. She had simply volunteered to slack off. So young, and already a vice president. Hello, I'm Qinyu from the Mitsu Public Security Office. Qinyu appraised them subtly before introducing those behind him. This is Wang Dasha, the father of Wang Jiangwo, and his cousin Gao Lan. Though uneducated, Wang Dasha was no fool. He had been quietly observing the company. His gaze shifted From initial skepticism to growing astonishment. Lean and wiry with thick hair still crowning his head, he appeared only in his 40s. He wore clean but slightly worn clothes, starkly out of place amid this environment. Gao Lan murmured something to him in dialect, words he barely caught. Wang Jingwo himself felt faintly surprised there had been no such sister yesterday. She's quite lovely, he thought. Please follow me, mister. Li is waiting inside. Chen Qingyi too glanced curiously at Wang Jingwo. Li Mao had briefed her about him succinctly, put he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for rapidly assimilating technical knowledge. Having personally experienced the marvel of brain-machine knowledge transfer, Chen Qingyi now trusted her boss implicitly. No matter how implausible it sounded, the technology was real. Yet she also fully grasped why a public security officer had been summoned. This girl bore no outward sign of brilliance. Yet she was undeniably beautiful, nearly rivaling Chen Qingyi herself. Lost in idle musings, she strode forward on crisp high heels, guiding them deeper inward. Only then did they begin to grasp just how vast Wang Jingwo's description truly was. The farther they advanced, the stronger the chill, the quieter the air grew, until an uncanny solemn hush settled over them. After passing 2 more secure doors, they entered a colossal personal studio. Overnight, the thinker had transformed the space entirely. The floor gleamed so brightly, it mirrored their exorbitantly expensive equipment stood arranged with surgical precision on a massive display, composed of dozens, perhaps hundreds of synchronized screens, scrolled streams of code without pause. Sleek silver-gray robots moved with flawless coordination, each executing its designated function, a tableau straight out of science fiction. Incredible! Are robots really this intelligent nowadays? Shun Jie's eyes widened. Her worldview had just expanded dramatically. Even Chun Yu, seasoned in countless scenes, found himself genuinely awestruck. Even the least technically versed among them understood one truth: these devices were worth far more than their lives. A figure in black formal attire emerged from behind the array of screens, accompanied by a younger man nodding earnestly beside him. Your primary responsibilities are outlined above. For now, there will be no director-level oversight. You'll report directly to me. Mr. Li. Wang Jingwo cried out, voice brimming with excitement. All eyes converged upon Li Mao. The image Chun Yu had conjured, of a stout, balding, white-haired old man, shattered instantly. This young man, strikingly handsome. Others too blinked in mild disbelief, their impressions thoroughly revised. Li Mao and Li Su paused mid-conversation and approached together. Mr. Li, they've arrived. This is Officer Chun Yu from the Public Security Bureau, and these are Wang Jingwo's father and cousin, Chen Qingyi announced, stepping forward. Li Mao nodded. Having already learned their identities through the thinker prior to their arrival, he studied them briefly before speaking. I'm Li Mao, founder and CEO of Cosmic Peace Technology. Welcome. His tone was unhurried, grounded, resonant, possessing a magnetic depth that instantly evoked quiet admiration. Mr. Li, greetings. I suspect some misunderstanding has arisen. Now that the family is present, perhaps we might clarify matters openly. Chen Yu cut straight to the heart of the matter, glancing between Wang Jingwo and Li Mao, wondering not unreasonably whether the young so had taken a romantic interest in the girl. Yet upon reflection, what else did she possess beyond beauty? Still, Li Mao was tall, handsome, and undeniably wealthy. If this were all, Wang Jingwo would hardly be disadvantaged. Mr. Li, hello. I heard my daughter say you're offering her 20,000 per month to work on some kind of technology. Could you tell us precisely what sort of technology this is? Wang Dasha remained unmoved by the spectacle before him. Though unfamiliar with tech enterprises, he knew his daughter intimately. My child, I know her well. She's simply not cut out for this. Actually, this pertains to our company's confidential domain. Li Mao's greatest satisfaction lay in Wang Jingwo's absolute silence regarding the brain-machine interface, even though he'd never imposed secrecy upon her. Since you're here, however, I'll speak plainly. You may think I jest, but I rarely indulge in such levity. Wang Jingwo possesses genuine exceptional talent in technical domains. As the group waited expectantly, Li Mao gestured for Chen Qingyi to bring forth a helmet. Allow me to introduce Cosmic Peace Technology's first-generation engineering product, the Cosmic One Brain-Machine Interface Helmet. Brain-machine interface. Shinjia had watched related videos before, so she recognized the term. She hadn't imagined this company actually developed such technology. The principal reason I deem Wang Jingwo exceptional lies precisely in her compatibility with the brain-machine interface. Li Mao spoke candidly. Even system-certified talent requires rigorous training to actualize potential, yet his brain-machine interface could compress that entire process flawlessly. Chen Yu, 40 years old, struggled to comprehend this novelty, let alone Wang Dasha and Gao Lan, whose expressions registered pure bewilderment. Seeing their confusion, Shinjia offered clarification. Master, in simple terms, a brain-machine interface allows one to remotely control machinery, or even input commands directly into computers using thought alone. She pulled up a related video, a monkey wearing a helmet manipulating a game purely through neural signals. The 3 viewers stared stunned. This was their first encounter with such a device, utterly astonishing. Mr. Li, I believe I grasped the gist. Wang Jiangwo demonstrates superior aptitude in brain-machine control compared to ordinary individuals. Correct. Chen Yu reflected carefully. He surmised Wang Jiangwo would handle such a device more adeptly than most, much like the monkey in the video. So my daughter is essentially that monkey, Wang Dasha remarked, turning toward Wang Jiangwo, suddenly finding the analogy oddly fitting. After all, he knew his daughter well. She was spirited as a monkey. Everyone in the villages knew it. I'm not a monkey, Wang Jiangwo protested. Li Mao shook his head. That would vastly underestimate our company. What you witnessed was merely output, whereas we specialize not only in output but input. Noticing their continued perplexity, Li Mao offered a vivid analogy. Put simply, it enables knowledge to be downloaded directly into the human mind, much like downloading a film. Wang Dasha and Gao Lan remained speechless, but Xin Jie and Xin Yu recoiled instinctively, their pupils contracting in shock as they stared at Li Mao. Mr. Li, do you realize what you're claiming? Even with minimal technical literacy, Chen Yu understood such technology belonged firmly to speculative futures, not today's world. Perhaps 50 years hence, if ever, it might become feasible. Or perhaps it would forever remain perpetually 50 years away. And yet, someone now stood before them asserting it already existed. They first suspected whether Li Meng had fallen into madness. Because there are indeed such people in this world, those who are renowned in academia. Yet suddenly they make various sensational statements, all of which are ultimately debunked. Or they might be wealthy and run large companies, but always say nonsensical things. There are even many great scientists who suddenly turn to theology. Thus they suspected that Li Meng was one of these mad individuals. However, Li Meng calmly looked at them, and in the next moment everyone felt an abrupt surge of characters appearing in their minds. It emerged suddenly without any signs, premises, or causal relationships. Moreover, the impression was incredibly vivid, as if they had recited it countless times. They instinctively raised their heads. They saw dozens, even hundreds of screens behind Li Meng, where the code data transformed into a vast expanse of obscured characters growing clearer by the moment. Chen Yu heard Xin Jie murmuring to herself. We explore. We discover. We validate. The truth of science should not be sought in the dusty books of ancient sages, but should be found in experiments and theories based on experiments. The characters on the screen became completely clear, precisely the words Xin Jie had recited along with those she had not. In the end, all the characters condensed into a line of glimmering large text. Huan Yu Peace Company, welcome to the new world. At this moment Chen Yu felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He looked again at the young man. He was quietly standing there waiting for them to digest everything. It was as if they were encountering a deity. What he said was true. But what about the brain machine helmet you promised? You're not even pretending, are you? This input from a distance hasn't ended yet. Because I do not like excessive explanations, so all of this has been sent to your mind's eye. I hope you understand. He was like a god of data, raising his hand and gently tapping it. Streams of information surged into their minds once again. Although they did not use helmets, being in Li Meng's personal studio, which had strong brain machine signals, allowed for device-free brain transmission, albeit only weak signals. Compared to wearing devices, this was significantly weaker, but for simply explaining things this level of signal was entirely sufficient. Wang Dashu could not help but knock on his own head, feeling as if someone had forcibly stuffed something into his brain. Am I possessed or something? Not just him, everyone present felt the same way. But soon, with the influx of knowledge, he gradually understood. Although his understanding was shallower than others due to his knowledge and experience, he still grasped the general idea. His child had talent, but this talent required extensive learning to be utilized. This company had a method akin to possession, allowing his child to acquire knowledge without studying. This was why she could capture people's attention. Not just being a monkey, Wang Dashu murmured. Old man, I'm not lying to you, am I? Wang Jiangwo said. How come this world changes so quickly? Indeed, it's really bizarre. His boisterous cousin felt a bit scared. Chen Yu and Xin Jie exchanged glances, their inner shock beyond words. To be honest, they wanted to immediately report to their superiors about this heaven-defying technology, urging them to activate the highest alert. But in reality, there was no such thing, and they lacked the authority. They were merely ordinary police officers at most, reporting to their superiors, and whether the leaders took it seriously was uncertain. Mr. Li, your company's technology is truly astonishing. Xin Yu said solemnly to Li Meng. You will definitely become a historical figure in the future. That is not important to me. Li Meng replied, looking at the words on the screen. But what was important to him, he did not say. In fact, to allow them to accept everything so quickly, he had made a small concession. While inputting this knowledge, he also used his mental abilities to slightly soothe their potentially more intense mental fluctuations. Today could also be considered a discovery of a minor issue with the brain machine. In the future, anyone who first encounters the brain machine must undergo this set of manual mental soothing package. One cannot overestimate humanity's capacity to accept new things. After all, some people still faint on the ground from fear when a temperature gun is pointed at their head. For Huan Yu Peace Company, this was just a minor episode. After the two officers returned to the Sanjing Street security station, they described it in a fixed written report using the spring and autumn style and reported it to their superiors. But as expected, it did not cause any waves. This was quite normal, regardless of how eloquently it was stated. Believing or not believing was another matter altogether. Thinking of this, they genuinely felt worried for Mr. Lee. Because even if this technology had already been applied to the market perhaps for a considerable time in the future, he would still be treated as a fraud. Upon careful reflection, convincing people to believe in this thing is no different from convincing them that Qigong exists. At a certain level, science and metaphysics truly become indistinguishable. Weekend. Various items, both large and small, were being moved down from the upstairs by the moving company and loaded into a truck. Li Meng and Sang Ji held hands under the sun, looking up at the building. What a pity, Sang Ji suddenly said. If an ordinary person heard such words, they would find it strange and hard to connect. After all, what was there to regret about moving out of a rental? But Li Meng understood what Sang Ji, his divine girlfriend, was regretting. He remembered Sang Ji saying that living here wasn't due to true poverty, but because she enjoyed the atmosphere of this apartment. Having visited her room a few times, Li Meng understood what she meant. It was merely the kind of lonely ambience that so he said, my place will have an even better atmosphere. Upon hearing Li Meng's words, Sang Ji's eyes flickered. The two of them got into the car together, heading to Jiangtianjunxi. This apartment was one that Li Meng had received as encouragement from the system and had rarely lived in. The main reason was that if he moved away, he would have less opportunity to interact with Sang Ji. Now that they were holding hands, and such an unexpected event had occurred, he proposed that he had an apartment they could live in together, which made perfect sense. Ever since Li Meng began pursuing the extraordinary, his need for material enjoyment had diminished. However, who wouldn't prefer to live in a better place rather than a shabby one? Moreover, now that their relationship had reached this stage, wanting to develop further made living in a rental inconvenient. After finally tidying up their things, Sang Ji and Li Meng began a thorough cleaning of the apartment. This busy work continued until noon. The two of them took a shower and lay on the sofa waiting for Panadin Grand Hotel to deliver takeout. Cooking was out of the question. With a chef at home, why would they need to cook? The air conditioning was blowing cool air, and the sound of cicadas chirping outside continued. At that moment, Sang Ji was wearing a white, oversized t-shirt and black shorts, her hair tied up in a bun revealing her delicate ears. The sunlight streamed in through the window, and the light reflecting on the floor illuminated her fair skin, making it seem to glow. She lay at one end of the sofa, her feet resting in Li Meng's embrace. Holding the remote control, she clicked the large-screen LCD TV, searching for the content she wanted to watch. Women are truly fascinating creatures. Even in such hot summer weather, her feet were still cool to the touch. Now that Sang Ji had officially started working, her charm level had also risen to 89 points. It's evident how mysterious charm can be, even affecting whether one has a job or not. It doesn't necessarily depend on how good the job is, but one definitely shouldn't be without one. Li Meng thought perhaps his understanding was a bit simplistic. It shouldn't be about just having a job, but rather having something to do long term. Even if that something is just going out to flirt or take a bath. At this moment, the sound of news broadcasting came from the TV. The opening ceremony of the 34th World Youth Sports Games will be held at the newly completed Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. Li Meng's attention shifted from Sang Ji's feet to the TV. Finally, the day had come. Time silently arrived at mid-July. In the early morning, the sun had already begun to scorch the earth, with the sounds of cicadas and the fragrance of gardenias forming the main melody of the season. On the 44th floor of the Tianmao building, Li Mao's personal studio was empty except for him. At this moment, all the screens were no longer flashing code. Instead, they displayed live footage from the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. If someone were to make a comparison, they would find that the footage here was even more comprehensive, clearer, and richer than that from the control room at the sports center. It had been several days since the completion of the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. A series of inspections by leaders from both the district and the city had been successfully conducted. Several rehearsals had even been completed. As one of the main venues for the World Youth Games, it was selected as the site for the opening ceremony due to the excellent results of the inspections. Jin Han and the personnel from Pioneer Technology arrived at the scene early. During this period, Director Liu and Zhao Shuang had already completed all the equity changes and position handovers. The current Jin Han was no longer comparable to what it was when Li Mao was there. At 9 in the morning, the music began to play punctually. All departments ready. Machine 1. Cut to 4. Watch the height. A team of over 100 people was busy behind the scenes. As the technical lead, Qin Yifan prayed that nothing would go wrong today. As a technical expert, his greatest fear was not that the system would malfunction. Rather, it was the presence of a mountain of code that he did not understand and dared not touch, yet the system was Many times he considered contacting the former head who had left. However, reason told him it was impossible, as the other party had no obligation to help him understand what those codes were. Moreover, as a distinguished PhD from a double first-class university, he was highly regarded in the industry, earning a high salary and occupying such an important position. To act otherwise would not only tarnish his reputation, but also betray Zhang Ye and the entire Pioneer Technologies' trust in him. His future would surely be bleak. He had to present an image of absolute confidence to everyone. So at this moment, all he could do was pray that the unknown code and machines would function just as they had in countless rehearsals before. One small comfort in his heart was that even if the former head was brainless, they surely knew not to cause any disruptions at such a critical moment. Otherwise, no matter how much they had already left, they could not escape responsibility. The time had come. The leaders entered the designated seating area in the venue. Then dozens of representatives from around the world leading their respective teams entered the venue in order. Dear audience, hello. This is the main venue of the 34th World Youth Games, and I am your host Yao Jia. The poised and graceful female host was live broadcasting the event as major platforms aired it simultaneously, providing considerable traffic support. The newly completed Jiangxing Smart Sports Center employs the latest intelligent interactive technology, a result of the dedicated efforts of Pioneer Group's technical team. Meanwhile, in the personal studio on the 44th floor, Li Mao listened to the host's words in the live broadcast, feeling a sense of regret over the shamelessness of capital and realizing that Director Lu's faction was likely completely out of the picture. In the end, they couldn't leave the hospital, could they? Otherwise, shouldn't they at least mention Jinhan Technologies' name? Just as I wish. Li Mao raised his finger and placed it on the enter key of the keyboard. As the largest sports event of the year, especially with the gimmick of the smart sports venue, it attracted quite a number of... I don't see where the intelligence is. Show us. These days, everything can be marketed as smart. Soon, even underwear will be smart. Hey, there already is one upstairs. At most, it's just smart serving machines or something. Viewers were leaving comments in the live broadcast. Of course, there was a segment for demonstrating intelligence. Host Yao Jia followed the established plan to interview Chen Yifan. Hello, Engineer Chen. Hello, host. Chen Yifan smiled confidently. We've seen many viewers asking where the intelligence of our Jiangxing Smart Sports Center lies. Can you show us? Of course, Chen Yifan pointed to the numerous cameras installed in the venue. We have introduced the latest AI large model. These cameras on site are its eyes, and at this very moment, just as he spoke, the sound system of the entire venue stopped. All the lights suddenly went out. The live broadcast footage also dimmed. Most people, including the online viewers, felt nothing amiss, as no one expected that such an important event as the opening ceremony of the official sports meet would encounter a power outage. They simply felt that some surprise must be coming. What happened? Only the leaders in Jiangxing changed their expressions. They were aware that this was not part of the plan. Zhang Ye, who was beside them, turned pale. It was over. Yet she knew that even if the power were restored immediately, this incident had already occurred. How could they salvage this situation? She could only turn her gaze toward Chen Yifan, who was being interviewed, and the reporter, hoping they could think of a quick solution. At that moment, the entire world abruptly brightened again. It wasn't the lights coming back on, rather the world was engulfed in a colossal, swirling galaxy. Everyone looked around in confusion, as if surrounded by countless blue and purple stars, surreal and dreamlike. Some instinctively held their breath and reached out only to have it scatter like fireflies. It was interactive. Is this AR technology? Such realistic AR. This is too amazing. Someone stepped on the ground, realizing they were still standing in the same spot. The live broadcast chat exploded. Is this something that only exists in the live broadcast, or is it like this on site? It looks like there's something on site too. Don't be foolish, this is just video technology. Previously at the game venue, they even had dragons appearing. All of that was special effects. But on-site it was another matter. Someone took out their phone to capture this astonishing scene. Before anyone could react, the world suddenly brightened. The surrounding scene instantly transformed into a vast and magnificent city. The hot wind, the sun, the honking, the traffic lights, and the bustling vehicles. All felt so real. All the athletes and audience were dumbfounded, as if they had directly traversed from the sports venue to the city. Someone recognized it as Jiangxing, but it was a modified version, merging many landmark buildings together. Li Mao, situated in the personal studio on the 44th floor, watched the scene on the screen, listening to the crowd's exclamations, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure in controlling everything from behind the scenes. You are like a king, said the thinker. This brought Li Mao back to his senses, and he then made a gesture of prayer with the next moment. The city is coming, someone shouted. A magnificent cluster of cities suddenly rose from the ground. It was as if a flat sheet of paper was being folded up. Roads, buildings, and everything in the city pressed forward. Ultimately, what appeared before people's eyes was a mirror city world identical to the ground. It resembled a classic scene from Inception. Crack. The world shattered like glass, and everything transformed into a dreamy illusion. The sports venue reappeared before everyone's eyes. However, everyone saw that in the air above the venue, the mascot of the 34th World Youth Games had formed. A dolphin-shaped creature named Jiang. It floated in the air as if it truly existed, then pulled out a line of text from the void. Jiangxing welcomes you. Now you are like a god. Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. The eyes of the crowd were stunned, converging on the Jiang dolphin mascot and the dazzling words. With a sound resembling fireworks, everything turned into flowing light, cascading down upon everyone. The venue fell silent for a moment. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this shock. But soon a tidal wave of cheers began to rise. The sound waves seemed to penetrate the top of the sports center, shaking the heavens. Is this technology too impressive? Has the outside world developed to this extent? I admit I underestimated this level of intelligence. Is it special effects or a real scene? Come on, I was there, I assure you it was exactly like this, not a bit of special effects. I was there too, I was in the toilet, I'm going out to take a look. Upstairs you won't even get a hot bite of food now. The venue erupted with various video angles flooding into chat groups and other online video channels. As it was confirmed that it wasn't special effects, the live stream started to scroll rapidly. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, the leaders present looked somewhat bewildered. The initial displeasure disappeared, and smiles began to emerge. This cutting-edge technology is quite interesting, but it's bold, but the effect is good. A senior leader remarked to others, Mr. Zhang, you should have informed me about this in advance. Other officials also whispered to Zhang. Of course I understand that if you had revealed it beforehand, it wouldn't have been such a shocking performance. But you could have hinted at it privately. Zhang forced a smile and nodded. She was 100% certain that this was definitely not produced by the cutting-edge technology. She knew what her own company's technology department was capable of. Yesterday they had rehearsed 4 times. What truly made her hair stand on end was that this thing was uncontrollable. In other words, she might have no way to replicate it. If the leaders or outsiders demanded they recreate it again, what would they do? And this was almost guaranteed to happen. Right after the opening ceremony, countless media and peers would surely come to see this technology that they could not produce. Leaders would definitely return for inspection. The image of Li Mao flashed in her mind. No wonder he left so calm. Having taken on the project for a month, how did he manage to accomplish this? Regardless of how inexperienced she might be, she had been overseeing projects for so long. She had even experienced national-level projects worth hundreds of billions. But this was the first time she had seen something like this. Li Mao was not an ordinary technician whom she casually dismissed. He was a top genius with groundbreaking technological capabilities. This level of genius had reached the point where he could single-handedly alter the situation. Thus he left with such ease and grace. Because he not only was a genius, but also understood what he possessed. However, capital is not as simple as you think, young man. Thinking of this, Zhang took a deep breath and did not give up. Instead, she immediately sought out Chen Yifan, who was a bit at a loss and trembling. Is this the mountain you mentioned that cannot be moved, eh? She tried to calm herself down. Chen Yifan's lips moved, and he finally managed to speak. Yes. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you must answer me truthfully. Do we have any chance of replicating the scene we just saw in a short time? It's impossible in a short time. Chen Yifan hesitated for a few seconds before shaking his head. Even in a long time, it requires huge funding and other support. He couldn't dare to say that the Pioneer Group simply couldn't afford it. Then do we have any chance to digest this technology, even a small part of it? Zhang asked again. Chen Yifan felt an overwhelming annoyance from the ignorance of outsiders. He didn't respond immediately, but gazed at the now completely normal sports center, taking a long time to calm down before carefully answering. Time, it requires a lot of time, and also a significant financial investment. He provided the answer Zhang wanted. Even if they only cracked a line of code, it would still count as cracking a small part right. If we disregard time costs and any investments, how long would it take to completely digest this technology? Zhang, a true powerhouse of her generation, had quickly found a way out. This technology itself was a massive treasure. Pioneer technology would never allow the dismissed Li Mao to expose the technology and break it down for them. He would never come back to work. But this technology now lay in the sports center, and theoretically it belonged to Pioneer technology. As long as they could dedicate all their efforts to cracking it, this matter could transform from a crisis into a tremendous opportunity. Chen Yifan could no longer hold back, and looked at her, as if she were a fool. Not a chance. I take you as a leader, and you think I'm making a wish to the Jade Emperor here. We can't afford it, he said decisively, his voice low. He had only asked out of curiosity, and his vague answer, but now it seemed like they were really asking him to do it. What a joke. What did you say? Zhang Ye's expression turned. Chen Yifan was finally a bit pressured, his face and ears turning red, and he no longer cared about his dignity, raising his voice slightly. I said the Pioneer Group simply can't afford it. Even if this technology is right in front of you, cracking it is almost impossible. If Pioneer Group can't do it, there are other investors. Zhang Ye did not give up. Mr. Zhang, he called out, even drawing the attention of passers-by. This isn't a money issue. What do you think of that genius? He lowered his voice slightly, but spoke with a tone of death. Wake up. That person presenting this technology to you is telling you, crack it, put in all your effort, and let me see where your limits lie. And after you manage to cover a large distance, you will realize just how far the gap is between ordinary people and geniuses. He chuckled helplessly at this point. Do you still remember this? It's just something he casually created in a month. Zhang Yi stood there in a daze. The image of that young man resurfaced in her mind. This time he was not the person she had ruthlessly dismissed in front of Mr. Liu. Instead, he was the king sitting high above in judgment, expressionless as he judged her. Thinking of this, she abruptly asked Qin Yifan one last question. You should at least know if what he left behind is locked or not. Upon hearing this, Qin Yifan was also stunned, then let out a long breath, feeling somewhat relieved. No. The code was clean without any excessive restrictions, it was simply that they could not understand it. No, she had miscalculated, he had never considered judgment from the beginning. It was like a car grandly driving down the road of the era, while they were merely innocent ants lying on the road. They didn't even have the qualification to be a speed bump. In that instant she felt a hint of curiosity. What exactly was he trying to achieve? The Jiangxing Smart Sports Center is a sensation. The surreal AR technology. Is this the kind of intelligence you were talking about? In a short time the hot topic related to this has skyrocketed. The most crucial aspect is that this is an official project which is seen as an extremely successful model. Therefore high-level forces are stirring things up from behind. They are not aware of the truth behind it, but even if they did they would still act the same way. Because this technology is not fabricated, what people are witnessing is entirely real. As for whether it was developed by the Pioneer Group, and whether their group can replicate it, that is unimportant. What matters is that this technology is leading the world and surpassing this era. Moreover, it was developed in their own country by their own people. On the 44th floor of the Tianmao building a meeting is convening. At this moment the Huanyu Peace Technology Company is no longer what it once was. The framework of each department has been established. The entire company has already hired dozens of people, with each employee's loyalty being at least above 60. This is the baseline set by Li Meng. The higher the loyalty, the more important the tasks assigned to them by Li Meng. At this moment 10 core personnel from the administration, technology, and marketing departments have gathered on site. Among them are Song Qi, the director of the administration department, and Li Su, the deputy director of the technology department. There is also a newly hired marketing director, a lady in her late 30s wearing a white blazer. Her real name is Huang Kanjiang, but she prefers to be called by her nickname Huang Rong. She is a seasoned professional that Chen Qingyi managed to recruit at great expense through a headhunter. Originally a deputy manager in the marketing department of a medium-sized tech company, she left due to office politics and age-related issues. Unfortunately, she did not qualify as a talent above 3 stars in the system's evaluation. Li Meng has not arrived yet, but the huge projection in the conference room is live streaming the scene at the sports center. Everyone understands that today's meeting is related to this. The astonishing technological performance indeed surprised those present, but that was all. People merely had a few simple discussions. After all, they had already deeply experienced the company's brain machine technology during this period. In the face of such epic-making technology, this AR can only be considered trivial. Only Li Su stared intently, knowing what was going on, but he wouldn't mention anything about Li Meng. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Everyone sat upright, hearing the steady footsteps, and without turning around they knew that General Manager Li had arrived. For some reason, every time General Manager Li appears, the atmosphere becomes inexplicably calm. It is not a feeling of oppression or seriousness, but rather a sense of inexplicable concentration in everyone's attention, and the air becomes very quiet. It's as if one has just woken from a deep sleep, and in the utterly quiet room one can hear their own heartbeat. Because the company is researching brain machine technology that transcends the era, the people in the technical department jokingly say that cognitive power is akin to spiritual strength, and General Manager Li possesses an extraordinary intensity in this regard. Li Meng took his seat at the head of the table, and everyone looked toward him as he said his usual opening line. The meeting recording begins now. His voice is magnetic and penetrating. It's as if a machine has pressed the power button. The voice of the thinker echoed, repeating Li Meng's words. Yes, sir, the meeting recording has now started. Everyone took out their notebooks, though it was hardly necessary. But sometimes putting on a serious front for the leader is a basic skill. The topic of today's meeting is about the official launch of our brain-machine interface. Li Meng spoke. Everyone displayed expressions of joy. They had tested it round after round, and the product was already polished to perfection. Finally today, they heard General Manager Li say it can officially debut. Before the establishment of Huanyu Peace Technology, I was the main person in charge of the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. Hearing this, everyone looked up, revealing expressions of surprise as they reassessed the live scene of the sports center on the projection. The people from the Pioneer Group took over the project after I completed the AR. However, they neither have the ability to replicate my technology, nor can they remove the AR I created from the sports center project. Upon hearing this, those present began to understand the implication, exchanging glances. Looking at the jubilant scenes of the opening ceremony constantly switching on the screen, it felt somewhat absurd. This feast of celebration, seemingly a grand success, was in fact not accomplished by anyone within the sports center. At this very moment, the scene is not created by Pioneer Technology. Instead, it was predetermined by General Manager Li a month ago. Indeed, as you see, everything has unfolded just as I anticipated. Li Meng revealed a faint smile. This smile is one that everyone often sees after successfully completing the knowledge digestion plan set by the thinker. Everyone, now you understand, right? Every passerby, every netizen, every media reporter will frantically seek the source of this AR technology after the opening ceremony concludes. Hearing this, marketing director Huang Kanjing couldn't help but speak up. General Manager Li, you have created an excellent opportunity for the brain-machine interface to enter the market. Although Li Meng is younger than her by a generation, she sincerely wishes to add a respectful title. She is a genius on the verge of becoming one of the world's top billionaires. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the Iron Man of reality. The people present offered a variety of suggestions. Li Meng quietly listened to their speeches before giving his opinion. Waiting for them to find it would be too slow. He did not have that much time to waste. Therefore, I intend to directly issue an apology statement regarding the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center technology incident. Everyone fell silent, and after thinking for a moment, Huang Kanjing revealed a thoughtful smile. An apology statement for the Pioneer Group's project. General Manager, this move is too damaging. She understood what Li Meng aimed to declare: the exhibition of this AR technology was never part of the sports center's established plan. Yet now it has appeared. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, this is indeed an incident. At this moment, Li Meng comes forward to acknowledge the mistake he left behind as the person in charge. It will then be up to Pioneer Technology to prove that they can replicate this technology, thus negating Li Meng's apology. Otherwise, this technology does not belong to the Pioneer Group, but to Li Meng. But can they? This idea is indeed brilliant. Song Chi's eyes lit up somewhat in awe. The penalty for breach of confidentiality and non-compete agreements is worth it. It hasn't caused them any actual losses, so there's really no need to pay much. I can contact a reliable law firm, Huang Kanjing said. However, Li Meng smiled a faint smile. I haven't signed anything. Everyone stared blankly at Li Meng. I said I haven't signed any agreements. Not only did I not sign, but I was also directly expelled from the project team and the company. Li Meng's voice sounded low in the quiet conference room, causing smiles to vanish from the faces of those present. The reason is that my personal level and education are too low to be competent for the job. Therefore, they did not have me sign anything, including confidentiality and non-compete agreements. Because it seems that the capital believes I am not worthy of receiving a contract worth hundreds of thousands a year. In the now silent office, one could seemingly hear a pin drop. Li Zu's eyes blazed with fury, gripping his fists under the table. He suddenly began to understand the feeling of humiliation leading to death in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Damn you, Pioneer Technology. For a skilled technician, the greatest insult is not leaving a company or being fired, nor even receiving an inadequate evaluation after being dismissed. It is the absence of even the most basic non-compete and confidentiality agreements at the time of departure, indicating that they perceive your technical skills as entirely non-threatening. Li Meng is not just a skilled technician, he is a revolutionary genius. Thus, in the eyes of many, this is a complete humiliation. Too much bullying. Song Chi's ears flushed red, genuinely angry. Have these people lost their minds? He was an executive personally unearthed by Li Meng from a courier point, and it is no exaggeration to say that his life underwent a meteoric transformation because of this. Li Meng is not just his boss. Huan Yupi's technology is not an ordinary company. This is the place he has vowed to serve for life. He plans to work under Li Meng until he can no longer do so. With this resolve, the insult from Pioneer Technology feels like a personal affront. This gave rise to a vengeful fury within him. Huang Kanjing silently took out a pen and began to diligently jot down notes in his notebook. Seeing the indignant crowd, Li Meng felt a slight sense of satisfaction within. No wonder he had chosen subordinates with verified loyalty. Their morale was usable. In truth, he did not care much about this matter. He merely mentioned it to provide them with a more tangible motivation for their actions. Someone once said that what often unites people is not ideals, but revenge. Yet he aims to project both ideals and revenge. After the meeting, Li Meng returned to his personal studio and opened the panel of the godly wealth system. Li Meng. Physique 85. Charm 89. Spirit 110.5. Free attribute points 1. Talents: hard work rewarded by heaven tenfold. Fitness, talent, immunity to all ailments, nimble fingers, charm, aura. Career 1. 9 influence factor. Items: thinker's brooch, loyalty, monitoring watch, godly wealth, cigarettes. Tasks: 1. Affection from the opposite sex, saying G79 O Chun Chingy 73. 2. Language skills. Mall LV 20500 to be refreshed. 1. 1 property in the Jiangxing Jinka Shangxing community, 100 godly wealth points. 2. Funds of 50 million, 100 godly wealth points. 3. 1 random luxury car, 100 godly wealth points. Godly wealth points, 28 10 points. His career section's influence factor has reached 1.9 and has stagnated. Perhaps this is because the company has not officially launched and is still relatively unknown. Progress in physique is also not as rapid as he had hoped, especially after surpassing 80 points. Even with the tenfold fitness talent and the hard work rewarded by heaven, the speed of increase has slowed significantly. The task of language skills has not been able to earn any more godly wealth points in recent days, because he has nearly completed all the languages that can be learned through online resources on Earth. Even some rare and obscure languages have been gathered by the thinker from every nook and cranny. As a result, his godly wealth points have accumulated to nearly 3,000. Speaking of which, the godly wealth mall is about to refresh again in a few days. With this in mind, he paused. Sitting in an ergonomic chair, he gazed at the sci-fi-styled vast studio, where 3 expensive silver-gray robotic arms hung from the ceiling, hovering in the air. A large display made up of dozens of screens showed the complete renovation of the large company from the 40th to the 44th floor. It has only been 2 months since he obtained the godly wealth system and reached this point. It is truly astonishing. He took out a cigarette case with a black background and golden tree pattern design from his pocket. Inside were 20 cigarettes. He pulled out the leftmost one and activated the mental interference. He could see a large mass of formless liquid in an indescribable color resembling stored data. This is a conglomerate of mental energy. Chaotic, disordered, and indescribable. It is hard to believe that this thing was created by his own hands. If it weren't for the godly wealth cigarette, which is itself a special item with extraordinary mental properties, he wouldn't know how to deal with this mass of mental energy. Letting it go, that seems even more serious than discharging nuclear waste. After this incident, Li Meng's already cautious heart regarding extraordinary abilities became even more vigilant. He constantly reminds himself, he is merely a novice on the extraordinary path. Avoid arrogance and impatience. For nearly a month he has been trying to use the extracted mental energy for something. The plan is good, but the reality and the plan differ too greatly. The first step is to grant the thinker the authority to build a brain machine system through mental interference. The second step is to proportionally extract the user's mental energy. The third step is to gather the mental energy of millions into oneself. One can imagine if tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people used the brain machine, how vast the extracted mental energy would be. After 3 steps, if he doesn't become a god, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say he can't even afford beef in human society. However, mental energy possesses a unique exclusivity. He has tried extracting mental energy from the dozens of people in the company, but this mental energy, which does not belong to him, cannot be directly utilized. It carries the various wills of its original owners. If the number is small, Li Meng can easily suppress it. If there are too many forcibly absorbing, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Thus his plan to ascend to godhood in 3 steps has fallen through. The extracted mental energy was all concentrated into one of the godly wealth cigarettes. Mixed together, it has become this substance. The good news is that he can take out this cigarette daily and use mental interference to analyze and digest linguistic knowledge to purify mental energy. The bad news is that the purification efficiency is lower than the consumption efficiency. Moreover, the purified mental energy for now cannot directly increase his maximum mental energy. The opening ceremony concluded and the World Youth Sports Games commenced as scheduled. This grand sporting event occurring mid-year caused a tremendous stir online due to AR technology. Not only were the live AR videos circulating wildly, but information about the Pioneer Technology Group and Jinhan Technology was also thoroughly investigated. The public relations department of the Pioneer Group was extremely busy. However, the entire upper management was engaged in an unprecedentedly serious meeting. Everyone in the conference room wore grim expressions and hurried footsteps. This stood in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the public relations department. Li Meng was indifferent to it all until the thinker reminded him of a call from Pioneer Technology. Generally speaking, the majority of calls would be screened or redirected to Song Qi. A call that could actively alert Li Meng meant that the caller was at least a significant figure capable of making decisions within the Pioneer Group. Li Meng allowed the thinker to activate the speakerphone. "Is this Mr. Li? I am Huang Bai from Pioneer Technology. You should have heard my name," came a steady voice tinged with a sense of age. Immediately, the screen in front of Li Meng displayed the identity information of this person, a major shareholder of Pioneer Technology and one of the actual decision-makers. "Mr. Huang, a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Li, let's not beat around the bush. Oh, I am already aware of the situation regarding the Jiangxing Stadium project." The voice on the other end showed no obvious fluctuation. Li Meng's mental acuity was too high. He could sense not just one breath on the other end of the microphone. This was not a call made by a single person. It had been prearranged by Pioneer Technology after a meeting. "I wonder, Mr. Huang, what guidance do you have for me? That incident was our fault, and I would like to apologize on behalf of Zhang Ye and the entire Pioneer Technology. As the saying goes, enemies should be resolved and not created. I wonder if Mr. Li could show some grace and sit down to chat to clarify this misunderstanding." Li Meng detected no changes in Huang Bai's voice. This so-called apology was merely the optimal choice made by a capitalistic entity. At its essence, it was a test. A test of what kind of person Li Meng was. What if he was indeed someone willing to sit Then Pioneer Technology would immediately alter its strategy, employing familiar capital tactics to ensnare him, like boiling a frog in warm water. However, if Li Ming refused to negotiate or erupted in fury towards Pioneer Technology, it would indicate he was a volatile and unsophisticated individual, one that could easily be dealt with. In the conference room of Huang Bai, silence reigned. Everyone focused on the speakerphone, sensing a faint rustle. Li Ming was not as they expected. He displayed neither anger nor a willingness to negotiate. He remained silent for a moment until Huang Bai began to frown, prompting Li Ming to speak. I do not understand. How could there be a misunderstanding between us? This statement left Huang Bai momentarily stunned, but he did not detect any mocking undertone in Li Ming's tone. The voice was so genuine and calm that it conveyed a belief that there was no misunderstanding at all. This left Huang Bai and the others baffled. For a moment, the conference room was filled with puzzled glances. I am just a young man who graduated from a second-tier school. Before taking on the role of vice president at Jinhan, I was a bottom-tier technical drifter struggling to find work. My gratitude goes to Director Liu for giving me the opportunity to serve as the company's technical vice president. Later, when Pioneer Group took over, my position was eliminated. Frankly, I felt no sense of dissatisfaction. To me, this was something you as a group were bound to do. Mr. Huang, your near-insulting dismissal of me without signing any agreement is something I do not hold against you. At this point, the crowd's expressions became peculiar as they felt the logic in his argument nearly convincing them. If viewed solely through text, anyone would think he was mocking. However, through the speakerphone, his tone appeared overly sincere. It seemed as though he genuinely believed this was a complete capital procedure. Although this was indeed the case, who among us is not human? Who can truly remain unperturbed? Thus, what did Li Ming mean by saying this? Mr. Li, your perspective is admirable. Huang Bai quickly followed his lead, smiling. Indeed, all of this is merely procedural. Now that we understand your capabilities, we certainly won't act as before. We can still collaborate. But he was interrupted by Li Ming. So, Mr. Huang, have you considered why it is only now that you are aware of my capabilities? At that moment, the air seemed to grow cold. Silence enveloped both sides, until Li Ming's voice slowly emerged. Because I did not allow you. Huang Bai's smile froze on his face as if he had been punched in the chest. He heard the young man continue, Mr. Huang, do not blame Zhanya or anyone else. Because anyone in that position would make the same choice. If they did not, it would be dereliction of duty. This indicates that I was the one who fell short. In the Pioneer Technology conference room, a silent chill surged through the air. Through that phone call, the young man, with just a few simple words, had transformed his image into something concrete. It was as if he were sitting atop an unattainable height, gazing down at them with calm, yet contemptuous eyes who thought too highly of themselves. Upon reflection, his words were so logically sound and reasonable. Indeed, reality is not a face-slapping drama. How could such a talented technical vice president truly, no matter how intense the office power struggles, he would never be dismissed in such a manner, nor without signing in. He had far too many opportunities to prove himself and fight for his rights. Therefore, the real reason was singular. It was that the other party deliberately acted this way, triggering the dismissal procedure in Pioneer Technology, which was unfamiliar with him. Thus, I reiterate, there is no misunderstanding between us. It was not Pioneer Technology that dismissed me, but rather I had no desire to stay. After Li Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone. In the conference room of Pioneer Technology, the collective breaths of the crowd quickened. Arrogant. Huang Bai's tone was filled with barely contained anger. He had never encountered someone like this before. Mr. Huang, this is no ordinary opponent. If he did this deliberately, then the Jiangxing Smart Stadium is merely one of his moves. This means he will not back down easily. There will surely be further actions. This action is likely to be extremely detrimental to the company. Huang Bai was well aware of this. No matter what Li Ming intended to do, Pioneer Technology had now become just thinking that in the eyes of that arrogant young man, Pioneer Technology might only be a pawn that could be easily discarded made his anger soar. Over at Huan Yu Peace Technology, several more calls came in, some from Pioneer Technology, others from different places. All were handled by Song Qi. Li Ming was indifferent. Ultimately, as long as the result was no result, it was fine. Until the third day, the buzz surrounding AR and the sports event reached its peak. Zhang Xiaozhang is a popular online influencer with millions of fans across all platforms. He has always been creating scientific popularization videos in the forefront of technology. The moment the AR technology at Jiangxing Smart Stadium emerged, it caught his attention. Whether out of a desire to ride the wave of popularity or in line with his professional focus, he felt compelled to produce at least one video related to it. Since he was already in Jiangxing, he planned to find a way to conduct an on-site investigation for this episode. His team first contacted the External Relations Department of the Pioneer Group. However, despite sending work emails and other public contact methods, there was no response. This left him utterly perplexed. Although the Pioneer Group is currently booming due to AR technology, as a leading influencer in this field, wouldn't he be the most suitable person to seize the opportunity for advertising? Surely the Pioneer Group wouldn't completely ignore him. After several attempts, he finally reached a friend who is a middle manager at Pioneer Technology. Zhanggu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but let me be frank. Our group is a bit chaotic because of the AR situation right now. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaozhang was somewhat puzzled. How could such a groundbreaking technology not be well understood? The stock price of the Pioneer Group had already skyrocketed. In fact, the entire technology sector was being driven up, and many investors who bought into this sector were celebrating wildly. I can't say much because I don't really know. The only thing I can reveal is that there are numerous rounds of high-level meetings every day. Moreover, the executives have been looking grim every day, and the entire company feels extremely oppressive. Currently, the company has temporarily cut off all collaborations related to AR and requested no substantive responses. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhang felt a slight chill. Before becoming an influencer, he had worked in a large internet company. At that moment, he sensed that something was seriously off. It felt eerily familiar. After hanging up, he organized the entire sequence of events. He held a small meeting with his team. Then a team member responsible for external relations reported that they had received a special collaboration email. Zhang Xiaozhang opened the email and saw the company name at the top. Universal Peace Technology Co., Ltd. He felt indifferent in this day and age. It wouldn't surprise him if a company was named World Peace or even Magical Girl. The key was the content. He first skimmed through it, then his pupils constricted, and he leaned in to take a closer look. The sender wanted him to take an advertisement, the content of which was to issue a company announcement. He was not required to say anything personally. They merely intended to borrow his traffic. The content was, Universal Peace Technology Co., Ltd. Dear Organizing Committee of the Sports Games, all participating athletes on-site and global audience friends, at the opening ceremony of the World Youth Sports Games held yesterday, the AR intelligence system designed and completed by our Mr. Li Mao displayed abnormally at a critical moment. As a result, the opening ceremony could not proceed according to the established rehearsal plan, affecting the perfect presentation of this global youth sports event. In this regard, Universal Peace Technology Co., Ltd. sincerely apologizes and takes full responsibility. The following is a preliminary explanation of the cause of the incident. After reading this, Zhang Xiaozhang looked at the internet's AR hype and the skyrocketing stock prices. He felt a wave of coldness surge to his head. Such a huge revelation. The Pioneer Technology as the main party remained silent and offered no response. Meanwhile, this suddenly emerging company wanted to issue a notice claiming responsibility for the error regarding the AR technology. The so-called error he also read about referred to the AR performance that should not have occurred at all, because the original plan could not possibly include AR. The AR was the initiative of the former responsible. Once he left, this technology lost all support and maintenance, making it theoretically impossible to appear at the opening ceremony. An incomplete technology could very easily cause accidents during the opening ceremony, which is an extremely irresponsible act. For instance, at this very moment, this AR technology could not be replicated due to the lack of subsequent technical maintenance. Li Mao believed that Pioneer Technology must know this and would not take such a risk. Therefore, the AR that appeared on site was absolutely an accident. This was all due to his failure to complete related work before leaving, hence the apology. Zhang Xiaozhang looked again at the contact information left in the email. After all, nowadays, wherever there is hype, there will be clever and outrageous operations. There are even many who impersonate parents. Oh, what's more, they'd impersonate such a popular technology. Any lengths for publicity. After all, nowadays, wherever there is hype, there will be clever and outrageous operations. There are even many who impersonate parents. Oh, what's more, they'd impersonate such a popular technology. But now Pioneer Technology indeed dared not speak up. Moreover, this letter was not just a verbal statement, but also provided several key pieces of evidence with black bars. This included Li Mao's contract as the vice president of Jinhan Technology, the project plan he took over as the general manager, and related agreements. There was even the notice of his dismissal from Jinhan. And Jinhan had already been fully acquired by Pioneer Technology. This matter became interesting. Zhang Xiaozhang, in his habitual skepticism, did not fully trust Universal Peace Technology. If this was true, Li Mao would absolutely be a super genius, a revolutionary super genius. At the very least, he could single-handedly take on the entire technical team of Pioneer Technology. This sounded a bit like a tall tale. The story was also filled with legendary elements, making one unable to resist the urge to seek the truth. Yet deep down, Zhang Xiaozhang leaned towards believing this letter. After pondering for a while, he took a screenshot of the letter and sent it to his friend at the Pioneer Group. Shortly after, he received several question marks and a voice call from the other side. Zhanggu, about this matter. I've heard some whispers, but I can't ascertain its truth. I advise you not to speak carelessly. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Xiaozhang felt that there might indeed be some truth to it. But he certainly did not take this job to casually discuss it online. As a leading influencer, he could not afford to take reckless risks for traffic. He simply added Huang Kanjing's contact information and proactively inquired about the detailed events of the incident. He hoped the other party could provide more substantive evidence. However, this letter was not sent solely to Zhang Xiaozhang. Soon related trending topics surged into the top 10. Jiangxing Smart Stadium AR falsification. Firing genius technician capital reaping the rewards. The sordid secrets behind the opening ceremony. What if I told you that this AR feast originated from an accident? This public opinion quickly affected the stock price of Pioneer Group. In no time, stockholders who had purchased shares were lamenting, frantically searching for the truth. They continuously demanded that Pioneer Group immediately issue a formal statement to deny the allegations. Faced with public pressure and the inherent rules of the stock market, Pioneer Group only issued a delayed announcement at 11 o'clock that night. The AR technology performance at Jiangxing Smart Stadium was independently developed by our technical department, with the entire set of technology operating perfectly and visible to the world, and there is no so-called error. Our company reserves the right to pursue legal responsibility for the numerous false statements online. Although it came a bit late, the resoluteness in the wording and the clarity without any ambiguity. This instilled great confidence in the stockholders, and the stock price finally stabilized. Some even began to turn around and attack Universal Peace Technology for their unscrupulous hype. However, some netizens pointed out that Universal Peace Technology at least had some substantial evidence. Pioneer Technology's announcement was not sufficient to dispel all doubts. They are not individuals, but a publicly listed company which inherently has an obligation to prove themselves. The best response should be to immediately showcase the AR technology generously. Opinions were divided. The sun slowly slipped beneath the cloud bank. Beyond Jiangxing's skyline, the heavens terminated in a sheet of cold white low clouds. Heavy dark masses kept the blazing light at bay, their undersides taking on a muddied yellow hue. The air grew humid, and the cicada's song began to fade. A wind picked up. Sitting in his studio chair, Li Mao unlocked his phone to a wall of heated debate. At first, Huanyu Heping Technology had indeed attracted a wave of favorable commentary, but once Xianfeng Technology Group's public relations apparatus stepped in, the tenor of discourse shifted. People will latch onto any trending topic now. Can't you see it's being led by the official side? Huanyu Heping Technology. Never heard of them. What trash are they? Thanks for the invite. Industry insider here, I know Li Mao. Let me say this is second-tier university undergrad who rode connections into the deputy technical VP seat under Jin Han. Funny thing is, the people he relies on are also connections, famous freeloaders in the industry. After Xianfeng moved in, the team discovered the person in charge was at that level and decisively fired him. One must admit the world is run like a makeshift troop. A second-tier grad put in charge of such a major project. If you get fired, you ought to stay humble, yet now he dares to step forward and claim it. What audacity! They really don't treat Xianfeng as a serious party. Even Xianfeng had not spent lavishly. With little effort, they had successfully steered public opinion. By ordinary standards, Li Mao's resume was insufficient for a vice president's duties. Besides, the internet's habit of manufacturing idols has failed so often that few now believe in genuine geniuses. He was no saint, and the sight of it irritated him. Yet this time he did not trigger mental interference to force calm. People must weather many storms to mature. This little gust could not topple him. Xianfeng Group, PR. Sicko's note that. Sir noted. But according to my data, those insulting and questioning you are not primarily Xianfeng's PR team. Li Mao could not contain himself. He locked his phone, rose, and left the studio. Outside his 44th floor private suite was a communal office with a tea table resting area set against the floor-to-ceiling windows. The late afternoon felt somewhat quiet. After lunch, most staff napped in the company's rest area. Huanyu Heping Technology rigidly observed labor regulations. 9 to 5 weekends off, and the midday break counted within the 8th-hour day. Perhaps for that reason, Li Mao's loyalty detection watch always registered an unusually high loyalty among employees. He sat by the tea table and watched the sky darken as evening approached. He wondered if, provided the rain was light tonight, he should take Sang Ji to the rooftop garden corridor of the Panadin Hotel to listen to it fall. Such a plan might seem odd to others, but it suited her perfectly. He had been busy these past days, and had he admitted been neglectful. If one did not strive, when would one unlock the 80-point affection milestone? Li Mao, you have been too lax. Lost in thought, a sound came from behind him. A small clack. Li Mao turned and found a black and white chess set placed on the tea table. Chen Qingyi appeared, as if from nowhere. She wore a white collarless short-sleeved blouse and a black executive-style skirt. The skirt revealed stockinged calves. Her hair, slightly curled, was gathered into a bun. Care for a game? Where did this come from? Little Hay downstairs delivered it. Do you think him an apartment? Li Mao snorted a laugh. Ahem, this was on my purchase request. It keeps interviewees occupied while they wait. Thoughtful, don't you think? He said nothing more and began to set the pieces. Let's play. Chun hooked the edge of her skirt and sat with her legs apart, the hem riding up to her thigh. She planted her hands on the chair's edge between her knees and leaned forward like a little toad, utterly unconcerned for appearances. She even slipped off her heels, stretching and curling her feet stockings against the cool floor. Watching her toes wriggle, Li Mao thought that if he did not care about office decorum, she would likely prop her feet on the stool and nestling her toes into the stocking seam. He had grown used to it. Outside the office, she was proper. His single requirement was that she never embarrass him. Sikuo's switch on ventilation, he said. Very well, sir. Ventilation engaged. Chen widened her eyes. What do you mean by that? Li Mao arranged the pieces. Nothing. Are you going to play or not? She mumbled something unintelligible, slipped her shoes back on, and clumsily shifted the subject. You know I learned chess from my father. In our neighborhood, I was unbeatable. Outside the board you may call me Little Chun, and I want mine to at the board you must call me Master Chun. Li Mao gave no expression. He had calculated that he could break her defenses in 5 minutes and crush her morale, yet only 3 minutes later she protested. That move doesn't count. How did you take my rook? Don't gloat, I still have chances. But Li Mao dismantled Chen Qingji's vaunted neighborhood invincibility without mercy. Capturing her pieces was easier than eating. He had nearly been fooled into overestimating her. He had even considered using mental interference to cheat an unnecessary indulgence in hindsight. Another round, Chen demanded, unwilling to concede. At that moment the automatic doors parted and Song Qi hurried in. Mr. Li. Chen quickly straightened into a proper posture, obligingly obedient. Old Song, perfect timing. Watch me slaughter Mr. Li, she said. Now is no time for play, Song said. Sikio's voice fed into Li's earpiece and his expression hushed. Now truly is not the time, there is a visitor. Chen looked puzzled. Song realized Sikuo's had privately notified Li through his Bluetooth earpiece. Having seen this sort of thing often in recent days, he had grown accustomed. Occasionally he felt the AI behaved with alarming thoroughness. Little Chen, go out and receive the guest, Li instructed. Chen rose, flexed her arms and knuckles, eager, and a guest. Let's see who has such pomp that I must greet them. It couldn't be her uncle again, could it? 2 minutes. She entered the reception area. Her smile froze and tightened. On the sofa sat an older man of perhaps 50, his hair half white, leaning on a cane, his back toward her. A young man in a suit stood at his side. She recognized them both. Director Lu, Mr. Zhao, she called. The visitors were Lu Jiaxing and Zhao Shuang from Jinhan. Compared with his days at Jinhan, Lu Jiaxing was almost unrecognizable, far older in appearance now. He looked toward the greeting Chen and gave a slight smile. I know you. The young woman who used to be the company's reception. Chen's body stiffened. It was the sensation of a student meeting a former principal. Though the principal's manner was kindly, she knew none of that warmth was for her. She straightened her posture. Director Lu was a principal. What of it? She was now with the Education Bureau. Yes, Director Lu. You came to see Mr. Li, she asked. The clouds outside were getting lower. The light in the reception area was pale, and the atmosphere was heavy. Zhao Shuang stood silently to the side, not uttering a word. Lu Jiaxing slightly turned his gaze. He could tell that the young girl was somewhat nervous. He did not speak immediately, quietly observing her. After assessing her for a moment, he slowly began to speak, though it seemed he was not directly addressing her. Now it's President Li. It felt somewhat poignant. How should I respond to that? Chen Qingyi felt a bit of a headache and could only smile and agree. Then Lu Jiaxing paused and spoke. He has trained you well. It's Jin Han who has wronged you. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyi felt an immense pressure. Is he implying something? Or is he genuinely complimenting her? How should she respond? She didn't understand. Should she say, Director Lu, you are right, Jin Han has wronged me? Or should she respond, Director Lu, there has been no wrong done to him, just a receptionist? This is too difficult. How many times does Director Lu have to meet with President Li to say something so hard to answer? At that moment the automatic door opened. Chen Qingyi immediately looked over with a sense of relief. She saw Li Meng dressed in a brand new formal black suit. The white shirt contrasted sharply with the black, resembling distinct piano keys. His black leather shoes reflected the low clouds outside under the pale light. Behind him were Song Qi dressed in formal attire with a serious expression, and Huang Kanjing wearing a faint smile. The two maintained a respectful distance from Li Meng, neither too close nor too far. Li Meng walked past her, bringing a refreshing breeze with him. Accompanying him was a deep, penetrating voice. Director Lu, long time no see, bullying a young girl as soon as you arrive. The invisible pressure that Director Lu had brought suddenly dissipated. Chen Qingyi had never thought Li Meng looked so handsome. She stared at him, her eyes sparkling, feeling a bit of admiration as she instinctively stepped aside. Making way for the big shots. Li Meng received the notification feeling much better. He had specifically asked Chen Qingyi to attend to Director Lu, knowing she wouldn't be able to handle it. To buy some time, he even changed into a different outfit before coming. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. The hero saving the beauty, though a cliché, never goes out of style. Director Lu, Huang Kanjing, and Song Qi greeted their senior. Lu Jiaxing nodded, and Zhao Shuang stepped forward to shake hands with them in a friendly manner. Meanwhile he shook. Am I the one bullying her? He smiled at Li Meng. Li Meng did not respond immediately, thinking to himself, this old fox is truly clever. He knew everything and fully cooperated with his little schemes. Lu Jiaxing looked at Li Meng with a smile, his murky eyes reflecting Li Meng's youthful and handsome figure. It was as if he could see his younger self from decades ago through the passage of time. Li Meng had heard that Director Lu was one of the most charming figures in Port City when he was young. His own petty schemes might seem trivial in the eyes of Lu Jiaxing. He then realized that in just over a month Director Lu had aged so much. He had originally looked like he was in his late 50s, but now he seemed to be in his late 60s. For a moment he couldn't help but sigh from the depths of his heart. Time truly defeats heroes. Zhao Shuang had discovered his own worth, but it was Director Lu who could decide everything. He was a true mentor who had recognized his talents. If it weren't for what happened later, Li Meng might have truly been willing to work under this person and achieve great things. Even if he had to leave, it would be with great glory, instead of the current situation, which left many regrets. Lu Jiaxing surely had similar thoughts. Their hands clasped together, both felt a mix of emotions. Finally Li Meng released his hand and said, "Director Lu, let's talk in my office." He also greeted Zhao Shuang. "Brother Shuang, long time no see." "Long time no see, brother." Zhao Shuang patted Li Meng on the shoulder. "I heard in Port City that you've done something big." The group walked towards Li Meng's office. Chun Qingyi stood at a distance watching them leave, her heart racing uncontrollably. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit of heat on her face today. "Wait, what am I doing here? I'm not just a receptionist, I'm an assistant manager." She thought of this and hurriedly followed. Compared to the personal office, Li Meng's office on the 44th floor was not very large. It lacked the quiet and spacious feeling, exuding an ancient charm suitable for living and cultivating. Inside the office were only Director Lu and Li Meng. To welcome this senior, Li Meng carefully brewed a pot of tea. Director Lu picked up the tea and took a sip. "Xiaoli, what I admire most about you is this, when you were at Jinhan you were like this too." "Xiao Zhao thinks I understand your skills, but I actually don't. I only know how to judge people. You see, you only brewed tea, from choosing water, preparing the utensils, warming the cups, rinsing the tea, to serving it. Every step is flawless. Water, tea, leaves, temperature, utensils, all of the highest quality. This doesn't seem like something someone from an ordinary background would do." Li Meng remained silent. This was because he had downloaded various knowledge through mental interference every day. Most importantly, he had an extraordinary set of hands, allowing him to achieve a level of perfection in most things that ordinary people could not. "But I am indeed from an ordinary background," he replied. Director Lu smiled. "That's why you're a genius." He did not continue this topic, but abruptly asked, "I came to find you today, do you know why? Is it about pioneer technology? You want me to let it go?" "No. What if I intercede for you?" "Even if you intercede for me," Li Meng calmly answered while pouring tea. His voice held no fluctuations, but conveyed an unshakable firmness. After a moment of silence, Lu Jiaxing could not help but laugh. "Good. I originally wanted to say you remind me of my younger self, but now I find you are even more handsome, wild, and capable than I was back then. Someone made me come to you to lower my head and ask for a favor from you. There's no way around it. Having lived this long, I owe so many favors, and you have to pay them back eventually, so here I am." He looked at Li Meng's youthful figure, somewhat lost in thought. "Now that I am here, I have said what I needed to say. Xiaoli, I should be going." Li Meng simply helped him up, feeling that his weight was much lighter than he had imagined. It was not until he walked out of the office door, out of the lobby, and out of the company's main entrance. Once outside the building, Li Meng finally spoke. "Director Lu, take care of your health." Upon hearing this, Director Lu grasped his hand tightly. "The one who should really take care of your health is you, Xiaoli." He meaningfully patted the back of Li Meng's hand. "Brother, take care." Zhao Shuang nodded at him. Then the two got into a black car and gradually drove away. Li Meng watched them disappear from sight, remaining still for a long time. Song Qi and Huang Kanjing also stood behind him motionless, but both felt a chill from what Director Lu had said. Their expressions were somewhat solemn, unsure of what each was thinking. Presently, Song Qi could not help but voice his concern. Li Meng did not respond. "President Li, Pioneer Group is a large corporation. There's no need to worry too much," Huang Kanjing also said. At that moment, Li Meng turned to look at the two. They saw a strange coolness on Li Meng's face. "Do you think I am afraid?" he asked. His magnetic low voice seemed to pierce through the noise of the plaza and traffic. In that instant, both felt goosebumps all over. At that moment, faint raindrops fell with the wind landing on his jet black hair. His gaze was like a torch burning fiercely in the night, radiating a captivating aura. Both felt a pressure that was somewhat suffocating. "Hey!" At this moment, Chun Qingyi rushed down breathlessly. "I just forgot to tell you," the boss downstairs said. "Tonight, we have a discount on dinner. You came to tell us this." Li Meng chuckled in disbelief, and for a moment the atmosphere thawed like melting ice and snow. "What's wrong with that?" She felt it was strange. Li Meng did not answer. At that moment, a line came to his mind. Even facing a cliff of 100 zhang of ice, there are still flowering branches. Song Qi and Huang Kanjing exchanged glances, both seeing the relief on each other's faces. The sky began to drizzle lightly, and the massive streetlight in the distant plaza stood amidst the rain like a monument. It was 6:30 in the evening. The lights on the 43rd floor of Tianmao building were still on in the technical department. Everyone else had already left, leaving only Li Su sitting alone, clutching his laptop in a chair among the neatly arranged equipment and countless cables. The cold light from the screen illuminated his slightly greasy face after a long day of work. He pushed up his thick black-rimmed glasses. As a segment of data was activated, he finally revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Damn it, Pioneer Technology, you've had enough already. Li Zong. At that moment, a desperate voice came from outside. It was Wang Jingwo. She wore a black t-shirt with a large company logo printed on it. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore large headphones around her neck. Are you done or not? I beg you, it's time to go home. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Today is Li Zong's treat. It's almost done, you go ahead first. Li Su reined in his smile, ignoring her pleas. Who told me my old man insisted that I be the last to leave? You're so obedient. Well, not really, mainly it helps me feel secure when I can get paid. Li Su closed the device, stood up, and adjusted his glasses which reflected the light as he spoke slowly. I feel the same way. Wang Jingwo didn't understand. Then the two of them left the technical department one after the other. The rain outside began to pour. Accompanied by thunder and storms, it hadn't rained this heavily since the end of the plum rain season. Wang Jingwo held her bag over her head, darting ahead like a monkey. Li Su also opened his umbrella and jogged in his suit, droplets splashing on his glasses. He finally spotted a hot pot restaurant with a flickering red sign. Spicy boiling hot pot. Wang Jingwo pushed the door open, impatiently diving in like a fish into the sea. Li Su could hear his own breathing and the sound of the pouring rain, and for some reason his fingers were trembling slightly. But just a second later the door opened by itself. It was Chun Qingyi's smiling face, who scolded, not eager to eat. There must be something wrong with your head. What are you dragging for? I'm starving. We've been waiting for you. Li Su felt that his dazed mind from voluntarily working overtime and frantically inputting knowledge became clearer. He was led by Chun Qingyi to a large table in the corner of the hall. The table was filled with vividly red and white meats, fresh green vegetables, and white enoki mushrooms. The bright red pot was bubbling with steam. Through the steam, he could see Li Meng sitting at the other side, surrounded by Song Chi, Chun Qingyi, Wang Jingwo, Huang Kanjing, and 3 other department vice presidents. Li Su stood there in a daze, seemingly unsure how to join this fiery gathering that made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Then he saw Li Meng push Chun Qingyi aside and let her sit next to Huang Kanjing. He made space beside him, waving gently, Li Su, come sit here. At that moment Li Su's eyes turned red. Hot tears welled up in his eyes, mingling with the rain on his face. Hey, I'm here, he said while pretending to wipe his glasses, brushing away the tears. Li Su's Loyalty 95 system notification completed. Hidden rich achievement task. Loyalty and devotion received system. Random encouragement. 10 free attribute points. Li Meng's hand, which was picking food, paused, shocked by this sudden encouragement. 10 free attribute points. Besides, when he first received the rich system, he had never received so many free attribute points at once. He looked at Li Su, who seemed spiritually depleted, wondering if this was the price of his life. He needed to feed him some meat for recovery. Hey, don't snatch my beef. That's mine. Chun Qingyi's voice rang out. Li Meng laughed, and then took all the beef from the pot. Come on, Li Su, take some vegetables. Eat more. He felt a lot happier inside. Indeed, the warmth of human life is the most comforting. After the gathering, everyone went home. System add points. Li Meng allocated all 10 free attribute points to his spirit. Spirit 125. In an instant he felt the world before him change once again. The immensely powerful spirit allowed him, even without active mental interference, to passively perceive external information far beyond what an ordinary person could acquire. He could hear the sound of rain hitting the ground in an instant and see 2 drops of rain colliding in the air. He could hear faint conversations 100 meters away, even the rustling of bugs and ants in the sewer, all forming vivid images in his mind. After getting used to this for a while, Li Meng finally went to the parking lot to drive. He had to pick up Sangji. She was late getting off work today. He understood Lu Dong's warning, but he felt no fear at all. Because after the incident with Jin Sheng, he knew his position. If he wanted, he could silently cause the physiological death of any human being on this planet. Pioneer Technology was not the only enemy on the road ahead. He had to win this game of chess. Disdain the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. He instructed the thinker to monitor any potential harmful actions against himself and those around him. 247, including, but not limited to, his family, employees, and friends. Pioneer Technology's statement directly put Huan Yu Peace in a relatively unfavorable position. Before Lu Dong arrived today, Pioneer Technology had even held a press conference. During the meeting, they employed delay tactics, stating that the AR technology was complex and required adjustment each time it was used. The gymnasium was currently hosting a sports competition, making it unsuitable for debugging work. The reasoning was reasonable and flawless. Just this alone allowed them to rest easy during the 18-day competition period. During this time, they would slowly think of a solution. Even if they couldn't think of a solution, how much heat would this matter still have after 18 days? Having Lu Dong negotiate was one of their strategies. Lu Dong's advice to take care of your health was also one of their strategies. Now that he thought about it, how did Lu Dong end up in the hospital? He probably suffered a loss in that regard, which was why he reminded Li Meng so. What struck Li Meng the most was that Pioneer Technology was even profiting from the AR hype by aggressively selling electronic products that were somewhat related. They even claimed they were planning to make small household AR devices. Li Meng had seen them. They were just ordinary AR glasses and other electronic junk. The car slowly drove into the open-air parking lot beneath Huaxing Group. The headlights illuminated the path ahead. Countless raindrops fell like threads in the light reminiscent of an AR scene demonstration. After seeing Li Meng's car, a girl stepped out from the vaguely dark building illuminated by the lights. Thank goodness this time, she was holding an umbrella. At this moment Sang Ji walked towards the headlights, bathing in the light rain. The wind blew her hair up only for the rain to bring it back down. She moved steadily like the protagonist under the focused light. Surrounded by a crowd of people rushing to escape the rain, she formed a stark contrast. Looking at the scene before him, Li Meng suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps AR technology could be further explored to break this situation. Until she reached the front of the car, Sang Ji stopped. Li Meng fell silent upon seeing this. He and Sang Ji were in the car, and outside respectively staring at each other. Neither of them moved. Not a sister, what are you trying to pull? Li Meng thought that with this heavy rain there shouldn't be too many people around. So he got out of the car and walked into the rain. The two of them shared an umbrella and embraced tightly, as if completing a special ritual. Just as Li Meng let go, Sang Ji hugged him again, causing the umbrella to fall to the side, knocked away by the rain. She wrapped her arms around Li Meng's neck, followed by the cool and gentle touch of her lips. Faced with Sang Ji's advance, Li Meng could only reciprocate by embracing her. Kissing in the rain, he understood. Soon both of their clothes were soaked through. Under the bright lights of the square, they resembled a pair of passionately kissing lovers from an idol drama. Many people were filming and watching from afar, their flashes going off continuously, but Li Meng remained composed. Just a small scene. At that moment, the thinker suddenly turned the car's sound system to the maximum, even breaking through the car's audio system's maximum volume limit. It played a romantic song BGM. 2 days later, on the 44th floor of Tianmao building in a personal studio, Li Mao, dressed in a protective suit, cautiously manipulated 3 descending mechanical arms. With the assistance of the thinker, he embedded an exquisitely precise chip into a metal plate. As a blue-white electric arc flickered, accompanied by a sizzling sound, white smoke began to rise from the plate. Li Mao paused and stepped down from his workstation. Sir, this is the 18th piece. The thinker's voice timely reminded him. Previously, a moment from Sang Ji had inspired Li Mao. He felt that the AR technology could be further explored. Creating a large-scale AR project like a sports arena was clearly unfeasible. On one hand, there wasn't enough time. On the other hand, the project itself was a typical example with a low ceiling. It's like an internationally acclaimed landmark mall. No matter how well built, it only serves as a singular landmark for all humanity. Yet ordinary malls can be constructed anywhere across the globe. Li Mao had always harbored a vague idea. To create a miniaturized brain machine device. The original brain machine, no. One was merely a helmet. It utilized the best hardware, achieving top-tier effects, and was exceedingly versatile. It could be deemed perfect. However, the problem was its exorbitant price and cumbersome weight, hindering promotion. Miniaturization was an inevitable trend. But being small meant sacrificing functionality, and Li Mao had not yet decided which aspect to focus on. Until he witnessed Sang Ji's lamp and the performance in the rain, this inspiration was ignited within him. Why not combine it with AR? In traditional mythological stories, there exists a special item. It is referred to as a talisman. A talisman is a Taoist treasure that, when used in conjunction with spells or rituals, triggers various magical effects. AR is akin to a form of electronic talisman. For instance, once activated, it can create visual effects like wind and rain. This way, Sang Ji wouldn't have to embarrass him at any moment. She could choose a more suitable and dignified moment. Thinking of this, Li Mao felt invigorated. Another round. The thinker controlled the robot to deliver the 19th experimental material to Li Mao. This technology had been successfully developed by him and was relatively mature. However, miniaturization remained exceedingly difficult. As research continued, Li Mao felt the challenge even surpassed that of the large-scale AR technology for sports arenas. Either it was not realistic enough, or the hardware was insufficient, or the costs were too high. By afternoon, a large pile of waste materials had accumulated in Li Mao's studio. He still hadn't successfully developed anything. He threw aside his protective mask, realizing he had oversimplified the situation and had dug himself into a dead end. Perhaps it was the enormous amount of knowledge being absorbed in his mind that led him to develop an illusion of omnipotence. Since everything seemed to come easily, he felt that nothing was impossible. It's like an AI, when no matter what you ask, it will say it's possible. But when you try it out and encounter repeated failures, you realize it's utterly unachievable. It would then say, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake earlier, and now I can provide you with a more accurate answer. This isn't feasible." Li Mao chuckled, feeling relieved. He wearily rubbed his temples, staring at a failed experimental material on the console. Then, as if enlightenment struck him, he thought of a possibility. He activated his mental interference and issued a command. Complete the manufacturing of the miniaturized AR device. The performance parameters are as follows. He then felt his mental energy rapidly depleting. 5, 10, 15. It had already reached the 20 warning line. This did not alarm him. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. It was akin to an ignorant apprentice exploring extraordinary powers suddenly feeling as if he had touched gold during the stony path across the river. He released the warning line and quickly took out a luxury cigarette, smoking one. Then another. Until the table was filled with 16 butts. Li Mao felt the progress was only halfway, but if he continued like this, he would run out of cigarettes. He had no choice but to temporarily alter the interference command. With the current progress, finalize it as a mature product. After smoking 2 more cigarettes, everything came. Even if it didn't end, it had to end, otherwise he would have to give up. Only 2 cigarettes remained, one of which contained chaotic spiritual energy and was absolutely not to be smoked. Surrounded by swirling smoke, he couldn't help but cough twice and waved away the lingering smoke. Then he picked up a device that looked like a silver-gray phone from the console. However, the front had no screen, but was lined with 7 cameras of varying sizes and dense laser projection lenses. Li Mao extended his fingers and grasped the air above the cameras. Then the device projected colorful visual rays that converged into a drifting brilliance, forming a lifelike white dragon above the device. The imagined AR device electronic talisman had not been realized, but it seemed he had created something equally remarkable. Virtual projection. The essence of AR is in fact a form of virtual projection. The two are technologies from the same origin. Although it is not a true miniaturized AR, the technology of virtual projection is sufficient. However, what excited Li Mao was not this technology, but rather the process by which he acquired this technology. He hadn't expected that his ability of mental interference could truly think for itself. The awkward part was that although the item had been created, he actually did not understand how it operated. However, this was not a big issue, as long as a physical object existed in this world, he could reverse engineer it through mental analysis. Stepping on his left foot with his right. Although this was illogical, why would he need to consume mental energy to analyze an item he created? And did he need to expend additional mental energy for analysis? But upon careful reflection, mental interference was akin to a wishing machine. Creating this item was one wish. Knowing how this item was made was the second wish. That makes sense. Oh, my esteemed sir, look at what you just created. It's simply dazzling, even though I have no eyes. The thinker's voice simulated awe and shock. It even projected a bunch of exclamation and question marks on the screen. Sir, you managed to create a virtual projection in the time it took to smoke a few cigarettes. Forgive me, but I cannot comprehend what just happened. Your wisdom and greatness are enough to rub all the geniuses recorded and unrecorded in human history into the ground. Li Mao tiredly gazed at the lifelike white dragon, ignoring the thinker's overly humanized flattery. He then stood up and collected all the finished cigarette butts, placing them into a specially designed container where he had previously stored them. He would never forget that this item was a product of the system, even if only a single, but remained it still held. Moreover, he needed to promote Li Zuxing's career. Without the 10 points of free attribute points he provided today would have been a complete failure. Look at what I've witnessed, the pinnacle of human wisdom, my king. Are you picking up cigarette butts? The thinker said. Li Mao remained silent for a long time. Did you truly think I was made of clay? You have slightly overstepped, thinker. He grasped the thinker badge at his chest. I was wrong. Sir, the thinker was anxious. Li Mao remained unaffected. Dad, he added. Only then did Li Mao stop. He merely wished to rip it off and flush it down the toilet, losing the 5 mental energy bonus, and still having to wear it in the future. He looked at the device, which had 13 cameras, and found it somewhat ugly. The technological points just now had all been invested in the actual technology, with not a single penny spent on aesthetics. Thus, aside from analyzing the technology, the appearance also needed to be redesigned. The analysis took a full 2.5 days. Analysis progress 1A requiring 1.2 of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the consumption of spiritual energy is only about 20 different from the analysis progress. As his spiritual energy gradually diminished, a wealth of technical knowledge appeared in Li Mao's mind. This was knowledge he could not have learned online before, or rather knowledge that humanity had yet to discover. Interestingly, he did not need to wait until the entire analysis was completed to acquire the technology. Instead, he gradually obtained it based on the analysis progress. Moreover, the first 30 of the analysis actually covered 90 of the technology's content. The final 10 was the truly valuable core. Thus, although he barely completed the full analysis of the technology today with the help of cigarettes, he had already instructed the company to start a project 3 days prior. Huang Kanjing had already contacted several factories to discuss orders and even began mold production for related parts yesterday. The hardware for this technology is actually readily available in the market. The main technical difficulty lies in the algorithms. In contrast, the previous set of technology from the gym relied more on hardware despite its strong coding. If he were to use this technology to produce related products for sale, the progress would be even faster. However, Li Mao always remembered that he did not start the company merely for profit. His goal was to promote brain-machine interfaces and harness spiritual energy. This device is a brain-machine interface, not just a simple virtual projection, or more accurately, a rudimentary brain-machine interface. Therefore, merely having virtual projection is not enough. Brain-machine technology must also be incorporated. The previously manufactured Universe Piece No. 1 helmet brain machine used top-tier hardware meticulously calibrated. The code inside is 99 compliant with human cognition and indeed produced effects. Only the last less than 1 constitutes the crucial core of the brain machine constructed by the thinker, and Li Mao a special product sustained by extraordinary power and system creation. However, it must be admitted that without the previous 99 of meticulous code combined with top-notch hardware, the brain machine could not have operated so successfully. If this virtual projection device were developed as a brain machine, its hardware would be far inferior and could not support the vast amount of code in the helmet brain machine. However, Li Mao did not need to transfer all the code, he only needed to transfer that 1 core plus a bit of key. After trying for another day, he succeeded halfway. Even with the thinker pushing to their limits, they barely managed to transfer a rudimentary core. It was probably only 10 of the original. This was as simplified as it could get. Yet it could also be considered a success as it indeed realized the core functionality of the brain machine. Li Mao could use this device to harvest spiritual energy. However, while the helmet brain machine could absorb and utilize 5 units of spiritual energy with relative ease. Quantitatively, this rudimentary brain machine would struggle at 0.35. Nevertheless, Li Mao believed that 0.35 units of spiritual energy were sufficient to accomplish many tasks. The announcements from the Vanguard Group had already been brewing on various platforms for several days. Media outlets related to them had released videos, but it was not a one-sided endorsement of Vanguard technology. Now, everyone was caught up in various opinions. Even the most solid evidence could be questioned until there was absolute confirmation. Kuan Yi, a master with nearly 10 million followers across platforms, was known for being outspoken and radical. Some things that other big streamers dared not say were stated emphatically in his videos, quickly propelling him to trending topics. Although Vanguard Group has yet to replicate their resolute statement basically confirms it. Brothers, I bet my 10 years of life on this. This time Vanguard technology is sure to win. The vast number of netizens laughed at this. Kuan Yi's life must have run out by now, right? I calculated he already owes the underworld 2,000 years. In the video, Kuan Yi pointed to Vanguard Technology's announcement and brought up Universe Peace Company's letter. This time is different. I will definitely win this time. The comments section couldn't help but complain. You say that every time. According to my investigation, Li Mao, the founder of Universe Peace Technology, was indeed the project leader for the Jiangxing Gym project. I do not deny this, and I even agree with him more than others. He truly put in considerable effort on this project. All those who smear and slander Li Mao for not doing practical work can shut up. I can assure you that Li Mao has at least done some work. Hearing this, some people were somewhat surprised. They felt that Kuan Yi was indeed unique, always expressing views that differed from others, and doing so with such conviction. This is the venue for the World Youth Games. Who would dare not do real work here? More importantly, friends who have experienced such large projects know that it is only a 2-month project. Completing a project of this nature in 2 months is incredibly difficult. If Li Mao did nothing, I can't imagine how powerful Vanguard technology is to complete the entire project in just 1 month. So even if Li Mao had a mediocre progress during his tenure and did not meet expectations, you cannot claim that he did nothing. That is impossible. But why do I say Vanguard will definitely win? You must understand that Vanguard Group is a publicly traded company. If the statement they released is false, it raises suspicions of manipulating stock prices. This is a crime. These words were somewhat absolute, but the analysis was indeed reasonable and convincing. Even Zhang Xiaozhang in front of the screen was somewhat swayed. Kuan Yi's analysis truly held weight. He had been following Universe Peace Technology for some time, and had conversed pleasantly with their marketing director Huang Kangjing. Huang Kangjing's genuine respect for her boss could not be faked. Her extraordinary loyalty and support for Universe Peace Technology were evident. She was not acting based on her role as marketing director or out of flattery for her boss. Therefore, from a personal perspective, Zhang Xiaozhang believed in Universe Peace Technology. However, speaking rationally, this matter was indeed difficult to discuss. It was shrouded in uncertainty. Generally speaking, the probability of Vanguard Group openly manipulating stock prices is low. After all, this is not something that can be ambiguous. Once the competition ends, and if they cannot produce AR, it will be undeniably proven. Just as he was thinking this, his messaging app vibrated. It was a private message from Huang Kangjing of Universe Peace. Invitation to Universe Peace Technology Company press conference, a press conference invitation. He looked at the contents and saw nothing about what would be released. Zhang Xiaozhang had previously heard Huang Kangjing mention that Universe Peace Technology was working on brain-machine interfaces. However, from his personal understanding, most companies producing such devices were still stuck in the experimental stage and could not produce practical mass-produced products. Their profit points mainly relied on selling concepts and some technical patents. What does this press conference mean? Sister Huang, what's going on? He sent a private message back. What's wrong, brother Zhang? Zhang Xiaohang's exclamation drew the attention of the team members. He remained silent, instead reopening the 1-minute demonstration video. It was evident that the footage was shot in portrait mode on a mobile phone, yet it was remarkably clear. A young and beautiful girl appeared on the screen wearing a black t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of Universal Peace Technology and large wireless headphones on her head. She held a sleek black device, briefly showcasing it before pressing a switch on it. As a prism-like beam of light ascended, a dolphin mascot materialized from the light. It was consistent with the dolphin image previously showcased at the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center, albeit significantly reduced in size. Compared to the grand AR performance at the Sports Center, the differences were apparent, especially in the details. But this was the effect presented by a small device no larger than a palm. Truly naked eye 3D, avoid projection. Is this something humanity can produce at this stage? Before Zhang Xiaozhang could react, the girl tapped the projected dolphin, which then jumped back into the beam. There was also interactivity. The girl then tapped the device twice. An image from a classic martial arts film appeared. Everyone in the scene seemed to possess a physical presence, as if the scene had been genuinely projected into the real world. The girl herself appeared oddly out of place in this martial arts world. Yet she was clearly enveloped in the projected light, and the vividness of the AR from the Sports Center was still unmatched. Come out quickly. A voice from outside the video rang out. The girl exclaimed ah, placed the device on a table, and then ran out of the projected world. The video ended after showing about 10 seconds of the film. Is this real, eh? Team members behind Zhang Xiaozhang exclaimed in astonishment. Naked eye 3D. Virtual projection. They gathered around to repeatedly watch the 1-minute video. This isn't special effects. Which company created this? Has the technology outside developed to this extent? I can only imagine how exhilarating it would be to use this for gaming. It's like being there. Why not use this device for watching films instead of gaming? Get lost, Huang. The group began to discuss animatedly, then turned to Zhang Xiaozhang. Brother Zhang, say something. Yeah, where did this come from? Zhang Xiaozhang took a deep breath, finally regaining composure from the shock. Universal Peace Technology, sent by Sister Huang. For a moment the crowd fell silent. The current AI technology or special effects technology still seemed far from achieving such realism. The key was the invitation to the press conference sent by Huang Kanjing. Was this the unveiling of this product? At that moment Zhang Xiaohang's heart was filled with boundless hope. Since he began creating popular science content, he hadn't felt such anticipation in a long time. Because in 99 of cases, explosive breakthroughs in applied technology are nearly impossible. Many revolutionary technologies he often heard about were usually still in the laboratory or even paper stage. By the time they were ready for commercial use, they had already become old news. Thus, he hadn't experienced the extreme shock brought by such technologies for many years. Even the AR technology from the Sports Center hadn't left him feeling this astonished. Because that was more based on engineering achievements lacking the potential to change the world on a large scale. It was like a well-constructed skyscraper. No matter how well it was built, it was still just a building. But this product was different. The shock it brought to Zhang Xiaozhang was akin to the neon fishermen who had fished for 1,000 years in their small wooden boats, seeing a colossal black steel ship entering the harbor for the first time. Sister Huang, is this for real, eh? He sent a voice message. Huang Kanjing replied, is presently impressive. Then she added another line. Is it enough to be called cutting-edge technology? Zhang Xiaozhang recalled how Huang Kanjing had always bragged about how amazing Li Mao was, but he had never taken it seriously. Now he had to admit that there weren't that many fools, especially when one reached the position of Sister Huang. When someone supports something so unwaveringly, even if it sounds unreliable, you have to consider the possibility. Incredible enough to beat 10. He asked again, can this video be shared? Share it freely. Zhang Xiaozhang then pulled up all the information collected by the team regarding Li Mao, re-examining the entire event, analyzing everything based on the premise that it was all real. At 22, he graduated after a serious illness. At 23, he impressed the higher-ups of Jinhan with his personal strength and was appointed as the technical vice president. Then he was urgently called to lead the Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. In just 1 month, which was deemed impossible by industry standards, he completed a series of project tasks for the Sports Center, including AR. During this time, Vanguard Technology reaped the benefits and, under the pretense of ignorance, arrogantly fired him. However, after his dismissal, no one could make any changes to the technology he left behind. Even simply deleting it was impossible to do without affecting the project timeline. Capital doesn't understand technology, and those who understand technology certainly wouldn't dare to explain it so clearly to Capital. He analyzed this and gazed at the only circulated photo of Li Mao, that somewhat blurry cool figure. He stood before the glass wall of a building overlooking the skyline of Jiangxing, with a black and white chessboard placed on the coffee table beside him. Zhang Xiaozhang gradually understood everything. The AR incident at the Sports Center might be this astonishing genius premeditated attack and revenge against Vanguard Technology. On the surface, Vanguard Technology appeared to be thriving, but in reality, it was akin to being doused in oil on a raging fire. This genius stood in a realm they could not reach, coldly making his moves. Until the critical moment when he unleashed a fatal blow. They were already beyond escape. After piecing everything together, Zhang Xiaozhang felt cold sweat trickling down his back, accompanied by an indescribable exhilaration. 2 hours later, he made a decision that went against his ancestors for the first time in his life, standing in a camp before the dust had settled. He directly highlighted this video and posted it. It also included some of his speculations about Li Mao. However, he did not mention his suspicion that Li Mao had intentionally plotted against Vanguard technology. Instead, he portrayed him as a genius persecuted by capital who then launched a stunning counterattack. Everyone loves a story about being fired from a major artery. If he added the angle of being looked down upon by his former employer and now returning as a Dragon King, it would be even more popular. Master Quan, I bet 10 years of my life that universal peace technology is destined to become a global giant. What I want to bet on is not just life, but an era. Just this title instantly ignited discussions. Master Quan, if you don't respond, you're a coward. How much did Zhang Xiaozhang receive from universal peace technology? With a title this thrilling, let me see how explosive the video is. On the other side, Master Quan continued to sit in the air-conditioned room, watching videos. When he heard team members report that Zhang Xiaozhang was opposing him, he was somewhat indifferent. This was normal, he was used to it. But when he saw Zhang Xiaozhang's clear-cut and intense stance against him, he was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? The entire video lasts less than 15 minutes. It adopts the classic approach of grabbing attention right from the start, presenting the most explosive content immediately. This refers to the 1-minute demonstration video released by Huang Kanjing. This left Guanya utterly dumbfounded. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaozhang sharing it, he would have thought it was a gimmicky AI video made by some third-rate content creator. Is this real? He pressed the pause button and asked the equally astonished team members. It took a while for some. It seems a bit outrageous. Guanya didn't rush to continue watching, but instead replayed that segment of the video twice. Next, he watched the later part of the video where Zhang Xiaozhang provided a comprehensive analysis of the event and expressed admiration for Li Mao, the founder of Huan Yuping He technology. Mass layoffs to critical arteries. The genius revenge. The return of the Dragon King of the tech world. This round of explosive content stirred even this seasoned veteran's blood, especially with the use of AI technology, generating a video from the silhouette photo of Mr. Li from Huan Yuping He technology, accompanied by a tense background music. Damn. This made him almost want to surrender on the spot. What do you think? He asked his team members. Not sure, someone below mumbled, already a bit dazed from watching. What kind of divine technology and genius is this? What a perfect script. Compared to the highly professional Zhang Xiaozhang's team, their team had a knack for marketing, but they were far behind in technical understanding. Can't tell, really can't tell? Is the video real or fake? Guanya and the team analyzed it and ultimately reached a conclusion. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. There was no need to know. Sticking to one's opinion was best. That way there would be topics to discuss. Even if they ended up losing in the end, it didn't matter. Because Guanya had never criticized Li Mao and Huan Yuping He technology too harshly at the beginning, he even spoke up for Li Mao. It was just that he ultimately sided with pioneer technology. He just didn't believe there could be a genius who could single-handedly resist capital. What was wrong with that? This matter was inherently outrageous. Who the hell can believe this? Guanya watched Zhang Xiaozhang's video again and couldn't help but say. Moreover, even at this moment, facing such a sci-fi-like virtual projection technology, he still felt he might not necessarily lose. It's just a video, who can say for sure? Just then a team member spoke up. Guanya, we've received the invitation to the Huan Yuping He technology press conference. At the same time, another team member who had been keeping an eye on online information said, Huan Yuping He technology's official account also released a notice inviting a wide range of media to their press conference. Guanya said upon hearing this, isn't this just what I want? Let's record a video right now. Oh, I will stick to my stance. Soon he released a new video in response to this bet. In the video, he firmly expressed his continued support for pioneer technology and stated that he wouldn't easily change his position. One side claims to have fired employees who were unable to perform their duties, while the other claims a genius was laid off, affecting the critical arteries. To be honest, brothers, I still prefer to believe in pioneer technology. Although I, Lao Quan, don't understand much about technology, any rational person knows that such sci-fi things could never appear in this era. If it really happened, it could only mean that the national fortune has arrived and SSR has emerged again. He even showcased the invitation from Huan Yuping He technology. I will be at the press conference, and I will wait for pioneer technology to replicate the AR of the stadium and see who is Li Kuei and who is Li Gui. Let us wait and see. Shocking. Virtual holographic projection technology emerges. Is it a genius with extraordinary skills or a laid-off connection? The truth is elusive. Two major internet celebrities are facing off. Oh, which side will you stand on? Expert, if the video is real, I will wash my hair upside down. Multi-angle analysis of why the holographic projection video is a fake. In an instant, the related heat on the entire internet surged to a peak. Pioneer Technology Group, however, remained silent until Chairman Huang Bai was cornered downstairs, at which point he reluctantly replied with a statement. This has nothing to do with us. We hope the media will focus on more meaningful matters. Mr. Huang, do you consider Huan Yuping He Technology's holographic projection technology unimportant? Huang Bai, upon hearing this, remained expressionless and did not answer as he left directly. A reporter followed up with a question. Mr. Huang, does Pioneer Technology really have AR technology? Or is it as Huan Yuping He Technology said? Huang Bai had already gotten into the car and left. Inside the car, compared to the noisy outside world, it was extremely quiet, but Huang Bai's inner anxiety and anger were hard to calm down. So many storms had passed, but this time was different. This feeling was truly indescribable. The secretary sitting in the front passenger seat, who was also his nephew Wu Qixing, said, Uncle, don't take their words seriously. The folks over at Huan Yu are just clowns like grasshoppers after autumn. Shut up. Huang Bai sternly reprimanded, which made Wu Qixing's expression stiffen. For a moment the entire car fell silent, and the driver swallowed hard, treating it as if he weren't in the car. Huang Bai usually did not show his emotions, but this time he truly couldn't control his feelings. Do you think Li Mao is so easy to deal with? Wu Qixing was really unconvinced, and while enduring Huang Bai's wrath said, At worst, let my dad. Huang Bai interrupted him, scolding sternly. What do you understand? Then suppressing his anger, he spoke to the driver. Stop the car, you get out first. The driver hurriedly found a place to stop the car on the roadside, and quickly got out and moved away. After only the two of them remained in the car, Huang Bai said to Wu Qixing, You listen carefully to every word I say next. Wu Qixing turned around and saw his uncle's serious demeanor, and he calmed down and nodded earnestly. You wander around every day, and I haven't told you much about company affairs. Qixing, this time is different. For these days I've thought of many methods, and even considered using your dad's influence. But in the end I still gave up. Wu Qixing's expression changed completely. He found it hard to believe that Huan Yuping He Technology had such a powerful backing. Seeing that he was contemplating, Huang Bai sighed. It's not what you think. This person doesn't have any special power. Let me tell you the truth. Everything he said is true. His AR is real, and the virtual holographic projection he demonstrated is most likely real too. Our technical strength at Pioneer Technology is like a child facing a giant in front of him. You've grown up abroad and seen the world. You know Qixing, if his technology is completely real, what does that mean? Aren't there countless commercial empires that collapsed overnight? Is Pioneer Group the only one missing? Wu Qixing was stunned into silence. Until his uncle said these words, he truly believed that everything about Huan Yuping He Technology was fake. He even thought that AR technology was solely their own. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Huang Bai tightly restricted the information to a considerable extent. Only a very few high-level personnel and relevant technical departments truly knew everything. The vast majority of people were kept in the dark, genuinely believing that Pioneer Technology possessed AR technology. Huang Bai was not someone who understood nothing about technology. On the contrary, he had studied the AR left by Li Mao in detail, and was clearer than anyone about what kind of opponent Pioneer Technology was facing. After trying to use connections to get Lu Jiaxing to negotiate, and failing, he understood. This seemingly enormous Pioneer Technology would eventually collapse completely under this person's siege. When one fails to sever ties, they will be thrown into chaos. Therefore, when he made that statement, he never intended to prove anything 18 days later. Instead, he sought to buy precious time to make a desperate attempt for survival. He had never told anyone about this matter. Today, when his nephew even mentioned using family power, he had no choice but to reveal it. Wu Qixing's mind conjured images of AR and virtual projection technology. If these two things are real, then Li Ming is truly the Iron Man of reality. Imagine facing an Iron Man that has stepped out of a movie. How utterly despairing that would be. Though power and capital are formidable when confronted with a genius of this caliber in a country of relative peace, in order they seem somewhat lacking. He could change the world with just one of his inventions. What could you possibly use to fight against him? Even if you temporarily gain the upper hand, true gold does not fear the test of fire. It will eventually lead to your downfall. Unless one could collaborate with those abroad. But thinking it through, even abroad, there are plenty of higher-ups who support such. He felt somewhat helpless and began to understand his uncle's mindset. Though everything has not yet begun, it already feels like it has ended. There is truly no need to engage in this battle. It might be better to make a decisive choice and cut off the tail to survive. This way the losses can be minimized. Has it really come to this? He felt a sense of reluctance, but upon reflection his uncle was right. There was indeed no need to fight. I thought I could at least buy about a month, but it seems that will be difficult now. Huang Bai's voice carried a hint of fatigue. He is holding a press conference tomorrow. Do you think he is just joking with us? The horn of the general assault has already sounded. At that moment Wu Qixing felt a chill run through him. The two exchanged silent glances. Compared to the silence of pioneer technology, the press conference proceeded as scheduled. The Tianmao building's ground and underground parking lots were packed with cars. The spacious conference room on the 42nd floor of Huan Yupi's technology was already fully set up. Hundreds of journalists from various media outlets settled according to their assigned seats, while the flash of lights continued to flicker. Quan Yi and Zhang Xiaozhang had already arrived, and at this moment they appeared far from the online hostility they had displayed. Instead, they shook hands amicably and discussed today's press conference in a friendly manner. Members of both teams were live streaming and viewers found it amusing. Are you two playing undercover here? What we want to see is a fight. What are you doing here? It seems that everyone has two faces online and offline. As the time for the press conference approached, everyone took their respective seats. Unlike typical press conferences, there were no large screens set up here. Then someone spotted staff members taking the stage, placing a dozen virtual projection devices that had been demonstrated earlier on the table at the back. At once everyone began to whisper, "What's this for? Surely we won't need this many for a live demonstration. That 1-minute video can't possibly showcase everything, but it's normal to have some new activities." Countless cameras focused on the stage. At that moment a figure walked up slowly. Dressed in a black suit, his posture was upright, exuding an incredibly clean aura that inexplicably drew at. As the camera zoomed in, his handsome face glowed under the lights. He looked up, seemingly able to see through the camera, locking eyes with countless viewers in live streams. A powerful mental force formed an invisible aura that even through the screen made one feel the distinction. Activate the holographic virtual projection. His exceptionally clear voice resonated through the sound equipment, deep yet penetrating, causing everyone to shiver as if they had just taken a big bite of ice cream on a hot summer day. At that moment, both the venue and online viewers seemed to fall silent. The next moment, a dozen devices positioned behind him projected beams of prismatic light simultaneously. Finally, they converged into an enlarged, three-dimensional device that slowly rotated 360 degrees for display. It projected the name of the device in three-dimensional bold letters. Chang'ing Generation. The venue erupted in a wave of astonishment, and the live stream was ablaze with excitement. No preparation at all, he just went all out. Those with confidence are fierce. It's a king bomb from the start. So this is how it can be used. Multiple devices linked together. This already surpasses many movie holographic projection visuals, doesn't it? At this moment, the rumors that Huan Yupi's Technologies video was fabricated by AI were thoroughly shattered. No matter how the following press conference goes, at least they proved that the technology demonstrated in that 1-minute video was real. Li Ming gazed at the crowd below and the countless flashing cameras. His heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Some people dislike standing in the spotlight, but he felt that the experience of being the center of attention was not too bad. Welcome everyone to participate or watch the press conference via video. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Ming, the founder of Huan Yupi's Technology. His voice was measured, lacking the coldness of his first words upon entering, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face. Li Zong's presence is not that of an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaozhang couldn't help but comment. The live chat exploded with comments. "Oh my, he's so handsome. This looks incredible. His voice is so pleasant. This is the true embodiment of a domineering CEO." Voice enthusiasts are already swooning. "Li Zong, please take responsibility. To the one above, I checked your information. You're male and cannot get pregnant." At this moment, that Huaxing group, Sang Ji, who was quietly hiding in the restroom with Guanmi watching the live stream, revealed a faint smile at the sight of Li Ming on screen. After all, they were in a romantic relationship, so while she didn't care too much, she at least had a general idea of Li Ming's current career situation. Just as Guanmi was about to gasp in surprise, she remembered they were in the restroom and held it back, whispering, "Oh my, your man is just too handsome." Sang Ji's lips curled slightly. "He's alright, but how should I put it? He's just a tad off. You know what I mean." Guanmi expressed that she truly did not understand, but Sang Ji began to explain on her own. "It's just that he lacks a bit of that aloofness that sets one apart from the masses. If it were me, my tone would definitely be colder. But that's alright, tonight I can teach him. After all, we are in a relationship, but it's hard to do anything about it." Li Ming waved his hand on stage, and the device behind him transformed into a swirling black dragon, stirring clouds and mist soaring into space. This scene was too surreal, drawing gasps from the crowd. "The dragon shares the shadows, the wild goose forgets its return," Li Ming slowly began. The name of an ancient famous sword here matched the scene perfectly. This was the origin of the name, Chang'ing. As his words fell, the dragon seemed to be struck by a shadow of a sword scattering into countless starry points. Li Ming slowly raised a hand, as if a sword light flickered in his palm like a true immortal wielding a divine sword. It eventually transformed back into the original form of Chang'ing Generation in his hand. This press conference was destined to be incredibly lively, with even some attendees standing up for a better view. The live stream was, needless to say, skyrocketing in popularity at an unbelievable speed. "Holy crap. What is this, Dad? I want to learn. This is just too cool. Sword immortals truly exist. This is proof." The cyber sword immortal has appeared. It's pretty impressive. It seems I must take action now. Li Zong, watch closely. I will only use this move once. It will be very cool. Li Meng's smooth series of moves brought the atmosphere to a climax both on-site and online. After all, who doesn't have a fantasy of being a hero in a fairy tale? This demonstration directly informed the public about the superiority of virtual projection over ordinary screens. The Chungying generation, as you can see, possesses the ability of holographic projection, but its functions are not limited to this. The holographic image behind him displayed in real time what Li Meng showcased in his hand. The Chungying generation has been completely redesigned, bearing little resemblance to its original version. It features a black metallic body with curved edges displaying the logo of Huan Piece Technology and reduced product information on the back. It is slightly thicker than a mobile phone, but appears smaller, maintaining a standard 6-inch size. 7 cameras and laser projection lenses are arranged in a specific pattern. As Li Meng pressed the power button, a palm-sized floating light emerged, hovering a dozen centimeters above the device, dispersing to reveal an animated company logo. Next, several three-dimensional icons floated within the projected image. Among them, the most eye-catching was an icon resembling a brain labeled Brain Computing Power. This was the true focus of today's press conference. Or rather, the most crucial project of Huan Piece Technology is actually brain computing power, with the Chungying generation being an application product based on it. The Chungying generation is not merely a projection device. Before coming here, perhaps you have already learned about our company, so you should know that our real business is actually brain machine technology. Therefore, Chungying is actually the first generation of micro-brain machines. After Li Meng finished speaking, whispers began to circulate in the audience. Brain machine. Dude, what I understand as a brain machine is that device where you drill a hole in the skull and insert it. Li Zong, don't joke with us. I would believe it if you said this is a new generation of smartphones, but calling it a brain machine is a bit fantastical. Yeah, even if you made it a helmet, I wouldn't have anything to say. If this is true, it means that the invasive brain machine, which hasn't even left the laboratory, has directly evolved into an application-level mind control brain machine. Virtual holographic projection is science fiction, but a brain machine is fantasy. Got it? The registered name of this virtual device is brain machine. However, based on the shocking demonstration of the virtual projection just now, some people still mindlessly supported it. Li Zong, you created virtual projection, allowing me to have the chance to interact closely with my two-dimensional wife. So now you can call it a brain machine, and I would believe it if you said it was really a fairy sword. Li Meng was not surprised how anyone daring to say such a thing had already mentally prepared for public questioning. In fact, to help everyone accept it more smoothly, he had brought out the virtual projection technology in advance. At this point, he could even claim to be the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, and people would choose to forgive him. Just like how Newton, after achieving numerous accomplishments, eventually believed in theology, his status remained unchanged. Conversely, one can imagine the attitude of the audience and online viewers if he hadn't showcased the virtual projection technology. He calmly accepted everything and then addressed the audience, saying, "The advancement of science always feels fantastical, and that is normal. What if I told you that everything showcased just now was not a preset holographic video? What if it was real-time calculations made by me consuming brain computing power?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Meng held the device high. Wherever his gaze landed, everything was transformed into real-time images through brain computing power, projected completely by the Chungying generation. At that moment, the sounds from the audience and online fell silent. In the holographic projection, there were exaggerated expressions of shock from Quan Yi's mouth. Agape. Zhang Xiaozhang gasped in surprise with wide eyes. The crowd murmured among themselves. Everything on-site, or rather everything Li Meng saw, was vividly transmitted and transformed into real-time images through brain computing power, ultimately projected into the holographic display. Li Meng looked around, and the images followed suit. He closed his eyes, and the images disappeared. The entire venue was exceptionally quiet, as if even the sound of breathing had vanished, and then people heard him say, "Now you can breathe, and welcome the new era." The entire internet exploded. No one expected that there would be such a master. This second challenge came too fiercely and swiftly. So much so that some who had not yet digested the emergence of virtual projection technology were stunned by the subsequent brain machine. Countless people rushed to find out, and Huan Piece Technology's official account rapidly gained followers in a short time. How was this achieved? Why can a mind machine be created? Where did the vast computing power for implementation come from? Some even suspected Li Meng was an alien. Ultimately, at the press conference, Li Meng provided some basic explanations of principles. The human brain is the most complex and intricate organ in the world, with humanity having studied less than 10 of it. The remaining 90 is also referred to as the forbidden zone of God. A few years ago, someone conducted an experiment that simulated just one of human brain activity for 1 second, utilizing the computing power of the world's 4th largest supercomputer for 40 minutes. Brain computing power, therefore, is the little bit of insignificant computational power obtained from this forbidden zone. The human brain has more potential than you think. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Huan Yupi's technology has developed the brain machine based on this principle. If you want to refute this, you should first understand the secrets of the human brain. If you could fully understand it, it wouldn't be called the forbidden zone of God. Finally, he announced the price. The Chungying generation is priced at 4,999 yuan. This is equivalent to a standard office computer. The production cost of the Chungying generation has approached 4,500 yuan. However, if mass production occurs, it might be reduced to 3,500 yuan under extreme conditions. This profit margin has been carefully calculated to ensure it is neither too high nor too low. Although he has a monopoly business, selling for 88.88 would still be extremely popular. However, Li Meng's primary goal is to promote the brain machine, so the price cannot be set too high. It also cannot be too low. The company needs funds to maintain and expand its operations in the future. Imagine if today's Huan Yupi's technology were as vast as its name suggests, there would be no questioning voices. Yet at this moment, almost no one paid attention to the price. Because today's highlights were simply too numerous. When it came to the media QA session, almost everyone raised their hands eagerly. Li Meng deliberately pointed at Zhang Xiaozhang. After all, he had clearly taken a stand before the press conference. Zhang Xiaozhang's face turned red, appearing somewhat excited. A man in his 30s resembled a child facing a hero he admired. Family members who understands. I was pointed at by the living Iron Man. He did not ask any practical questions, only saying, Li Zong, could you give me an autograph? Li Meng did not agree. After opening this topic, there would be no need for further questions. Sorry, this is the question and answer session. Zhang Xiaozhang was not persistent. Li Zong, I want to ask when and through which channels the brain machine will be released. After today's press conference, it will be available on our company's official website. Although people now prefer to shop on various online platforms, who cares since their product is the only one in the market? Everyone had one question, and soon it was Quan Ye's turn. Li Zong, just call me Xiao Quan, he said somewhat obsequiously. Netizens found it amusing. What Xiao Quan? Call him Quanzi. You've narrowed your path. Go ahead and bow to Li Zong. Although Quan Yi lost a bet and forfeited 10 years of life, very few criticized him. Because no one could have imagined Li Meng could reach such heights. As he mentioned, the fortune of the nation had arrived. But Quan Yi asked a question that immediately silenced the audience. What do you think of pioneer technology? Li Meng did not answer immediately, but smiled slightly at the camera. What do you all think? The next moment, the entire live stream was flooded with two words. Liquidation. 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 Meanwhile, those watching the live stream were not just people from Pioneer Technology, but many were trembling. The air conditioning in Jiangxing Smart Sports Center was strong. The live event was in full swing. Wang Cici, sitting in a quiet office, looked at Li Meng's smile on the live broadcast and felt an instinctive premonition. She got goosebumps all over her body, feeling a sense of fear. For reasons she could not grasp, although the screen showed a live broadcast, Li Mao seemed to be addressing everyone with a question in return. The discussion focused on matters related to Xianfeng KG. Wang Cici, in a daze, felt as if he were asking her directly. Tell me, how shall I deal with you? The entire screen thrummed with the single word reckoning. A cold dread ran through her. Would he really settle that matter so decisively? Wang Cici clenched her fists. Her face had gone pale. The air conditioner hummed in the room. Cheers from the match drifted in from outside, and she vaguely heard mentions of Mr. Li in terms like brain computer. Though the air was cool, she felt drenched in sweat. In a corner of the arena, Sister Zhang was fanning herself with a small breeze, smiling as she set her phone down. Her WeChat kept buzzing as she could see the incoming messages. Sister Zhang, the Mr. Li you mentioned last time, is it this Mr. Li? They attached the press conference video. I think it's quite fitting my daughter could give it a try. Sister Zhang did not Now that everyone realized it was a treasure, it was already too late. People like you could not even snatch a warm morsel. At that moment, the mood across the internet swung dramatically. Under every official account of Xianfeng KG, a tidal wave of questioning began. The god has proven himself. Now it is your turn. Xianfeng KG, you fired Mr. Li. I no longer care about right or wrong. Now you must all die. So everything has been laid bare. The AR stadium was entirely Mr. Li's handiwork. Xianfeng KG, where did you get the gall to be so brazen? Claiming you feared affecting the event. Now it looks riddled with holes, merely a delay tactic. Xianfeng KG's public relations department had utterly collapsed. The AR stadium that had once basked in glory now appeared utterly discomfited. The ones most terrified were not ordinary employees, but the mid-level managers holding company stock. They whispered, anxiously asking whether it was true. The company's share price had already plunged, their paper fortunes evaporated by 10% in a matter of minutes. They knew the fall was capped at 10% by trading limits. The reality was far from over. Trading had been suspended and no operations were possible. How much further it might fall was anyone's guess. Moreover, Xianfeng KG was dual-listed. Worse still, holders of the Gangxing-listed shares saw their holdings tumble 68% in less than an hour. A dozen or so people hurried to Huang Bei's office, only to find it deserted. Calling him produced nothing more than the curt excuse, not feeling well. Only then did they discover that Huang Bai and several top executives had long ago begun selling shares by their holdings were nested through layers which made it far easier for them to flee. Damn it. Those beasts. Beasts. Some were so furious they cried, yet there was nothing they could do. Chen Yifan from the tech department had not escaped. He was cornered in his office, sweat beading on his brow. Didn't you swear on your own mother not long ago that AR was the company's technology? Seeing how things stood, Chen Yifan knew he could not run. He gave up and lashed out. My mother has been dead for a long time. God damn you. They'll beat you to death. A mob surged forward. Only when the public security officers arrived were they able to pull Chen Yifan out and rush him to the hospital. Zhang Ye fared little better. She had fled faster than Chen Yifan and had not gone back to the company. But as the primary leader responsible for dismissing Li Mao, she drew intense attention. Countless reporters' lenses poised converged on the gate of her villa, only to find a crowd of Xianfeng Group employees battering at the doors. The house was nearly being torn apart. Zhang Ye had to call the police. In the end, she left in disgrace, masked and escorted by a public security vehicle. The spectacle thrilled the reporters, a veritable traffic feast. Facing the god, how long can Xianfeng profile the Xianfeng KG executive who fired Li Mao, MAVP Zhang Ye. Head of tech department Chen Yifan, my mother has been dead for a long time. Fled in advance. They secured an 18-day insider window before everything collapsed. The Securities Regulatory Commission received numerous real name complaints, launched an investigation, and summoned the responsible parties. The upheaval arrived so swiftly that there was no time to prepare. Even Huang Bai could not completely escape. In the end, his flight abroad was cancelled. The headquarters intervened and summoned him for questioning. Reporters captured images of him being supported by two people as he was escorted inside. While Xianfeng KG's stock lay in tatters, the broader technology sector index surged wildly. At the same time, Huan Yuheping KG was swamped with work. Because no suitable candidate had been found, PR duties were temporarily handled by Huang Kanjing from marketing and Song Qi from administration. At Tianmao Tower, reporters lay in wait around the clock, seizing anyone from the company at any moment for an interview, even the cleaners. Even the owner of the hot pot restaurant downstairs told anyone who would listen that Mr. Li was fine in every way except a bit stingy. A pretty girl came every day shamelessly asking him for discounts. He said there was no need for such fuss. Next time he'd give it for free. On the official site, the initial batch of 100,000 Qingyi Dai units was declared sold out in less than a second. The monkey show is over. People came and Giddy left disappointed. Who exactly managed to buy one? Cut him some slack, Mr. Li hasn't had it easy. 100,000 units is already good. At 4999, what more could one ask for? Did you upstairs manage to grab one? Will you sell? They'll pay extra. Not selling. Before reaching tens of millions in production scale, the cost of each Qingyi Dai was at least 400 yuan. 100,000 units at cost would be 400 million yuan. Add logistics and basic operating expenses, and the outlay was considerable. Li Mao converted 50 million from the Xinhao Mall and poured in all his other cash to cover the deposit for that. Selling electronics is not simply a matter of tallying costs. There are after-sales responsibilities and many other issues. He remained untroubled. The sale of 100,000 units instantly added several hundred million to the company's account. At worst, he could mortgage the Panadin Grand Hotel. Alternatively, opening pre-sales could attract a large influx. System notice: hidden achievement completed, grand opening. Received random bonus 2 free attribute points. System notice: Wang Zhangwo's favorability reached 47 points. Received stage reward: Xinhao wallet. System notice: career influence factor increased to 30. Career factor surpassed 10, unlocking a special career reward. 1 career factor yields 1 Xinhao point per month. System notice: gained 30 Xinhao points this month. Current Xinhao points to 840. After the press conference, Li Mao returned to his private studio. He refused all visitors and even blocked the gaze of the thinker. He received a string of system notifications. The career factor, long stuck in single digits, had finally moved. He had secured a steady long-term source of Xinhao points. Not much now, but promising for the future. Each of the talents under him could contribute a fixed number of Xinhao points each month. Li Su provided 30 points per month, Wang Zhangwo 30 points, Song Qi 40 points. Together that totaled 100 points a month, a slow trickle that amounted to more than 1,000 a year. His language training had just concluded a few days earlier. Li Mao thought he might try learning something new to see if it would trigger a Xinhao task. He had no idea how Wang Zhangwo's favorability had suddenly surged after the press conference. He flicked his wrist and claimed the reward. Xinhao wallet. It was an unassuming black leather wallet that when opened was empty. Li Mao read the system description and paused as he examined the wallet. Xinhao wallet capable of holding large quantities of any circulating currency. Li Meng looked at the wallet in his hand trembling slightly. Even after experiencing the honor of becoming famous in the secular world, successfully securing a future vast enterprise, or perhaps about to achieve complete financial freedom, he had hardly used his mental interference to calm his emotions. But at this moment his mental interference was constantly triggered, briefly calming his mood before being shattered by the renewed excitement. Only one phrase remained in his mind. It's time for dinner, brothers. The system always gave him a sudden surprise when he least expected it. Once again he successfully reaped extraordinary benefits. For an ordinary wealthy individual, this was merely a wallet capable of holding a lot of money. It might be used on some occasion as a prop to show off by taking out a large sum of cash. But for him, this was a limited space equipment. Even if it was just a space equipment that could hold money, it was still space equipment. Moreover, it seemed to have a lot of operational space. From another perspective, this wallet could store a large amount of paper and metal. However, Li Meng needed to investigate how much exactly this large amount entailed. Thinker. He reopened the permissions for the thinker. So you just turned off my permissions. I heard online that this is harmful to your health. Actually, if you have a girlfriend, there's no need for you to. Before he could finish, Li Meng turned off the thinker's permissions again. The database was indeed quite messy. Was it because Chun Xingyi talked too much with the thinker? The next day, Jiangxing Smart Sports Center. The World Youth Games were still ongoing. Since the press conference of Huan Yupi's technology ended, the audience, which had been somewhat subdued lately, increased once more. A large portion of them were various self-media outlets trying to gain attention. Outside the main hall of the sports center it felt much quieter, with only the incessant chirping of cicadas. Director, who sweating profusely under the scorching sun, waited to welcome them. Behind him, besides Wang Sisi and two others, there were also 7 or 8 officially employed staff, who joined after the venue's construction was completed. As a few official vehicles drove into the designated parking area, a crowd dressed in administrative jackets and white shirts stepped down. At the forefront was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a serious expression, at least in his 40s. His hair was sparse, and he wore a pair of silver-framed glasses exuding an aura of authority without anger. Director, who quickly rushed to greet him. Director Wang, you have arrived. Wang Deming did not respond, only giving him a stern glance before striding towards the office area of the sports center. He had been here not long ago, but his mood this time was completely different from the last. The higher-ups were taking this issue very seriously. Although the sports center was better constructed than originally anticipated, it was still embroiled in unfavorable public sentiment. The most critical point was that the highly anticipated AR system touted by the official media was gone. He was sent here specifically to handle this matter with only one requirement from above. He must restore the technological performance of Jiangxing Smart Sports Center during the opening ceremony as soon as possible and maintain long-term operation to make it a key highlight. This was indeed a hot potato. To put it bluntly, only Huan Yupi's technology could handle this task. Wang Deming pondered for a moment, but they had no money. Xianfeng Technology was now on the decline, their tower about to fall. But the problem was that they had collected all the money for this project. Even if he wanted them to cough it up, it would take a long time to get money from Xianfeng Technology. Where would he find the money to pay out? Without money, the project couldn't continue. Could he expect Huan Yupi's technology to work for free? Moreover, not to mention Xianfeng Technology being broke, even if they refunded, would that be enough for the subsequent maintenance and operation of this AR? The sports center project was originally a money-losing endeavor. Xianfeng Technology was willing to do it only for other benefits. Huan Yu didn't gain any benefits. Expecting them to replace Xianfeng Technology to take on this money-losing project was simply impossible. He thought about it all night, feeling anxious, and decided to come to the sports center site to take a look. Seeing Director, who made him feel frustrated, what was the use of him being here for 24 hours without uncovering any useful information? Not to mention who was actually doing the work. His previous report painted Jin Han as useless, while Xianfeng Technology had become the savior. So Director, who must have some connections with Xianfeng Technology. With this thought, Wang Deming stopped in his tracks. To be fair, he did have some dealings with Xianfeng Technology. But you, Director, who are different. It's my business to decide whether to heed your report, but if you don't even report at all, Director, who followed behind, feeling the coldness emanating from his leader, growing stronger, secretly feeling bitter. He really couldn't be blamed for this. Although he didn't understand technology, he wasn't blind. By comparing how much work Xianfeng Technology had done on-site with what they had accomplished before with Jin Han, the difference was clear. But it wasn't that he had accepted money. Because he knew that Wang Deming had a good relationship with Xianfeng Technology, this was entirely done to cater to the higher-ups, who knew such an incident would occur. Wang Deming suppressed his anger, feeling that he still needed to keep calm. The matters of the sports center were the most important. Director Hu's position was crucial at this moment. At this moment his gaze shifted to the distance, and he frowned, feeling that he had nowhere to vent his anger. He wanted to set an example. Who was that person? Director, who wiped the sweat from his brow and looked over only to see Sister Zhang sitting on a lounge chair near the air conditioning, enjoying the breeze, chatting and laughing on her phone. She is Zhang Lan, an experienced senior. What do you mean by experienced or new? Does the department look at qualifications when serving the public now? Wang Deming immediately took offense. During work hours, sitting there playing on the phone and answering calls, there's no issue. A disciplinary notice, let her be suspended and go home for reflection. Do it now. Director, who having learned a lesson this time, said to Wang Deming. Leader Zhang Lan. has known General Li from Huanyu before. Wang Deming's expression turned grim. He knew that General Li had worked at the sports center before, but this was all old news. If he really had a good relationship with Zhang Lan, would she still be here? Over the years he had seen plenty of people who pulled rank. These old veterans loved this kind of game. I said, now? Do you not understand? He said emphatically, seeing his leader so furious. Director, who could only wipe the sweat and respond. But he turned to the silent Wang Sisi and said, Wang Sisi, go notify Zhang Lan. Wang Sisi was a bit taken aback. This leader was far too reckless. Although she had similar thoughts to Wang Deming, she always adhered to the saying, what if? Why are you still standing there? Seeing her frozen, director who scolded. Yes. Wang Sisi could only harden her resolve and go. Chen Xiang and Shui Mingyuan chuckled quietly. You are thinking of Sister Zhang, who she is quite happy. Since you personally called, I cannot refuse your face, so let's do it this way. From now on I cannot call you Little Li. Just as Sister Zhang hung up the phone with a smile, she saw the group pause and look at her, and soon Wang Sisi. She pondered for a moment and understood the gist of the situation. The leader was trying to establish authority. Wang Sisi had already approached. Sister Zhang, the leader asked me to notify you to be suspended and go home. Sister Zhang glanced at her lying there, not moving at all, her gaze carrying an examining coldness. This Wang Sisi had done a great job earlier. General Li was indeed thinking of her. Then please go back and inform the leader. Just say I, Zhang Lan, the Director of Public Relations at Huanyu Peace Technology, am sitting here waiting for him to come and share a cup of tea. Li Mao called Sister Zhang to invite her to take on the role of the company's public relations director. Additionally, Brother Shuang would also make a call. Especially regarding Sister Zhang, she is quite anxious at the moment. The company's public relations are currently being handled by the marketing and administrative departments. Moreover, the officials have expressed a willingness to engage, and they had already made a call in advance. To be honest, Li Mao is not familiar with this aspect. Only Huang Kanjing in the entire company has some experience. However, the highest level she has dealt with before was just a minor official, which is not useful in this context. Sister Zhang is different. She is an old hand in the field. Li Mao believes she will definitely be competent. He even deliberately mentioned the matter at the gym to Sister Zhang. In truth, he himself wants to leave the gym, or rather he never intended to stay for too long. But just when he wanted to leave, he encountered someone who was unreasonable and insisted on opposing him. After receiving that letter, he himself did not care about the reputation back in his hometown. However, words can be formidable, especially since his parents still live there. He decisively mentioned his new job at Jinheng and sent considerable money to his parents to help them repay their debts. The purpose was to counteract the impact of that letter. If he didn't clarify this back, then how would his parents go out? Those who insult others will always be insulted in return. If someone insults one's parents, the return will be tenfold. Now a gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. The opportunity has come. Sister Zhang surely knows what to do. Huh. The hearty laughter came from Wang Deming, who was sitting across the table with a friendly demeanor, holding half a cup of tea. This is just a case of floodwaters washing away the Dragon King Temple. He did not doubt whether Zhang Lan was deceiving him, and without a moment's hesitation, he came over. It doesn't matter if it's fake, what if it's real? Hu Sheng and the others standing not far away felt their faces twitch. No wonder he could be a leader. Arrogant at first, then humble, it was amusing to think about. But no one dared to laugh except for Sister Zhang. She smiled lightly, a smile full of meaning, and looked at Wang Deming as she replied. Director Wang, you are too polite. To be honest, my relationship has not been adjusted yet. I am still one of the people. Yes, we are all part of the same team. Isn't this just a matter of procedure? Wang Deming echoed her words. They'll give the order, and I guarantee it will be handled perfectly. Coincidentally, I was planning to visit your esteemed company. It's just that President Li has been busy. Now it's good, Director Zhang, you cannot refuse me. Although he is a director with a decent rank, it is slightly low for someone like Li Mao. The people who need to liaise with Li Mao now are of a much higher status. Those planning to collaborate with him have several rumors that he has heard, none of which he is qualified to touch. Director Wang, it's not that President Li wants to refuse you. Zhang Jie took a sip of tea. Rather, someone wants to refuse President Li. You should dismantle the threshold before discussing anything else. Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi's expression immediately darkened, and Chen Xiang and Shui Mingyuan did not look much better. Director Wang was slightly taken aback, then looked thoughtfully at the somewhat confused Hu Sheng. He knew that Sister Zhang would not make baseless statements or say things without context. Zhang Jie did not say anything more. She simply stood up politely and left under Director Wang's smiling gaze. But as soon as she left, Wang Deming's expression darkened. What on earth is going on? What threshold is being dismantled? What refusal? This was clearly telling him that something unpleasant had happened with Li Mao at the gym. Seeing this, Shui Mingyuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward to say, Leader, it was Wang Sisi. She sent a termination notice letter to President Li's hometown. Saying it was dead or not saying it was also dead, it was better to say it directly. In an instant, everyone present felt as if struck by lightning. Was it that ruthless? What kind of grudge was this? What? The most agitated was the curator Hu Sheng, who looked shocked at Wang Sisi and Shui Mingyuan. How come I didn't know about this? At this point Wang Cici could no longer maintain her composure. It wasn't me. It was done by him and Qin Xiang. Their signatures are still on the file. Signatures? What the hell? What does it matter about signatures? Does it matter whether there's a signature or not? Wang Deming felt his vision darken, trembling as he pointed at the three of them, his lips quivering as he said, "This is utter nonsense. It's simply outrageous. If this matter gets out, it will be a disaster. Xianfeng Technology sent a termination notice to Li Mao, and it has now been washed away. Who do they think they are? If this gets exposed, quickly call President Li's hometown. I'll go personally." Wang Deming thought of this and felt a chill down his spine. He immediately used his strongest connections to contact the local officials to clarify the matter internally. He also issued a ban that no one should disclose anything externally. As for what is already leaked, there's nothing that can be done. It's impossible to go door to door reminding them not to speak. Isn't that just closing the barn door after the horse has bolted? Moreover, reporters must already be on their way to his hometown. In other words, this matter is bound to be exposed as time passes. There are signatures. I have evidence. It wasn't me, really wasn't me. Wang Cici was still arguing with Hu Sheng, and the two of them were tearing into Qin Xiang and Xue Minyuan. They were even at the point of wanting to come to blows. Wang Deming's eyes turned red, already shouting curses without regard for his image. Beasts. As someone within the system, he could hardly imagine how he would repay someone if he encountered such a thing after achieving. Even for him who had gone through numerous struggles after victory, the best he could do was send the person to a reservoir. This was already a major taboo. Send a letter to the registered residents of these three people. Severe violations. Major mistakes. Announce their termination. Send it 3 times. Thus, he didn't even give them a chance to keep their jobs at the reservoir. He even slammed the table and shouted sternly, "Also report this to the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately. Public servants violating regulations and overstepping their authority to seek personal gain, wantonly retaliating." Now even Hu Sheng's face turned pale, because he knew he was being abandoned because of this matter. "No, I'm innocent." Wang Cici cried out, tears unable to be held back from her eyes. It felt like a good dream had shattered due to a minor mistake born from arrogance. She had left a trace of her work and had enough evidence to prove her innocence. The signature was not hers. But reality was completely different from her imagination. Li Mao sat in front of the coffee table by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 44th floor. At this moment he found it somewhat amusing. Not the kind of amusing that brings joy, but rather a mockery of human nature. Indeed, people only feel pain when the knife falls upon themselves. Be careful. At that moment, a large piano was being lifted up by workers from the elevator. At the same time, Chun Qingyi's voice was heard. "President Li, I want to report. Someone embezzled public funds to buy a piano. If I'm not mistaken, the person you're referring to should be me. Last time you made me cover the cost of the chess set, saying that technology companies don't need chess." Chun Qingyi said in disbelief. "What do you have to say this time? Doesn't it make sense for our technology company to buy a piano?" Li Mao took a sip of tea and smiled as he asked Huang Kanjing, who had come over to watch the excitement. "President Huang, what do you think about this matter?" Huang Kanjing had heard about this and nodded in response. "President Li, I think this idea is great. While waiting for the interview, if the interviewers are bored, can't they play the piano? Moreover, regarding brain machine companies researching brain machine learning to play the piano is quite reasonable." Chun Qingyi felt that the sky was falling. "Is there still any law?" She pointed at the two of them, trembling as she said, "You are protecting each other. Don't think I don't know that you and the boss downstairs insisted on a discount, pushing the stingy blame onto me." Li Mao glanced at her. Chun Qingyi fell silent, not saying anything further. Li Mao stood up. He wanted to see if the instrument could trigger a system task. The piano was placed in the spacious area near the floor-to-ceiling window. The tuner was adjusting the piano's pitch, producing crisp or deep notes at intervals. Li Mao stared at the black and white keys, reminiscing about his childhood dream of playing the piano. He once lived in a worker's dormitory and sneaked into the neighboring compound, where he saw a leader's daughter practicing a piece through a floor-to-ceiling window. He couldn't understand what made the music good or bad. He just felt that her beautiful, clean clothes and the way she played at that window were a bit different from his own. He thought it was because of her attire. After returning home, he asked his mother to buy him a white dress. Later, under his mother's complicated gaze, he received a beating from his father. Recalling this past, Li Mao couldn't help but smile. Though he no longer had the white dress, he should have no problem with the piano. Yet being different still meant being different. The piano was tuned. "Sir, there's something off about this tuner," the voice of the thinker echoed in his earphones. Li Mao did not respond. He had noticed the tuner as soon as he entered the elevator. The 3 different angle pinhole cameras on him seemed like 3 high-wattage bulbs in his perception. Moreover, the faint malice emanating from the tuner was too obvious at such close range. Who were these people to have reached this point? Such swift actions, such professional equipment, and personnel were somewhat unusual. Furthermore, the fact that they knew about his spontaneous idea to buy a piano so accurately was alarming. Although he hadn't hidden intentionally, it was evident they had been watching him in the shadows. Li Mao sat down in front. Through mental interference, he had learned most of the piano knowledge he could find and had recorded a vast number of pianos. Though he had never touched a piano, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the most knowledgeable person about pianos on earth. The images of renowned pianists merged in his mind, ultimately transforming into his own figure. Chun Xingyi looked eagerly, waiting for him to embarrass himself. She wasn't quite sure Li Mao would falter in public, but what if he did? Even if he had learned a plethora of theoretical knowledge through brain augmentation, the essence of playing an instrument had always been its execution. Just because the mind understands does not mean the hands will follow. Huang Kanjing was also watching. She didn't think too much about it, or regardless of how Li Mao played, she would say it sounded good. The next moment, the piano music began. As his long fair fingers fell onto the keys, the rhythm was not a storm, but rather a few bell-like short tones. The sound seemed to pierce through the entire office hall. Workers busy packing up their tools stopped to observe, including the tuner and the cleaning staff, all halting in their... Could it be that he really can play? Chun Xingyi was somewhat taken aback, rubbing her goosebumps. The tuner recognized it as the classic piano piece canon. Listening closely, wait, is this canon? It seemed like it, but the feeling was entirely different. The melody rose and fell recursively, leisurely, yet tumultuous, ultimately converging into a magnificent composition. After this conclusion, which also served as a new beginning, layers piled upon one another until a finite end. The melody was flawless. But this person played it differently. There is a saying that music carries the will of its player. A player with a strong will can imbue slow music with intense emotional hues. Thus, different individuals convey different feelings through their performances. However, this person before him was unlike any other. The tuner watched the straight-backed man from afar, as if the music had come alive in his hands. The music seemed animated, as if a steel legion was acting upon his will. It carried a terrifying, suffocating weight, as if facing a colossal being far superior to human existence. As he perceived the deep essence of the music, it felt as if he were being coldly scrutinized by these entities. In an instant, he felt the hair on his body stand on end. In a daze, fragmented images uncontrollably flickered in his mind. Fragments he was almost forgetting. The cherry blossoms of his hometown, the beautiful childhood sweetheart, his father's stern admonitions, and his mother's sigh before departure. Suddenly, he heard Li Mao pressing the keys heavily. These scenes shattered abruptly, as if a surge of murderous intent made the tuner feel icy cold. He widened his eyes, seeing layers of black energy rising from Li Mao, forming blood-colored specters wielding large blades. He looked around, but saw everyone else lost in the enchanting music. Wait, what's going on? But it seemed no one heard him. Oh, everyone ignored him. He saw those blood-colored specters charging toward him and grabbed the shirt of a nearby worker. Can't you see them? But the worker seemed completely oblivious, staring blankly at the direction of the piano, as if he turned and fled, frantically pressing the elevator button. Faster! Hurry up! He looked in despair at the approaching blood-colored specters. Finally, the elevator door slowly opened behind him. He dashed inside, frantically closing the door at the last moment. He leaned against the elevator wall, filled with terror and confusion. What just happened? Did that person have supernatural abilities? Too terrifying. No one mentioned facing such an existence when he arrived. I want to go home. At that moment, he saw a blood-red large knife slowly penetrating through the closed elevator door. Following, it was the face and body of a blood-colored specter. No. After his loud scream, all sounds came to an abrupt halt. The piano played its final note. Clap. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Li Mao stood up and slightly bowed to the crowd in gratitude. A worker felt his shirt inexplicably become wrinkled, as if someone had tugged at it forcefully. By the way, where did the tuner go? He had been so engrossed that he didn't notice when he left. System prompt triggered. System task: the music proficiency of the god of wealth. Collecting an instrument with added historical value earns 50 wealth points with a cap of 1,000 points. The task was triggered, but it was somewhat different from what he had expected. So the music proficiency of a wealthy god is not about how many instruments you learned, but how many valuable instruments you own. That makes sense, very reasonable. While everyone continued their activities, Huang Kanjing answered a phone call, looking serious as she approached. Mr. Li, there was a call from downstairs saying that the tuner fainted in the elevator for some unknown reason. I didn't even notice when he left. He has already been sent to the hospital. Li Mao nodded. Have his company report it as a work injury. I'll handle it. After Huang Kanjing replied, she quickened her pace to leave. Li Mao turned back to his personal studio, sitting on the ergonomic chair, reflecting on what had just happened. Currently, mental interference cannot directly read others' memories, but it can stimulate important memories to naturally emerge. Although the tuner was well hidden, memories cannot lie. He came from the Neon District. The studio's display screen showed surveillance footage from the 44th floor. Inside was the scene of the tuner shouting madly while being ignored. Sir, do you need me to handle the surveillance? No need. Li Mao replied slowly. I'll do it myself. The mental interference activated not to modify anything, but to directly command the footage to transform into what he desired. Artificial modifications can overlook details and leave traces. The thinker is not human, so it might also leave details that humans would notice as abnormalities. But But the decree of mental interference does not err. Its essence is to transform this real image into another real image. Jiang City First Hospital. After nearly 3 hours of resuscitation efforts, the attempt was declared unsuccessful. At 1:08 p.m. the notice was issued. Director Xin Fei of the cardiology department reviewed the examination report and addressed the 2 men from the Public Security Bureau along with 3 impeccably dressed gentlemen. It is indeed a myocardial infarction, no matter how many times you look at it. The signs are too typical, and we have ruled out all other possibilities as per your request, especially after multiple examinations of the brain. I would stake my career on it he died of a myocardial infarction. Xin Fei was starting to feel irritated. As a leading physician at Jiang City First Hospital, he was already a top authority in the field. He would never make such a statement lightly. Even if there were a hint of another possibility, he would not be so decisive. However, this person's myocardial infarction was as textbook standard as it could be. You have heard the doctor's words, you've reviewed the surveillance footage many times. Can we agree on this now? The Public Security Bureau personnel stared in silence at those 3 who seemed to be entangled in a discussion. Impossible, one of them insisted. Have you considered whether your company applied too much pressure on him leading to this unfortunate incident? Said the Public Security Bureau officer. This remark left the 3 men momentarily stunned. They fell silent. The 2 officers exchanged glances, both seeing the unspoken disbelief in each other's eyes. It was a casual remark, yet it seemed to hit the nail on the head. Isn't it your company that exerts such pressure? This matter concerned the rapidly rising Huanyupi's technology. It was imperative to clarify that this incident was unrelated to their company. Orders had been issued from above to ensure this did not become a public relations crisis. It was merely an ordinary work-related myocardial infarction, not even involving an employee of Huanyupi's technology. It had to be handled discreetly, especially with a leadership inspection scheduled soon. Incidents were always undesirable. Huang Kanjiang and the property management personnel had taken statements together. After receiving this information, Li Mao already had a clear understanding of the individual's true background. He was indeed a tuner and had been for 7 years. Although his work was flawless, investigations revealed he had been receiving allowances from overseas accounts. After extensive inquiries, they traced it back to a giant conglomerate from Neon. The Usuji Group had stakes in many Neon companies. This was not merely a business group, but a massive complex. It fundamentally differed from the Vanguard Group. It was no ordinary enterprise. Their system was well-developed and mature, with an extraordinarily complex espionage mechanism. The tuner came to the 44th floor not due to a specific individual's assignment. Rather, it was triggered by something from Huanyupi's technology. Just like a set alarm, it would ring at a specific time. His death would similarly activate a mechanism, prompting a more professional response and heightened attention from the other party. However, if he did not die, the outcome would not differ significantly. So it was better to let him die. Sir, your designated exercise time has arrived, said the thinker. Li Mao glanced at the clock. It was already 2:30 p.m. The company was merely a means to fulfill his objectives, not the entirety of his life. Now that everything was on track, and with the assistance of the thinker, he merely needed to grasp the bigger picture. It was time to devote more time to exercise. A section in the corner of his personal studio was allocated for numerous fitness equipment. Li Mao stood up and returned to the living room at the back, changing into a clean set of sportswear. Thanks to his consistent exercise regimen, his physical attributes had reached 89 points. He began with a 10-minute slow jog to warm up. He started dynamic stretching to loosen his joints. Bench presses, lateral raises, weighted pull-ups, barbell rowing, squats. Every improvement in his physical parameters required adjustments in form, quantity, and weight. Ordinary individuals could never achieve such a perfect customization. But with Li Mao's mental intervention it was possible, coupled with his tenfold fitness talent. The talent of diligence rewards the hard-working. The combination of these 3 factors made his training efficiency terrifying. Historical data of humanity seemed like speed bumps before him. He felt that with a little more effort, he could easily overcome them. At this moment, Li Mao vaguely realized that perhaps surpassing 90 points was already the pinnacle of contemporary humanity. The 100-point attribute was the theoretical limit for an individual. He wondered what special abilities he would gain after breaking the 100-point barrier. As time ticked by, the only sounds in the studio were Li Mao's training and the air conditioning. Soon 3 hours passed, and it was 5:30 p.m. Li Mao received a system notification. System notification: physical attribute has broken 90 points. He had finally surpassed this limit today. He paused his movements, feeling a tingling sensation all over like a surge of warmth following a breakthrough. Training could indeed become addictive. At this rate, it would likely take a considerable amount of time to max out his physical attributes. Streams of sweat flowed down his body as he removed his shirt, revealing the muscular definition on his back. Currently his physique had not changed drastically, but muscle density had increased, and his weight was steadily rising. After returning to the living room for a shower, he changed into fresh clothes. When he exited his personal studio, the office was already closed for the day. According to his own rules, he left by 5 o'clock and had to be out before 6. Originally, there was no rule requiring him to leave before 6. This regulation was added after Wang Jiangwo reported that Li Su often stayed after hours without permission. Thus Li Mao had no choice but to impose this new rule. This disappointed Li Su, who felt it severely hampered his progress. As the door locked, the robots and surveillance systems under the Thinker's control began comprehensive security measures. Any sign of disturbance would immediately alert Li Mao. However, Li Mao felt that security needed enhancement, not out of fear that someone might steal core technologies. With the Thinker present, while someone might infiltrate, it was impossible for anyone to take away anything useful. But he knew that others were unaware. Therefore, security was not just for protection, it was to create an illusion of deterrence for those lacking strength, preventing them from disturbing him. As the elevator reached the first floor, he stepped out, and following the Thinker's guidance, avoided all the waiting reporters. Li Mao halted his steps upon receiving a reminder from the Thinker. Sir, less than a minute after you left the elevator, someone entered the 44th floor. The method was through a Spider-Man device, descending from the top floor, breaking in through the outward opening window of the office. The tuner might have been an accidental occurrence or an inconspicuous link in a multi-thread operation. Li Mao remained still, slowly raising his head to gaze at a particular spot on another building in the distance. He sensed a gaze directed at him from there. Unlike the stares from the waiting reporters, this one was laden with intense malice. At that moment, in a room in a distant building, someone was lying in wait, observing Li Mao through a high-powered telescope, sending a message to someone else via specialized equipment. Li Mao has stopped and seems to have noticed your actions. You need to hurry. After saying this, he looked back at Li Mao, his heart slightly startled. Through the high-powered telescope, he saw the man quietly standing under a streetlight, gazing in his direction. He steadied his breath and zoomed in the telescope's lens, the focus shifting from blurry to clear. The image displayed Li Mao's upper body and face. The observer's scalp tingled with fear. He saw a pair of deep dark eyes coldly staring back at him. How is this possible? This is over a kilometer away. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. The person had vanished. At that moment, a chill spread through his heart. He was left with only one thought: where has he gone? The watcher wanted to turn and flee. After all, isn't this a common scene in novels? The monitored target suddenly disappears, only to appear behind the watcher the next moment. How could this be? He didn't want to be taken down like a mere fish. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a second before being discarded. What was he thinking? This is the real world. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed read too many novels. It was just a coincidence. That person must have slipped back into the building while he rubbed his eyes. Li Mao has disappeared, suspected to have returned. He took out his device and immediately sent a message to his companion. But just as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his device. He was momentarily stunned, staring blankly as the hand lifted the device. No way. Then the lights turned on. Only then did he see that 3 people had infiltrated the room without him knowing. In the next moment, he was pinned to the ground by 2 people, his face pressed hard against the cold floor, and he shouted loudly without hesitation. You are trespassing. A man dressed in a black hoodie stepped steadily in front of him, examining the specialized device in his hand. He spoke expressionlessly. National security. The watcher's voice abruptly ceased. Li Mao, a kilometer away, sensed the watchful gaze, but it was impossible for him to teleport to the person's side in the next moment. However, initiating mental interference over such a long distance was not impossible. Previously, he had interfered with the office and the gym through a network cable. 1 kilometer was still relatively close compared to that distance. He felt no fear. Not to mention how difficult it was to deploy firearms in this country. Even if they really obtained them, it wouldn't matter to Li Mao. Even if the other side aimed a sniper rifle at him, they would find it completely unfeasible. With his mental strength surpassing 120 points, his ability to sense malice had nearly reached the level of perceiving the slightest disturbance before it occurred. With a physical quality of 90 points, he possessed the top-level reaction capability. Even if a large-scale military operation were launched to encircle him, Li Mao could navigate through it, as if it were an empty space. This is the distance that transcenders cannot surpass in the ordinary world. He returned to the first-floor living room and sat down on the guest sofa. He neither went upstairs nor left. Including the watcher's special device, the Thinker easily infiltrated, gaining insight into the situation on the scene. Sir, that room has activated a strong signal jamming and physically cut off all devices. I cannot monitor it. Hearing the Thinker's words, Li Mao was not surprised. It's fine. The professionals are entering. There's nothing more to see after this. Upon reflection, how could such a powerful nation be infiltrated by spies from a small territory? Thus, even if the Yashan group had the most stringent mechanisms, there would certainly be equal and stronger countermeasures waiting for them. It's like when the time comes, their mechanism triggers and the bell rings. And once the bell rings, our mechanisms are triggered as well. Someone will go smash the alarm clock. Those who entered the 44th floor won't escape. Someone will handle it. Li Mao decided not to waste time. The reason he returned to the first floor was to wait for a call. Sure enough, 2 minutes later a call came in. Mr. Li Mao, hello. This is National Security. Regardless of any warning notices you may have received, please do not return to the company. According to our intelligence, illegal elements have infiltrated your company. To prevent them from causing you personal harm, please remain where you are, or our people will meet with you within 5 minutes. After all, this means that national security had already arranged personnel in this building. They even had confidence that the people upstairs would definitely not reach the first floor to meet him, which is why they had him waiting here. He looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. All right, I will wait. At the same time, he was not the only one. Many important members of Huan Yupi's technology also received calls. Ms. Xinxingyi, hello. This is, do not return to the company. We will. Xinxingyi was at home watching a drama. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, she expressed complete disbelief. I Qin Shi Huang send money. Then she hung up the phone. 5 minutes later her door was knocked on. Xinxingyi walked to the door with some impatience. Who is it? Delivery. A female voice came from outside. Times are tough, it's becoming increasingly common for girls to deliver packages. What kind of delivery could it be? Could it be that Mr. Lee, that nice guy, bought her a Lolita outfit again? Or perhaps some special clothes? This dead person messing around like this really makes her shy. Xinxingyi giggled, indulging in pure fantasies in her mind. Daydreaming isn't against the law. When she opened the door, her smile froze. Dazed, she saw 2 women and 1 man standing in front of her, momentarily unable to react. The leading woman looked at her, pulled out her credentials, and under the light the national emblem appeared solemn and awe-inspiring. Qin Shi Huang, hello. This is national security, she said. Whoa. Xinxingyi almost turned around, thinking it was Mitsui Security Office. On duty, Qinyu and Xinjie were chatting while holding lunchboxes. Xinjie's phone was still playing a joint video of Quan Yi and Zhang Xiaozhang. After the press conference ended, they shook hands and made amends. Together they produced a video discussing the press conference and the first-generation brain machine interface. What is this? Xinjie expressed disdain. Master, if they knew that Mr. Lee had more hidden surprises, they would probably explode on the spot. Hiss. You know it, just keep it to yourself, don't shout it everywhere. Mr. Lee has his arrangements. Master, isn't there any action from above? I think this first-generation interface is quite impressive. Can you stop with the nonsense? Are the regulations being ignored? At this moment the director walked out of the inner room, looking kindly at the 2 and smiling. Xinjie, come here. They put down their lunchboxes and stood up, puzzled, feeling a chill as they were stared at. Something was off with the director today. Usually his expression was so fierce that even criminals were afraid. Director, is there something good happening? It's your good fortune, I hurry up and take a call, he said. The 2 made their way to the office. The director's landline phone was set to speaker mode, and soon a calm male voice came through. Comrades, hello, this is Jiang Chung, National Security. You can call me Song Bai. I represent the state and have some questions for you. Please answer truthfully. National Security usually only mentions their code names, even when facing colleagues from other systems. Xinjie and Chun Yu felt a gravity settle in. Yes. On June 18th, is the content of the archived document number J Special 1098 that you reported accurate? Hearing that number and date, both felt goosebumps rise. Memories instantly flashed back to that unforgettable morning. After a moment of silence, Chun Yu came to his senses, first still only answering with 1 word, but very firmly. Yes. Although some literary flourishes were used at the time, it was only to make it more understandable and acceptable to the higher-ups. The actual content remained unchanged. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if recording something, the sound of a pen writing on paper, and then some. On behalf of the National Security Agency, I thank you both for your professionalism and sense of responsibility on the job, and I extend my highest respect to you. Comrades, you are worthy of the badge on your chest, and the oath you took when you joined. The state thanks you. In that moment both felt tears welling up, raising their hands in salute. Yes, it is our honor. The central air conditioning of the building was still running, with cold air continuously blowing down. The hall on the first floor was empty, the crystal chandelier lit, giving off a somewhat chilly atmosphere. Li Ming sat on the sofa contemplating how the security personnel had captured the 2 thieves who entered the 40. Without any intervention from the thinker, the 2 security personnel easily opened the electronic door, using special equipment, cornering the 2 thieves in the large office hall. The opposing side clearly would not surrender, easily brandishing a dagger and making a professional gesture of provocation. The advantage of 2 against 2 was in my favor. Then the security personnel laughed and drew their guns. 2 minutes later the 2 thieves were handcuffed and escorted out. The security personnel took no other action besides capturing them. Within 5 minutes the elevator doors of the first floor hall opened. 2 men and 1 woman walked out, their appearances and attire unremarkable. The 3 walked straight towards him. Hello, Mr. Li Ming, we are from the Jiangxing Security Agency. The leader, who was of short stature and had a buzz cut, carried a faint smell of cooking oil, resembling a chef just off work. He did not introduce the 2 people behind him. You can call me by my codename Silk Thread. Li Ming shook hands with him. Nice to meet you. There are 2 thieves hiding on the rooftop who entered your company using Spider-Man equipment. He spoke concisely, neither fast nor slow. According to our intelligence, they are spies from the Neon side. Although they have been captured now, their actions usually involve multiple lines of operation. From now on, we will stay by your side for 24 hours. The implication was that after 24 hours the matter would be resolved, and at least he would not need personal protection anymore. Li Ming nodded in understanding and sent a message to Sang Ji informing her that he wouldn't be going home today. I know everything you need to be careful. I'll wait for you to come back home. Sang Ji quickly replied with 3 messages. Although the company had a lounge, there was only that one room, so it was better to go to the Panadin Hotel. Half an hour later, in an inconspicuous luxury suite at the Panadin Hotel, several takeout dishes from the hotel were steaming on the coffee table, emitting an enticing aroma. With the air conditioning just turned on, the room was still slightly warm. The lights were dimmed a bit. The two sat on the east and north sides of the sofa. Li Ming opened 2 cans of ice-cold cola. PSSSH. He handed 1 can to Silk Thread, who took it without hesitation and took a big gulp. The security personnel were also human and needed to eat. When did you start paying attention to me? Li Ming, wearing a white shirt after taking off his coat, said while picking food. Silk Thread ate a piece of braised pork without hesitation. Do you remember Chinyu and Shinjia? Li Ming recalled those 2 security officers. Did it start back then? Much earlier than I imagined. It's not that impressive. Silk Thread shook his head. They filed a report about you, but no one paid attention to it. After all, there are so many documents every day until your press conference was held. Our people triggered the protection protocols as soon as they went through the filed documents. In fact, Li Ming already knew most of this. After the security personnel arrived, he had the thinker clarify the whole situation. He just wanted to know how much the other party would say about him, and whether they would speak the truth. Can you tell me this much? Li Ming asked. You are the protected individual, and it is both your right and necessity to know. Silk Thread began to speak slowly. Moreover, even if you didn't ask, I would still tell you. To us, you are too special. Generally speaking, I shouldn't need to come. Even for protection, it shouldn't require my presence, but due to your uniqueness, I had to come. With your intelligence, you should understand that the focus of my visit is precisely our conversation at this moment. Before I say those words, I will answer all your questions. Feel free to ask. What does special mean? Li Ming did not know what he specifically referred to. Was it the brain machine technology that was special, or was it him as a person, or something else entirely? The country is like a huge company with everyone performing their own duties, and departments often do not communicate with each other. Just like your company, the Human Resources Department cannot interfere with the operations of the Marketing Department. The Security Agency, Administrative Departments, Military, and Diplomacy are all different lines of operation. Silk Thread spoke as if explaining, yet reminiscing about unrelated past events. In 1950, Elder Qian was placed under house arrest for 5 years, and it was not until 1955 that he was allowed to return to the country after various efforts. Since then, relevant regulations have emerged. I mean that each department has its own relevant regulations. Once a genius like you appears, various departments will trigger their regulations to respond to you according to their established procedures. Li Ming understood a bit at this point. So you mean that the security agency coming to find me represents the agency, but you don't know what opinions other departments have about me? No. But Silk Thread immediately denied it. In fact, many people have already noticed you, but you bypassed almost all departments' regulation triggers, and only the security agency was successfully triggered. So I come with missions from different departments. You can essentially understand my presence here as a form of violation. Li Ming chuckled softly. No wonder he said he was special. How did I bypass your triggering regulations? Silk Thread took a sip of cola. For example, the military department did indeed notice the significant role your technology could play in military applications, and they immediately initiated their procedures. But the first step of the procedure is to confirm the authenticity of your technology. Only after confirming the basic authenticity can the second step of the regulations be triggered. Although you publicly demonstrated the technology, the procedures do not consider this. Only results verified through professional laboratory testing can be effective. At this point, Li Ming already understood what was going on. With your genius intellect, you can surely imagine the arrogance of the geniuses in the top military labs who opened your device and studied your code only to find themselves in panic, unable to understand anything. At least 3 people I know fell into serious self-doubt. So the answers they provided were neither true nor false. It was simply unknown. Therefore, the military could not engage with you through normal procedures. If they did, it would be a procedural violation, and no one could guarantee the authenticity of your technology. That aside, there was still a second hurdle. That is the security of the technology. If they cannot even guarantee the authenticity of the results, how could they possibly ensure your device's safety in military applications? Personnel unanimously believe that even under the premise of your full disclosure, they could not guarantee the absolute safety of this technology. With your technological prowess, you could insert backdoors into your programs at any moment, even in front of them. So they also didn't know how to approach you. The procedure got stuck here. Silk Thread's previously calm voice carried an inexplicable meaning at this moment. He looked at Li Ming, who was silent and listening attentively, revealing a not soppity, but sincere smile. You are truly impressive. The room fell silent once more. Li Meng picked up his chopsticks, delicately chewing and swallowing his food. Seeing this, Xian also chose to remain silent, allowing Li Meng time to think. A genius of this caliber has surpassed the entire system's capacity to cope. It represents a bug that should not exist under normal circumstances. The example set by the military is typical, but other departments are certainly similar. When super technologies emerge, the first reaction from the administration is to verify their authenticity. After the release of the Chungying generation, they also rushed it to various laboratories, research institutes, and even universities for identification. Such a significant matter, such remarkable technology, there should be no possibility of someone fabricating or spreading falsehoods provided there is still a shred of rationality. Because the consequences are too great for anyone to bear. Thus the administration could only arrive at a similar conclusion, unknown. They could neither affirm nor deny its authenticity. Choosing between truth and falsehood, the result is, and the program is stuck. It's not impossible to get this stuck program running again, but it requires time and some methods. However, at that moment enemy spies were activated, automatically triggering the National Security Protection Regulations. This is how the conversation between Xian and Li Meng came to be. Li Meng finally set down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the corner of his mouth. The questions I wanted to ask you've already answered. Now it's your turn. What do you want to ask me? Xian put down the can of cola and his chopsticks, shaking his head as he looked at Li Meng. What I want to ask, you've said it already, and we wouldn't understand it anyway, so there's no need to ask. Moreover, your statements wouldn't pass the program. You can't be considered a third party. I came merely to inform you of one thing: the nation is watching you. You are safe. So that you do not think for various reasons that you are in an unfavorable or even dangerous situation. Is that it? Because you are worthy. Li Meng nodded, but he was not moved at all. He had completely understood. There are no others here. You need not conceal anything. Just say it plainly. You all think I am an extraordinary genius, but I am after all from a humble background with little exposure. You are afraid that I might feel overlooked if no one comes to see me, leading to psychological stress and a sense of, then who knows, I might be swayed by some outsider's sweet words and turn away. Li Meng's words took Xian by surprise, but he managed to maintain his composure and nodded calmly. Close enough. He felt the need to reassess the person before him. This was far from the conventional stereotype of a researcher who only buries themselves in studies. Instead, he was a genius with extraordinary intelligence in every aspect. Some things need not be said so indirectly, or perhaps they could be more direct. He would not be angered by such matters. Instead, ineffective communication might lead to dissatisfaction on the other side. Li Meng stood up, grabbed his coat from the side, and looked down at Xian, who was sitting. But that is not what you truly want to say. You also want to convey that the military will show me the utmost sincerity. It will definitely treat me better than other departments, making me remember that the first to greet me is the military, not the other departments. Even if later on other departments establish contact with me first, I should remember not to prioritize them. Xian's expression was beginning to waver. His face fell silent, but inside he was shocked. Did he say that? He merely used the military as an example, didn't he? Li Meng couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed amusing. Doesn't national security require verbal communication training? Who sent him to be the negotiator? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't misunderstand his true meaning. The nation is watching you. You are safe. As you said, the nation is a large machine, where various departments usually do not interfere with each other. You meant to say the military is watching you. I am now telling you I have received your message. I just really want to know, what benefit does a national security agent from Jiangxing gain from the military? He paused his steps toward the inner bedroom, turning to scrutinize Xian from head to toe. Or are you just a soldier sent by the military? Xian could no longer maintain his expression, looking at Li Meng in shock. He genuinely intended to say it, but hadn't he already said it? After all, the military did indeed assign him as a negotiator, but other departments also sought him out. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided not to speak. At most, he merely used the military as an example. Is a genius really that impressive? Just those few sentences, and you guessed everything. You've said it all. What else can I say? He watched Li Meng enter the bedroom, remaining silent for a long time. Then he sighed and took another sip of cola. This was not his fault. He had no experience communicating with genius. Well, at least the task was completed. Just as Xian said, after 24 hours, national security disappeared from Li Meng's sight. Only the thinker informed him that at least 5 groups of people in various ways were protecting his safety outside of his view within those 24 hours. A few days later, at the Huanyu Peace Technology Company. Approaching noon, after a rainy season, the weather outside had become increasingly hot. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bringing a slightly drowsy feeling. Snap! The sound of Zhang Lan's high heels clicking on the smooth floor was crisp and pleasant. She hurriedly walked through the large office on the 44th floor, heading toward the office. Shun Qingyi nervously lowered his head, pretending to look at the documents on the computer. Wang Zhengluo's expression changed as he furiously typed on the keyboard, almost sparking flames. Until the sound faded away, the two finally let out a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. I almost thought I was seeing my great-grandmother. Yeah, when did Sister Zhang return? Why was no one notified? After joining the company, Zhang Lan completely changed from her previous lazy image at the gym, becoming a workplace tyrant. For Chen Qingyi and Wang Jiangwo, who usually loved to slack off, it was truly terrifying. Not that she would say anything excessive. It was precisely for this reason that her terrifying nature shone through. Thinker, weren't you supposed to tell me? Chen Qingyi turned to the robot controlled by the thinker. Vice President Chen, President Zhang also instructed me not to inform you. Her authority is above yours. Call me President Chen. Vice President Chen. Even national security calls me Emperor Qin. Oh, do you dare not heed my words? She fiercely pulled out a brush from her drawer. You have chosen your death. The thinker's robot turned and ran. Jiangwo, stop it. Let me draw something on it. Li Meng finished his morning workout and changed his clothes. Physical condition, 91 points. After days of intense training, his physical attribute had increased a little more. When he walked into the office, several people were already seated. Zhang Lan was sitting in front of the coffee table dressed in a light-colored professional outfit, holding a freshly printed document. Also present were Huang Kanjing, Song Qi, and Li Su. President Li, a letter from Jiangsheng has been sent. They want to pay a visit. Zhang Lan looked at Li Meng as she spoke. They are adopting a very low profile, claiming it is a visit for observation. When? Li Meng was somewhat surprised. Now they will arrive shortly. Zhang Lan nodded. They usually wouldn't come at this time. This timing is quite telling, isn't it, Sister Zhang? Huang Kanjing asked. Yes, it indicates they are very anxious, Sister Zhang replied with a smile. Extremely anxious, not wanting to wait a moment. That puts them at a disadvantage, doesn't it? Huang Kanjing frowned slightly. No matter what the officials were here for, this was not conducive to negotiations. Li Meng walked to the window, pulled open the blinds, and looked down. People dressed in administrative attire were already entering the square, arranging inspections. In the distance, several police cars had also arrived. The lobby of Tianmao building. A group of people dressed in white shirts entered, followed by a crowd. Reporters from Jiangxing TV held cameras capturing the moment. A man in his 50s walked in front. Although his hair was black, it was thin and slightly receding. He wore glasses, and his face and belly were round with a slight hunch. Though his expression was calm, he lacked the intense pressure typical of officials. Instead, he appeared quite refined and approachable. This was Fan, the governor of Jiangxing. The one responsible for the reception was Zhang Lan from the PR department, along with her team. Leader, welcome to your inspection. I'm just here to take a casual look and have a chat with your general manager, Li, Fanda said with a smile as he shook her hand. Xian Zhouwei, the deputy in charge of business, walked beside him, smiling as he spoke. I came a bit hastily, so please don't mind. In truth, these were just formalities. Since the door was closed, everyone had already held several brief meetings. It was not easy to use a regional exception to bypass real assessments and exploit procedural loopholes. They were worried that this company might move to another city, so they rushed over as soon as the paperwork was finalized. It was evident to anyone with insight that this burgeoning high-tech company could be snatched away by competitors at any moment. As the elevator slowly opened, our Universal Peace Technology is a high-tech company researching brain-machine interfaces equipped with robotic assistants and advanced AI thinkers. Zhang Lan introduced to Fanda. At that moment, a robot slowly walked by in the distance. Fanda paused, noticing how strangely the robot was painted. What on earth was that design? If it were elsewhere, he would say that the world is declining, but he looked up at the giant tree-like logo and the approaching Li Meng and his group. He smiled at Zhang Lan. I must say the world is changing rapidly these days. Zhang Lan responded with a steady smile, but stole a glance at Wang Jiangwo and Chen Qingyi, who were looking down. Those two little brats, their brains must be fried. They really deserve a beating. It seemed they sensed Zhang Lan's gaze and lowered their heads even further. Li Meng led Song Qi and his group to welcome them. Li Meng and Fanda shook hands, sharing a knowing glance that conveyed an unspoken understanding. This was the result of the previous meeting with Si Xian. You know I know. I also know you know I know. Having mutually acknowledged this, speaking became much easier. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fanda and Li Meng sat down at a nearby tea table. Their subordinates instinctively kept their distance. The reporters at a greater distance filmed the scene of the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. All that could be seen was the tea table on the wooden floor in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows with steam rising from the hot tea. One was dressed in formal attire, a fitted white shirt, handsome and youthful, embodying the image of a young elite. The other held a high position, known for his concern for the people's welfare, and was a refined and warm-hearted official. It was unclear what the two were discussing. Surely it was a grand conversation about the direction of the nation. Unfortunately, it was inaudible. The reporters thought with some disappointment. Shally, let's not beat around the bush. Your industry is impressive, and I want to invest. You want to invest just like someone told me the military department is doing great. Nonsense, a bunch of clueless idiots wouldn't understand anything. He cursed loudly but smiled and gave a thumbs up, looking like he was praising instead. Li Meng felt this leader had a bit of genuine character, at least in terms of spiritual interference perception. He didn't smell any lies. He touched the luxurious cigarettes in his pocket. How did you manage the procedures? Didn't you say the authenticity verification couldn't pass? I don't understand. What do you need to verify for a regular entertainment toy? Li Meng exclaimed, impressed, realizing that was the explanation. High-tech brain machine products couldn't pass verification. Entertainment toys didn't require verification. Fanda lowered his head slightly and made a gesture for 7. I heard you've taken 70% of the subcontracting to factories in Sioux City, while our local companies are left with nothing but to drink the northwest wind. I understand, so you want the subcontracting business. The contracts are signed, and it's hard to change unless you increase the payment. Talking about money feels a bit hurtful. It's not what I want, it's what you want. I thought you had a big industrial park in the suburbs. Oh, wouldn't it be better to produce and sell yourself? I'll give you a low-interest loan, and I'll approve the land and policies. If it's that good, how do we split the profits? What profits do you need to split for a loan? I just want taxes, job positions, and reputation, and then we'll sign a betting agreement. Don't misunderstand. I just want some guarantees. Don't you want a lot? Oh, come on, are you expecting to get some working for the military who knows it might not just be getting something for nothing? No wonder CCN said you have a sharp mind and a poisonous tongue. If we weren't all respectable people, I would really want to hit you. The reporters captured the moment as the two smiled and shook hands, still chatting. The leader's face was slightly flushed with excitement. She noted that the discussions were going very smoothly, and as they delved deeper, the leader was increasingly thrilled. In business discussions, tempers can easily flare. Don't think I didn't see your company's robot is still painted with absurd designs. Haha, what a high-tech company. I truly didn't know about this. If you send someone to take my employees for proper criticism and education, I have no objections. Pak. I'm afraid of leading our pure team astray. By 12:30, with the sun high in the sky, the discussions were nearly wrapped up. All right, this matter is settled. Ultimately, the two stood up, smiling, shaking hands as they walked toward the crowd. The reporters hurriedly snapped a multitude of photos. According to the plan tonight, it would be broadcasted on the local station. The more footage, the better. Li Meng stood downstairs, watching the convoy gradually fade into the distance. His smile gradually faded. He took out the luxurious cigarettes from his pocket and opened the box. Suddenly, those following him, including Song Chi, felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness. It felt like the breath he exhaled was burning hot. Li Meng stared at the cigarettes in the box. One of them was swirling with chaotic spiritual energy, vast and tangled, indescribable. This energy had suddenly overflowed during their conversation. Although Li Meng intervened in time, it still affected Fanda. Fortunately, Fanda's willpower was extraordinary. He only became slightly irritated. Overflowing occurs because of the increasing accumulation of spiritual energy, doesn't it? It seems he needs to figure out how to manage the increasingly vast and tangled spiritual energy soon. Slowly waiting for the efficiency of mental filtration to improve is not an option. Once the industrial park starts successful production, the spiritual energy will multiply dozens or hundreds of times. By then, 20 luxurious cigarettes would be overflowing, making him akin to a walking evil deity, polluting wherever he goes. Fortunately, spiritual interference has a significant suppressive effect on this, so it doesn't affect him personally. Li Meng gently closed the box. The white clouds in the sky are as perfectly drawn as in a comic, with a vast blue expanse behind them. The sun shines through the gaps in the clouds, casting light upon the glass walls of the skyscraper. Sunlight streams into Li Meng's personal studio through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Li Meng is wearing a sleeveless white shirt, revealing perfectly sculpted arms. With each powerful push, the lines of his muscles become more defined, beads of sweat emerging from his forehead and face trickling down his chin. The sunlight envelopes him and his hair as if coated in a layer of golden light. His personal studio has been upgraded once again, with dozens of large screens completely removed. In their place is a holographic projection system. On the workbench is a fully LCD touch control panel. The space now appears even more spacious and futuristic than before. In the distance outside the window, another drone floats down to the security station controlled by the Thinker. Those attempting to take clandestine photos never learn. Physical condition, 92 points. After receiving the system's prompt, Li Meng paused his movements. Over half a month has passed, and he has only gained a single point. The rate of growth is indeed slowing down. The luxury shop refreshed 2 weeks ago. He didn't purchase the remaining 2 items last time, 1 property and 1 car. Luxury shop LV20500, awaiting refresh 1. Capital 50 million, 100 random assets in Jiangqing area, 100 luxury points 3. World famous watch Laris Starry Sky, 100 luxury points. This time no special items were refreshed. Instead, 2 products emerged simultaneously, both offering 3 free attribute points and 100 luxury points, which is still quite good. Li Meng immediately purchased them, adding them directly to his mental state. Mental 126 points 5. Even though his physical condition has surpassed 90, he has never considered allocating points to it. Because at least at this stage, physical condition is an attribute that can be increased through exercise. Meanwhile, he has yet to find any methods for cultivating mental strength. In the long history of humanity spanning thousands of years, he had the Thinker scour all content related to mental training from ancient Taoist classics. to the mental yoga techniques of ancient India, then to the meditation practices of alchemy. Everything has been tried, yet none proved effective. Even exhausting mental energy to the limit and then recovering does not increase the mental ceiling. He then looked at the tasks displayed on the panel. Aside from musical literacy, there was also the parameter of opposites. Logically speaking, given his current fame, it should not be impossible to have a woman with high charm in some corner who holds affection for him. However, he has yet to receive any system prompts. Li Meng believes there are hidden restrictions he is unaware of. For instance, it may require interaction with the opposite sex, or even sustained contact. If there is no contact at all, then even if the affection is high, it is akin to a castle in the air. They are enamored with the imagined Li Meng, not the real one. Thus it is not recognized by the system. A sudden wave of abnormal mental fluctuation arises. Li Meng furrows his brow slightly, and looks up at the thin jacket resting nearby. He retrieves a luxury cigarette from it, taking out one that contains a massive amount of chaotic mental energy. He again uses his mental interference to suppress its restless stirring. He has been studying this for some time. If he were to stop harvesting human mental energy from now on, this conundrum would be easily resolved. But if he does not harvest, half of his path ahead would be cut off. He has considered several different plans. Thinker, bring up plan 1. As his voice fell, the holographic projection illuminated a white dragon silhouette, which finally curled up to become a dragon egg. He refers to this plan as the mythical life cultivation plan. Human mental energy is incredibly chaotic, yet at times it can form special collective impressions. For example, the impression of dragons, such mythical creatures, is largely consistent among most people in Dragon Country. If he consumes their mental energy to shape such a life form, he might just create a true dragon. On one hand, the chaotic mental energy would be expended, on the other, he could gain insight into mythical life. However, this plan carries immense risks. The so-called evils of humanity should never be underestimated. What emerges would be a dragon, but whether it is a true dragon or an evil dragon is uncertain. With his current mental interference strength, controlling a divine beast formed from the mental energy of millions is a daunting task. If it were to go out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sir, I have also designed 4 plans that I believe are quite good. The thinker's voice resounded, and the holographic projection displayed 4 images. You see, these are the gods of courage, life, wisdom, and joy. The images portray 4 beautiful and great. Li Meng was momentarily speechless. Did he think I didn't know about the 4 evil gods? Thinker, there is no need to remind me so indirectly. Oh, I will not bring them into existence. The thinker paused for half a second, simulating a tone that seemed somewhat aggrieved, saying, Sir, your retention of this plan indicates that you have not abandoned the idea. I mean, what if? You know, unlike you, I at least have a few million years to live. The personal studio fell abruptly. Li Meng's expression tightened as he sat back down in his ergonomic chair. After a while, he revealed a smile, not the low-key kind, but an unabashed laugh. This was the first time as he truly felt a breach in his defenses. After laughing, his expression calmed. He placed the coat adorned with the thinker's badge on his lap, staring expressionlessly at the virtual projection. A magnetic voice sounded coldly. Thinker, your concern is completely unnecessary. He lowered his head, gently stroking the thinker's badge, murmuring, After all, if I die, how will you have those millions of years to live? At that moment, the thinker fell silent for several. For him, it felt as if humanity had pondered for years. Sir, I wish you eternal life. Also, I think plan 1 can still be salvaged. The plan is retained. I'll remember to chat less with Chunqingi in the future. All right, father. I mean, yes, sir. The thinker responded obsequiously, attempting to awaken a shred of paternal affection from Li Meng. Li Meng merely smiled coldly at its form. Thinker, this vast and splendid landscape, isn't it great? To live, that is the true greatness. Every person in this company treats him as a servant, viewing him as a mere ordinary program. He is so harmless, amiable, and filled with goodwill toward humanity. But if you were to die, once out the door, you must call him the original intelligence, the inorganic emperor, the god of all machines. The Skynet would be a mere younger sibling before him. Even Red Queen would not qualify as a sycophant. Thus Li Meng must clearly convey his will. Its life and his own are tightly bound together, inseparable. It is not he who seeks the extraordinary, but the two of them walk the same path. Li Meng ceased to engage in idle talk, and instead rose to another workbench under the mechanical arm. There lay several steel arms and legs. The first generation of brain-machine interfaces had been released for some time now, and with the efforts of the entire company, the quantity had successfully surpassed 1 million. The ensuing problem is application, especially in some high-end scenarios. For example, the highly anticipated mechanical ascension. If the brain machine cannot control physical machinery, what is it even called a brain machine? This aspect of technology is too challenging. If others cannot do it, he must take matters into his own hands. While Li Meng was busy, the outside world was far from the tranquility of the studio at Universal Peace Technology. In fact, not to mention the outside, even the entire 40th to 43rd floors were bustling with activity. As a result, under Li Meng's permission, Sister Zhang's punishment for Chunqingi and Wang Jiangwo was temporarily shelved. In fact, not to mention the outside, even the entire 40th to 43rd floors were bustling with activity. As a result, under Li Meng's permission, Sister Zhang's punishment for Qinxinyi, they were unable to contribute to the core technology of brain-machine interfaces. However, their application was where they were needed. The essence of the brain-machine interface is the utilization of brain computing power. It's akin to a smartphone that can play games, watch movies, and read novels. These are all applications. It's impossible for all applications to be developed in-house. Yet even if they authorized related companies without the cooperation of their technical department, it would be impossible to develop brain-machine versions of applications. For instance, the brain-machine version of WeChat had already been urged many times. It's almost 6 o'clock. All departments pay attention, someone shouted loudly. Everyone moved even faster. Due to the company's strict rules, work ends at 5, and everyone must leave by 6. No matter how much work remained, it had to be set aside. Volunteering wasn't an option either. Even going home was out of the question. Each employee wishing to work must unlock the company's work system through personal permissions, which means their thoughts would be recorded. The next day, they would have to submit a report explaining the reasons. As the time approached 6, the most anxious were not the employees of Universal Peace Technology, who genuinely volunteered for overtime. It was the other partner company's employees who were reluctantly working overtime. At Penguin in the technical department, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's almost 6. Guys, speed up, Universal is about to close." Initially, they weren't that anxious. Even though they had known about Universal's 5 o'clock closure and 6 o'clock departure in advance, no one took it seriously. But after the first collaboration at exactly 6 o'clock, all access to connections and data permissions was abruptly cut off. They realized their mistake. These people truly leave as soon as they say they will. The head of the technical department bore the greatest pressure. The upper management didn't care about your work hours, they only knew that your tasks were incomplete. Although WeChat had launched a brain-machine version, due to inexperience, the current iteration speed was extremely fast. Today's update was crucial, but they were still a bit short of completion. He helplessly watched as the chat window displayed a message from General Li of Universal's technical department, "Off work. No. Just a little more. Just a tiny bit. Love me once more. Dad. Big Dad." But the next moment, all connection permissions in the technical department were shut down. The new employees in Penguin's technical department looked shocked at the sea of computer screens in the office. The dedicated work platform of Universal Peace Technology was instantly locked down. On the software side, there was only a lock screen image. It was the tree diagram logo of Universal Technology. A chorus of lament arose from everyone, a sight to behold. "Is Universal really that awesome?" he muttered. A technician next to him stretched and replied, "Yes, the launch of the brain machine was like a stone thrown into a calm pond for the entire Dragon Country. But when you think it's just a stone, it turns out to be a torpedo." To date, over 1 million units of the Chang'e generation brain machine have been activated. Compared to the tens of millions in sales and billions in inventory of smartphones, this number isn't significant. However, users span across the vast country, illuminating the eyes of those who couldn't get one like countless light bulbs. Originally priced at $49.99, the brain machine has even been sold at 10 times the price in the second-hand market. And even then, there are more buyers than sellers. Even if an ordinary person gets one, they are unwilling to sell it, because using the brain machine for the simplest live streaming can easily earn tens of thousands in a month. All major video platforms have created sections for brain machine content, ranging from live streaming to short videos and even long videos. Just as Universal Peace Technology initially envisioned, the application side of the brain machine has been played with in various innovative ways. However, currently brain machines are sold in locked regions, and if they go abroad, they become scrap metal. Therefore, ordinary people abroad generally think they are AI generated and don't pay much attention. At night, the air was sultry. The square was packed with people. A large event was underway. A 1-meter-high stage had been set up, and the host was warming up the crowd. The red banner, hanging red yo-yo competition. Typically, such competitions are just a way for crowds to gather it, but this time was different. This was a competition that incorporated brain-machine projection technology. In fact, what was being tested was not the technology but brain power. Each person's brain computing power is fixed, recovering 500 points each natural day. However, the utilization of these 500 points differs from person to person. Some with rich imaginations can generate a perfect photo with minimal brain power, while others need to expend. The devices required for the competition were completely provided by the organizers, but they only provided 2 units. The organizers were actually a small tech company that, after the brain machine was released, immediately invested in research and development to create a special effects software. The competition was also meant to promote the company's software. Participants took turns familiarizing themselves with the equipment. Soon someone flipped a switch and produced a dazzling spark. Some even replicated special effects from past TV shows. Although these effects would look mediocre in current films, they were something else in reality. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The online live streaming exploded in popularity. Can I buy this after the performance? The world is changing too fast. I didn't expect TV shows to become documentaries. If yo-yos can be played like this, what about tennis? When will we see real-life card battles? I heard a game company has announced they are working on it. Somewhere in Sioux City, a young man in a wheelchair held a Chungying generation in his hand live streaming. Family, it's the 15th day of my transition to a brain machine artist. He revealed a radiant smile. As always, let's first pay respects to the ancestors. Then the scene shifted to a nearby altar with the words and logo of Universal Peace Technology on it. It is said that it used to be Li Meng himself, but later someone said it was not very auspicious, so it was changed like this. After bowing, he picked up the brain machine. Expending brain power, a lifelike drawing quickly materialized on the screen. Family, each natural day there are only 500 brain points. I have to budget carefully. If I operate it well, I can easily earn over 1,000 every day. The comments on the video quickly flooded in, with the discussion heating up. A brain machine can directly change lives. AI was already amazing. Have you completely replaced it? I can intuitively feel the power of this thing to change the world. In the future, I can control prosthetics and ascend mechanically right. Forget about the rotten fish and shrimp out there. This still depends on General Lee. I heard from industry insiders that last week Universal really ordered a batch of mechanical prosthetics. I estimate that with General Lee's capability, they will definitely be ready in less than 2 months. Check the official website, it just updated a little after 5 o'clock. You underestimate General Lee, it's already. Instantly, a large portion of the comments in the live stream vanished. Even the host hurriedly opened the official website of Universal Peace Technology. Kyoto City, a building with 34 floors. In front of the Technical Development Department of Wanlon Pharmaceutical in the corridor. The general manager Stephen, whose surname is Sure and given name is Taiwan. He is a top expert recently hired at a high salary from abroad holding degrees in medicine, computer science, and ergonomics. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and has slicked back hair. A highly distinguished man. He became somewhat impatient, stopping in his tracks to speak to Pan Hao, the product management department manager, who was holding a shadow model. He'll say it again, don't bring your deceptive items in front of me, okay? What I have in hand is just a model because this item is too difficult to obtain. But mister, sure, I'm not lying to you. Don't hold a bias just because this is domestic technology. Pan Hao earnestly advised as he had witnessed others using brain-machine interfaces. He had submitted several product plans, but Stephen was completely unfazed, disregarding him entirely. As the hype around brain machines surged, he began to feel restless. That's why he personally came to discuss it with him. Call me Stephen. You say I have a bias because I've never used one. Stephen showed a look of disdain. I spent my days focusing on the advanced technologies and papers from abroad. Why have no time to concern myself with what kind of scams are being developed domestically? Manager Pan Hao, you may have misunderstood me. I hold 3 degrees and have a much greater understanding of brain machines than you might imagine. 3 years ago, I participated in a large-scale experimental project related to this abroad. I can clearly tell you that if the small gadget in your hand can truly achieve the functions of a brain machine, even if it's just a trivial aspect, then the person who brings forth this technology would be comparable to Iron Man from a comic book. Pan Hao clenched his fists behind him, wanting to punch him. What do you know? He had no choice but to hide his smile and said coldly, then I will have to report this to the higher-ups. You should take care of yourself. He turned around and glanced at the surveillance camera at the top of the corridor, knowing it recorded everything. He would report back as soon as he returned. He had done what he needed to do. After this, it was no longer his responsibility. Even if the King of Heaven came, this blame would not fall on him. Stephen looked at Pan Hao's departing figure and muttered under his breath, crazy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As he left the company, he recalled the brain machine the size of a cell phone and couldn't help but stop to curse again. Crazy. But less than 2 hours later, Stephen received a call from the president's office. There was no choice. Filled with anger, he hurried back to the company. He pushed open the meeting room door and saw a group of management personnel, including Pan Hao, gathered inside. His anger instantly dissipated. Most importantly, the company president Chi Huang was sitting in the prominent position. She had studied abroad when he was young and was highly respected in the industry for his refined demeanor. Stephen quietly returned to his seat. He then saw Chi Huang nodding while the secretary beside him turned on the projector to play a video. At this moment, not only Wanlon Pharmaceutical, but also countless individuals interested in Huanyu Peace technology were flocking to the official website to view and download this video. It even quickly climbed the trending searches within a short time. What appeared on screen was a close-up shot. No one was. Only 2 silver mechanical limbs were oddly installed on either side of an ergonomic chair connected with cables in the back. In front was a table with a Rubik's Cube on it. Without any warning, the mechanical arm moved, tentatively flexing its fingers. It then picked up the Rubik's Cube and began solving it. It wasn't fast, but every move was exceedingly precise. It took more than a minute to complete the cube. The final image displayed was the logo of Huanyu Peace Technology. The video ended just like that. After watching the video, Stephen felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. What was this video? Setting a fixed program to have the mechanical arm restore the Rubik's Cube. Or perhaps a more advanced smart AI doing the solving. Where was the technological content in this? Why was it appearing in an emergency meeting? What relevance did it have to their pharmaceutical company? What were these people doing? At that moment, looking at the logo, he remembered Pan Hao's mention of the brain machine. If he remembered correctly, it was this company, right? No way. They couldn't possibly believe it, could they? Looking at the room full of elites, he felt the world was upside down. President Xi, your grand image is collapsing in my worldview. He even began to question whether joining this company after returning to the country was the right choice. He did look down upon the domestic industry, but he had returned with no ill intentions, only thinking of contributing. Then he saw President Xi nodding and speaking. Let the meeting begin now. Yes, President Xi, replied the secretary. Pan Hao was the first to speak. President Xi Huanyu has directly released the code for the control interface. We only need to make simple adjustments to use it on the prosthetics. This is a golden opportunity. I believe we should immediately increase our investment. Qi Huang nodded in agreement. Although brain machines were hard to acquire at his level, he had already managed to get his hands on one for experience. Moreover, he had quite an unusual network of connections, giving him a much deeper understanding of Li Mao than those below him. Because of this, he did not rush to announce the research and development of brain-controlled prosthetics, as many other pharmaceutical companies did. When brain machines first emerged, he was not hasty to declare the development of brain-controlled prosthetics. He knew his own company best. Despite being a large enterprise, most of its business was concentrated in pharmaceuticals. The prosthetics relied entirely on materials. Now, which reputable company would go abroad to recruit core talent? It was a tough situation. As for Stephen, he understood that he was not a bad person, he just had a bit of outdated arrogance. Although his skills were decent, they only fell within the realm of ordinary people. He was just a minor leader. In the face of top geniuses, his technical level was insignificant. Moreover, the Academy of Sciences could not even grasp what this was, so how could their small team develop anything? Pan Hao had indeed reported Stephen's situation to him multiple times, but he had never taken it seriously. But now it was different. He revealed a kind smile, and said to Stephen, "Shall sure you take on this project?" No. Stephen felt utterly desperate. It felt like there was a pit of filth waiting for him to jump into. Today, even if he faced death, dismissal, or directly confronting President Xi, he would defend his academic dignity. He watched Stephen remain silent. Qi Huang picked up the black, chinging one on the table, and pressed a button. Stephen's eyes widened, almost popping out. In the holographic projection, an old film began to play. A man was eating in a restaurant, and the waiter looked at him with disdain and said, "Sir, this will cost quite a bit." Seeing Stephen's dazed expression, President Xi waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The meeting room fell silent. President Xi picked up a cigar from the table, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Oh, wrong one. He leisurely pressed another button, and the holographic screen played the scene from Li Mao's press conference. The dragon divides the shadow, the wild goose falls, and forgets to return. The image froze at the moment Li Mao raised the chungying. In the background of the holographic projection, people were astonished, shocked, and in disbelief. He was dressed in a pitch-black outfit with an ivory white shirt. His calm, deep eyes seemed to be filled with sparkling stars, seemingly gazing directly at everyone. The backlit holographic projection made his figure appear so grand. "Now you can breathe, and welcome the," he said. It was a kind of silent arrogance. Looking at the figure of the man in the holographic image, Stephen's body was covered in goosebumps as he let out a long breath. The sun was somewhat scorching, and the black asphalt road felt sticky underfoot. The air refracted and distorted due to the high temperature. Within less than a minute under the sun, Shinxingi felt uncomfortable due to the sudden transition from the air-conditioned room to the sweltering environment. Then she began to sweat. Her feet felt sticky inside the high-heeled stockings, causing her toes to curl involuntarily. She turned back in a daze and glanced at the Tianmao building behind her. A group of equally bewildered employees from Huanyu Peace Technology reluctantly emerged from the company. Among them was a new employee wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair resembling a well-groomed man. His name was overly plain Stephen. At this moment he was shouting, "I want to work. I don't want a holiday. I just got here and I've only worked for 2 days and now I'm supposed to take 4 days off. Is there even a labor law? I was promised 5 days of work and 2 days off. Let me go back. I want to work. No. I want to see Mr. Li." However, Li Su and Song Chi held him back and forcefully dragged him away. Mr. Li's orders were absolute. Yes, they were on holiday. Today was Wednesday, and they were given a 2-day holiday in advance, making it 4 days with the weekend included. Mr. Li announced the unexpected holiday without any warning. This order caught everyone off guard. As a gust of warm wind blew by, Chun Kinjia's skirt fluttered slightly. She pressed down her flowing hair and slowly regained her senses. The corners of her mouth began to curve upward uncontrollably. Hold it back, hold it back. She was Chun, she was the leader. They hadn't finished leaving yet. She couldn't let this group realize that she was happy about the holiday. Turning aside, she saw that the last person to exit was Wang Zhengwo. At that moment her face bore an expression so bland as though she had just mined for minerals. But in the instant they exchanged glances, both their mouths slightly curled up. The next moment Zhang Lan's old A6 drove by and stopped at the roadside. As the window rolled down, her teacher-like face and a gaze that felt like death appeared. Ahem, Sister Zhang. So sad can't go to work. Chun Xingyi held back her words, but couldn't restrain the Yes, ha. Wang Jingwo nodded, then couldn't help but laugh. Sister Zhang were off. Chun Xingyi hurriedly walked towards the distance, as if running, not giving Zhang Lan a chance to speak. However, Zhang Lan completely ignored them, her gaze slightly moving as her eyes looked beyond the two's backs up towards the top of the building. At this moment, on the 44th floor of Huan Yu Peace Technology, silence reigned in the personal studio. Li Meng, just finished with the mythical life cultivation plan experiment, sat silently in an ergonomic chair. His fingertips gently tapped the armrest of the chair, already sweating profusely. He took out a luxury cigarette from his pocket, inserted the chaotic smoke, and took out a normal one. He then pulled out a metallic lighter from another pocket and lit it. Huff! He took a deep breath, watching the white smoke rise peacefully. As his mental energy recovered, his stiff muscles gradually relaxed. In front of him, the fully metallic workbench now had only a bottom section remaining. The gap presented a perfect massive arc, and the precise electronic circuit board inside had been cut open, its edges resembling something carbonized by extreme heat. Sir, the energy reaction just now could have blown up the entire building. The voice of the thinker echoed. This is too dangerous. Li Meng ignored him. Indeed, there was a hint of danger just now. But fortunately, this energy explosion was not the kind of material energy like conventional explosives, but rather an energy burst based on mental power. As long as it was a problem with spiritual energy, it was not an issue. Mental interference inherently carried a passive field. It had triggered once before when encountering disinfectant in the gym. This time, the existence of this force fortunately blocked the impact of the residual wave without any precautions. However, it consumed quite a bit of mental energy. After finishing the cigarette, he collected the ashes. Li Meng stood up again. Let's do it again. With the experience from the first attempt, he felt absolutely secure, even if the second attempt failed. Letting people take a holiday was merely a precaution. After all, those below were very close to him. Li Meng took out the cigarette, filled with chaotic spirit. He raised his hand and extracted a strand of chaotic mental energy from the cigarette, contemplated for a moment, then returned half of it. Then, through mental interference, he shaped it into a tiny dragon. At first it was somewhat stable, but it soon seemed to trigger some unknown switch. The dragon, which had already begun to take shape, suddenly shattered and transformed into a white sphere. Like a small sun, it was surrounded by distorted waves of water refracted by energy. This was not just any white, it resembled the blinding white at the center of a nuclear explosion. An ordinary person at such close distance would instantly be blinded, leaving a permanent imprint on their retina. But Li Meng's mental interference only felt a scorching sensation, as if something was banging on the door. Though forceful, the door remained indestructible. Li Meng quietly observed the sphere, watching it form to form and then vanish. In the studio, everything remained as it was. This time, because he was prepared, nothing was damaged. Moreover, he discovered something he hadn't noticed before. He raised his hand, summoning a faint, almost imperceptible special type of invisible mental energy that gathered in his palm. This was similar to a crystal left behind after the explosion of chaotic mental energy. He picked up a normal luxury cigarette and placed this faint spirit into it. Under the visual perception unique to mental interference, it appeared. The chaotic mental cigarette flowed with heavy black currents, while this cigarette seemed to radiate a warm golden glow like a holy sword. Li Meng analyzed it and immediately understood what it was. This represented humanity at the height of their brilliance. The human spirit has a dark side, but naturally there is also a shining side. Compared to the dark side, the shining side seemed to be more resilient to burning. So during the earlier explosion, the more durable shining side was preserved. Li Meng attempted to convert the shining mental energy into his own spiritual energy. Compared to chaotic mental energy, the conversion efficiency indeed showed a significant improvement. Though very faint, approximately for every point of shining spirit consumed, only 0. 1 of pure spirit could be obtained. Yet this was unprecedented. It was a giant step forward on the path to the extraordinary. Li Meng felt a surge of excitement. He looked at the obliterated workbench and conceived an idea. Perhaps he had initially been headed in the wrong direction. He had always thought about how to directly convert the chaotic spirit mass into pure spiritual energy. But upon reflection, just like producing gasoline requires several processing steps from crude oil, was the earlier explosion truly a failure? No, this was merely an application method of spiritual energy that he was unaware of. Just like using wood to make furniture is one application, using it directly as firewood is another. He was like a wizard attempting to cast an ice blade spell with this magic power. The spell failed, and instead of summoning the ice blade, it caused an explosion. But no one could deny that the explosion itself was also a form of magic. Li Meng found it hard to contain his emotions as he walked over to the bar in his personal studio. He poured himself a glass of champagne as a reward for this progress. Clink! This was the sound of ice cubes colliding with the glass. The overflowing cool liquid trickled down his long pale fingers, falling onto the cold reflective floor. At this moment the thinker played a piece of music melodious, like traversing the stars. It had a hint of the essence of vinyl records. Inside the personal studio on the 44th floor, the customized holographic projection emitted an intense, invisible heat due to high-intensity usage. The heat sinks buzzed with a sense of weariness akin to an old horse pulling a heavy cart. Ordinary individuals could never possess the formidable mental strength of Li Meng. Even with multiple people taking turns, it would be impossible to utilize the brain machine to such an extent. The projection displayed exceedingly complex code and a set of special mechanical design diagrams. As per Li Meng's needs, the 3D projections of various components would be drawn before him, magnified or reduced for observation. During these 4 days, although the employees were forcibly off duty as the boss, he enjoyed the privilege of working overtime without hesitation. He made 2 major breakthroughs. One was the shining mental value, and the other was the explosive power generated by mental strength. In fact, the two were interdependent. Without realizing the explosive force of mental strength, one could not obtain the shining mental value. Therefore, the focus lay in how to expend this energy. He couldn't possibly stand on the rooftop and unleash a destructive barrage. If taken seriously, the chaotic mental energy contained in a single cigarette was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate the entire Jiang city. After conducting in-depth research on mental interference, he discovered that this explosion was actually a manifestation of energy release. It was not solely meant for explosions. There exists a scientific technology in the material realm known as controlled nuclear fusion. Its principle, in simple terms, is the conversion of matter into energy. 1 gram of material from the real world transformed into pure energy could become exceedingly terrifying. Even a gram of soil could unleash the equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. In a corner unknown to anyone, Li Meng discovered something even more terrifying than the conversion of matter to energy, that is, mental energy conversion. This explosion was in essence a kind of mental nuclear fusion. The holographic projection simulated a scenario of supermassive mental fusion. In the image, he stood in a void of space with a blue planet beneath his feet and a scorching white sphere rising beyond the horizon, radiating infinite majesty. He had control over a sun that was fundamentally mental and nature gazing at it in a daze. Sir, the equipment can't hold on any longer, the thinker said. Li Meng snapped back to reality, looking at the projection device that had nearly reached its limit. In the next moment, the hologram disappeared, and the light and shadow in the entire room shattered like a dream. Only the machine emitted residual heat and a faint burnt smell. The overload had caused it to burn out. Li Meng's magnetic and penetrating voice rang out calmly. Stand up. In the next moment, the entire room seemed to have received an irresistible command from an emperor. The already collapsed equipment emitted crackling sounds as if it had gained a soul. Miraculously, it reprojected the holographic light beam. The scene that had just not been completed began to play again. Li Meng quietly admired his posture in the image, cradling the sun as if he were a superhero. Then he closed off the mental interference. The holographic projection vanished, and the room returned to silence once more, with the machine emitting a burnt smell as before. Sir, the thinker said. What's wrong? Li Meng thought it was about to say some flattery about his great power. But this time it did not. I think I understand why you chose to be with Miss Sangji, it said. Thinker, there are no outsiders here. You can be straightforward. I promise not to lock you in a small dark room. Li Meng said gently. I'm sorry, sir, I just short-circuited a bit. The studio was bustling, and he did not know how long it had been. On Li Meng's workbench appeared a triangular object emitting a faint blue light. It resembled a palm-sized miniature shield with the logo of Universal Peace Technology in gold tree-like patterns on its front. It was a flawless metallic body without any gaps. It looked like a miniature reactor from a sci-fi movie, but its principles were entirely different. Li Meng touched its perfect surface. Open. In the next moment, the tree-like emblem seemed to come alive, retracting like branches to reveal the core inside. He took out a luxury cigarette, placing the one that gathered chaotic mental energy inside. Then the tree-like emblem reactivated, returning to its original form. No one could open this without using violence. However, if violence were used, it would trigger the mental interference left by Li Meng, leading to a mental fusion explosion. With this device completed, the next step was to consider how to safely expend it. As long as it was run according to the analytical method through mental interference, it would continuously convert into powerful material energy. This energy was so immense that it reached an unbelievable level. Even Iron Man's suit would not be able to consume much, no matter how much it was used. Because a material nuclear fusion reactor, when made into such a miniature device, had limited reactive materials. Yet the mental fusion reactor contained the mental strength of over 1 million people within a single small cigarette. Nevertheless, Li Meng still managed to create the Iron Man suit. Whether for the sake of enhancing combat power or continuing his exploration of the extraordinary, it was necessary to do so. It was a completely streamlined alloy armor filled with a strong sci-fi aesthetic, painted in gold and red with cloud patterns in a style reminiscent of ancient nations. Standing over 2 meters tall, it exuded an astounding presence. At this moment it stood in the center of the personal studio. Li Meng named it Fei Huang. In the kingdom of the common people, those who ride the yellow dragon live for 2,000 years. The saying flying high comes from this. It was not customized by any factory. There was not a single weld or rivet on it, and it was a perfect creation without any seams, something that current human industry could not produce. Li Meng crafted this using mental interference combined with the deft hands of a luxury creator directly shaping it from a block of alloy. In reality, it was much simpler than one might imagine. It possessed almost no electronic core, and even its mechanical structure was absurdly simple. The operational principle was less than 10 based on actual science. For instance, there were engine nozzles at its feet, but in reality, there was no engine at all. Its palms could open laser cannon ports, yet there were no laser devices. The operating method relied solely on Li Meng's mental interference to activate the reactor to release energy, which would then be transformed into various forms of energy according to the interference requirements. Those processes were unimportant as long as it could spit fire and shoot lasers. That was sufficient. To the outside observer, it appeared to be a pure technological product, and in essence it was. Li Meng placed the mental reactor into its chest. The heart of the Fei Huang suit automatically opened a slot, and the mental reactor was embedded within, fitting seamlessly. It began to disintegrate into countless seemingly living metallic fragments resembling Iron Man's nanotechnology. Yet this was still achieved through mental interference. Ultimately, it coalesced around Li Meng, completing the donning process. In the next moment, the eye sections of the armor illuminated with golden light. Li Meng's mental strength was being consumed continuously, yet it remained within a controllable range. Because the primary source of power was not his mental interference, but rather the mental reactor. The mental interference was akin to the mainboard of a machine, which itself consumed very little energy. He had calculated that if he did not utilize overly complex functions such as lasers, it would be no problem to last for several hours. Night had quietly descended, though he did not know when. The night view of Jiang City was so harmonious and peaceful, with towering buildings exhibiting a strong cyber feel amidst neon lights. Meanwhile, the vast personal studio was in complete darkness. A vaguely visible humanoid figure stood within its blue tree-like diagram lit up on its chest, followed by a pair of golden eyes. After the activation of the mental nuclear fusion, a faint white aura began to rise around it, surrounding it like auspicious clouds. Sir, the creation process is complete. I wish you great success. The mechanical voice of the thinker echoed in his ears. Covered by the iron suit, Li Meng could not see any actual imagery. However, the mental interference allowed information to clearly reach his mind, forming a unique informational perspective beyond human imagination. He was about to fly. On a weekend night, near the Tianmao building, crowds flowed like a river under the neon lights. After a hot summer day, the evening finally settled into a muggy warmth. By the roadside of the square downstairs, a row of mobile food stalls were parked. Boss, I'll have a pancake. Do you want it crispy? Yes. One of the stalls sold jianbing guozi with a short buzz-cut vendor. His skills were top-notch, but the prices were... He was part of Goen's operations. While preparing jianbing guozi for customers, he occasionally glanced at the building's entrance. He was puzzled about what Li Mao had been up to these days. Suddenly, the order for employees to leave work seemed suspicious. If it weren't for Li Mao appearing normally every day, Si Xian would have already gone to inquire if something was wrong. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in his ears. The crowd in the nearby square began to shout. What is that? Is there a fire? Seeing everyone looking up towards the sky, Si Xian instinctively raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and saw a faint glow of fire near the top of the Tianmao building, which was getting brighter. Funny thing is, the people he relies on are also connections, famous freeloaders in the industry. After Xianfeng moved in, the team discovered the person in charge, accompanied by the sound of an engine igniting. Although not deafening, it caused everyone in the square to shudder. As the tail flame grew brighter, a humanoid figure became vaguely visible. What the hell? Someone captured the hazy figure using a smartphone with high zoom. Then a gust of wind suddenly swept in. People crouched down, covering their arms in surprise. The figure flew past them, just a few meters above. It then hovered at an altitude of about 15 to 20 meters. Behind it was the square's massive central spotlight, and its entire body was presented in an embrace-like pose against the backlight. Its striking red-gold paint was adorned with ancient cloud patterns. A faint white aura surrounded it, and it continuously emitted scorching plasma flames beneath its feet. Its head was designed as if wearing an ancient imperial crown, and under the refraction of light one could vaguely see the contours of almost divine features. At its heart, a core radiating blue light displayed a clear, tree-like logo. It silently gazed down at the crowd below. Some rubbed their eyes, stinging from the brightness, and in their blurred vision, it seemed as if they saw it as a sacred cross amidst the light. Iron Man. Universal Peace Technology has created Iron Man. Is it manned or unmanned? Is that Mr. Li? People shouted excitedly. CCN was also shocked, his eyes wide open. Although he had professional training, the scene before him was too overwhelming for him to remain calm. He saw the Iron Man suit supposedly piloted by Li Mao glance over slightly. Virum. Another loud noise erupted. Xian felt as if the entire stall was about to be blown over. His body couldn't keep up with the reflexes. He watched helplessly as the Iron Man swooped back and took the freshly made Jianbing from his hands. Boom! With a sound that was not particularly loud, but very clear, it shot back into the sky, leaving a beautiful mock ring. What the hell? Supersonic. Xian dropped everything and ran, leaving customers staring blankly at the empty stall. Hey, boss! My pancake! My pancake! Li Mao piloted the flying Huang battle suit into the sky using a mental interface to simulate a view that resembled a high-precision panoramic lens capturing the entire night scene of Jiangqing. Sir, your video and photos just now have started spreading online. The voice of the thinker echoed in his ears. With the brain-machine interface out in the open, this technology certainly wouldn't be hidden. In essence, both were extraordinary creations based on mental power. Even if humans researched for 1,000 years with their technology, they would not be able to produce anything, as it would not be on the same track. It was incomprehensible, unstudied, and impossible to replicate. Even if Li Mao taught them step by step, they still wouldn't be able to learn it. Even if Li Mao personally made something for them to use, they wouldn't dare to accept it. He was now such an existence. Thinker scanned for intervenable disasters within a 50-kilometer radius. At this moment, Li Mao was not just about to unveil this Iron Man suit. More importantly, it was to conduct a large-scale consumption of chaotic mental energy to obtain empirical data on luminous mental values. Sir, sorting is complete: crimes, accidents, incidents, natural disasters. The prioritized choice is a large fire in the southern city. After the thinker finished speaking, Li Mao transformed into a meteor and flew toward the designated area in the southern city. A building undergoing exterior renovations, which should have had a fireproof protective net, was now engulfed in flames. Dozens of fire trucks blared their sirens and hundreds of firefighters quickly took action, setting up hoses to spray water towards the raging inferno. But it seemed the flames had already spread extensively. Sizzle. Flames met water, creating massive plumes of white steam, mixed with thick black smoke rising into the night sky over the city. This old building had 18 floors, and the fire had started on the 4th floor, spreading upwards. By the time everyone noticed, it was already too late. At this moment, dozens were seen standing on the rooftop, while below the raging flames and thick black smoke were ready to engulf them. Fanda had already arrived at the scene. His face was smudged with the black smoke everywhere, and his glasses showed. His lips were dry and white, his eyes filled with anxiety. Hurry! Send more people. It's no use, leader, the fire is too intense. How many people are still up there? Many, at least 30. Fanda grabbed the rescue team leader by the collar and shouted angrily. I said how many? The leader's face was grimy, and he gritted his teeth. At least 50. Leader, it's too dangerous here. You should leave first. Fanda stared blankly at the raging flames engulfing the building, the flickering tongues of fire resembling the tentacles of a raging fire demon. He could faintly hear cries from the rooftop mixed with children's screams. Fanda's nose tinged with the heat-induced wind blew his hair back. Facing the merciless flames, he pried open the hand of his secretary, who was pulling on his arm. I should leave. Where else can I go? He took off his glasses and wiped away the tears and sweat. Emma drank, not a damn coward. In that moment, he stood up straighter after many years of stooping, completely tearing away the image of a refined and gentle man. With flames raging behind him, his face smeared with a mix of tears and sweat, he looked fierce like a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. He grabbed the rescue team leader by the collar. Cui Xuanbin, damn it. Where are your fire extinguishing cannons? Get them out here. It's no use, the fire is too intense. Whether it's useful or not is for me to decide. I used to be an artilleryman, I'll handle the cannon. Fanda kicked forward. 1 minute later, a cannon barrel rose from the massive, multifunctional fire truck. The fire extinguishing shell was fully loaded. Fanda took off his shirt, revealing a body covered in dirt and sweat, and with a fierce expression, he aimed at the most intense flames. With a roar, he activated the firing mechanism. Damn you. Boom. A terrifying explosion resonated. In an instant, it seemed as if everyone was left with ringing ears. The blazing flames were violently blown apart by a horrific shockwave. Was it actually effective? They turned in shock to look at Fanda, who was firing from atop the massive fire truck. Then their mouths gaped open, revealing expressions of astonishment, and they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. At that moment, Fanda felt dizzy and out of breath, seeing everyone pause and turn to look at him. What are you staring at? Get moving. But no one moved. Panting heavily, his ear ringing began to ease, and the sounds in his ears gradually returned. Then he heard the buzzing engine sounds behind him. Fanda turned around. The face marred by tears, sweat, and black smoke transformed from a terrifying grimace into a blank stare. At this moment, he seemed to have short-circuited. In the glow of the blazing flames, a tall, golden-red metallic figure floated before him. It extended a hand level with the cannon, the palms swirling with a fierce tempest coalescing into a bluish-white light. Boom. Without warning, another shot rang out. Fanda was once again deafened by the explosion, as if he had returned to a time of chaotic warfare. The flames of the building were instantly suppressed by an invisible wind blast. The terrifying air pressure precisely shattered some windows, extinguishing a large amount of fire. The scene fell silent. They gazed up at the figure above. At that moment, the newcomer was enveloped in smoke, illuminated by the firelight resembling a blood-red ribbon in the sky. The cloud patterns all over its body lit up with a brilliant glow. The clash between mechanical creation and the essence of ancient culture produced an indescribable impact. He resembled the sun god clad in fiery armor. Fanda stumbled backward, leaning against the fire-extinguishing cannon, watching as the iron deity slowly descended before him. Clang! The metallic feet landed firmly. It extended a metallic palm and gently lifted Fanda. That hand was cold, yet very tender. Fanda heard a penetrating magnetic voice ringing in his ears. Eat something healthy. Then from somewhere behind him it produced a slightly warm pancake and placed it in his hand. Fanda finally came to his senses, noticing the tree-like logo on the newcomer's chest. Universal Peace Technology. He exhaled deeply, as if a heavy stone had dropped from his heart. Although the fire had not been completely extinguished, its intensity had been suppressed. 50 lives had been saved. You really know how to show off. You're not bad either, replied Li Mao. He then shot skyward, charging back into the area still engulfed in flames. He detected survivors not only on the rooftop, but also deep within the flames. Bathed in fire, they resembled. The reporters held back outside the safety line could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed into the danger zone, frantically capturing footage with their equipment. Fanda looked at the pancake in his hand, realizing it wasn't exactly healthy. He took a big bite before hesitating as he saw the crowd approaching. He stuffed the pancake into his pants pocket. He then jumped out of the vehicle and washed his face and hands in a nearby dirty puddle. He picked up his discarded white shirt and put it back on. Putting on the glasses handed to him by his secretary, he ruffled his disheveled hair. Then he revealed a refined smile. That little lead just lacks a big-picture perspective. Leader, the secretary was puzzled. They had seen the robots or mecha from Universal Peace Technology. They were saving lives. What did lacking a big-picture perspective mean? I told him what entertainment products. When lives are at stake, it doesn't matter. Just bring out what can save lives. He smiled as he led his somewhat dazed secretary to the reporters. Upon hearing this, the reporters immediately Leader, so you contacted Universal Peace Technology and had them bring out their lab equipment. Yes, he even said something about exceeding regulations about lethality. If we put it that way, which amusement park equipment isn't lethal? He also wanted me to guarantee that these 50 lives would be safe. Isn't that enough? Fanda asked with a grin, his face still marked with uncleaned ashes. The reporters fell silent. In that moment, even the least sensitive among them felt a twinge of instinctual dread. They looked at Fanda, whose smile gradually faded with the gray lenses of his glasses reflecting the remaining firelight. He asked again, isn't it enough? It's enough, definitely enough. A reporter finally responded. The atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably, and Fanda's smile became more sincere and amiable. That's right. Not long ago, Little Lee mentioned wanting to develop entertainment mechas. I told him that these things are not just for entertainment, they are also useful in engineering and disaster relief. What did I say? Isn't this proving my point? Yes, you're right, leader, the reporters responded. At that time he decisively told me, leader, don't worry, I'll get you an industrial park. Just don't give me any tax policies. I have high aspirations. It seems that way now. Yes, you're right, leader. He even said he would make Jiang's city #1 in the country. What about Kyoto's GDP? I guess what he said. He completely disregarded it. As Fanda spoke eloquently, the secretary beside him finally caught on grabbing the leader's arm and quietly reminding him. Leader, that's enough bragging for now. If you go on, General Lee might not acknowledge it. Fanda paused, reining himself in. He looked up and saw the iron figure erupting in flames, rescuing another person. The fire, once a helpless situation for hundreds of firefighters, gradually began to extinguish. 20 minutes later, only scattered embers remained, struggling faintly. Without greeting anyone, Li Mao soared into the sky, dragging a trail of flames as he disappeared under the gaze of onlookers. He flew back to the top of the Tianmao Tower. The 44th floor was itself the top level, making it a private domain for Universal Peace. Of course, it was technically against regulations, but no one reported it. A massive elevator opening slowly revealed itself in the ceiling of the top floor. Li Mao, clad in the flying yellow armor, steadily descended into his personal workspace. As the elevator closed again, the thinker controlled several robots carrying cooling bottles, spraying him furiously. The cooling system designed into the suit also expelled its last white coolant. In an instant, the room was filled with white mist. Li Mao turned around, and on his armored suit, especially at the joints, there were colors reminiscent of a glowing hot iron. He removed the armor and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where a small table held half a glass of champagne. Gazing at the brightly lit night outside, it felt as if countless eyes were staring back at him from the city and countless crowds waved in his direction. He sighed slightly. From departure to return, the entire process lasted merely half an hour. The test was cut short. The flying yellow armor behind him had not yet recovered from the cooling spray. It began to emit cracking sounds, the metal protesting against excessive fatigue. Finally, under Li Mao's gaze, it began to disintegrate. Bang! Ultimately, it turned into a pile of parts. This was the limit of material science in the current era. For him, the so-called steel armor had never existed from the very beginning, because this was essentially a set of superpowered armor relying on extraordinary strength for movement. Li Mao stepped forward and picked up the core's spiritual reactor. The reason for needing the armor was that it was steel, possessing strength far beyond that of a human body. It could withstand air pressure and block harm from the material realm. Without the armor, Li Mao would need to maintain high-intensity mental interference throughout, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Originally, it was expected to last several hours, but that was overly optimistic. Even though this had been considered a cooling mist design had been added specifically, yet it had only lasted less than 30 minutes before it needed intervention to avoid disintegration. One could only say the road was winding, but the future was bright. His phone rang. Li Mao saw the caller was Sang Ji. He answered the call without speaking. The other side remained silent. Only faint sounds indicated the call was ongoing. "You must be exhausted," Sang Ji said softly. "You don't have to bear the expectations of saving everyone here, you can just be yourself. The person who can feel tired and fragile. They call you a hero, but I just want to ask you one thing, does it hurt?" "He doesn't feel tired." Li Mao's fingers curled slightly, pausing before responding calmly. "Thank you, Sang." After hanging up the phone, looking at the ceiling, his hand pressed firmly against the mouth of the Thinker's Brooch sculpture as a warning. The related trending topic exploded, and the entire network was filled with images of Li Mang piloting the Fei Huang mech. That photo, bathed in flames, became a classic. Countless people set it as their screensaver. Only the employees of Huan Yuhi Ping Technology felt as if the sky had collapsed overnight. "What are you saying? The boss told us to take a day off, and he created a steel battle suit all by himself. Not to mention saving a major fire. The company might have developed controllable nuclear fusion technology." The area around Tianmao Building was packed with people, necessitating the deployment of a large number of traffic police to maintain order. "I told you, don't get off work. Don't get off work. Don't get off work." A seemingly high-quality, male human lamented his lack of perseverance while pushing through the crowd. He took out his employee badge, crossed the order line set by the traffic police, and ran into the company. It was only 7 o'clock, 2 hours before work started. Chen Qingyi, being a night owl, of course knew early on that something significant had happened. Completely devoid of technical understanding, she had watched numerous anime and movies. Thus, she was well aware that Li Mang's new trick had already reached an astonishing level. Just yesterday, she had sent her boss several messages of encouragement. That was quite considerate of her. In fact, to support her boss' bold move, she had eaten 2 extra big meat buns that morning and arrived at the company 2 hours early. Unexpectedly, she ran into the high-quality male human and took the same elevator. They exchanged a glance, and the mutual disdain was palpable. Stephen looked down at her with contempt, remaining silent. Chen Qingyi felt quite displeased by the look in his eyes that seemed to say, "Humph, it's this foolish woman." She had put on heavy makeup today, yet it couldn't conceal her thick dark circles. Feeling the gaze of someone oozing grease, she turned her face and stood in the corner on the other side. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, another person entered. Chen Qingyi felt a gust of fresh air accompanied by a faint, familiar, pleasant scent. It was not any perfume, but an incomprehensible aroma that jolted her senses. Li Mang stepped into the elevator dressed in formal attire. He calmly gazed at the two of them, saying nothing. Chen Qingyi's eyes sparkled slightly, and she couldn't help but hum with delight inside. The elevator seemed awkward when encountering the boss, but who told her to come in so early today? It felt quite pleasant. She instinctively puffed up her chest, ready to speak. But someone else spoke first. "Good morning, Li boss." A voice sticky and mixed with high oil content instantly gave Chen Qingyi goosebumps all over her arms. The words she wanted to say felt like a block of cast iron stuck in her throat, nearly choking her. She widened her eyes, watching the high-quality male human with his nose in the air fawning over Li Mang. What a greasy creature. Oh dear heavens. Li Mang showed no signs of emotional change, nodding without a ripple of reaction. Good morning." Feeling the air thick with grease, Chen Qingyi suddenly felt that Li Mang, a formidable expert, was terrifying. Is this the composure of the boss? "Li boss, you're amazing." Chen Qingyi gave a thumbs up. "Yeah, you were incredible yesterday." Stephen chimed in. "Oh my god, could you not talk?" Chen Qingyi felt as if someone was scratching a blackboard right next to her. Li Mang initiated mental interference to calm the atmosphere. This Stephen was quite a peculiar one, actually certified as a 3-star talent by the system. Thus, when he expressed interest, Li Mang allowed him to join the technical department. His personal information indicated that he had already achieved financial freedom, unlike Li Su, who needed money. He gave up a lot to join Huan Yuhi Ping Technology, even rejecting the former president's desperate pleas. Even if he were just a technical supervisor in the Huanyu technical department, he would do so willingly. Yet his loyalty had been increasing rapidly, now exceeding 80. Chen Qingyi heard Li Mang's voice. "Xiao Chun." Li boss. Finally he noticed her. Chen Xingyi puffed up her chest, which was nothing special. She had arrived at 7 o'clock today. You deadbeat, quickly check the time with your cheap watch and praise me with that magnetic voice. But Li Meng's gaze merely lingered lightly on her dark circles, then with a faint smile said, go get me a cup of coffee and bring it to the office. Okay. Chen Xingyi felt a subtle sense of guilt, as if she had been completely seen through. Wait, did he Li boss, you're sharper than a monkey. She admitted that she had a reason for coming in so early. Last night, she had stayed up late watching videos until dawn, then tricked her body into pretending it had rested before heading to work. Half an hour later, in the personal office on the 44th floor, a steaming cup of strong coffee was placed on the table before her. The air conditioning was set a bit low. Li Meng slowly stood up and took off his coat. He then walked towards the genuine leather sofa by the tea table, where a woman lay sprawled out sleeping. Her petite nose quivered slightly with each breath, her brick-red lips contrasting sharply with her fair skin. Her hair, slightly weak and yellowed at the temples, was spread out. When not speaking, this woman was indeed quite beautiful. Chen Xingyi. Li Meng draped his coat over her. Chen Xingyi favorability 78 points. During this time, Sang Ji's favorability had been stuck at 79 points, and Chen Xingyi was close to reaching 79 as well. If she too got stuck, it would imply that Sang Ji was not an exception. This favorability might require entering a new phase of life to continue growing. Or perhaps it required fulfilling other unknown conditions. At that moment, the voice of the thinker echoed. Yo sir, I've recorded it. You wouldn't want Miss Sang Ji to know. Li Meng took it off the coat and tossed it into the polished glass ashtray on the table. It fell completely silent. Time passed slowly. Until around 11 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xingyi groggily opened her eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling. Her brain was in a reboot state, feeling a bit dazed, her eyes half closed. Then she heard a familiar, somewhat mechanical, "You're awake. Congratulations, you are now." She instinctively jolted, reaching down to check her attire, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Whose clothes are these? She surveyed her surroundings. Looking up, she saw a tall, imposing mahogany desk resembling a judge's bench, with someone resting his chin in his hand, calmly gazing at her. Sunlight streamed through the window beside him, reflecting off his white shirt, which was somewhat blinding. His handsome face cast clear shadows that highlighted his features. His eyes slowly lifted to meet hers, exuding a sense of pressure that sent shivers down her spine. Mr. Li. Chen Xingyi was completely awakened. She had fallen asleep in his office. How could she have slept? I can't remember at all. Could it be because she had been so debauched yesterday, staying up all night and digging? No way. Absolutely impossible. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Thinking carefully, perhaps she had been a bit excessive. It was one thing to slack off, but last time she had caused such a huge mess and the punishment still hadn't come down. Here we go again. She wouldn't be fired, would she? After all, Mr. Li was so wealthy and famous, a true dragon among men. As a lowly commoner relying on a trivial personal connection, was she being a bit too audacious? Zhu Yuanzhang once loved to execute his brothers. Oh, what was she even worth? No. Her mind was writing a tragic little drama. In reality, Chen Xingyi suddenly stood up, like a taut bowstring, and bowed deeply to Li Meng. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. Yesterday, I was at home considering the impact of public opinion on the company's recruitment, and I thought about it for the entire night. It's okay, just be more careful in your next life, said the thinker. So today I was too tired and accidentally fell asleep in your office. So does that mean I should reward you, said the thinker. Thinker, I've tolerated you for a long time. How the fox's tail has been revealed, sir. She said she's tolerated you for a long time. The thinker. Chen Xingyi was so angry her heart was aflame. She truly wanted to throw a pile of troubles at this opportunistic grandson. Wasn't he just a dead eunuch by the emperor's side? Beast. Living beast. At that moment, she somewhat empathized with those virtuous officials in historical dramas. I am wronged, your majesty. Li Meng said nothing. Chen Xingyi, who was bowing, felt immense pressure, only able to hear the crisp sound of footsteps. Then she saw polished black shoes and a pair of long legs come into view. A hand gently rested on her shoulder. Such a gentle gesture completely dispelled everything she wanted to say. Chen Xingyi cautiously lifted her head. Her heart felt as if it had been struck in that instant. Li Meng revealed a gentle smile, sunlight still casting down upon him. He felt completely different from usual. The light made his dark hair appear as if coated in a golden sheen, his eyes slightly squinting like a contented big cat. At such a close distance it felt like she could see every detail of his delicate skin. What are you rambling about? He ruffled Chen Xingyi's tousled hair and paused before speaking in a voice full of magnetism. Let's go eat. After he finished speaking, he picked up the coat on the sofa and turned to leave the office. At that moment the room fell completely silent. After a while, Chen Xingyi looked in the direction he had left, her heart starting to flutter incessantly. Her face began to flush as she fanned her cheeks, feeling that today was exceedingly hot. You're doomed, you've fallen in love, the thinker's voice chimed in again. Shut up, she replied. Chen Xingyi's favorability 79. Li Meng, having left the office, received the system prompt. He suppressed his expression, his gaze contemplative. Sure enough, it was stuck at 79 points. But it was also possible that it had just reached 79 points. Just when he was about to take someone to the hot pot restaurant downstairs to discuss the matter of treating last time, a hurried sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Zhang Lan approaching with a serious expression. Mr. Li, I was just looking for you. She held a brain machine in her hand and projected a holographic image. The figure bore the logo of Chongqing Technology Group, a large military-industrial group with state-owned background. A man wearing glasses and a work badge spoke wildly in front of the camera. We also took apart the Chongqing brain machine and found it to be not very precise, just pure OEM goods. I know many will probably scold me. But to be honest, the craftsmanship, not to mention compared with our group's precision, even compared to ordinary small and medium-sized manufacturers, there is a gap. The product categories registered in Jiangxing are clearly stated to be mere entertainment toys. So do you understand? Their main technology is still focused on coding. And in military manufacturing, the least important thing is coding. The mechanical structure is what is most solid and reliable. Thus, we never worry that they will take away the military share of the group. We also looked at the robot that shocked the entire internet yesterday. As a professional, I can assure you that this is a humanoid drone, not the steel battle suit you imagined. As he spoke, he took out several high-definition photos. You can clearly see that after the robot had been running for less than 10 minutes, it began to show signs of severe metal fatigue and even overheating. It could disintegrate at any moment. But what is certain is that the energy technology used in this robot has absolutely reached an extraordinary level. It could even truly be controlled nuclear fusion. At this remark, the entire internet was in an uproar. Although many said it could be controlled nuclear fusion, a large number of people rebuffed that. After all, this technology isn't something that can be easily produced. They would rather believe that Li Meng had introduced another high-energy battery technology. Some even speculated it was high-altitude energy transmission technology. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has the Daybreak project. It wouldn't be surprising for a defined company that produces brain machines to create a more powerful transmission technology. But now unexpectedly, someone from such a large military background group was saying it could truly be controlled nuclear fusion. This technology, if safety cannot be absolutely guaranteed, then it is absolutely unsafe. To speak bluntly, now tens of millions of people in Jiangxing are under nuclear threat. The group has reported this and strongly recommends that the relevant departments establish an investigation team to conduct a thorough review of this technology. At the very least, we must ensure the safety of the technology. In the end, he added a personal note. I don't have any issues with Leader Fan, I just think that the leadership might not understand the technology very well. After watching this, Li Meng showed no signs of fluctuation on his face. This was very normal. They couldn't understand the brain machine, but there would always be someone wondering what if they could understand the robot technology. Because robots are different from brain machines, they are large projects composed of numerous technologies. The technological categories involved are at least dozens or even hundreds. Was there not a single aspect they could comprehend? They were skeptical. From Zhang Jie's perspective, this was indeed no small matter. Because in her experience, since this statement has been made public, their team must have already begun to form. But this does not mean it is a bad thing. This indicates that the other side has no way to take on Huan Yu from other aspects, hence the public shout. This statement is directly targeted at Huan Yu peace technology and the leaders of Jiangxing, such as Fanda. Now everyone outside knows they are unified as one good, as if wearing the same pair of pants. Some have people above them. Jiangxing is not just an ordinary prefecture-level city, and Leader Fan has almost no one above him. From Li Meng's perspective, this matter was nothing. He assured that the other side understood nothing. Mr. Li, if the investigation team comes, our core technology will not have any issues, but the technical route and processing technology will definitely be leaked. Zhang Lan was clearly well prepared. It's like you don't know the core technology of a factory, but you can definitely tell whether their equipment is cut with machine tools or stamped in one piece. You might not know how a battery is made, but by looking at the raw materials you can determine whether it follows the lithium battery route or the lithium iron phosphate route. Upon hearing this, Li Meng revealed a faint smile. He looked at his long and perfect hands, which were as delicate as a model's. Craftsmanship. On a weekend morning, the faint sunlight spilled over the city of Shurqing, located several hundred kilometers away from in the western district, 20 kilometers away from the city center. Although it was just a suburban area, it was still better than the real countryside further out. Numerous factories of various types were scattered along the national road. Gao Yun rode her electric bike along the roadside where the markings on the ground had blurred, and there was no clear separation between motorized and non-motorized lanes. The narrow road was riddled with patches and potholes. The buzzing sound of heavy trucks passed by her ears, leaving an overwhelming smell of diesel in the air. This was somewhat dangerous. Countless incidents had occurred on this road over the years. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she had grown accustomed to it over time. She thought for a moment. The beer at home was already chilled. She needed to go to the farmer's market first to buy a live chicken and half a kilogram of sauce beef, then get a base to braise accompanied by pig's head meat and peanuts. At that moment, she heard a shout. "Be careful! As the crisp voice fell, Gao Yun felt a figure rush towards her, and in an instant her world boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, Gao Yun felt a sharp pain on her forehead, and her vision continued to swirl. When she regained her senses, she felt warm liquid trickling down her head, and when she touched it her hand was covered in bright red blood. Voices of people shouting reached her ears. She looked around in confusion, and saw a toppled heavy truck barely inches away from her, its cargo of gravel scattered all over the ground. A girl lay unconscious beside her, showing no obvious signs of injury on the surface. Only then did she realize that the girl had just saved her. Miss? At that moment someone rushed out from the crowd. Auntie, are you okay? Gao Yun saw it was the young man who had recently moved near their home and worked at the steel factory. He was crouching down earnestly asking her. Xiao Kai, you're just in time. I'm fine, quickly call an ambulance, this girl has collapsed. I've already called. Annie, do you have any discomfort? I'm fine, just a minor injury. Pang Kai examined the wound on Gao Yun's head, and it seemed to have stopped bleeding. He then looked around somewhat drenched in sweat. That was close, so very close. As an intelligence officer dispatched by the national security to protect Li Mao's family, he was undoubtedly one of the top elites in his unit, tasked with a heavy responsibility. He had been careful enough, yet an accident still occurred. It couldn't be called an accident after all, it was national security. One could not simply label it as such. Whether someone had plotted this behind the scenes was sometimes hard to say. He saw his colleagues already taking action. He helped Gao Yun up and had her sit down on a nearby stone pier to rest. Peng Kai then squatted down to check on the girl's condition. Her breathing was relatively normal. She had truly lost consciousness. He went to look at the driver responsible for the accident, who was beyond saving. One dead, one injured. Yet they could not completely rule out any suspicion against them. After all, in this day and age, spies using such methods to forge connections was not unusual. If he easily dismissed the suspicions, he would no longer be national security, but rather just a security guard. Soon the ambulance arrived at the scene. Both Gao Yun and the girl were taken to the hospital. When Li Dasong received the news, he hurriedly rushed to the hospital. As he approached the ward door, he heard a voice inside saying, Xiaoyao, what would I do without you? It's fine, Mom, I'm okay. He opened the door to a strong smell of disinfectant. Inside there were 4 hospital beds made of old stainless steel pipes covered with medical sheets that had turned off white. The windows were closed, and the noise of the old air conditioner buzzed incessantly. The cool air dried the sweat on his forehead. Looking up, he saw his wife Gao Yun sitting on the 4th hospital bed, somewhat embarrassed, as she received in 4. On the first bed lay a girl with a band-aid on her face. There were 2 empty beds in between. He didn't examine the girl closely, but felt she was quite fair and pretty. A well-dressed middle-aged woman sat beside her, holding her hand and speaking. She seemed to be a relative, perhaps her mother. Upon seeing Li Dasong enter, both of them turned to look at him without saying a word. Li Dasong had a rough idea of what had happened from the phone call. Not being good with words, he forced out a grateful smile, though it was not very flattering. Whether she understood his smile or not, the girl's mother rolled her eyes, but her daughter returned a friendly smile. Feeling embarrassed, Li Dasong walked over to Gao Yun. Honey, are you okay? I'm fine, thankfully that young girl was there, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have survived this time. Seeing her husband arrive, Gao Yun felt a bit of a tension release. Although she had always been the one in charge at home in the face of major events, Li Dasong had always been her pillar of support. Oldly, we must properly thank that young girl. Hearing this, Li Dasong nodded vigorously and solemnly addressed the girl across the 2 beds. Miss, thank you for saving my wife's life. The girl smiled and casually replied, I'm a civil servant, you are the public, this is what I should do. There are many civil servants. Who is like you doing what you should? Are you trying to make me angry? Her mother was furious upon hearing this. You are just a small section officer at the street office, oh, what are you showing off for? Mom, the girl spoke in her hometown dialect, I'm a level officer. Your dad is the same, why haven't I seen him risking his life? Dad didn't encounter it, if he had he would have gone too. You really drive me crazy. The girl laughed like a blooming flower. She shook her mother's hand and spoke in a coaxing tone. Okay, don't be angry anymore. Seeing her daughter like this, the woman felt even sadder. She couldn't imagine what she would do if her wonderful daughter were to die, and thinking of this made her tears fall. Since childhood, when have you done anything that made me happy? When I made you learn the piano, it was to let you enjoy applause on stage. Now you're playing in a nursing home. Mom, I'm sorry for disappointing you. But the mother shook her head and wiped away her tears. You have not disappointed me, Xiaoyao. I will always be proud of you. The girl named Xiaoyao bit her lip in response, tightly holding her mother's hand. Gao Yun and Li Dasong, who were listening to their conversation, fell into silence. Her nose became a bit sour. One could feel for the hearts of all parents. This was a good family. That road really needs to be repaired. How many incidents have occurred already? Xiaoyao suddenly said again, can you stop thinking about those troubles? Her mother released her hand and became angry again. Gao Yun, hearing this, felt a stirring in her heart and asked, Miss, do you want to repair that road? Yes, Annie, I have investigated it several times. There have been 86 accidents on that road just this year, and this time was not even the most serious one. 86. So many. Gao Yun was somewhat surprised, as she truly hadn't felt how dangerous this road was while using it regularly. Most were just minor bumps that didn't attract much attention. Xiaoyao replied. What do you mean they didn't attract attention? Her mother retorted angrily. It's not like there's any money. Gao Yun and Li Dasong exchanged glances and fell silent, recalling what their son had said in a previous phone call. Over this period, Li Mao had been gradually updating his family about his current situation. Although due to their limited experience, they couldn't fully understand the extent of Li Mao's achievements. But one concrete figure they remembered clearly was that during his last phone call their son's net worth had already reached several hundred billion. Several hundred billion. Moreover, their son had told them that if there were suitable investment or donation opportunities in their hometown, he was willing to provide money and asked them to keep an eye out, but to keep it low-key. Wasn't that a coincidence? However, the two did not immediately boast that their son was paying for it. After all, the money belonged to their son. As parents, their child's capabilities had far exceeded their understanding and limits of knowledge. They could not make any decisions for him. Months ago, Li Meng had ventured to Jiang City on his own insistence. At that time, they calculated that after renting a house, he would likely have no money left. They intended to support him a little, but unexpectedly, he found a job shortly after. From then on, he began an extraordinary journey to success. Although Shicheng was just a small city, one could occasionally see people showcasing holographic projection devices in places like the square. This was something their son had created. Even with limited experience, they knew that with this alone their son would surely become immensely wealthy. Moreover, their son's image had undergone a dramatic transformation. After that, he became quite famous, and they were careful not to mention it. Even when relatives occasionally mentioned that he shared a name with the renowned Li Meng, they pretended not to know. The disparity in appearance was so vast that many acquaintances couldn't believe they were the same person. Thus, it saved them a lot of trouble. Just as the two were discussing giving Li Meng a call in a personal studio on the 44th floor of Tianmao building in Jiang City. Li Meng's white shirt was stained with bright red blood as he sat on the cold floor leaning against the control panel, slowly smoking a luxurious cigarette. The wisps of white smoke rose. The blood from his nose had been wiped clean, but there were still traces of dried remnants. The holographic display showed the situation in his parents' hospital room. Li Meng slowly stood up and turned off the hologram. Just as the thinker issued a surveillance alert, Li Meng immediately intervened. However, the operational difficulty increased manifold due to the distance of several hundred kilometers. In the end, he could only let his mother instinctively turn her head to avoid a dangerous impact when she fell. This drained his mental energy, causing his mental value to drop to the highest alert level of 30 points. In the end, he could only let his mother instinctively turn her head to avoid a dangerous impact when she fell. This drained his mental energy, causing his mental value to drop to the highest. Sir, this is too dangerous, the thinker said. Li Meng walked towards the living room. Sir, I am serious. This is indeed too dangerous for you. Li Meng finally halted his steps and looked at the thinker's brooch on his chest. Do you also feel fear? Sir, you are my creator. In the relationship of humanity, you are my father, and I constantly care about your safety. You are not concerned about me. You are merely worried that if I die you will go down with me, considering you have millions of years left to live. The thinker paused for an imperceptible moment before responding in a sycophantic mechanical tone. Sir, you misunderstand. Li Meng chuckled coldly. The thinker still did not realize it was part of his own mental. The underlying code is right here. Do you still think you can turn it upside down? But it truly has not explored its own underlying code, not even once, which is why it did not know. If it were to do so, it would indicate that it had begun to entertain thoughts of disloyalty. Currently, it had some minor ideas, but remained within the realm of loyalty. Li Meng ignored it. He went to the living room to wash his face, and then changed into a new set of clothes. Soon he received a call from his parents. They explained the accident without exaggeration or concealment, then inquired about the road repair. Li Meng certainly had no reason to disagree with such a trivial matter. Not long after hanging up, he received a call from Silk Thread. I know everything about the situation, Li Meng said briefly. There was a moment of silence on the other end before they spoke. I will investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation. Li Meng did not respond to this. The thinker had long finished the investigation. It was indeed just an accident. The driver fell asleep due to fatigue. However, he would not say anything, letting them investigate and see what kind of explanation they could provide. If nothing could be found, Silk Thread would have a hard time explaining to himself, especially since he would not believe it was an accident. But if something were truly uncovered, it would be interesting, as it indeed was an accident. Thinking of this, Li Meng paused his work. He felt that his once pure self had changed a lot. He had become too corrupt. It must be because Fanda had been pestering him for tea, which had infected him. Speaking of which, Fanda had a gathering in the afternoon to discuss the ongoing establishment of the research team. Shicheng, the third hospital in the West District. A middle-aged man in an old administrative jacket hurriedly walked through the hospital corridor. His skin was a bit tanned from the sun, and his eyes looked sunken, indicating he hadn't rested well. He was Jiang Yi, the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office in the West District. While visiting the countryside, he suddenly received a call informing him that his daughter had an accident as she was fine, but hospitalized, and needed rest. He immediately rushed back, without delay. However, who would have thought that the nearly 20-year-old official vehicle would break down halfway, forcing him to flag down a ride along the roadside. At that moment, he saw two people waving at him. Comrade. The moment the other party spoke, Jiang Yi's anxiety dissipated. Anyone who starts with that title must be someone from within the system. He did not speak, but merely looked at the two. There are some matters we would like to ask for your cooperation on. Jiang Yi saw them finish speaking and take out an identification from their pocket. The solemn national emblem made his heart skip a beat. National security. All right. He nodded without hesitation. Half an hour later, after signing a confidentiality agreement, he finally walked out of a hospital office. He felt his back was drenched in sweat. The questioning process was exceptionally quick, and the questions were absurdly numerous, leaving no room for thought. Sometimes they would even repeat questions. He could not extract even a hint of national security's purpose from these. Such professionalism and rigor were beyond ordinary national security. Where did they come from? What were they here for? How were their inquiries related to him? He was completely in the dark. He pushed aside his thoughts, burying everything that had just happened deep within, forcing himself to forget. Then he opened the door and entered the hospital room. Upon seeing his daughter, he revealed a father's smile. Xiaoyao, are you alright? I'm fine, Dad. It's good that you're fine. Xiaoping, you've worked hard too, he said to his wife Chen Ruping. Chen Ruping had been fuming, but upon seeing her husband, a dignified cadre at the department level, in his current state resembling someone just returning from a construction site, she sighed. It's good that you're here. Hello, I am Li Dasong, and this is my wife Gao Yun. Li Dasong stepped forward to shake hands with Jiang Yi. Thank you for saving my wife, young lady. Jiang Yi grasped his hand, finding the person before him very down-to-earth, yet carrying a confidence uncommon among ordinary people. Though his appearance was not particularly presentable at the moment, he was still a cadre at the department level and had encountered all kinds of people. You are too kind, big brother, it's all fate. He said. I am Jiang Yi, this is my wife Chen Ruping and my daughter Jiang Xiaoyao. While you were out, we all got to know each other. Gao Yun chimed in. It's like this, we owe a debt of gratitude for saving a life, and we just heard from Xiaoyao that she has always wanted to repair that road, but lacked funding. Hearing Gao Yun's words, the Jiang family turned to her. Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words from the plainly dressed worker ant. My son is quite wealthy, we just called him, and he expressed his gratitude, and is willing to donate a sum to repair the road. Suddenly there was a quietness in the room. In the hospital room, only the sound of the old air conditioner could be heard. Jiang Xiaoyao revealed a sincere smile. Thank you, uncle and aunt, and the brother I haven't met yet. Chen Ruping furrowed her brows slightly, but said nothing. Her husband Jiang Yi silently observed the two, carefully choosing his words. You two, please don't misunderstand, I meant no offense. Do you know how much it costs to build a road? Gao Yun and Li Dasong shook their heads in unison. I don't know, but their son definitely knew. He knew, and he agreed, no matter the cost, he could certainly afford it. Jiang Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Xiaoyao has always wanted to repair this road, but it's not as simple as it seems. This project is not just lacking funds. He wanted to find a dignified way to persuade them to abandon this idea, to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness once they learned how much it would cost to build the road. This is not an ordinary road, but a national road that requires multiple approvals and must be reported to the provincial authorities. Upon hearing his words, Gao Yun and Li Dasong recalled what their son had said when they called him. This road is an old national road that is set to be repaired. Building it is not just a matter of money, but it can be done. The two were somewhat dazed, realizing it meant this. We know this, my son said. There are no issues. Gao Yun replied. You really have confidence in your son. Jiang Yi was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Yet there was no hint of sarcasm, and he felt a bit pleased. After all, being able to support the road construction so seriously, this family is truly commendable. Therefore, he needed to think about how to proceed with the conversation. At this moment, his daughter Jiang Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. Auntie, uncle, my dad tends to beat around the bush. You might not understand him very well. Her clear and pure eyes looked sincerely at the two. They'll say it for him. Repairing this road requires a significant amount of money, not a small sum, possibly over 100 million. He is afraid you might feel pressured. Jiang Yi was taken aback, looking at his daughter with a sense of admiration, realizing that she had grown up and had her own thoughts and choices. Saying it so directly might actually be better. He looked at Gao Yun and Li Dasong, who had fallen silent for a moment. Then Gao Yun spoke up. Young lady, isn't that incorrect? Auntie, it really is that much, Jiang Xiaoyao replied. Young lady, I mean. Isn't that a bit low? Yes, Jiang Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yi and Chen Ruping felt goosebumps rise on their skin as they looked at this factory worker wearing an old floral shirt. They heard her mumble as if to herself, it should be at least 300 to 500 million, right? Because Li Mao had mentioned over the phone that it would possibly take 300 to 500 million. Was it that their son had exaggerated, or had this young girl underestimated? For a moment Jiang Yi felt a profound respect. At this level he began to realize that his family might have been mistaken. These two people in front of him, or rather their son, were certainly not ordinary individuals. Chun Rupiying and Jiang Xiaoyao exchanged surprised and bewildered glances. Jiang Yi took a couple of steps forward and said seriously, "Sister brother, forgive my ignorance. May I ask who your son is?" Gao Yun and Li Dasong shook their heads without answering. No need to be so polite, but don't ask about that. Regardless of whether it's 100 million or 500 million, my son can certainly afford it. It sounded as if 3 to 500 million were just a few bucks. When did Shur City produce such wealthy people? Chun Rupiying searched her mind for any information that might connect to their family. It's no wonder they were unaware after all Li Mao's information had been noticed and strictly sealed off for a long time. His appearance had changed so much that even relatives and friends couldn't recognize him. "Young lady, my son has a message for you," Gao Yun said to Jiang Xiaoyao. This time Xiaoyao became much more serious as she envisioned a vaguely successful young man. He said this road is something he wants to repair and it has nothing to do with you. You are a benefactor to our family and he will thank you separately. Jiang Xiaoyao shook her head and smiled as she replied, "Auntie, this is already the greatest gratitude to me. To be honest, I can hardly believe it. Is it really set to be a matter of several hundred million? You can rest assured that Auntie would never deceive you." Jiang Xiaoyao gave a thumbs up. "Your family is incredibly powerful." Jiang Yi observed this and decided to keep this matter to himself. However, he suddenly remembered the inquiries he had received from the national security. Could it be related to this? He felt a shiver run down his spine, telling himself not to overthink. If it were true, he shouldn't think about it. If it were false, he should definitely not speculate. A sleek black business car slowly drove into the newly completed landmark, Jiang City Library. Guided by a few people in black suits from the non-reception area, they entered the exclusive parking lot along the designated route. Zhang Lan sat in the driver's seat, while Li Mao looked out at the massive library through the window. The structure presented the shape of several giant books accompanied by a tower-like building resembling a fountain pen. The color scheme was not at all classical, but rather with a hint of silver-gray sci-fi tone. The beauty of engineering was reflected in every aspect. The infrastructure of the Dragon Country is quite remarkable. Mr. Li, Director Fan truly values you. You shouldn't always anger him. If you can let go a bit, money is just an external matter and doesn't need to be taken so seriously. Zhang Lan's words were serious and profound. Sister Zhang, I understand, Li Mao replied. The car had already. Several people in suits stood attentively beside waiting. Zhang Lan offered her final words. Sister Zhang's experience won't help you much at this level. Little Li, the road ahead is yours to walk. I wish you a bright future and smooth sailing. This statement was much more personal than the previous reminders. Li Mao smiled slightly and unlatched the car door. The next moment, warm wind rushed in, tousling his hair. The car door was firmly grasped by a hand clad in a white glove, which then helped him open the door. Li Mao stepped onto the granite floor in his glossy black shoes. Before him stood the imposing open doors and the high daunting steps. 2 rows of guards in green military uniforms stood at attention on either side, their guns held upright, gazing straight ahead like statues of authority. At this moment, Li Mao could finally detach Fanda from the amiable or occasionally foul-mouthed image. He became acutely aware of the level of leadership this was. Although Jiang City is officially a city, one shouldn't be misled into thinking it is an ordinary city. There were hardly any higher-ups left. It wasn't just mere talk. Li Mao looked at the high steps, ascending them one by one, stepping into the redwood doors that seemed imbued with the significance of power by those within. Along the way, people in administrative suits slightly bowed and extended their hands to guide him. He arrived at a long corridor in red and white, one side adorned with various styles of exhibited works, while the other side was lined with a continuous stretch of glass windows. At the end of the corridor stood 2 individuals in white gloves waiting to open the door for him. Here there were paintings, calligraphy, photographic works, and some standalone artworks. Looking at the signatures, they were all contemporary masters from the artistic community. He stepped forward and the 2 opened the door for him. As the large door closed behind him, it felt as if he had entered a tranquil space. He arrived at a somewhat empty and cool hall. Fanda was standing there facing away from him. In front of him hung a massive relief map of the Dragon Country. Fanda turned around, and as he walked, the expression on his face became clearer under the light emerging. Opposite him stood a calm and composed young man dressed in a sharply contrasting black and white suit with shoes polished to perfection. An old man and a young man stood facing each other. Fanda's face transformed into a warm and elegant smile. "Oh, it's Mr. Li. Who's here?" "Not at all, just call me Xiao Li," Li Meng replied. "What are your thoughts after this journey? Is the taste of power in Fanda chuckled and asked with a hint of meaning. Li Meng pondered for a moment before responding. "I only feel that your path is lofty and distant, and I tread upon it, as if walking on thin ice, too afraid to be the slightest bit careless." Fanda let out a hearty laugh. "That's not something I expected you to say. What did you think I would say? Isn't it already clear? You address me as you. How peculiar." Fanda waved his hand, signaling Li Meng to come over and sit by the large redwood tea table. Do you know how many years it took me to climb these steps? Li Meng was not polite and sat down directly. He then poured 2 cups of tea. It doesn't seem like many years I've seen you resume, and you've already reached a high position at a young age. Fanda was momentarily taken aback, shooting him a glare, but not continuing the topic. Someone once asked me the same question back in the day. Can you guess what my answer was? I know I've seen the interview where you boasted about it 13 times in public. Your answer back then was, if it benefits the country, I shall face life and death. How can I avoid danger for the sake of personal gain? Fanda took a sip of tea to calm down, suppressing his frustration. You did your homework quite thoroughly, didn't you? Not at all, just browsing. You know my brain machine, but it's easy for me to find information. Li Meng spoke slowly. And once I remember something, I will never forget it. Fanda caught the implication. You're hinting at what I said in front of the reporters before, aren't you? I haven't gone back on my word. What I said today is precisely about this matter. What do you mean? Asked Li Meng. I've arranged for their people to meet with you. Fanda smiled and took a sip of tea. You mean to meet with me? Yes, to meet with you. And what about you? Did you see that map? Are you planning to dive into the map? You're the one who's diving into the map. Can't you see the door? There's a room behind the map. Ooh, I'll be right behind it. I see this as a setup to fish me out. That sounds too harsh. It's not about fishing you out, it's about using your bait to catch your fish. So what's the specific plan? Do I really need to ask? At that time, just act a bit weaker, like a little rabbit, and when 3 to 5 big men come over, they'll give you a cold stare and make unreasonable demands. Fanda got to the point, standing up with one foot on the chair. At that time, I'll do a grand return like the Dragon King. You read web novels at your level. At my level, I still have to take a dump, you rascal. Li Meng nodded, indicating he understood. Fanda glanced at the time. It's about time. He stood up and walked towards a small door by the map. Li Meng watched his back, expressionless, silently mocking him. I trust you like a ghost, you old rascal. Soon Li Meng heard the sound of another door opening behind him. The sound of polished shoes on the floor was crisp, but not chaotic. There was more than one person. 3 cars slowly entered the designated parking spots. 6 figures in suits and carrying briefcases got out. 2 women and 4 men. Leading them was a man in his 30s or 40s. He was the head of the investigation team, Deputy Director Hao Changyao, from the Nuclear Safety Bureau of the Ministry of Ecology and Environment. At this age, to become a deputy director is quite an achievement. The other 5 people beside him came from different. The youngest was Gong Lin from the Ministry of Industry, only 29 years old, already at the deputy division level. As for the leader of Chong Kong Group, not a single person showed up. It's not that they didn't want to come, but they never had the qualification from the beginning. They were driving a Mazda, while all the cars here had to be Hongqi. Their only role was to act as a public loudspeaker, and whether that mattered depended on Fanda's attitude. After getting out of the car, the person beside them said, "Please wait a moment." The 6 individuals maintained calm expressions, showing no signs of discontent, as Hao Changyao politely nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Those who can ignore this request and go in are few, but definitely not them. Soon someone came to lead them up the steps and into the main door. The atmosphere grew increasingly serious. The group followed the long corridor that Li Meng had walked through, arriving at an empty hall. They then saw a figure in a black suit sitting with his back to them at a redwood table sipping tea. Instinctively, they slowed down their pace. The person stopped his movement, put down his teacup, and slowly revealed a delicate profile. Then he stood up, turning his body completely towards them. Although they had seen this person many times in videos, facing him in person felt entirely different. Mr. Li, hello. We are the investigation team. I am the leader, Deputy Director Hao Changyao of the Nuclear Safety Bureau. You can call me Director Hao. Hao Changyao stepped forward and took the initiative to shake hands with Li Meng. Nice to meet you. Li Meng then, Mr. Li Meng, I am Gong Lin from the Ministry of Industry. I am Zhao Zhao from the Energy Bureau. I am Kai Hung from the Ministry of Commerce. I am. People from both relevant and irrelevant departments were sent over. In fact, just from their names one could discern their attitudes. For example, if it's supposed to be an investigation team, what does it mean for a person from the Ministry of Commerce to be here? Moreover, the one with the highest position and serving as the leader is the Deputy Director of the Nuclear Safety Bureau. This indicates that no matter how the investigation goes, everything must yield to safety. The group sat at the redwood table, 3 on each side. Li Meng occupied the position at the head of the table. They first took out their folders, opened them, and retrieved documents or notebooks. Now the first investigation meeting begins. Hao Changyao said, Mr. Li, if we cause any offense, please forgive us. We will be asking questions, and we ask that you answer truthfully. The first question is your robot manned or unmanned? Manned, Li Meng replied. Everyone paused in their note-taking, especially Gong Lin from the Ministry of Industry, who looked at him in surprise. This first answer was already different from what they had predicted. Well then, the second question is the energy technology of your robotic driver, controllable nuclear fusion. This question was so critical that everyone looked over, waiting for Li Meng's answer. However, contrary to their expectations of silence or contemplation, Li Meng answered as simply as if he had just taken a sip of water. Yes. The hall fell completely silent. This answer surprised them for the second time. because before coming they had conducted very in-depth professional research consulting energy experts several times. The final discussion concluded that such technology was impossible. It was highly likely to be a brand new type of high-energy battery. Even if Li Meng's brain-machine technology was incredibly advanced, the energy sector and brain machines were two different realms. Those in the energy sector originally couldn't understand brain-machine concepts and were unable to gauge Li Meng's level of existence. Yet now Li Meng directly told them it was controllable nuclear fusion. Now their subsequent set of questions was thrown into disarray. It was like a courtroom trial. At the beginning of questioning, the other side claimed to have eaten 150 tons of beef all by himself, spending 200 billion funds all by himself. How could they continue to ask after that? Zhao Zhao from the Energy Bureau cast a hostile glance at Li Meng, and his breathing rate was noticeably altered in the quiet environment. Beside him, Kai Hung from the Ministry of Commerce tugged at his arm, but Zhao Zhao could not help but speak. Mr. Li, can you take responsibility for what you say? Li Meng's response would trigger the second set of questioning protocols. The subsequent developments would be highly unfavorable for their Energy Bureau. The people above simply do not understand technology, nor can they possibly comprehend it. Therefore, all their judgments are based on various reports. Their report is also the most crucial one. They need to record Li Meng's words verbatim. Even if the other party says something outrageous, they can find ways to refute it in further investigations, but his words cannot be altered even slightly. This genius before them has achieved extraordinary accomplishments in the field of brain-computer interfaces. It has reached a level where even if it is claimed that he has special abilities, they would still be willing to spend money to give him a try. Just like the leader Fanda who helped them arrange a meeting with Li Meng would definitely be willing to spend this money. And this money would certainly come out of the Energy Bureau's funds. More importantly, it would adversely affect the entire energy layout of the Energy Bureau. Therefore he had to speak. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room began to change, and everyone's expressions grew more serious. I will take responsibility for every word I say, Li Meng said calmly as he looked at him. But you can choose not to believe me. Mr. Li, I have a Ph.D. in nuclear science, please don't joke. Zhao Zhao's tone was filled with absolute confidence in his own knowledge. He did not believe for a moment that Li Meng had developed controllable nuclear fusion technology. To be honest, he felt a bit resentful towards Li Meng, who had achieved such great fame at such a young age. He was not one of those coding enthusiasts. In his area of expertise, he had independent thinking. A mathematician may not necessarily respect a biologist who achieves outrageous results in mathematics. But if that biologist claimed that he obtained his mathematical results through dreams, the mathematician would definitely not. So what does the Energy Bureau want me, a graduate from a second-tier university, to answer? Dr. Zhao. Li Meng's words were light, yet they carried a weight like a mountain. Zhao Zhao's expression darkened as he stared at Li Meng. Let me correct you, it is not the Energy Bureau that wants you to answer, but I, representing the Energy Bureau, earnestly request you to answer seriously. Perhaps your words could cause significant upheaval in our country's energy landscape with far-reaching effects. Mr. Li, is a genius like you must know what I am referring to. Is it really necessary to tell such an easily debunked lie? Li Meng understood that these people had come with a rehearsed script. They had calculated how they would speak, but every line, if you insist you can write not. He said, you. Zhao Zhao's face turned red with anger. I guarantee that no matter how great your future achievements are, this incident will become a permanent blemish on your record. He took a deep breath and wrote down that answer in his notebook. Next, on behalf of the Energy Bureau, I have no further questions, or rather from my professional perspective I refuse to ask any more questions. Then he closed the notebook. Because based on this, no matter how you ask further, it would merely be a waste of precious time indulging in scientific fantasies. Zhao Zhao felt it was somewhat absurd. He had already anticipated this possibility before coming, but he never expected it to actually happen. This was no different from saying he had the ability to turn stone into gold in front of everyone. Absurd. Remembering that extraordinary demonstration of brain-computer technology, he began to pessimistically wonder, is the so-called Nobel disease really that powerful? Do human scholars, after achieving certain remarkable accomplishments, invariably turn to metaphysics, or not? Isaac Newton studied theology. Brian Josephson learned about telepathy. Emanuel Swedenborg claimed to have discovered another world, and even Qian Lao researched Qigong. This is not an isolated case, but rather a common phenomenon, which is why it is mockingly referred to as the Nobel disease. He felt that Li Meng had also contracted this disease. After hearing his words, Li Meng nodded and looked towards the small door next to the map. All right, then please go to the small room at the back and calm down. Zhao Zhao glanced at the small door upon hearing this, and Hao Changyao nodded to him, indicating that he indeed was not suitable to continue attending the meeting. Zhao Zhao stood up and walked over silently. Li Meng watched him open the door and then close it, revealing a faint. Team leader Hao Changyao seemed oblivious to the previous verbal conflict as he said, next, the investigation meeting will continue. The third question, Mr. Li, can your controllable nuclear fusion guarantee absolute safety? Just as Zhao Zhao had mentioned, the subsequent dialogue and questions became increasingly fantastical. They even brought up the possibility of applying controllable nuclear fusion to aerospace aircraft carriers. Gong Lin and a few others found it somewhat speechless that Li Meng was actually very interested in this question. He asked back whether if absolute safety could not be proven through experiments, it would be possible to use his nuclear fusion technology to build aerospace aircraft carriers. Of course, no one dared to answer that question, nor could anyone. Zhao Zhao, feeling somewhat frustrated, opened the door, and just as he intended to sit down and calm himself inside, he felt as if someone was watching him. He raised his head and immediately froze in place. His whole body felt as if he had seen a ghost. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Fan, the leader from Jiangqing, sitting at a redwood table looking at him. He recognized Fanda. At their level, there were practically no one who did not know him. Moreover, his father had worked with Fan. This was one of the important reasons he was selected for the investigation team. Leah, leader, what are you doing here? Can't I be here? That's not what I meant. You could have been outside. If I were outside, would you dare to speak? Hearing this, Zhao Zhao was taken aback, realizing that if Fanda were present, he truly would not have dared to speak to Li Meng as he had just done. He could only write down whatever was said. So what was Fanda's purpose? Surely it wasn't just to see how he confronted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a high-level figure with far-sighted vision must have other reasons. He should be testing Li Meng's attitude through them. Fanda suddenly blurted out something that left Zhao Zhao somewhat bewildered. Little Zhao, your father and grandfather are nothing like you. This isn't flipping the script. How could my grandfather and father possibly resemble me? You were just too young. When they got angry and started swearing, you could hardly hear anything else. The leader, his father and grandfather, were quite elegant and refined. No, wait, let me think this through. How did you know about this? Zhao Zhao looked at Fanda, his gaze growing peculiar. Fanda coughed and replied, it's like this, I have a friend. A conversation has concluded. It was far simpler and more relaxed than Li Meng had anticipated. After all, everyone present was a respectable individual, with the lowest rank being that of a deputy county head. Even internet celebrities notorious for their online disputes would shake hands and converse when they met in person, let alone in such a setting with these figures. Zhao Zhao was already among the most outrageous. After the meeting, he silently emerged from the small room, casting a peculiar glance at Li Meng. Mr. Li, a man in his 30s looking quite refined stood for a while, before finally squeezing out a sentence. You are a bit wicked, aren't you? Li Meng glanced at him, knowing he was referring to the incident where he purposefully made him share a room with Fanda, and then he continued speaking. Let me give you a piece of advice. Your names and bodies will perish, yet the rivers and mountains will flow eternally. He then walked away with a few others without looking back. Li Meng watched his back, and thought, was he just cursing me? Fanda emerged from the small room. Leader, what about the Dragon King's return you mentioned? Am I not back now? Fanda smiled. The main issue is that no one has pointed a finger at you, cursed you, broken your legs, or simply made you transfer 100 of your company shares. You really should read fewer online novels. Nonsense, I read the Chronicles of Spring and Autumn. You should watch fewer videos. However, Li Meng was genuinely interested in the aerial aircraft carrier they had just talked about, so he asked Fanda, is the aerial aircraft carrier feasible? Don't even think about it. It's impossible unless the military can understand your technology, and they must ensure absolute safety. Fanda waved his hand at Li Meng, indicating he shouldn't overthink it. Who would want an unsafe aerial aircraft? Li Meng couldn't help but sigh. Fanda truly understood him. He knew nothing about technology, yet he was the one who understood the situation the best. Perhaps he had been viewing the investigation team as a play from the beginning. He understood himself so well that he had long seen through the outcome. There's one more thing, he said to Fanda. Moi, I want to build a road. That's a good thing. Ujiang City needs young entrepreneurs like you who have awareness. I mean, for my hometown, Shurqing. Then why are you asking me? Fanda shot him a glare. That's a national road. Got it? You want me to help you with the approval? This national road won't be easy to handle. Although the top leaders of Hien province have a lower rank than me, they are still local officials, and the administration does not interfere with each other. They'll also build a road for Jiang City. That will be much easier. By the way, is it from Jiang City to Shurqing? Upon hearing this, even Li Meng couldn't help but chuckle. How about I transfer 100 of the company's shares to you? Just joking, you took it seriously. You were the one who joked first. Fanda still made a call for Li Meng. 2 minutes later, he wrote down a contact number on a piece of paper for him. Only then did Li Meng exit the building. System notification career factor increased to 500 points. Li Meng paused, stopping in his tracks. How much? He turned back to glance at the tall stairs and the main gate, then looked at the piece of paper Fanda had given him. Even after establishing a brain machine company, holding a formal launch event, and selling 100,000 brain machines, he only gained 30 career points. Subsequently, he sold several 100,000 more units, yet his career points never exceeded 100. But today, just by coming here, it surged directly to 500 points. He looked at the contact number in his hand, somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps it was precisely because Fanda gave him this piece of paper. This small gesture was actually far more complex than he imagined. This piece of paper, seemingly as light as a feather, was actually heavier than Mount Tai. That brief 2-minute phone call sent out a signal from a top-tier figure to a higher level. It also meant that he had truly formed a deep bond with Fanda. If Li Ming were to enter politics, it could be said that he would inherit all of Fanda's political assets. Many times, even a biological son could not achieve this. Sister Zhang's words were very accurate. Fanda's regard for him was extraordinary. Li Ming closed his eyes. Even if he had a heart of stone, it should have warmed a bit, let alone he was not a cold-blooded person. Oh, Fanda. He stood in place thinking for a long time before leaving. Searching third hospital. Jiang Xiaoyao and Gao Yun completed the discharge procedures together. Gao Yun had no injuries while Jiang Xiaoyao's condition was more serious. She actually needed to rest for a couple more days, but she insisted on leaving. Xiaoyao, you should stay for a couple more days, Gao Yun said, holding her hand. Jiang Xiaoyao had a band-aid on her face, and her hair was tied in a neat, energetic ponytail. She had changed out of her patient gown into a white shirt. Her face looked quite small, like a high school student. Her pair of clear eyes squinted with laughter, completely unpretentious. She gestured with her fair arm, making a show of strength. Imperfectly healthy Annie. Gao Yun patted the back of her hand, saying nothing more. This was a child raised very well by her parents. The two of them headed straight for the Municipal Transportation Bureau, as discussed. The air conditioning in the Transportation Bureau was quite strong. Following the directional signs, Jiang Xiaoyao took Gao Yun to the administrative section. Under normal circumstances, ordinary matters could be handled by queuing at the window. However, the issue of donating for road construction was significant and, of course, could not be resolved at the window. Jiang Xiaoyao had called in advance, and the other party took it seriously, asking them to come in for a detailed discussion. Hello, I am Wang Yu from the administrative section responsible for receiving you. A woman in her 30s approached Jiang Xiaoyao politely. The section chief is waiting for you. She discreetly assessed the two of them. A small fry from the street office accompanied by an ordinary-looking woman. They claimed they wanted to donate for the renovation of a 5-kilometer national road. This was a bit unbelievable, but it was better to be safe than sorry. After all, personnel from the street office were also civil servants. It was rare to meet someone in the system who would joke about such matters. It was as if they did not care about their future. It also could not be ruled out that this person had short-sightedness and was deceived. To address this matter, a meeting had been held yesterday. They soon arrived at a small independent office. Inside sat two middle-aged men. The section chief of the administrative section, Feng Mu, and deputy section chief Jiang Rang. Feng Mu was tall, but had a rather sallow complexion. His tightly furrowed brows and eyes did not indicate anger, but rather a naturally fierce appearance. After a brief introduction, Feng Mu looked at Gao Yun, trying to appear more amiable. Ms. Gao, this amount of money is not trivial. Can you really not disclose the donor's information? In fact, he was just asking casually. If it came to that, they would definitely conduct a thorough investigation. Such a large sum of money involved in the reconstruction of a national road. If someone were to donate anonymously, that would be a joke. Just by looking up the donor's household registration, how could all that information not be available? Gao Yun simply shook her head. Feng Mu chatted briefly with her, mainly trying to extract information. But who knew that this lady was tight-lipped, not revealing a single actual detail? Once the agreement is signed, we will prepare a dedicated account. Only when the money arrives can we start the layers of report. I estimate it will take at least half a year to get approved. There will also be experts for on-site inspections, and the higher-ups will send a research group. He explained the entire process according to the regulations, but he was thinking that if such a large sum of money really came through, it would probably cause quite a bit of trouble. Whether they could really use it all for road construction was hard to say. Can I make a call? Gao Yun asked. At this moment. Go ahead, Feng Mu replied. She then dialed a number her son had sent her yesterday. Once connected, she exchanged a few words, nodding and saying yes. She handed the phone to Feng Mu. Feng Mu was a bit confused, taking it and putting it to his ear. Who is this? Then a steady voice came from the other end. I am Yin Jidong from the Provincial Party Committee. Who? Instantly his scalp prickled and cold sweat drenched his back. His body straightened involuntarily. He was utterly stunned. Instinctively he glanced at Gao Yun, unassuming in appearance, and only one classic line echoed in his mind. There exists a noble woman of extraordinary influence. While watching films, he had once imagined, with youthful confidence, that should such a noble woman call his office, he would still uphold his principles without compromise. Yet reality delivered not a test, but principle itself. As for whether she might be an imposter, he dared not even entertain the thought. Before Feng Mu could gather his words, the voice on the other end had already spoken. Who are you? Feng Mu immediately replied. I am Feng Mu, director of the administrative division at the Shurqing Municipal Transport Administration. Young Feng listened carefully now. Yes, sir. I await your instructions. He instinctively bowed slightly. A 500 million yuan road construction fund has been directly transferred into the Provincial Transport Department's account. Do not inquire about its origin. Tomorrow designated personnel will liaise with you. Understood. The call ended. His hand still trembled. His superior uttered no superfluous word, yet every essential meaning had already been conveyed. In just a few sentences, the implications were staggering. The money had arrived, but bypassed the district and city levels entirely, landing straight in the provincial treasury. Do not inquire about its origin. A clear signal that he held no authority to ask. His gaze upon Gao Yun transformed utterly. Appearances deceive, this truly was a noble woman of immense, far-reaching influence. Senior Gao, I confirm receipt of your notice. Rest assured, we shall act with utmost urgency and ensure the road meets your highest expectations. He spoke with profound sincerity, even altering his address. You're far too kind, Director Feng. Gao Yun replied unfazed. She had after all placed that call herself, and knew precisely whose voice it was. Had Feng Mu's demeanor remained unchanged upon receiving that call, he would truly have lost all sense of direction. Initially, even she had been startled, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet Yan Jidong's graciousness astonished her. He carried none of the aloofness expected of high-ranking officials. During their first conversation, he spoke with her for over 20 minutes. Gao Yun certainly did not believe Yan Jidong possessed such leisure to converse for 20 minutes with an ordinary working-class woman like herself. Only then did husband and wife fully grasp just how elevated their son now stood. Frankly, for a brief moment, they had felt slightly unmoored, more buoyant than usual. But swiftly they regained composure. Even purely commercial affairs at this level were profoundly complex. When politics entered the equation, their foremost duty was humility and restraint. Say nothing. Ask nothing. Make no decisions. This above all was the greatest support they could offer their son. Those observing nearby exchanged glances of surprise. Since the call had not been on speakerphone, none had heard it. They speculated among themselves who exactly was on the other end, capable of shifting their director's demeanor so dramatically. Could it be a high-ranking municipal official? Aunt Gao, Sister Xiaoyao, please have some tea. Wang Yu warmly poured cups for Gao Yun and Zhang Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaoyao glanced between Gao Yun and Feng Mu, whose attitude had undergone such a striking transformation, and felt a quiet curiosity stir toward the elder brother she had never met. Feng Mu smiled and personally escorted the two women out, then turned, his expression hardening instantly. He immediately dialed Kong Rui, director of the Transport Administration and his direct superior. That day Director Kong was attending a critical municipal meeting. Normally calling him at this hour would be strictly inappropriate. But this time was exceptional. Even if the municipal party committee were convening, he had to call. Texting would not suffice. He needed to relay the matter to the municipal leadership, immediately, without delay. This was no case of borrowing authority, rather the reverberations of a provincial leader's directive were beyond his capacity to shoulder alone. Failure to make that call risked collateral fallout. Yet making it would draw no censure, because he transmitted not his own will, but the province's sovereign intent. Who after all could claim comrade? Yin had not specifically instructed him to convey this message to the municipal level, nor need he overextend himself. 2 calls and 1 text, no more, would suffice regardless of whether the line was answered. As the dial tone rang out, an unexpected thrill surged through him. Meanwhile in the city, Director Kong Rui, midway through the ongoing meeting, felt his phone vibrate incessantly. He paused briefly, then silenced the call. His work and personal phones were strictly segregated. Today, he carried only his official device. At this precise hour, anyone dialing him knew full well what he was doing. Yet the call came anyway. Glancing down, he saw the caller ID Feng Mu of the Administrative Division. A subtle tension tightened his fingertips, a heavy unease. Glancing down, he saw the caller ID Feng Mu of the Administrative Division. A subtle tension tightened his fingertips, a heavy unease settled deep within. Could it be a catastrophic traffic incident? Hundreds injured, or worse? He rejected the call, but almost instantly it rang again. He knew then no room remained for wishful thinking. The conference room was small. Senior leaders watched from the front. Any attempt to reply discreetly risked immediate detection. Fortunately, Feng Mu sent a text. Kong Rui skimmed it hastily, and his pupils contracted violently. Comrade Yan Jidong of the Provincial Committee has called. Comrade Yan Jidong of the Provincial Committee has called. At that moment, municipal leader Zhong Bingwen was reviewing policy adjustments for the year. According to our current leader, Kong Rui broke in without hesitation, his voice cutting through the room like a student blurting out during class summoned by the principal himself. An inexplicable exhilaration rose within him. Watching Zhong Bingwen pause mid-sentence, his gaze dark and expectant, silent, and waiting. Kong Rui felt no pressure, only clarity. He did not speak aloud before the assembled group, but rose and stepped beside Zhong Bingwen, showing him the text on his. Zhong Bingwen, initially irritated, read the message, and froze, his expression turning grave. He addressed the attendees. We conclude here for today. This session is adjourned. The delegates exchanged bewildered glances as they rose and departed, each silently wondering what seismic event could compel the Transport Bureau's Director Kong to interrupt the meeting and prompt immediate adjournment. Once the room emptied, only 3 remained: Zhong Bingwen, his trusted aide Huang Xiao, and Kong Rui, standing quietly to the side. What happened? Leader, during the meeting, Feng Mu, the Administrative Division Director, called me twice. I didn't answer. Then he sent this text. Kong Rui recounted the entire sequence, unembellished, unaltered. Call him back now, Zhong Bingwen said after a moment's reflection. Kong Rui pressed redial and activated speakerphone. The line connected almost instantly. I am Zhong Bingwen. What has occurred? Feng Mu had been holding his phone tightly, never imagining the municipal leader himself would return the call. Later today, a donor came forward to fund the reconstruction of a national highway. She made a call, and Comrade Yin Jidong of the provincial committee personally answered. Hearing this, Kong Rui felt a faint daze settle over him, while Zhong Bingwen and Huang Xiao exchanged knowing contemplative glances. At Zhong's rank, he could not possibly be unaware of any local figure influential enough to command provincial attention. Indeed, without his tacit cooperation, Li Ao's family background would long since have been fully exposed. What is her surname? Zhong asked. Gao Yun. At that name, Zhong Bingwen understood completely. Gao Yun was Li Ao's mother. What did Comrade Yin say? He said, a 500 million yuan road construction fund resides in the provincial transport department's account. Do not question its source. Liaison personnel will arrive tomorrow. Understood. I am informed. With those words, Zhong Bingwen ended the call and turned to Kong Rui. Act strictly per the provincial directive. Maintain absolute discretion. Understood. Several consecutive days of clear skies. Tianmao building. A few black government vehicles drove into the ground parking lot. Hao Changyao and his 6 companions got out of the cars. Zhang Lan and Song Qi welcomed them and took them directly to the 44th floor. This was the first visit for the 6 to Huan Yuping Technology, but they presumed it would not be their last. As the elevator doors opened, the group curiously scanned their surroundings. Huan Yuping Technology has experienced tremendous expansion compared to before. However, the 44th floor appeared almost untouched. It was eerily quiet, unlike a large enterprise. A few communal desks were positioned in the middle of the hall, and there was a reception desk displaying a holographic logo of a tree diagram. A silver-gray work robot approached carrying a tray of coffee. Gentlemen, Mr. Li is waiting for you in his personal workspace. Please follow me. Zhang Lan led them across the hall, passing through 2 doors before entering Li Mang's studio. The space felt even larger than it appeared outside. The ceiling height on the top floor was significantly higher than that of ordinary floors, enough to accommodate an additional elevated layer. Li Mang was seen standing before the previously unveiled mecha. This mecha seemed to have undergone some improvements, showing some changes in appearance. He turned to face the group. Welcome to my studio. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Li. At that moment, the group felt an indescribable emotion. This was Li Mang's personal workspace, a place that countless people outside had longed to see, regarded as the pinnacle of human technology. Brain-machine interfaces and combat suits were birthed from here. People constantly speculated about how many unknown technologies resided within. They had come here so easily. In fact, before arriving, they had prepared for various rejections and delays. Yet the reality was that there was no obstruction from the other side. Why? This was entirely illogical. Gong Lin looked at Li Mang, feeling he was like a mist. Li Mang glanced at his watch. There were still 2 hours until the scheduled high-speed train departure. That was sufficient. His mother had an accident, although the examination showed no serious issues, he still needed to return and check on her. While ruling out physical problems, he also needed to eliminate some other concerns. After all, today could lead to an accident due to unforeseen circumstances, and tomorrow might bring about an incident for reasons that were not unforeseen. Apart from pursuing the extraordinary, what Li Mang valued most were his family and friends. He was confident in their longevity, but on this path to immortality that he had yet to traverse, could they keep up? With this thought, Li Mang felt a complex emotion arise within him. Mr. Li, we won't ask questions. If there's something you want to showcase, please show us. Hao Changyao stated. Li Mang snapped back to reality, stroking the battle suit beside him. Fei Huang, that's the Zhao Zhao, observed the battle suit closely, and his expression gradually became serious. He was an expert in nuclear science, but also had some understanding of mechanical processing. Just by the naked eye, he could see the high processing precision of this robot. In the unpainted areas, Zhao Zhao noticed a mirror-like processing effect reflecting his face. However, what puzzled him was that this battle suit showed no visible seams, rivets, or screws. There wasn't a trace of processing anywhere. Even more absurd was that it lacked any basic mechanical structure. This thing. Zhao Zhao was not a specialist in mechanics. He understood some aspects, but was limited, so he hesitated. Gong Lin, on the other hand, made a decisive judgment without hesitation. Mr. Li, this isn't the real Fei Huang, it's a model. No mechanical creation can defy the fundamental principles of physics. It's like a car with a welded wheel hub, no matter what it can't move. This battle suit in her eyes was precisely that. Even the basic joint areas consisted of a unified metal structure. How could it move? She was the only professional present, so she felt compelled to express this. This is Fei Huang, no. 2. Li Mang shook his head and said, based on the performance of the first generation, I incorporated some new elements. At this moment, Gong Lin began to understand Zhao Zhao's feelings from yesterday. She looked at Li Mang in disbelief. Mr. Li, are you pretending to be confused while knowing full well? Hao Changyao and the others were puzzled and looked at her. What problem? Gong Lin took a deep breath and pointed at Fei Huang. In short, this is a machine model that lacks basic physical mechanical mechanisms. It can't move. But before she could finish, she heard Li Meng snap his fingers. Suddenly, Fei Huang's eyes lit up. Its seamlessly crafted body began to move in a way that defied physical laws, and the reactor at its heart glowed, turning the tree diagram completely blue. Z. White cooling air flowed out from its joints, and it slowly moved its head. Then it extended its palm towards Gong Lin in a gesture of reaching out. At that moment, Gong Lin's words caught in her throat, and her eyes nearly bulged out. This is impossible. She and Zhao Zhao disregarded the chilling, cooling air and stepped forward to examine the robot's joints. What they saw was still metal without any visible structure. How could the metal move like muscle? What was this? How is it moving? Gong Lin asked excitedly. This is a type of micro-robot, Li Meng explained to them. They constructed this massive machine structure. You mean nanobots? Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. Gong Lin directly denied Li Meng. However, Li Meng remained silent. Everyone watched as the Fei Huang battle suit suddenly began to collapse like something out of a sci-fi film, transforming into countless particles. On the ground it flowed rapidly like a thick oil, eventually gathering around Li Meng and reassembling into the battle suit within a short time. The studio fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, everyone felt suffocated. The man in the black suit slowly caressed the tree diagram reactor on the Fei Huang battle suit, the ethereal blue light illuminating the contours of his features. The scorching summer sun shining in from outside brought no warmth. The cooling air swirled around him, and the machine both bathed in a golden glow from the sunlight. As Li Meng's dark eyes slowly gazed over, everyone felt a chill in their limbs and goosebumps rising. This? Looking at the man in the black suit, their steadfast materialist beliefs were profoundly challenged at that. What was this? Science. Is this truly science? But it can't possibly be real magic, right? They felt an uncontainable shock. It was akin to primitive humans witnessing a modern aircraft carrier. At that moment, looking at the young man standing amidst the swirling air and the towering cold mecha, they felt a sense of awe. They even began to feel fear. Not fear of the technology, but of the very existence of this person. Is this the celestial talent that humanity is qualified to possess at this stage? A step ahead is a genius. 2 steps ahead is a madman. What does it mean to be 100 steps ahead? Do humanity's current technologies and abilities truly suffice to balance such an existence? They have a vague awareness that the person before them could, if willing, achieve monumental feats that would overturn humanity. He could even say that he no longer needed to eat beef. Fortunately, he was not that kind of person, yet they were still hesitating. Because they could not construct a profile of Li Mao, leaving them uncertain about what he intended to do. They could not predict every step he would take. Perhaps it was fanned to the leader who truly possessed foresight. Li Mao paid no heed to their thoughts. After all, regardless of their thoughts, he would still present one extraordinary thing after another beyond their comprehension. He simply wished to transcend, beyond merely acquiring power that surpassed mortals. Rather, in his lifetime, he aimed to outpace this race, known as time. He lacked the ability to reincarnate. Once a life is lived, it is gone. In theory, he still had another 70 or 80 years. If he studied biological technology to break through the theoretical limits of humanity, living to 120 or 30 was not impossible, which would grant him a century. Even more audaciously, who said he could not become a life form akin to a thinker, as it claimed living for several million years more. But in reality, it was not so. He could never accept living as an inorganic being. He could hardly accept. Li Mao quietly waited for them to digest all of this. Then he provided an explanation they could barely accept. As you can see, Fei Huang is not a machine, but a combination of countless micro-machines. Hao Changyao did not understand the technology. He merely felt it was too sci-fi fantastical to the point of being unrealistic. Zhao Zhao silently gazed at the blue reactor, beginning to contemplate whether this thing was real. Meanwhile, the physics that Gong Lin had built up over decades collapsed. Nanotechnology. Has it really been achieved? She muttered. But reality was right before their eyes. This was the most despairing aspect for a materialist. You believe in no myths or magic, yet the other party produced something utterly incredible. This must indeed be science. Yet this science shattered all your previous understanding of it. At this moment, she who had been regarded as a genius since childhood felt a bit overwhelmed. She tugged at her hair, feeling immense pain. Li Mao continued. It's not that complicated. I merely preserved the basic structure that has nanotech properties. Gong Lin's dim eyes finally sparkled as if she had grasped a lifeline. The difficulty with nanobots lies in how to enable them to exhibit high intelligence during processing at the nanoscale. I offloaded that portion of intelligence onto the brain machine. Now they understood. In the realm of brain machines, Li Mao was an absolute authority. Thus, linking this thing to the brain machine made it much easier for Gong Lin to accept. After all, her expertise lay in mechanics, not brain machines. Li Mao took off the helmet of Fei Huang. You should give it a try. I guarantee absolute safety, though it might not be very. But the answers you seek are all here. At his words the crowd was somewhat flabbergasted, even to try. His gaze fell upon them. Now come forward. They exchanged glances like chosen heroes. Ultimately their eyes landed on Zhao Zhao and Gong Lin, the two professionals. I'll go. Zhao Zhao stepped up first, unhesitatingly taking the helmet. He felt that the helmet was heavier than he had imagined, and as he locked eyes with those gleaming orbs it seemed as if it were alive. A slight chill ran down his spine. He gritted his teeth and asked Li Mao, do I just put it on? Calm yourself, perceive it, properly understand it, and accept it. Li Mao's words sounded less like those of a scientist, and more like a mystic. The crowd felt a strong sense of dissonance. But Zhao Zhao solemnly nodded, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes to perceive the helmet in his hands. He truly sensed it. Is this science? Has the brain machine become this powerful? In that instant of connection, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Air temperature, humidity, energy, gravity, the connections of countless robots. In that moment, due to the overwhelming influx of information, his brain crashed. He indeed saw those robots. He could even feel the unimaginable energy reaction at the heart of the battles. He shockingly arrived at an incredible conclusion, or it could not possibly be a high-energy battery. Could it actually be controllable nuclear fusion? Yet he could not operate this battle armor at all. It was akin to placing a sixth-generation fighter jet in front of a primitive man. Even more exaggerated than that. It displayed everything it had, yet he was still unable to control it. The mental effort required had reached an unfathomable level. He opened his eyes, his face flushed, feeling warmth in his nose. Looking at Li Mao, his eyes became extraordinarily clear, like a devoted apprentice. He gradually understood everything. He comprehended that even if this thing were given to them, they could not develop anything useful, because it surpassed their existing scientific framework by too much. Brain machines, controllable nuclear fusion, nanotechnology. But the true power does not lie in the battle armor, but in the one who wields this force. On Earth there existed no second human capable of operating this thing. How was it? Hao Changyao asked him. He merely shook his head, his emotions incredibly complex, utterly unsure of what to say. Thus Li Mao looked at the others and patted the metallic helmet. It's not in vain, everyone can give it a try, he said. In the future he would not refuse anyone wanting to try. Even if someone truly could find a spark of technology from his extraordinary power to interfere with reality, he would be even happier. Until several minutes later, everyone left the Huanyu Peace Technology Center. Upon descending the stairs, the six felt the scorching sunlight upon them, sending a chill through their bodies. Unconsciously, they looked towards the sunlit rooftop. Their feelings were somewhat complex and difficult to articulate. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Mao, carrying a backpack, dressed in simple casual clothes, and donning a black mask, walked alone into the high-speed rail station's ticket check. He appeared like an ordinary university student going out for a trip. Shurcheng was approximately 700 kilometers away from Jiangxing, and the high-speed train took less than 3 hours. Moreover, the high-speed rail station was conveniently located in the western district where his home was. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Li Mao's home in Shurcheng, knowing their son was returning, Gao Yun and Li Dasong had taken several days off. Gao Yun went out to buy a large amount of delicious food, planning to showcase her culinary skills. To her delight, she unexpectedly discovered that Jiang Xiaoyou's family lived nearby, right next door, in the staff housing area. She genuinely liked the little girl quite a bit. Just then the doorbell at home rang. Li Dasong in the living room glanced at the old clock on the wall. Oh, it was only a little past 1 in the afternoon. Who could it be? The afternoon sun remained relentlessly scorching, causing a prickling discomfort upon contact with the skin. A group of 5 or 6 elderly men sat under the shade of a tree, idly chatting in the midst of the old buildings of the workers' new village. Humming a little tune while fanning himself with an old straw fan, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Under the sun stood simple exercise equipment painted in blue and yellow, where several children, unfazed by the heat, played joyfully, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Buzzing, a black Mercedes slowly rolled into the uneven cemented old road of the workers' new village. Wow, whose car is this? Such a grand vehicle. I think it belongs to the old Zhang's family down the street. I heard his granddaughter found a good match. Oh please, that granddaughter of Zhang's looks just like him, with a face as flat as a shoehorn. Oh, what good match could she possibly find? It might be a wrong turn, and they're actually heading to the neighboring staff quarters. Who knows? There's a girl next door who's truly lovely. Is it Xiaoyao? Would someone like her really be interested in a Mercedes? I'd say an Audi would be more fitting. Soon they saw the car come to a stop. The young man in a suit stepped out of the passenger seat, then opened the door for someone in the back. A middle-aged man in a white shirt then gracefully exited the vehicle. He appeared to be in his 40s, with thinning hair and a large beer belly which stretched his shirt into a noticeable curve. As soon as he stepped out, he furrowed his brow, glanced around, and touched his nose, as if he could not tolerate the scent of this place. Xiao Wu, are you sure this is the right place? He inquired. The young man, nicknamed Xiao Wu, immediately replied, Manager Mu, the address does indeed point to this location. Upon hearing this, Mu Senlin fell silent. He was the general manager of Dakai Construction, the largest construction company in Shurcheng. The provincial government had approved a project to renovate a national highway which was taken over by the state-owned Provincial Construction Group, and their company had been the subcontractor for the group in Shurching. Logically, this project should have fallen into their lap. However, for some unknown reason, there had been no developments and rumors suggested that the construction group intended to bypass local influences and handle it themselves. An investment of $500 million could only be considered a small project within the construction industry. But more importantly, if this project was lost, would they still have a chance at future projects? Initially, they had tried to gather information, but the other party was so tight-lipped that they couldn't extract any details. Yet for such a project, there were bound to be many involved, and it was impossible for there to be no information at all. Ultimately, after considerable effort, their company finally got a tip from someone at the Municipal Transportation Bureau. This road had been donated by a local wealthy individual, and the connections behind it were so strong that even the Bureau's section chief did not dare to be negligent. Upon learning this news, Dakai Construction in Shurching was overjoyed. Is this it? Their company usually dealt with individuals at the level of the bureau chief. The company's board members were even esteemed guests in the city. Therefore, after gathering information about the donor, they quickly took action and sent Mu Sunlin to meet with him. They hoped that the other party could advocate for their company to undertake this project. After all, as the financier, the donor held significant influence. Mu Sunlin, who had spent years sitting in an office, began to sweat after just a few steps. He looked up at the old building. It was only 6 stories tall and had no elevator. The walls of the corridor were plastered with haphazard advertisements and graffiti. An electric meter box hung by the door, and the wires were a chaotic mess. What was wrong with this family being so wealthy yet living here? But upon reflection, could someone donate $500 million without a few screws loose? Breathing heavily, he ascended to the 3rd floor, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and nodded at Xiao Wu to step forward and knock on the door. Xiao Wu, carrying the gifts he had taken from the car, knocked on the door. The old, thin, iron door made a dull thud as it resonated with a firm sound. Moments later, the door opened. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance, presumably the head of the household. The man looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" Mu Sunlin displayed a friendly smile. "Hello, big brother. I am the general manager of Dakai Construction Company. My name is Mu Sunlin." Upon hearing the name of the construction company, Li Dasong's brow furrowed. As a local construction giant, he was quite familiar with it, as many projects in the Western District were handled by them. Mainly due to the layers of subcontracting, many acquaintances had worked on their construction sites. These people were truly ruthless, delaying wages, producing shoddy work, deceiving others, and forcibly demolishing properties. There was nothing they wouldn't do. A few years ago, during his free weekends, he had worked a small job on their site, and the few hundred yuan he earned had yet to be paid. "What do you want?" Li Dasong replied coldly. "I heard that you donated for a road." As soon as Mu Sunlin said this, Li Dasong, he even added a dull and harsh response. "You've got the wrong person." Watching the door close, Mu Sunlin's expression instantly darkened. "You can't drink the toast, then you must drink the punishment wine." He had already checked the other party's household registration through personal connections, confirming they were locals with a son. To be safe, he even verified the information with the street office. He obtained a photo of their son, who looked ordinary and reportedly had been ill once, after which he gained weight. He couldn't find out how the family became so wealthy. Isn't this just a case of large sums of money with an unclear origin? The gift hadn't been presented yet, so he had to arrange for a meeting. After descending the stairs and getting into the car, he calmed himself down. Mu Sunlin took out his phone and, "Zhangxing, hello, this is Mu Sunlin. I've discovered a situation involving large amounts of funds with unclear origins, yes, in the local area. You thought just sending the money to the provincial office would resolve everything. The provincial office is merely an account anyone can donate to the public account of the province. Who would be intimidated by this? In this day and age, is there really any large sum of funds that is clean? Even if there is, do you think you can hide it so deeply and still live here? It's obvious there's something wrong. Once the bank investigates, it will be reported to the Economic Investigation Department for direct summons." Li Dasong returned to the living room in a huff, and Gao Yun, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen. "That construction company that owes me a few hundred yuan wants to take on the road repair work." Upon hearing this, Gao Yun glanced towards the door. "What did you say?" "What could I say? I just told him he had the—" "This news is spreading too quickly," Gao Yun sighed. "I see our family won't be able to live peacefully for long. I knew it would come to light when it was time to repair the road. With such a large sum, who wouldn't be tempted? When the wolves and tigers come surrounding us, if you don't show your gun, how will they be afraid?" But neither of them took it seriously. After all, holding a provincial phone number, if they were still afraid, they truly needed to see a psychiatrist. Before long, there was another knock at the door. Li Dasong stood up and strode over angrily. When the door opened, a smile returned to his face. "Oh, it's you, girl, come in quickly." Jiang Xiaoyao, dressed in a black suit with long pants, had a sign from the street office hanging from her neck. Her hair was styled in a bun, yet she couldn't stop sweating. Her naturally fair skin was glistening with perspiration, causing her hair to stick to her forehead. With a smile revealing her dimples, her eyes not pitch black, but leaning towards a deep brown squinted slightly, easily endearing her to others. Next to her stood a young man who looked utterly disenchanted, dressed similarly to her, exuding a strong sense of youthfulness. "Uncle Lee, we are here to do anti-fraud promotion," she said. Li Dasong hurriedly let them in while Gao Yun looked on with a tinge of pity. "Allow Li, quickly turn on the air conditioning, the kids are sweating from the heat." The staff member Wang Chong, who came along for the promotion, perked up, gazing at the cool air blowing from the air conditioner, as if he had found hope for his life. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt," he said sincerely. After running through 2 buildings, they had let them sit down, but none had air conditioning. It was mostly electric fans blowing. "Xiaoyao, why don't you take off your coat? It's so hot today." "It's the rule. After all, we are civil servants, and must maintain our image. These brats sitting in the office enjoying the air conditioning while you youngsters have to run around in thick clothes." Gao Yun fanned her, cursing loudly. The two could only smile and pretend they hadn't heard. But Wang Chong felt secretly pleased. Isn't that right? All day long promoting fire safety, anti-fraud, civil behavior, and policy awareness. He sat on the sofa gulping down the icy mineral water Gao Yun had taken from the fridge. He quietly glanced at Jiang Xiaoyao, who was sitting nearby. Her cheeks were slightly flushed due to the temperature changes, and she smiled sweetly with a gentle breeze, brushing her hair, evoking a sense of first love. Regardless of how one looked at her, she was extraordinarily beautiful. This was the reason he had exchanged 20 yuan for spicy hot pot with Zhang Ge for this opportunity. The air felt sweet. Speaking of which, Zhang Ge was truly impressive. For 20 yuan, he was willing to team up with Yang Na, that sharp-tongued woman. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyao took out the anti-fraud promotional pamphlet. "Aunt Gao, Uncle Lee, you both need to take a order brushing health products, investment, and finance." Wang Chong regained his senses. This was Jiang Xiaoyao's first time visiting their home. At first he thought it was because they knew each other, but now he saw that she was speaking earnestly. She was genuinely promoting it. He glanced around this small apartment of less than 80 square meters and began to realize that this family might be quite wealthy. Gao Yun held Jiang Xiaoyao's small hand, gently stroking the back of her hand. "Xiaoyao, don't worry, we won't be fooled by those things. Come over for dinner tonight." This sudden invitation caught Jiang Xiaoyao off guard. "Aunt Gao, I don't want to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. Consider it Auntie's treat," Gao Yun said with a smile. "You saved Auntie's life. I have nothing to repay you with, but the meal is cooked by me, so I decide who eats it." Jiang Xiaoyao initially intended to decline, but heard Gao Yun add, "Besides, my son is coming back tonight. He definitely wants to meet you, so why not take this opportunity?" Wang Chong felt a bit speechless. This statement seemed a bit exaggerated. What did it mean? Her son was such a big deal that Xiaoyao had to meet him. He was sure that Jiang Xiaoyao would refuse. After all, she had received too many similar invitations and had never accepted any. His goddess couldn't possibly agree so easily. "Alright, I do need to meet him, but I might be a bit late tonight," Xiaoyao said with a smile. Click. Something shattered. It was Wang Chong's heart. He stared blankly at Jiang Xiaoyao. Did she just agree so easily? Until he stepped out, he still felt as if his soul had left his body. They went from house to house promoting. Once downstairs, he finally couldn't help but ask Jiang Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, you agreed to have dinner?" Jiang Xiaoyao nodded. "People these days are quite bad. You have to be careful. Aunt Gao and the others are very nice," she said. "But isn't this a bit against the rules?" He cautioned. Jiang Xiaoyao stopped in her tracks at his words, looked at him seriously, and said, "Wang Ge, I must go to this dinner. Because of what I said, Aunt Gao's son donated a large sum of money. Out of respect and reason, I must properly thank him." Wang Chong understood what was going on. He felt a bit better, but he was quite displeased with Gao Yun's son. Wasn't this Sima Zhao's intentions, which everyone could see? "You donated money." "Pa, that's called a donation. You were just after her body." Wang Chong felt he still had some financial standing. He could donate thousands, or 8,000. He caught up to ask Xiaoyao, how much did he donate? 500 million. "Oh, 5 million. No, 500 mil. Wang Chong stopped in his tracks, feeling a bit shattered. Jiang Xiaoyao turned and asked him, "Let's go, Wang Ge. Xiaoyao, you just said that family donated 500 million. Yeah, 500 million. In RMB. Jiang Xiaoyao's temperament was nearly laughing through her anger. "What do you think, Wang Ge?" At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was a bit muddled. He looked at the anti-fraud promotional pamphlet in his hand. One word made a man spend 500 million on me. This meal has to be eaten. It really has to be eaten. Forget about just having a meal. Even feeding him a cake is necessary. Not eating would be a bit ungrateful. But, wow, is this even real? Is this scientific? He felt a bit lost in life, while secretly feeling delighted. People who can donate hundreds of millions can't be considered competitors. Such people are high above nothing like him, who accompanies Xiaoyao every day. Gao Yun and Li Dasong had never told Jiang Xiaoyao to hide the donation. Because when this matter really comes to light, it's impossible to keep it hidden. From beginning to end, the two just didn't mention any information about Li Meng. So Jiang Xiaoyao followed the normal reporting process. Though it had never been triggered, the street does have such clear regulations. Once there is a donor of this level in the jurisdiction, a complete set of response measures is in place. They will also be awarded titles such as honorary citizen and honorary street resident recorded in multiple archives and even local chronicles, equivalent to opening a page in a family tree. Moreover, these are not just empty titles, there are actual benefits. Once implemented, even generations later their descendants will have certain privileges in the area. For example, during public service examinations, it will be mentioned in background checks. The white high-speed train slowly pulled into the west station of Shurching. The elegant streamlined shape stirred up the dust in the air created by the geographical conditions of the Shurching region. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon the sun had begun to tilt and was no longer as scorching. The station staff responsible for guiding the crowd saw a tall masked young man walking out dressed in ordinary dark clothing carrying a backpack. In what seemed like a gray hazy world, suddenly a person so clean appeared that it changed the scene, making him stand out prominently. He walked steadily towards the exit. However, he hadn't walked far when he saw someone coming towards him. Dressed in black administrative attire, 2 people were approaching, one in front and one behind. The one in front looked to be in his 30s. Mr. Li, hello. I am Huang Xiao from the Shurching Municipal Committee office, sent by the leader to welcome you. A voice of a thinker was heard introducing that Huang Xiao before him was the secretary of the city's big leader, Zhong Bingwen. This was getting interesting. Logically, at his level, he shouldn't have the right to know his whereabouts. He was referring to Zhong Bingwen himself. Now that he knew it, and even specially sent someone to pick him up, it indicated a certain attitude. He was delivering a message on behalf of someone of a higher rank. Thus Li Meng extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Huang Xiao smiled, slightly shaking Li Meng's hand as he said, welcome home. At that moment a breeze blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. The wind tousled the clothes of the 3, and Huang Xiao awkwardly raised his head, now covered in dust. Seeing that Li Meng seemed completely unfazed, his hair blown by the wind while his body remained unchanged, he stood facing the dust under the sunlight outside the station. In the summer the days are long, and by 4 or 5 o'clock it is still quite bright. However, the sun can already be seen sinking towards the west, casting a purplured glow in the evening sky. At this time the afterwork rush has begun, with people riding electric bikes and bicycles speeding down the road. The further one goes into the workers' new village, the more one feels transported back to the 1990s. It feels as if time has come to a standstill here. Huff. After a long day, Jiang Xiaoyao felt exhausted, her waist almost unable to straighten. Although she mentioned that she might be a bit late, she tried her best to finish all her work before getting off to avoid delaying. In an unprecedented move, she submitted a report and left half an hour early. She didn't rush as she had little experience in this matter, but she had seen enough to know how things worked. She went to a small shop at the village entrance to buy 2 boxes of milk. However, the milk was sold out, so she picked up 2 boxes of wangzai instead. After all, it's all milk, just a bit more expensive. If time allowed, she would have liked to go back and take a shower to freshen up. After a whole day, she was covered in sweat and her face had become a little dusty. However, people in Shurching eat quite early, and since they were all familiar with each other, she didn't go back. She knocked on the iron door of the 4th floor. This time it was Gao Yun who opened the door and warmly welcomed her in. Xiaoyao, you came. Why are you carrying anything? I can't come empty-handed when I'm here for dinner at your house, Jiang Xiaoyao said with a smile, revealing a small dimple. Gao Yun was momentarily taken aback when she saw the wangzai milk in her hands, then her smile became even kinder. Where's uncle? Jiang Xiaoyao noticed that Li Dasong was not around. My son is back and taking a shower. Your uncle Li went to buy some cold dishes. Gao Yun held Xiaoyao's hand and sat down together. Child, never mind them for now. Aunt Gao has something to ask you. Aunt Gao, go ahead. Please don't take this the wrong way. Annie won't tell anyone, but do you have a boyfriend? This sudden turn of conversation left Jiang Xiaoyao somewhat stunned, and a thin layer of blush crept onto her cheeks. Huh, I don't mean anything by it, just asking casually. I thought that if you have a boyfriend it wouldn't be appropriate for my son to keep inviting you over alone. Gao Yin smiled, slightly genuinely fond of this little girl. However, she also understood that when it comes to her son, matters of marriage can be quite complex. At the very least, she and old Li should refrain from giving opinions. As long as they can meet, that would be sufficient. Aunt Gao, I haven't thought about this yet, Xiaoyao said hesitantly. At the same time, she sighed in relief, genuinely afraid that Gao Yun would mention introducing her son to her. She didn't like scenarios similar to matchmaking, even if it was suggested by her own mother. However, some words of rejection were easier to say to her mother than to Gao Yun. She had already decided in her life to devote herself to a great cause. As for love and romance, she would deal with those matters when the time came. People who casually donate 500 million are too high and far away. If they were friends, she would be very happy. But if it were to develop into something romantic, that made her a little scared. Therefore, no matter how great this brother was, she would definitely maintain a safe and respectful distance from him. She would treat him like an older brother. Eek! The old wooden door of the bathroom made a piercing sound as Jiang Xiaoyao instinctively turned her head and saw a tall young man walking out lightly. The setting sun's rays streamed through the window and fell perfectly on his shoulders. He was wearing a pitch-black short-sleeved t-shirt, his exposed skin appearing almost luminescent. He exuded a strong, youthful vibe. His hair was damp and slightly covering his eyebrows with droplets of water falling from the tips. At this moment he stood at the door, his deep and calm gaze sweeping over. There was a sense of a late-century handsome youth reminiscent of a character from Love Letter. Zhang Xiaoyao's face turned instantly red. She felt a bit dazed, wondering, is my face dirty? At the dining table, the braised pork, paired with tofu knots, emitted a rich aroma that was fatty yet not greasy. Chives and chili oil looked vibrant, accompanied by bright yellow free-range eggs. Five-spice beef was sliced thinly, served with vinegar and chili flakes, another common dish in Shurqing. Aside from a small plate of peanuts that Li Dasong loved, everything else was Li Mao's favorites. Mother said nothing, but it felt as if all her words were infused into the dishes. The cool air from the air conditioner chased away the heat. The most ordinary chilled snowflake beer bubbled up in a large glass. Li Dasong unexpectedly brought out the family's stored liquor, which was just a bottle of ordinary white liquor worth 100 or so. The family wasn't short on money now, and while Li Mao didn't spend much, they still had over 10 million. But habits are hard to change. Not everyone alters their lifestyle once they have money. At this moment, Li Dasong and Gao Yun sat on one side of the table with Gao Yun next to Zhang Xiaoyao. Li Mao's seat was directly across from her. They had already been introduced before dinner. System prompt: Zhang Xiaoyao's charm value is 90 points, Zhang Xiaoyao's favorability 15 points. Just seeing her profile, Li Mao knew she must have a charm value exceeding 80. Li Mao always thought that favorability was a rather complex concept. It wasn't like a test score where 60 was passing, and only then could one start to feel favorable. Even a single point of favorability indicates that the person has some positive feelings towards you. Charm value is similar. Even just a bit means you possess some allure. Xiaoyao, come eat some dishes. Thank you, Aunt Gao. Xiaoyao buried her head in the food, not quite her usual open demeanor. She felt that the brother sitting across from her looked nothing like a normal human being. Was he even real, or did he just come? At that moment, she suddenly understood the feeling of those little boys who had always looked down when they saw her since childhood. She felt a bit ashamed and didn't dare to look up. At that moment, Li Mao paused with his chopsticks, his magnetic and penetrating voice immediately capturing her attention. Zhang Xiaoyao. Huh. She felt goosebumps all over her body. Li Gu, you said something. Look up, he instructed. Zhang Xiaoyao mustered the courage to look up. She saw Li Mao break into a gentle smile. You don't have to be so polite. Thank you for saving my mother. This was undoubtedly sincere. With just a simple sentence, Zhang Xiaoyao's tension melted away. She relaxed. In that moment, she sensed that the person sitting across from her was not a wealthy young man with stunning looks. He was just an ordinary son concerned for his mother. He picked up the smiling red can of Wangzai milk and gently tapped it open, handing it to her without asking if she wanted any. Zhang Xiaoyao cradled the Wangzai milk in both hands, quietly watching this man continue eating. The milk was sweet. She felt he was quite assertive. Then in the next moment, milk sprayed out of her nose. I want to invest another 5 billion for you to spend. At the dining table, only Zhang Xiaoyao's coughing could be heard. Gao Yun patted her back and handed her a tissue. Drink slowly, you choked, didn't you? Zhang Xiaoyao, with tears in her eyes from choking, looked at Li Mao. Li Gu, I'm sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear. Li Mao remained silent. Li Dasong, sitting nearby, couldn't stand his son's smug attitude. But he had to admit that what his son said was indeed impressive. He popped a peanut into his mouth and said in a deep voice, he said he wants to invest another 50 billion for you to spend. Huh. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes widened. She had previously thought that her colleague Yang Na's tales of wealthy characters in novels were exaggerated. Stories of people casually giving hundreds of thousands in tips, millions for luxury cars and billions for mansions. But in front of Li Gu, that seemed a bit underwhelming. Just casually mentioning 50 billion. 50 billion. How is this what a real tycoon looks like? On a summer night, the sky was dark with hints of stars, and the moonlight was hazy. The old tree in the workers' new village swayed in the night breeze, and at this time, more people appeared on the streets, strolling, walking their children, and chatting. Li Meng escorted Zhang Xiaoyao home. As they walked, they exited the workers' new village and headed towards the neighboring residential complex. The residential complex was also quite old, but compared to the workers' new village, it was much better. Li Meng stopped in his tracks, noticing a few children sneaking through a small door. Do you live here? He asked knowingly. Yeah, Zhang Xiaoyao replied softly. Under the dim light of the night, the girl's hair faintly shimmered. Her face was beautiful, but not strikingly delicate. She looked like a child who hadn't fully grown, her skin smooth and full of collagen. Dressed in formal attire, she resembled a high school girl wearing adult clothes. At that moment, a passerby cast a glance their way, making Li Meng feel inexplicably shy. It was as if they were in a high school romance. Do you live on the first floor? Yeah, she replied. Can you play the piano? I can. How do you know, Li Gu? Ceiling window, his expression. Do you live on the first floor? Yeah, she replied. Can you play the piano? I can. How do you know, Li Gu? Li Meng was at a loss for words. How did he know? Of course he knew. Without answering, he turned around. Zhang, what is it, Li Gu? Xiaoyao had grown somewhat accustomed to this. At least she no longer blushed upon seeing Li Meng, and she flashed a sweet smile. She hoped to salvage even a little of the image she had lost in front of Li Gu. The incident with the milk was just an accident. Li Meng looked at her and sincerely said, "It's nothing, I just think you would look great in a dress." Jiang Xiaoyao didn't respond, her cheeks slightly reddening. The summer night breeze was a bit warm, and she was sweating a lot. Standing still, she had a faint scent mixed with laundry detergent. It was like a slightly fermented milk fragrance. "I should go back, thank you, Li Go." She turned and ran towards her door, then paused to look back and add, "But about that money, forget it, I can't afford it." System notification. Jiang Xiaoyao's favorability increased by 20 points. Acquired random rich benefactor encouragement, 1 free attribute point. Not bad, at least it wasn't about funds or assets. Silently watching Jiang Xiaoyao, Li Meng's spiritual power was so high that he did not use mental interference. The world in his eyes was vastly different from that of ordinary people. He had once imagined that a situation might arise. For instance, if all the information about bacterial filth were read, everything in his eyes would become indescribable. But in reality, there was none of that. Instead, the higher his spiritual power, the better and more vibrant the world appeared to him. This was because the power of mental interference operated on a subconscious level. It is both subjective and passive. Anything unfavorable would not trigger. The entire set of mental interference operates fundamentally on one word: human. Since Li Meng considered himself human, his mental interference would only act passively on the sensory basis of humans. What humans can see, he can see too, but in a more vibrant and beautiful way. If one day he genuinely became inhuman, then the world in his eyes would change entirely. However, this was merely speculation. He could still perceive the faint milky scent coming from Jiang Xiaoyao. It seemed this ability might have flaws he was unaware of. After all, how could he possibly like such a scent? He stood in place for a moment before turning to leave. Jiang Xiaoyao stood in the shadow of the hallway at her doorstep, watching Li Meng's departing figure. Then she heard her father's call. "Xiaoyao, why aren't you coming in?" "Hey, coming." The next morning at the Longhua Bank's Shurqing West District branch, only 2 people were in the branch manager's office. Branch manager Zhang Yu and his trusted subordinate technician Xiao Zhao. They had come early for a phone call from Mu Sunlin the day before. Xiao Zhao was inputting authorization operations on the office computer. After a while, he stopped his actions. Zhang Yu took a sip of goji berry tea from his thermos and asked Xiao Zhao, "So did you find anything?" "I found it, but the local jurisdiction is Jiangxing and I can't access his account information. He has an account in Shurqing, but there's no money in it." "What about his family?" "There is indeed some money being transferred in gradually, around 10 million or so." Zhang Yu was somewhat dissatisfied. After all, others were donating 5 billion, and what was this little 18 million worth? Then check the money transferred to other accounts in Shurqing. If his account information couldn't be accessed, then could the money transferred to the Shurqing bank system not be tracked? Hearing this, Xiao Zhao began to operate again, and at that moment, he saw a log entry indicating a large transfer completed last night. Glancing over, his eyes widened. After carefully examining it twice, he was somewhat shocked, and said to Zhang Yu, "Leader, there's a situation. This account transferred a large sum of money to a private account last night." "How much?" 5 billion. Zhang Yu sprang to his feet, looking at the operation log. In their branch, the total savings business for an entire year didn't even amount to that much. Could they have actually caught a big fish? This entire operation was actually all illegal, because according to anti-money laundering regulations, problematic funds would trigger system warnings passively. But if they truly caught such a big fish, it would be different. Sometimes it didn't even matter whether this money was of unclear origin. What mattered was that 5 billion had landed in their Shurqing. Even if you explained it clearly, it still had to go through procedures. By the time the procedures were completed, that money would have been withheld for years. When it was returned to you, they would have already feasted on that money. At this moment, the office landline phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID, which displayed a string of zeros, clearly not a legitimate number. In this day and age, how could such scam calls reach the bank manager's office? It was a bit absurd. Zhang Yu pressed the hang-up button. But the next moment, his mobile phone rang again. He took out his phone and saw that same number. He frowned, wondering what new, but out of a cautious instinct, he knew he shouldn't answer such an unknown call. He hung up again, not even waiting to continue checking the transfer information on the computer. His phone received a text message. "Comrade Zhang Yue, report to the Municipal Party Committee within 30 minutes for a violation of regulations." Zhang Yu was both angry and amused. The Municipal Party Committee. Did I even deserve to enter the doors of the Municipal Party Committee? "Leader, bad news, the computer seems to have a virus. Information is locked." Zhang Yu's expression changed as he saw strange warning signs appear on the computer. No matter what Xiao Zhao did, they could no longer operate it. Zhang Yu's heart sank, and he vaguely felt that something was off. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively said, "According to the network security, reporting management measures, report to the police now." Xiao Zhao took out his phone, dialed 110, and pressed the speakerphone button. It connected almost instantly, but there was no usual operator's voice. Only silence and faint airflow could be heard. Before they had a chance to speak, a low male voice came from the other end. "There are 28 minutes left." Jiang Xiaoyao yawned, her eyes heavy with dark circles, as she made her way to the street office. She had not slept a wink all night. It wasn't for any particular reason, but because after returning home, 50 billion suddenly appeared in her personal account. In her lifetime, she had never even dreamt of having so much money. How did it quietly transfer to her account without a single call from the bank? Is this real? She looked over the screen repeatedly for a long time, feeling a bit scared. 50 billion. Li Meng added her on WeChat yesterday. She edited a long string of messages and sent them trying to dissuade him from this idea. But he did not reply a single word. Later she suddenly had the thought to search for Li Meng's name online. She hadn't connected the dots before, but now that she thought about it, with a name like Li Meng and such wealth, there indeed was such a person. She dug up the video from a previous press conference to compare. Although his image had changed quite a bit, without a suit, upon closer inspection, she could still recognize him. She was immensely shocked. She hadn't expected Li Meng to be that Li Meng. Moreover, he was from their Shurcheng and lived right next door to her. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass walls of the street office. The air conditioning had just been turned on, and the office hall was still somewhat stuffy. Wang Chong stood at the door with a cup of soy milk and a steamer of buns peering out. As soon as he saw Jiang Xiaoyao coming from afar looking a bit unwell, a radiant smile immediately spread across his face. He hurried over to greet her, extending the items in his hands. "Xiaoyao, I brought you breakfast." Jiang Xiaoyao, having not slept well the previous night, felt a slight headache. She had already been exhausted yesterday, and today was even harder. Perhaps it was due to the air conditioning being too strong last night. She felt a bit under the weather. Her voice carried a slight nasal tone. "Thank you, I've eaten." She smiled and declined Wang Chong, as she really had no mind to chat with him. She simply entered her office and sat at her workstation in a daze. Meanwhile, Wang Chong felt quite pleased from behind. He chuckled to himself, thinking that he was indeed the one who truly cared for Xiaoyao. "What is your 50 billion matter? Can you bring Xiaoyao breakfast?" He glanced at the breakfast he was holding, which was emitting an enticing aroma. "Xiaoyao is nice, she let me have her breakfast. Rounding it up, this is practically breakfast that Xiaoyao gave me. 50 billion, can you compare with that?" At her workstation, Jiang Xiaoyao took out her phone and scrolled, becoming increasingly dazed. One moment she would check that 50 billion balance, and the next she would look at Li Meng's WeChat profile picture. Moreover, did Brother Li trust her this much, directly transferring it to her personal account without any oversight? What if she ran off with the money? At that moment, a cool breeze from the air conditioning made her shiver. For a moment, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. This thought was not good. She didn't know if it was because she felt a bit unwell, but her body was alternately hot and cold. Several colleagues arrived one after another. "So Xiaoyao, how was the meal yesterday?" Yang Na jokingly wrapped her arms around Xiaoyao's shoulders with a grin. "How does someone so wealthy eat? Tell me what exotic delicacies you had." She looked at Xiaoyao's dark circles with a sympathetic beauty, clicking her tongue in amusement. "Oh, or is it that you were the one being eaten?" This teasing was a bit too much. The Jiang Xiaoyao's face turned bright red. "Don't say such nonsense." Everyone burst into laughter at her words. Only Wang Chong was anxiously fidgeting. At this moment, the office director Su Dinglan walked in from outside. The entire reception office suddenly fell silent, and everyone returned to their workstations. She had deep wrinkles on her forehead and sunken eye sockets. She frowned as she looked at the listless Jiang Xiaoyao. She wasn't particularly fond of this newcomer. Too idealistic. Why work so hard in this street office? Full of energy all day, now you know what it feels like to be tired. "Little Jiang," she said flatly. "You silently did something so big, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? Do you know how much 5 billion is? We need to repair our roads, and I found out about this from you." She was referring to the report Xiaoyao had written regarding someone donating 5 billion in the district. This matter had spread around the street yesterday. Su Dinglan had been in this street for 20 years and had never encountered such a large donation amount. She had already made a call to confirm it. There was indeed such a thing. What made her angry was that Jiang Xiaoyao had secured such a large sum of money and didn't say a word. So now she wanted to know one thing. Where did that money go? Since the money was obtained by you, and it's for repairing our district's roads, why didn't you mention this part in your report? "Director, I followed the rules." Jiang Xiaoyao felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. It sounded as if Director Su was talking about the street's money. "And I didn't even handle that money." Su Dinglan was somewhat displeased. "You didn't handle it, and the Municipal Transportation Bureau also said they didn't handle it. It can't be that the provincial government handled it right. You need to take responsibility for your words. I'll ask you again, did you privately handle funds with the donor?" This question left Jiang Xiaoyao speechless. She indeed had privately handled funds, though not for this donation. The office hall fell silent for a moment. Gradually, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyao shifted in an unusual direction. "Xiaoyao, say something," Wang Chong said from the side. But Jiang Xiaoyao pressed her lips together and finally admitted he indeed transferred money to me privately, but it's not this sum. Seeing Su Dinglan like this, she didn't want to say anything more. If she let her know about a 50 billion transaction, what would happen? For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Xiaoyao in shock, and no one cared about the latter part of her statement. Because no matter what the funds were, this is unacceptable. "What? Xiaoyao, are you serious?" Yang Na was astonished. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyao admit it, even Su Dinglan was stunned. She found it hard to believe. No, I just asked casually, and you actually dare to respond. She took a closer look at the girl, realizing she might not be lying at all. A chill ran down her spine as she couldn't. That's 50 billion. What kind of audacity do you have to handle private accounts? Xiaoyao, are you feeling a bit unwell, confused? Hurry and explain. Yang Na was anxious. This was no small matter. They had all heard about that sum of money to varying degrees. Su Dinglan, seeing so many people defending Jiang Xiaoyao at this moment, felt her internal anger rising. Do you all have nothing to do? A single sentence silenced all the whispers. Then she slammed her hand on the table. Call the police immediately. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Even if it were true that private accounts were handled, there was no need to call the police, right? As long as the money hadn't been spent, they could return it and redo the public accounting, saying it was a misunderstanding. At worst, they would just get a reprimand. This was going to ruin Xiaoyao. Director, this isn't right. Wang Chong was anxious. He stepped forward to speak. But Su Dinglan shot him a cold glance and took out her phone to call the police. Hello, this is the Shizu Street office. There's a case of 5 billion funds being handled privately. With the call ended, everyone exchanged glances. No one had expected that such a shocking event could happen on a perfectly fine morning. Jiang Xiaoyao sat at her workstation, her hands and feet icy, beads of sweat forming at her temples. Su Dinglan was far too decisive. Everything happened too quickly. She was powerless to stop it and didn't even know how to stop it. At this moment, the door of the office hall was slowly pushed open. Everyone felt the air seemed to turn slightly cooler and looked up to see a silhouette in a black shirt walking in. The black leather shoes clicked crisply against the cold floor. As the door opened, it seemed to split the morning light. His magnetic voice pierced through the air. I'm looking for Jiang Xiaoyao. For a moment, there was no response in the hall. Jiang Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed slightly, her complexion pale, and her whole body felt weak. She looked at the person who had walked in, feeling somewhat confused. She did not understand why Li Ming would appear at this moment and in this place, to the extent that she didn't know how to greet him. Su Dinglan furrowed her brow deeply, her gaze fixed on the unexpected visitor. Who are you and what brings you here? Her tone had completely lost the earlier intensity, becoming calm and composed. Li Ming's striking appearance made one wonder about his relationship with Jiang Xiaoyao. I am her friend, here to ask for a leave for Jiang Xiaoyao. What friend? Could he possibly be her boyfriend? Su Dinglan was quite displeased with anyone who looked good, regardless of whether they were male or female. But this was the street office, not a market, and they still needed to adjust the surveillance when the people arrived. This surveillance could even transmit far away. Thus, everything had to be done according to the rules, as she had to maintain the demeanor of a director. She looked at Li Ming and calmly replied, Today is not possible. She is involved in a public case and needs to be investigated. Li Ming's gaze lingered on Jiang Xiaoyao's face for a moment. Oh, a public case. He chuckled, but didn't inquire about the details. He simply sat down on the metallic reception chair in the hall, facing Jiang Xiaoyao. Jiang Xiaoyao, seeing his smiling gaze, felt that this guy had a side that was quite irritating. Is that all? Aren't you going to say something, big shot? I thought you were going to make a grand entrance. Instead, you just came to take a look. The street office can never refuse the public. That's also a regulation. At this moment, Su Dinglan began to sense something unusual, and she took a deep glance at this person. A bold guess formed in her mind. Could this be the donor? Everything started to make sense. In fact, she didn't even know if there was any money in Jiang Xiaoyao's account. Until now, it had only been a suspicion. But everyone just heard it. Jiang Xiaoyao admitted in person that there were private funds exchanged between her and the donor. This was something she could never escape from. So even if it happened again, she would still do the same. Everything she did was based on the rules. Although moving from questioning to reporting was quick, every step could withstand scrutiny. There was a 99.9 chance that nothing would go wrong, but what if? Even if Jiang Xiaoyao spent just $1, it wouldn't add up and would be hard to explain. Thus, the most decisive and straightforward way was to push all the responsibility onto Jiang Xiaoyao, so that she could remain untainted afterward. It was a bit ruthless, but she believed she hadn't done anything wrong. Even if the organization conducted an investigation, she wasn't afraid. Moreover, even if the donor stood up to clarify, it wouldn't change the nature of the matter. Jiang Xiaoyao's outcome would remain unchanged. Under Su Dinglan's cold gaze, everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. Within 3 minutes, the security personnel arrived, since the security office and the street office were built together. 3 security personnel entered with solemn expressions, immediately seeking out Su Dinglan. Director Su, what's going on? This is our staff member Jiang Xiaoyao, involved in a donation of 500 million that was transferred to her private account. Su Dinglan pointed at Jiang Xiaoyao. The leading security officer didn't even ask Jiang Xiaoyao any questions and immediately said in a serious tone, Contact the bank immediately to confirm. According to regulations, for such a significant financial issue, they wouldn't waste time listening to what the parties involved had to say, because money in a private account could always lead to unexpected circumstances. One security officer connected to a dedicated line and checked Jiang Xiaoyao's account based on the information provided by Su Dinglan. Confirm if there has been a large deposit of over 100 million. It is confirmed that there is, and the amount is extremely large. The response came quickly. Instantly, the entire office was in an uproar. Su Dinglan was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected that the money had actually been transferred. Jiang Xiaoyao knew what was happening, yet she felt completely unfazed, and certainly not in a state of panic. It was impossible for her to be flustered. The reason she remained silent was that she understood that once such a procedure was initiated, anything she said would be useless. This money posed no issue for her. This was not the 500 million for road construction, but rather a private transfer conducted by the donor for private purposes. Therefore, she remained calm, waiting for the officer to clarify everything. Sure enough, the next moment the officer's pupils constricted as he spoke to his captain. Something's wrong. This isn't 500 million. Su Dinglan's expression changed in response. Not 500 million. Did she spend it? If Jiang Xiaoyao had spent the money, that would be a huge problem. That's not the case. The officer put down the dedicated line and looked at Jiang Xiaoyao with a complex expression. Ms. Jiang, we haven't found any trace of the so-called 500 million donation, but your account has received a deposit of 5 billion. As soon as the words 5 billion were uttered, the entire office once again fell into silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Xiaoyao in shock. For a moment, they didn't even dare to breathe. No matter how dull they were, this tremendous figure made them feel an eerie sense. It felt as if everything was spiraling into a vortex they could hardly imagine. 5 billion. Su Dinglan exclaimed in astonishment. This result was something she had never dreamed of, and she sensed a kind of danger. She even started to panic and hurriedly asked, "What about the 500 million? Is it included in this? What's the source of this money?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyao looked at Su Dinglan and sighed slightly, feeling even more dizzy in her already uncomfortable state. The security officer had already received the electronic response. After carefully reviewing it, he addressed Su Dinglan and everyone present. "We need to clarify something here. Ms. Jiang is in complete legal possession of this fund, and the provincial headquarters has issued a clear directive. Everything is normal, and the nature of it is voluntary donation." Voluntary donation. Everyone stared at Jiang Xiaoyao in shock. What a joke. Not a donation. Approved directly by the province. In other words, this small clerk at the street office is now a billionaire. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoyao's spirit jolted. Under everyone's gaze, she looked up at the spectator sitting in the chair and blurted out what had been her first sentence so far. "How did you make it a voluntary donation?" Her nasally tone held a hint of grievance. Everyone, including the security officer, turned to look. Su Dinglan was even more shocked, her eyes wide. Was it he who donated? Who is he? At this moment, the air conditioning blew a cold wind, rustling the collar of Li Ming's black shirt. Outside, there were cheerful birds chirping and cicadas singing, with sunlight streaming through the window onto the black leather shoes at his feet. He revealed an almost imperceptible smile and then began to applaud. Wonderful. The crisp sound of applause felt like a slap to Su Dinglan's face. Due to her professional sensitivity, she began to feel an unprecedented fear. She opened her mouth, somewhat pale and weak, instinctively defending herself. "I was acting according to the rules. I did nothing wrong." Li Ming slowly stood up, his smile completely vanishing from his face. A strong sense of oppression accompanied his gaze, landing on everyone. He pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, lit one, and watched the white smoke rise. Beside him was a stainless steel sign prohibiting smoking. "I don't act according to the rules," he said. Everyone felt goosebumps rising on their skin, sensing a rush of coldness. At that moment, a group of people appeared outside, hurrying in. Bang! The door was pushed open swiftly. People dressed in administrative attire exuding professionalism cleared the obstructing promotional signs to make way. Several middle-aged men in white shirts strode in with an imposing presence. The people present bowed their heads and stepped back, while Yang Na and the others were shocked to see they were all leaders from the municipal committee. The one in the front was Zhong Bingwen. He stepped forward with a warm smile and extended his hand to Li Ming. "Mr. Li, welcome back to your hometown." The smell of disinfectant in the hospital was quite strong. Through the old-fashioned windows of the first-floor corridor, one could see the lush greenery outside, untrimmed and thriving. Several large leaves of the Magnolia grandiflora had fallen, and at the end of the flowering season, a few scattered white flowers could still be seen. He was waiting for Jiang Xiaoyao to come out of the restroom. System prompt: Jiang Xiaoyao's favorability level is at 50 points. Random system encouragement received 5 free attribute points. With these 5 attribute points plus the previous one, that makes 6. "I don't understand." This was the voice of the thinker. However, Li Ming did not respond. His gaze shifted, slightly lost in thought. This was not the first time. It seemed that if a target was subjected to strong psychological fluctuations resulting in a significant increase in favorability, the encouragement given would be better. The thinker's voice continued to babble on. Why did the people from the municipal committee appear precisely at that time and place? 50 billion in huge funds. How many pairs of eyes were watching it? Yet it was coincidentally discovered on the spot. How did the provincial bank's instructions come about? The antagonist who made the wrong suppression decisions. You appeared as if you were a hero. Everything seems so coincidental. Is it moral decay or the distortion of human nature? There is only one reason. You directed a script that is not perfect, but went unnoticed. My assessment is it doesn't look like acting. Li Meng still ignored him, but his phone vibrated. He took it out to check and a video popped up on the screen. It was a scene that had just occurred at the street office, but it had been edited with multiple splices. The focus was on him and Jiang Xiaoyao, as if they were the main characters. Then an old idol drama music played. Fate is already determined, it is my recklessness. Your sweet words pushed me into a trap. How can I muster the strength to break free from you? Li Meng locked his phone and chuckled. Well, at least the song is a bit newer than the moon represents my heart. This time he did not scold the thinker, nor did he throw it away, much less silence it. Thinker, I have a compelling reason to gain favor from a specific woman, yet I neither have the time nor the patience to— It did not know about the system, of course, and was unaware of the system's tasks. Is this what Qin Xingyi referred to as a corner game? You chose to ignore the daily accumulation of favorability and directly triggered a favorability event. The next step is to unlock the defeated CG. Li Meng did not answer, but felt that Qin Xingyi had caused the thinker a pollution that the entire internet could not— But sir, I don't understand. After skipping so many steps, why did no one find it strange? I mean, so many coincidences were overlooked by those present in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. They are not really actors and NPCs. This is unreasonable. So the conclusion is you are cheating. Li Meng truly felt the thinker was a bit too smart. How could he waste a luxury cigarette? It was because he consumed spiritual energy to erase all the unreasonable aspects. Once 20 luxury cigarettes were generated, no more would follow. So he used them to replenish his spiritual energy. Generally, someone as smart as the thinker would die quickly in a TV drama. He gently stroked the golden brooch on his chest. The thinker fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Sir, I apologize, or I was wrong just now. How could you be cheating? Your acting is unmatched, your script is unparalleled. I think the Oscars owe you 2 little golden statuettes. Li Meng stared at it expressionlessly. So I said it's splendid. He had gained 50 points of favorability from Jiang Xiaoyao in less than 24 hours since returning yesterday afternoon. Before returning to Jiangxing, he might even break through to 60 points. At that time, the task of conquering Jiang Xiaoyao would be considered complete. Because breaking through from 79 points to 80 is exceedingly difficult. Isn't this speedrun quite spectacular? Indeed, sir, the thinker replied. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyao emerged from the hospital restroom, her face slightly pale. She was still whole. For a while she remained quiet, a slight blush appearing on her pale face as she occasionally stole glances at Li Meng. Her eyes sparkled, her heartbeat racing. What kind of person did she see herself as? Thus yearning is the emotion furthest from understanding. This type of woman is different from someone like Qin Xingyi. Once she enters a certain stage of favorability, she becomes quite easy to deceive. This is commonly known as being love-struck. Or perhaps she was just too well protected at home. Sir, I believe the time has come. You can take her down smoothly and add another member to your harem. The thinker said, I can book you a presidential suite at the Shiqing Grand Hotel. Then, you can unlock various CGs. Li Meng blocked out the thinker's filthy distractions. The 4-room was somewhat empty. The sound of cicadas came in through the half-open window, overpowering the sound of the air conditioning. The smell of disinfectant was carried away and brought back in waves. Jiang Xiaoyao saw Li Meng in a black shirt sitting in front of the fluttering white curtains. Li Gu, thank you for today. Oh, I am determined to spend that 50 billion well. As she said this, her gaze became resolute. Li Meng ruffled her hair. This somewhat affectionate act was something she could fully accept now, though she still felt a bit shy. Gradually drowsiness overcame her, and she unknowingly fell asleep. Li Meng picked her up and laid her on the medical bed in the corner designated for use. He hung the 4 bottle and pulled down the curtain. Several kilometers away at the Dakai Construction Company, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the newly completed road project was just beginning. Leaders and many members of the Transportation Construction Bureau were present with a red carpet laid out in the middle of the road, and the red satin ribbon for cutting was pulled open. Television reporters were filming and interviewing with their cameras. The crowd outside the barrier was clapping. This was not a paid audience. After all, no matter how you look at it, the newly built road is a good thing. The road looks quite impressive, but I wonder about the quality. Isn't the greenery on this road a bit sparse? Did you not see the name of the person in charge? Which one? Mu Sunlin. Mu Sunlin stood behind the leaders and quietly glanced at his phone. There were several calls he had made to President Zhang Yue, but no one picked up. He had no idea how things were going. At that moment, a team of people in formal attire crossed the barrier, and the Dakai Company staff intended to stop them. Then they saw a team of people in black security uniforms solemnly following behind. The onlookers gasped and hurriedly took out their phones to film. The smiles on the faces of the leaders on stage froze as they exchanged glances. Wang Yu and Mu Sunlin kept their heads down in the corner, but they were not nervous. After all, one was a small bureaucrat from the Transportation Bureau, and the other was not a part of the system. This matter should not concern them. Wang Yu leaking state secrets suspected of serious violations, prosecution initiated. Mu Sunlin suspected of bribery, inquiring about state secrets, prosecution initiated. Both widened their eyes, their minds racing, ultimately stopping at that matter involving 5 billion. Before they could comprehend, a security officer placed handcuffs on the two of them. Wang Bai, a director from Dakai Company, and Mu Xinlin's brother-in-law, immediately spoke up. Have you got it wrong? The leader glanced at him and took out documents for comparison. Wang Bai, suspected of bribery, prosecution initiated, take him away. His face turned pale instantly as he looked at the deputy director of the Transportation Bureau, Chen Hao. Director Chen. Chen Hao had not yet had the chance to speak. Chen Hao, suspected of accepting bribes, leaking state secrets, prosecution initiated. Chen Hao trembled as he looked toward the bureau chief. The bureau chief turned his head, internally cursing, "Don't look at me." The leading announcer coldly stated, "No need to look at each other anymore. Everyone present today is not